What's up? Ghost Fictions is here, and we're back again. This is the second part of a story where Izuku had the powers of all devil fruits and was a royal hero. But before we start, please consider subscribe to the channel and give this video a like. Don't forget to check the description for more informations, and support the amazing author GiovanniPolder for writing this long, amazing masterpiece. Now let's get into part 2. Izuku was still stuck in laughter, his thoughts and movements slowed to a much higher degree. So he went and ignored Ryukyu and Endeavor and just focused on Miss Joke, who had to stay near Izuku for her quirk to really take effect. Which meant she herself was in range for Izuku. Izuku ran right for her and started with a simple punch one Miss Joke was more than capable of blocking. She took the chance to also throw and low kick right on the side of Izuku's knee, who bent his knee with the kick, which overextended Miss Joke, who then received a spinning hammer hand in the midriff. She attacked back instantly though by throwing a combo right to Izuku from a jab, hook, and uppercut, with the last move missing due to Izuku taking a step back. Izuku moved slightly sideways, just missing the first of Miss Joke, where he, still laughing, was able to swing his hand over her shoulder and under one arm, with the rest of his body going behind her and holding her again in a choke hold, where he took his time checking out who he still had to fight and defeat as he slowly choked the air out of her lungs, all while still laughing like a maniac. There was All Might, who was still standing alone waiting, which Izuku liked, as All Might was going to be an interesting one. Then Izuku could see Snipe still on top of a building as support, which would be Izuku's next victims. That also included Power Loader, who was still missing for now, Hawks, who was still high in the air. Then he still had to find a way to defeat Best Jeanist, Edge Shot, and Kamui Woods. And last of the support was 13, who, much like Power Loader, was still hidden in Izuku's eyes. Then the fighters, Cementos, who thankfully didn't have that much range now due to the number of other heroes in play. Then Vlad King, who Izuku was still avoiding, Ectoplasm, who was able to add to the already scary number of heroes for Izuku, Gran Torino, who was hidden, most likely going for sneak attacks. Endeavor had brought more than enough fight to Izuku. Ryukyu's, who had size and strength on her side, and the final two, Gang Orca and Hound Dog. Izuku started coming up with a plan in his mind, and planned to defeat all the heroes. But first support had to go. So after Miss Joke lost consciousness, Izuku moved to fight the others with the first on the hit list, Hawks. Izuku transformed using the Tori Tori no Mi. Model Falcon, Bird Fruit. Model Falcon. He used his hybrid form, gaining more strengths, green feathers growing all over his body. He also gained 2 large wings on his back. He jumped up high before his wings flapped, shooting up toward Hawks. He started flying away. Izuku, however, was just as fast, being able to keep up, but they were equal, thus it became a game of cat and mouse. Izuku swooped up high, going higher and higher than before, with Hawks slowing down. Izuku stopped flapping his wings. He aimed them back and shot down at high speeds, flapping his wings, going even faster and faster, before lifting himself up slightly, now going at blinding speeds, tackling Hawks right into a building, bringing the building down on top of them. The force of Izuku and the building taking Hawks out of the fight. But inside the rubble, Izuku was planning ahead. With a quick look with Haki, Izuku found his next target, which would Edge Shot. Hiding within an alleyway that Izuku had perfect sight on, but now was the question of what to use to fight with him. He transformed fully human to then use the Doa no Mi, Door Fruit, to open a door in the middle of the rubble going toward the sewer, where he meets Power Loader, who was rather surprised with his sight, but Izuku took the change to fight him. Using the Jiko no Mi, Magnet Fruit, to magnetize Power Loader's entire robotic suit before it started ripping chunks off his suit and floating around his fist, creating 2 large robot hands, with Power Loader knowing he was beaten, so he just cuffed himself. Much like Mizu, he wasn't a fighter. But he did give Izuku one hell of a weapon, as he now had 2 large metal hands that would hopefully be of use against one of the other heroes. Izuku moved toward a good spot where he used his 2 metal arms to jump and punch the floor wide open, landing right into an alleyway right behind Kamui Woods, with Izuku just smacking his last remaining metal arm into Kamui Woods and the wall. The power broke through the wall and nearly knocked Kamui out, only for Kamui to still move. Izuku quickly brought the small remaining part of Scarp over toward his main arm to jump above Kamui and to punch him. Pump Gibson. The force was enough for Izuku to punch Kamui into the basement of the building, only to receive a multitude of rubber round right into his back. That hurt. Izuku turned, knowing it was Snipe. Izuku grabbed the bullets in one hand, holding it behind his thumb that was stuck behind his finger. A rubber bullet resting on his thumb. He jumped out and used the Pika no Mi, Glint Gling Fruit, He fired the rubber off with light speed right toward the building Snipe was hiding on. It completely destroyed the building. Then a second shot with less power, firing it right into Snipe's face, breaking the mask and leaving a massive mark on his head. Only to turn right toward Best Jeanist and fire the remaining 2 bullets toward him with the same force, only for one to miss its mark and the other to be blocked by his forearm. Izuku was then completely wrapped in his own clothing being tied around him. Izuku wanted to find a way to get out, but it was useless, as before he could make a move, Ryukyu, who had transformed to her full dragon form, smacked Izuku with her tail. He rocketed down the street right into Vlad King, who used a blood bag and exploded it, turning it into a massive blood hammer that he slammed down on Izuku. Izuku was stuck in his own clothing at the moment, and while could break out, that would most likely end up with him nude, and he really didn't want to show everyone his nude form, as his daughter was most likely watching the fight, so nudity wasn't possible. So Izuku decided to use a slight scumbag move, but it was cheating his way out of this or showing his nude form to everyone. So he used the Gasa no Mi, gas fruit, and removed the oxygen around Best Jeanist just enough for him to go unconscious from lack of air, with his clothing going back to normal. Izuku turned into gas, allowing him to seep out before becoming whole again behind Vlad, where he gave a punch at the strength of a weak finger pistol in the head, knocking Vlad out. Izuku stood breathing heavy. "You're really making me work for this." Looking over, seeing there would only be 10 remaining. Taking a deep breath to steady himself. He knew that he needed to take them out with as little powers as he could, to fight All Might at the end with his might. Izuku used the Machi no Mi, Machi fruit. Chikara Machi. Different donuts were made from Machi parted from Izuku's arms, going toward different locations all over the area around him. Machi Barrage. Izuku yelled out as the Machi turned to fists that started firing down punches, all at high speeds and with haki. The attack was for Izuku to tire them out, but it did more than that. It knocked out both Hound Dog and Edge Shot, who were trying to attack Izuku with a sneak attack, but fists started raining down on them, slamming them against the floor over and over again until they didn't move. Flash Fire Fist. Endeavor punched, and a large fire fist shot out, burning the Machi away as well as hitting Izuku and burning his left sleeve off. But Izuku was going to give it his all, and a burn wasn't going to change that. So Izuku faced the rest. He compressed his fist, turning it square before turning it black with haki. He pulled back and went for a punch, only for Gran Torino to zoom past and kick him in the side of the head, making Izuku lose control. "Keep up, Slowpoke," Gran Torino said before disappearing again right as a second punch came from Endeavor. This one Izuku was able to dodge, but it went right into a sonar blast from Gang Orca that stunned Izuku for a little, giving Cementos the chance to layer cement over him. Izuku now had to switch. He used his old favorite, Yo no Mi model Sarayu. Fish fruit model Azure Dragon. He turned into his hybrid form, giving him more resistance and strength. He easily broke out of the cement. Izuku took a breath in. A red tint coming out his mouth. Biolo breath. Izuku shot out a beam of fire right on Cementos, with Endeavor jumping in front to block off with his own flames. But the attack was too strong, pushing both Endeavor and Cementos away into the outer ring, only knocking out Cementos and slightly hurting Endeavor. But Izuku moved the breath over, going to damage the others as well. He took at a large force of ectoplasm, with the real one not being among them, but wasn't able to hit more before the attack was over. But with a lot of damage already done, Izuku jumped toward Ryukyu, who swung her tail at him. Izuku dug his feet in the ground and caught the attack. He turned his hips and used Ryukyu as a weapon. He didn't get the full power he wanted due to the weight and size of Ryukyu's dragon form, but it did take out Gran Torino by dropping Ryukyu on top of him. Izuku jumped over the top of Ryukyu. He covered his hand in haki, then with his full dragon might he punched Ryukyu on her head. Dragon King Destruction Fist. The punch itself took Ryukyu out as it caused rumbles in the arena. Izuku, as he landed, used Saru to fly forward, where he landed a clothesline on ectoplasm, only to find out it was a clone. Izuku thought about it and stomped on the ground, cracking the floor. Izuku then spun around fast, his tail firing off the lost rocks toward ectoplasm, with all the clones getting destroyed. With Izuku then not the real one. Rocket Punch. Endeavor spoke as he shot flames out his feet and rocketed forward into Izuku, shooting him back as the punch connected with Izuku's chest. Izuku only shot back 2 meters. Izuku jumped forward again, brightening his hands above his head and linking his fingers. He then with all his might brought it down right on top of Endeavor, slamming him into the floor, finally knocking him out. Izuku at this point was breathing heavily, sweating a lot and getting rather tired, but it was almost over. As Izuku breathed heavily, he smelled it. It was ectoplasm he was hiding behind Gang Orca. Izuku breathed in again. Keifu. Many small blades of wind. This destroyed Gang Orca, who could only protect himself from that many attacks. Each attack feels like a hard strike with a kendo stick. Gang Orca and ectoplasm fell right then as Izuku dropped to one knee, as he turned back to his human form. Guess it's just us now, ha ha ha. All Might laughed as he stood tall with Izuku just getting on his knee. Yeah, guess it is. Do you need a minute? Don't want to rush you. No, it's fine, got to push past my limits, right? But I have a question for you. Well, what is it? Your quirk, taking sunlight, right, for power? That is correct. My quirk allows me to absorb sunlight. I then infuse my muscles with it, making me stronger, so... Nothing, just gave me an idea. Izuku said as he took a deep breath and bit into his forearm. Izuku started breathing into his forearm with it starting to inflate. It grew in size with All Might looking in confusion at what was going on. He wasn't alone, everyone was looking at Izuku not sure what was going on. Infusing the power all over your body, right? Izuku spoke as he moved his arm with a large bubble of air going right for chest as well as it started to increase his size. Izuku began infusing haki onto his body as well and stuck a pose. Gear 4th bounce man. Izuku now stood slightly larger than All Might as he lightly bounced on the floor. You ready? Izuku said, waiting for All Might, who cracked his back before getting in a stance himself ready for a fight. I will not hold back, you deserve to face me at my top. I do hope you can do me the courtesy of the same. All Might with Izuku just giving a yeah. What the hell is that? Achiko yelled out in shock as her boyfriend grew in size. Nemuri was completely shocked. No idea, it's the first time I have seen that. Kaminari spoke up confused. Does he really think that can hold up with All Might? Kirishima walked closer to the screen, very excited about the upcoming fight. Bakugo and Shoto did the same, each one wanting to know how strong he would be against the hero All Might. The #1 hero. A hero respected in every country. Both stood ready, waiting for a slight movement in the other as the signal. All Might moved his foot slightly, which was the signal. Izuku used the flexibility to bend his legs inward and used the force to push himself forward like rocket trustees. He flew to All Might in a millisecond and punched. All Might of course blocked the punch, but the force was enough to kick him back slightly, and more than enough to hurt him. But All Might punched back. The force shooting Izuku down the street like a pinball, but Izuku just flew forward again. His fist again clashing against All Might. It kept being the same. Izuku punched All Might, which hurt him, with All Might punching back again, which shot Izuku away but did not really hurt him. Izuku thought to himself, this is going nowhere, I can keep wasting my time with this. I need a better way to attack him, hell, I am even feeling those punches. When Izuku got an idea right as All Might punched Izuku on the chin, making him fly upward in the sky. Perfect distance. Izuku taught as he pulled his hand back into his forearm while keeping his arm normal, which caused his hand to bend in his arm. He strained to keep it good, and then he moved right to All Might. Going down like a rocket, flying down, he kept right above the ground. Then he released his first, and hit All Might right in the chest. While All Might was surprised by the speed of the punch, the power itself was unbelievable. It shot him straight back to the gate, nearly going right through the gate, but he caught himself. All Might coughed some blood at the force, scaring 13. Are you okay, All Might? She was worried while All Might nodded. I am fine, 13, but watch out, Midoriya has some new technique. All Might breathed out and went right for Midoriya again, going for punch after punch, moving at blinding speeds to hit Izuku, who wasn't able to keep up with the punches. It shot him back again. This time Izuku was straining to control this new form. He pushed both arms back in themselves. Kong Gatling gun. Izuku yelled as he started moving his fist in and out of his arm at high speeds, firing dozens of painful punches right into All Might, who could just cover up with his arms, tanking each punch, waiting for an opening. Izuku lost his focus for a split second, which gave All Might the opening he needed. He slipped past the punch and got behind Izuku. He grabbed his waist, linking his hands together in front, as he then used all his force to just suplex Izuku into the ground. The force of this explosive move was enough for Izuku to start blowing out the air in his body. He deflated as he slipped out of All Might's grip and landed on the floor a couple of meters away. He strained to get up. Extremely exhausted for the use of the gum fruit, rubber fruit. Already done. I didn't think the Prince of the World would give up that quickly. All Might teased with Izuku, giving a tired chuckle as he got up. Nah, I am fine, I will bounce right back. Izuku joked as he started using a different power. He used the Yami Yami no Mi, dark fruit, and let him roam the ground around him. He raised his arm and it pulled All Might toward him, where he started to deflate. The once big strong All Might was gone and left was a thin, tired-looking man. Izuku planned on decking All Might as he wouldn't have the help of his quirk, but this wasn't what he expected to see. So instead of punching him, he just tied his hands up. "Hey, are you alright, All Might?" All Might nodded. "I am young prince. If you really must know, it's due to an injury I received. But I can tell you more about it after you make it out of here. There is still one hero you will need to face." Izuku nodded before walking off. Right as he let go of All Might, he buffed up again, breaking the chains, but he had given up, so now Izuku walked forward toward the gate. He was fully stumbling by. He didn't have that much fight left in him today. He was tired and hungry, so he wanted this over quickly. He found 13 waiting at the gate ready for a fight. "Excuse me, 13, if you want to fight, can we do it without the quirks? Don't want to really put the effort in to deal with the black hole." "No can do, sir. I plan on the outlast the last 5 minutes." 13 put up a wall of her quirk, allowing him no way through. "Damn it." Izuku moved his hand forward slowly before pressing down with 13, all of a sudden feeling a level of extra weight on her shoulders that was slowly increasing the more Izuku pushed down. He was using the Zushi no Mi, press fruit. By increasing the gravity slowly on 13, he would be able to pin her down and hopefully knock her out. But he was really straining to get that done. He was running out of steam and quick. He barely had anything in the tank. He knew he got lucky with All Might, otherwise this would have been over with him. Right as the force knocked out 13, it also took at Izuku, who had used too many powers that day and didn't have any stamina left. So in the end, it ended with a draw as both teams were defeated at the end. "Oh my god, what a fight was that!" Kirishima screamed excitedly at the sight of the fight. Many others were feeling it too, but there was a couple that didn't feel that way. "So much distance between us," Katsuki said as he clutched his fist tightly, pissed at himself that he was that weak. "It seems I still need to grow," Shoto said with his eyes closed as he just saw a fight between the strongest he knew. "Damn Todoroki, your pops had some moves. That was awesome." Mina cheered happily as Eri pulled on her hand. "Can we go check on Papa?" Namiri nodded, "Of course. Anyone wants to come with us?" The girls nodded with a smile as they ran for Izuku with Eri. "You all can go back to the dorms." As they made it halfway, some of the Class 1B girls spoke. "Hey, you know that we like to set up dates with the prince, right?" Kendo said with Namiri nodding. "Well, I am already dating someone. It kinda happened in between that. It's fine, we can talk about that soon." "But who all is this about?" Kendo talked up. "I have started dating Tetsu, and Komori is dating Tsuburaba." "That is it?" "That is fine, sweetie. He won't ever force you to do anything." Kendo nodded as they made their way to Izuku. He was sitting in a chair half asleep. "Hey sleepy, you good?" Izuku tiredly moved his head. "Now I am so tired." He smiled with Namiri just giving him a small smack on the cheek. "You just need food, you big crybaby. Come, let's get you to lunch rush. He can cook you up in buffet." Izuku just nodded as he stepped forward and fell right into Nami, who caught him, but by doing so felt his sweaty chest and got a good whiff of his musk, which she loved. The smell was so manly. It got her cheeks red in an instant, and Namiri noticed it. "Oh, you smelled him, didn't you?" she whispered into her ear as she took him over. "Don't worry, I also love to smell him." She laughed before pulling Izuku forward. "Let's get you some food," Namiri said. Izuku got food and he became a different person again. He was able to move again on his own. "Now that is good. Did we get the results yet?" "Nope, that will be given later. We can chill in the dorms a little before then." "Oh, chill you say?" Mina said toward Namiri with an understanding giggle. "While I would not mind that one bit, I am still rather tired, and there are other girls here." "Oh, they would mind, while most of them wouldn't," Namiri said, already giving a look. "Oh, I would like to join," Yui said, licking her lips as she started right into Izuku's soul. "But we can do that when you are more energized. Might be able to get some dates done as well," Namiri said, with some of the girls nodded as they got excited about their dates. "Oh yeah, I can't wait for our date. I am going to ruin you," Setsuna said as she stuck her tongue out. This got the three women to laugh. "Oh sweetie, you keep thinking that. Just keep thinking that." What do you mean by that? Explain it to me." "Fine, float your head here. I will tell you, but can't really scream it now, can I?" Izuku said as he looked at Pony and Ibara playing with Eri. She floated her head toward him, and Izuku grabbed it. "It means I am the one that going to ruin you. I am going to destroy you. If that is what you want, at least." He let go and allowed her head to return, but she was red and breathing heavy. Oh, I don't just want that, I need that, she said as Izuku laughed. Eri, wanna go back home? He looked at his watch. Rem and Ram should get on Minecraft soon and don't want to keep them waiting. Wait, it's already that late. Sorry, Plant Lady and Horn Lady, she screamed as she began sprinting away with Izuku laughing. Sorry, Ibara, Pony. We are still learning everyone's name. Please forgive me for the rudeness. Ibara shook her head. It's no problem at all, she is such a sweetheart. Yet total angel. Pony added on. Now please excuse me, if I don't help her, I will be in trouble. Izuku took a sprint to catch up to his daughter who was yelling not to be late for her playdate with Rem and Ram. Back at the dorms, Izuku had set up Eri's laptop to play. From that moment on, Eri was in her own world. But Izuku was a good dad, so he already went to the kitchen to get her some snacks. But they were all healthy. A bowl of grapes and some apple slices, seeing as those were Eri's favorite. He afterward just went to the couch where he went to browse on his phone. Some of what he saw was rather enjoyable. His South Africa had been changing a lot. Many leaders embraced the change. They loved the fact that they could hire smart people for once. There were also some that hated the fact. Mostly the thousands that were fired due to only being hired because they were strong. Next was the dozen famous people fully standing behind the free energy plan. They donated a lot of money to the cause, which Izuku doubled, but Izuku just liked that everyone was positive about it. It was good to see that some people could get behind a good cause. It by the far the funniest Izuku had yet seen. Izuku was being called out of becoming the new head of the Illuminati. Izuku smiled seeing all the comments and ideas of how Izuku was the leader of the Illuminati, but there were also those that believed Izuku wasn't the leader, and was only a lowly member being used by the real leaders. The lizard men that lived under the cities were the real leaders. Apparently, Kaminari had read it as well as when he entered the room. Hey Midoriya, send a message to the lizard men that I am more than happy to help them in their cause. Izuku decided to just mess with him a little and used Ryu no Mi model. Allosaurus. Dragon fruit model. Allosaurus, and changed his eyes to flick sideways like lizardmen, which slightly freaked the fuck out of Kaminari before Izuku started laughing. That wasn't funny, dude, it freaked me out, Kaminari said as the others noticed what went on and laughed as well. Wait, is there such a thing as the Illuminati or not? Achiko asked with a confused smile as Izuku shrugged his shoulders. Izuku gives an answer. Mina said as she jumped on Izuku. Why would you want to know it? A secret organization that runs the world. Yeah, do you work with them? Mina said, fully serious about it. No such organization works as far as I know. I am not a part of a secret organization. This was acceptable for the day. Nothing happened at all, but the next day they were back in the class waiting for Aizawa to enter, who did right at the bell. Good, you're all seated. We will go over the battles of yesterday. Now the battles you have done yesterday will be the main point of today. We will be focusing on dealing with the fights. How you could have been smarter or what you did correctly. And see those that failed the exam, Aizawa said with the students nodding. Aizawa grabbed a sheet of paper out from his scarf. Those that have failed are Sato, Kirishima, Mina, Nami, and Midoriya. Each of you lost your fight, but that is not the list of those who lost the exam. Nami and Midoriya both have passed the exam. Nami did her best, and if her teammates have worked together there would have been a chance. And for Midoriya, the real test was for him to defeat half of the teachers. And he did that. But Hagakure will be a part of the losing group. Putting yourself in harm's way is unacceptable, and if I see that happen again, you will be expelled. Toru nodded, understanding the fact. She could have died right there. Now one more thing, you all go camping. We will spend an entire week working on your quirks. This will be hard work and not a fun trip. But the week will be spent in the woods. So there is a list of items that you will need. I will be giving you each a sheet with the items on it. Please make sure you have them. Other items are allowed to take with you, just do not pack too much. Aizawa explained to them. With the class take the rest of the day to focus on the fight, and then the next day they were able to go shopping. They went as a class. Let's split up in groups, get stuff done quicker, Mina suggested as she grabbed Achiko's and Izuku's arms. She smiled and ran away with her two lovers, all while Izuku and Achiko smiled softly. We are on the wrong side for me, Achiko said as they were near the high-end shops with Izuku hugging Achiko closely. Oh, my sweet Machi, nothing is too expensive for you, Izuku said with Achiko blushing. But Izuku, I don't want to have people think I am with you for your money. Izuku looked confusedly for a second. You aren't. He grabbed her and lifted her before kissing her on the lips. My Machi, it doesn't matter what people think. I love you, and love to spoil you. So please let me. Izuku said as placed Achiko down, who nodded before Izuku grabbed Mina's hand before walking toward high-tier store. As they walked for the store, Izuku saw something he had been wanting for a while. Hey, you go without me for a second, we'll be right there. He kissed both of them on the cheek right as he went to the shop he saw. As Achiko and Mina entered the high-tier store, the workers first had an eye of irritation as they saw Achiko, who didn't look all too rich, and Mina wasn't that rich looking herself. But then they blinked, and it connected. They were the girlfriends of the prince of the world. The manager straightened his suit and fixed his glasses as he stepped forward. Hello ladies, how can we help you on this fine day? The manager said in the kindest voice he could possibly muster. This startled the ladies slightly as they didn't expect him to pop up. Oh hi, we were just looking. Achiko said, not really used to being helped like that. Hell, she had walked in before to just check it out, and they looked at her like she was dirt. Please, it's our pleasure to help in any way we can. Anything you need, we can provide. We just need to get some stuff for our school camping trip. Like sleeping bags and stuff. Mina showed off her list with the man offering his hand. Please allow me. You can take a seat and I shall take care of it. But right then Izuku entered. Don't worry, we can handle this ourselves, but we appreciate the thought behind it. Izuku knew he was just kissing ass and handled it how he should. The man knew better than to fight the king in this, so he just nodded and excused himself. Thanks. He was strange, Achiko said with Izuku giving a chuckle. Don't worry, I will handle it. Now my machi, my spicy alien, let's get ourselves some supplies, shall we? Izuku said as they walked further into the shop to get everything they would need. With that being one store out of many they would visit. All while in a hidden corner within the store, a man spoke on the phone. Boss, I see him right here. He is in a shop with 2 chicks. Want me to off him? The man spoke, nod into the phone. But boss, I got him right here. I can just fire my bone needle in his neck and rush out with the rest of the sheep. This time the man received a hard yelling, one that we only caught small glimpses of through the phone. I understand, boss. Want me to keep tailing him? Before hanging up and following Izuku from a distance. Unknown to him, Izuku was being followed by another figure. One hiding in the shadows. Using a quirk, he shot out a message toward his boss about his location and his target's location. After getting everything from that shop, Izuku and the girls moved to a different shop. It took 4 shops in total for them to get everything. Let's take a trip toward my house for a second. Got something there I need? Izuku asked, with the girls agreeing. Namuri had taken Eri for a relaxing day with some of her friends. Hey, you all can go back to school. We will meet up soon. Just gotta pick some stuff up. Cool bro, we will see you there. Kirishima called out with a thumbs up as Izuku nodded. They stepped into the car Izuku took. He didn't take public transport because that was how he was taught. There were many dangers in the world that could happen, so he just used his car to get around. They drove. Mina and Achiko were in the back having fun while Izuku drove, enjoying the talking behind him. It didn't take long for them to reach the mansion one Achiko was still shocked at seeing. But they parked right in front. Not noticing the car parked in the garage of Mitsuki that was living in the house at the moment. The 3 entered the house, not noticing anything special about the inside. It's upstairs, Izuku said, with both girls happily following him around. Maybe we could have some fun, you know. Mina said, laughing as she groped Achiko's chest, who gasped before laughing. That could be fun. Right then the door next to them was kicked open and a butt-naked Mitsuki with a lamp in hand jumped out and swung right at Izuku. Normally Izuku could have blocked it without effort or dodged it while asleep, but he looked at his first ever crush jumping butt naked. Her curvy body moved right with the jump. Her large breast in the air and her legs wide open, allowing Izuku to see everything. Which just resulted in him getting a lamp right on the face, knocking him out. As he was on the floor, blood was out of his nose and his eyes far off. Ah, who are you? Who are you? Mina and Achiko screamed at Mitsuki as they took a fighting stance, with Mitsuki being naked and still holding the lamppost. Wait, aren't you dating Izuku? What are you doing here? What? Who are you and what are you doing in his house? Mina screamed. His. She looked down and saw she had just knocked out Izuku. Ai-chan. Mitsuki screamed, worried. She fell down and grabbed him by the head before shaking him. This brought Izuku back to the land of the living, only to have Mitsuki's shaking breast right in his face, which was too much as he fell back. Mitsuki, boobs. He got out before she looked down, let his head drop and cover herself up. Where is my towel? She looked back at the door and saw it was stuck on the door handle. She jumped up and grabbed the towel as she hid behind it. Can I dress myself? She yelled, embarrassed at her nudity, with the girls dragging Izuku toward the room they had been their first time in, where he woke up right as Mitsuki entered the room. She sat down on the other side of the room, her cheeks red with embarrassment. Michan, what are you doing here? Izuku asked, his cheeks red as she looked his oldest crush over, remember her fully naked. Your mother offered it up. I was having some problems finding a place for myself and was still with Masaru. Oh, you're Mitsuki, Izuku's crush. Mina said, with Izuku silencing her. Blah blah, nothing. You're my nothing. He tried, with Mitsuki laughing. I know you like me. You used to tell me you wanted to marry me every time you saw me. So still want to? Mitsuki said, half joking. She assumed he wouldn't feel the same anymore after all those years. I do. This shocked Mitsuki, but not the girls. They, much like Namuri, had been aware of Izuku's crushes as he told them. Michan, I still like you. While it might be a little weird seeing as my classmate is your son, that doesn't change the fact I would be more than willing to date you. Mitsuki had to think about that. It made her stomach flutter at those words. She felt special when being told that. I need time. If you give me the time, I might have an answer for you. Izuku nodded. Michan, I have already waited for you. A couple of weeks won't change my feelings for you. 1A sit waiting in the bus. They had been driving for around 3 hours so far. They were going to camp and they were bored. Sitting in a bus for 3 hours wasn't fun for everyone. Are we there yet? Eri asked, as both Eri and Namuri had come along for moral support and to help look over everyone. Izuku suggested staying back home, but both insisted and had already asked Nizu, who agreed, wanting to see the effect of a morale boost such as Eri at work. We are almost at the stop point, so don't worry, Namuri said as Aizawa gave her the signal. The bus drove for a couple of extra minutes before coming to a halt. Everyone get out. Each one got out, standing there believing it was a place they could stretch their legs. Oh man, being able to walk feels great. That bus was stuffy, Kaminari said as he cracked his back and walked in small circles until a small black sedan drove up and parked near them. The windows tinted, making it impossible to see inside. The door opened and nothing before two figures jumped out. First was a blonde-haired woman wearing a blue and white top and a matching skirt, two large yellow cat paws, and blue whisker-like markings on her cheeks. A visor on her eyes and a large smile. Next to her a similar woman, but instead of blue she wore more red, fitting her dark red hair and her red whisker marks. Your feline fantasies are here. Your potastic heroes have arrived. Two of the wild pussycats. Eri screamed very excitedly. Oh, a fan. The blonde-haired one said with Eri nodding. Yeah, I love your group, your Pixie Bob, you're super fun, and Mandalay is like the mommy of the group, helping everyone, you all sup cool. She started yelling out excitedly about the wild pussycats, only stopped by Izuku. Eri sweetie, calm down. This was the first time the two heroes looked around, and they went wide-eyed as they saw the prince standing there. Their brain was broken. The prince stood in front of them. They didn't know if they should lay down, kneel, bow, kiss the ring, or nothing, so they did nothing, could do nothing as their minds melted. Kiddies, wake up. Namuri had walked behind them and dragged her nail across their necks, waking them up. Oh, your highness. They wanted to bow, but Namuri had them standing as she had a grip on their collars. Nope, keep up, kiddies. He isn't prince here, he is Izuku. She told them, showing a different reason she was here. Oh, Mandalay said before speaking softly. Are you sure? She asked with Namuri nodding. Yes, you're a teacher, don't worry, he will listen perfectly. She whispered with Izuku just holding Eri in his arms, listening with a smile on his face, as she lists off all types of hero jobs the pussycats have done. Okay then, yes, we are half of the wild pussycats, Mandalay and Pixie Bob Naya. Both struck a cute pose with Eri fangirling. Who is that? Izuku asked as he pointed toward the car where a small boy only slightly younger than Eri, wearing slightly saggy pants and a slightly bigger shirt. His most notable clothing item was a red cap with two golden horns. Mandalay spoke up. Oh, that is Kota, he is my nephew. I have to look after him, hope that isn't a problem. It seems we have might a friend for him. Well, Eri, come, let's get in the car. Oh, we are going again. Zero responded to Namuri with Aizawa standing in the way. They are you, however. We'll have to find your road there. Mandalay walked toward the railing before pointing toward the base of the mountain where you could see a slightly open area. There at the base of the mountain is our camp. It's 9 now, so you all should arrive around 1ish right in time for lunch. And don't worry, it's all our property, so you can use your quirk freely. Izuku raised his hand. Are you sure? Oh yes, as far as the eyes can see is ours, so you're free to use any. So I can just bring everyone there. Ha, do that and I will do anything you want. Oh, perhaps a date. Namiri said, answering Pixie Bob's joke. Izuku, come, let's set up the date. Namiri said with Izuku smirking. He stuck his hand out. Out his hand came a light blue donut. He went his hands wide open. Room. The blue donut expanded easily, covering the entire area and just reaching over the open area. He turned his hands upside down, now his fingers pointed up. He moved his hands. Shambles, he said as everything switched, placed with leaves, twigs, rocks. Now the bus, car, students, hero, kids all stood in the middle of the camp. Within an instant they had swapped places, leaving the two heroes and students flabbergasted. What the hell? Pixie Bob asked, unsure what the hell was going on. Izuku, bring the group back, keep it fun. Fine, Izuku said before saying shambles again, teleporting his classmates at the road. Ah, damn it, Kaminari said, not excited to run the fucking marathon. Izuku jumped down with no fear as he landed. Come down, it's only like 6 meters high. Only if you catch me, loverba. Nami called down, only chuckling as Bakugo, Kirishima, and Todoroki. Okay, drop one for one and I will catch you. First was Achiko, who used her quirk to slow down the descent. I don't need your help, Achiko said confidently, with Robin and Tsuyu also coming down without a problem. Robin used her hands to lower herself to the ground, while Tsuyu crawled down. Nami jumped down toward Izuku, who simply caught her in a princess pose. Oh, thanks, sweetie. She was daring and kissed him on the cheek before standing up. Me next, me next, Toru screamed as Izuku gave her the okay. She jumped down, and even if she was invisible, Izuku saw her clear as day with the use of Haki. Caught you, he said happily, before catching the rest. Kami, Kyoka, Momo, and Mina. With that, everyone stood ready. Well, let's get hiking, Izuku said, thinking it of a fun hike. Roar. A large roar was heard, with everyone looking around, not seeing anything, before a large beast from rock came forward, out from the wood. Aizu, Mina asked, walking back with him, shaking his head. Nope, I can't bail you out over and over again, Izuku said as he stood back with Bakugo and Kirishima going forth. Bring it, Bakugo called out as he shot up with an explosion and let out a second, far larger one right against the beast that hit him in the face and breaking it. But when the one fell, 2 more showed up, and behind that 2 more. Izuku shook his head with the use of the Poki Poki no Mi, pocket fruit, and grabbed one of his swords, one of his recent additions. Enma, placing on his side. You guys got this, Izuku cheered, as they all began to fight. Mina sprayed her acid over them, melting them apart. Toru and Kami alerted them toward one spot, while Tsuyu, Kyoka, removed their legs, Achiko lifted them, and Momo either broke them with a slingshot or hand cannon, or Achiko let them drop again. Robin used her powers to pull away from people from attacks, or to block off areas from the monsters by grabbing their legs. Those like Todoroki and Bakugo didn't need help, they were able to fight the monsters alone. Bakugo's explosions tearing through the dirt, Todoroki's ice freezing the dirt, or his flames melting it. Kaminari's lightning broke away the dirt, Siro's tape stopped them from moving, Sato using his strength to break the dirt monsters into nothingness. Same went for Kirishima, whose hardness made short work of the weak dirt. Tokoyami and Dark Shadow again faced the dirt without effort. But it turned into a problem with the pure number of them. Dirt monster after dirt monster showed up, blocking the way, showing they didn't even reach 100 meters. While everyone was getting tired, Izuku was just slowly walking behind them. To anyone else it seemed like he was living the easy life, but to everyone else, he was giving them a chance to grow. Aoyama, on your left, Izuku called out just in time for Aoyama to fire off a laser into it. While they were doing that, the teachers were looking onto 2 drones, following each student group. Are you sure we should leave the prince alone? I can mess with him a little, right? You could, but that has very little use. We might have been holding back, but he still defeated many heroes, so I doubt your dirt toys would do much. But you can always try. Why not send 10 or so toward his back? Namiri added as she looked at her back. Eri and Koda sat next to each other. So your dad is the prince dude? Eri nodded. Yeah, but he isn't my real dad. Ah, really? What happened to him? Eri looked down sad. She was always told she killed him, but she never remembered it like that. She never saw him die. He died, she said softly. Koda nodded, understanding her sadness. Mine died too. Mine was murdered, all because of stupid quirks. That Eri didn't get it. What? She asked, but Koda nodded. All because they were heroes they died. But why is that Quirk's fault? My papa is a hero and he saved me. I was taken by a very mean man that hurt me, but papa saved me. Eri said with Kota not understanding what, but she started to explain. While Pixie Bob started sending 10 dirt beasts toward Izuku. Izuku was still walking toward the back giving them all a call when a dirt monster came close, only for Mina to yell. Izuku behind you. Izuku turned rather slowly seeing 10 of the beasts showing and walking toward him. He pulled out Enma, its blade shining as he used it. His hand started flexing before he took a breath getting its haki under control to not be drained. With the first beast close, he slashed straight downward it slicing the beast right in half before going forward and slicing one beast also in half behind it. Flash slash. Izuku took a single breath before striking at fast speed, a dozen slashes in a blink of the eye, each attack flying through the beast cutting down dirt, and even the trees around them. Before letting a breath of air. We need to train him. Ragdoll asked not knowing what she would do. She didn't fight, she just told people what to best fight other people with. Oh, it will be a blast. Also Kitty, when do you want your date scheduled? Nemuri asked Pixie Bob who she had been calling Kitty during their second year with Ryukyu. What that was a joke right? Oh no, that date is happening. I need some other ladies to keep him entertained, he has some energy. Nemuri said with a laugh as Pixie Bob swallowed deeply. Before they waited for them all to show up, which they did right at 3. 2 hours later than they believed. That was a good hike haha. Watch it mister, I will mess you up. Mina pointed angrily at Izuku who raised his hand in surrender. I am sorry, but if I did anything that wouldn't have been training. Yes, but don't think you're getting off easy. The very intimidating fighter of the wild pussycat said as he stood above Izuku with his hands on his hips. Oh hey, Tiger right. Yes, your highness, I am going to be informing you that I will handle your training and I will not allow you to slack off. Izuku shook his head. I would never dream of it. Though I do wish to discuss something with you that might be slightly private. Izuku said with Tiger giving a nod before both men walked inside the building as the others rested on the floor tired of the walk. Now, what did you want to discuss? Tiger, I understand this might be a personal question, but you were born a woman, correct? Tiger stepped back a little in shock and confusion. Yes, but I do not understand why that would matter. Well, if you're okay with it, I would like to fix the problem. Tiger took this badly. There is nothing wrong with my choice. I do not care, you are royalty, that is unacceptable. I was born in the wrong body. Izuku stopped him. I know, that is what I want to fix. This got Tiger to stop yelling. What? If you want, I can make you a biological male. It would be a pleasure and honor to help you. What do you mean with that? Tiger asked, his brain confused. Izuku used the Horo no Mi, Horm fruit, and showed his needle hands. I can if you want to inject you with testosterone, and some other male hormones that would permanently make you your correct gender. Tiger looked at him a little before asking. Why? You are an inspiration to people everywhere, for your choice, but I also think you deserve children of your own, and this way that is possible. Tiger nodded as Izuku stabbed him before nothing happened. But Tiger noticed a difference, he noticed he felt right, he felt complete. Without saying a word he ran out toward the toilet to see what happened. Izuku walked back out. What just happened? Nothing happened, don't worry, just a small misunderstanding, but don't worry, we fixed it right up. But what now, more training or maybe some food? Pixie Bob spoke a little worried about her friend. Well, the plan for you is to start getting your sleeping area ready. While we prepare food for today, tomorrow you will have to cook yourself. Izuku nodded happily, the bus was already unloaded by Tiger and Aizawa, and Vlad as they had to wait. Let me guess, you didn't do anything for our bed, didn't you? Nemuri giggled. Of course not, I'm a princess, that sort of work is not suited for such a woman like myself, do keep that in mind. Of course. My apologies, princess, let me. Izuku said as he grabbed the extra items for the bus spot. Where are we sleeping? Follow me. I will show everyone where they will be sleeping. Aizawa said as Vlad had to wait for his students. You all will sleep at the west side of the Pussycat compound. Now with how it's set up it will be split boys and girls. That will mean that those dating will not be sleeping together, will sleep apart. Is that a problem? Suyu and Tokoemi shook their head, as well as Izuku and his girlfriends. Nemuri preferred sleeping with Izuku as she just loved her head on his strong chest, she couldn't think of anything better. But Izuku first moved toward the girl's side to help Nemuri set up her sleeping area. He had gotten her a nice thick air mattress, one he instantly filled up using the Gasa no Mi, Gas fruit. Oh, what will you sleep up? Nemuri asked, worried as they only had brought one bed, with Izuku just smiling. Don't worry, I could sleep on spikes. But I'm prepared. He walked out, going toward his sleeping area shared with the guys who had all taken their spot and left one open for Izuku. Forgot my futon, damn. Ida stood up. I shall ask the teacher if they have one. Izuku stopped him. No need, Ida, sometimes you just gotta improvise. Izuku used before using Udo no Mi, wood fruit, fan-made, and created a simple bed frame large enough for himself before Wara no Mi, straw fruit, to create a lot of straw as a bed to sleep on. See, perfect, have slept on far worse. Izuku said as he went to lay using his bag as a pillow. Perfect. You slept on worse? Sato asked, with Izuku still with his eyes closed. Yeah, when I was 7 my teacher dropped me into the forest from a helicopter trip. Or that time I was thrown into the mountains to train. What? Yeah, they had strange ways of training me, but it got me stronger, I want to believe. While Izuku said that everyone just thought it could be seen as child abuse. But Izuku stood up, added an extra layer of straw before putting his bags under the bed to keep it nice and neat. Nemuri walked in to tell them to get ready for a full explanation of what they would be doing. But she saw the bed. Really, you have a bed and have me sleeping on the floor? Nemuri didn't say more except laughter. I assume we should follow you? Ida asked, with Nemuri nodding as her laughter died down. Yes, 1B has also arrived and rested slightly, so they want to go over the activities. Everyone nodded and agreed with Nemuri. Everyone walked ahead as Izuku held Nemuri back. Did you talk with Fuyumi before we went? I forgot. Nemuri nodded, which got her a kiss from Izuku. Thanks for that. They quickly added on to the class as the wild pussycats began explaining the whole idea of camp. Hello students, I am Mandalay. I am one of the 4 members of the pussycats. We 4 will be in charge of your training this week. Tiger shall be training those with strength quirks. He will train those in hand to hand. She said, pointing at Tiger, who stood looking scary at the students. Pixie Bob will create a perfect training ground for everyone so that everyone can get their perfect training area, as well as creating multiple targets for those that use range abilities and will need targets. Pixie Bob gave everyone a wink and a smile as Mandalay went on. The last 2 will be Ragdoll and me. She said as Ragdoll gave a peace sign with her tongue sticking out the side and Mandalay gave a kind smile. Ragdoll will use her quirk to get information on everyone where, which will help you all grow. Don't mind her sweet looks, she will cause most of your pain here this week. Ragdoll smiled kindly with an evil giggle which made Izuku laugh as he thought back to his own teachers. And I shall give everyone tips using my quirk. She said the final part with her quirk, showing how she was planning on helping. It's our goal to make you all leave here stronger than you entered, but we understand that you will also need to relax to get real growth, so for that, we also have some fun moments planned, such as hot springs you can use each night to relax your sore muscles. These are divided by gender. Please accept that and follow the rules. We will also have some fun things to do, such as scavenger hunt and a scary forest. Mandalay said. Pixie Bob then went on. Today we will cook for you all, but tomorrow you will be expected to make it yourself, understood? Everyone nodded strongly as they clapped. Then you can spend the next hour doing what you want, get to know the area a little, as we get to cooking. Mandalay said, with everyone going their own space. Izuku, however, went to the pussycats. Excuse me, but do you need help with cooking? He asked Mandalay, that looked scared for a second before shaking her head. No, my lord, there really is no need for you to burden yourself with such a task. We shall handle it. Shino, there is no need to be formal. Nemuri said, knowing Mandalay would act like that even back when they were in UA. The girl couldn't relax. Sweetie, you entertain Eri while the adults talk. Izuku groaned as he started walking away to Eri, who was playing with Kota. Hey there, Eri. Who is your new friend? Izuku said as he crouched down. Oh, Papa, this is Kota. He is my new bestest friend. Izuku smiled at Kota, looked down embarrassed. Kota, this is Papa. He can do a lot. Eri said. Mister, you were really cool with the sword. Well, thanks. I'm still learning how to use it though. Papa won a sword fight. Eri yelled, seeing 3 sticks that were long. Sure. Eri first allowed Kota to pick a stick, who picked a random one, with Eri then giving one to Izuku. Arden. Eri yelled, making everyone that understood what she meant nearly die of cuteness. She then went for a strike which Izuku blocked. Bring it. Eri kept swinging with Izuku blocking the attacks. Kota helped Papa is unfair. Kota nodded and ran up and began hitting Izuku, who was still blocking all the attacks without problems. Oh, very good swordsman skill, Kota, really impressive. Izuku said as he played with the 2 of them. Shino, there is no need to be so formal with him. He is a nice man that doesn't enjoy the title. And you're the boss here. You can do what you want. You can order him around. It's fun to do. I don't know, Nem. It just seems so weird to me. He is the ruler of the world. What he wants goes. She does make a point, Namiri. It doesn't really seem right. Pixie Bob said. There really is no need for it. I mean, you're going on a date with him. You can at least speak to him using his first name. Pixie Bob blushed before shaking her head. Please tell me that was a joke. I don't think I can handle that. Oh, the mighty teaser Pixie Bob can't take a silly prince. Oh, don't worry, we have yet to tire him out, Namiri said with a smirk as the three women blushed before they started cooking. Izuku, instead of helping, just kept playing with Koda and Eri, with others joining soon enough. Kirishima, of course, loved playing around with Eri, and Tetsu was more than happy to join in, with more and more joining in. As the hour went past, food was ready, with everyone sitting down on tables outside eating their plate of curry. It wasn't fully delicious but tasteful enough. But everyone was eating away, with Izuku holding back. But Namiri noticed it. Izuku, here, eat dinner for Real. Namiri put down a large pot of rice and curry. Why does he get that much food? Shishida asked, not really angry about it but just wondering about it. Midoriya burns a lot more calories than normal people. He needs more food than normal people, Aizawa told as he ate his own plate. Izuku gave a soft smile as Namiri looked at him, and he began to eat. Everyone looked at Izuku as they saw him absolutely destroy a pot of food. Izuku cleaned the pot completely. Oh wow, that was absolutely tasty. It was Mandalay's cooking, so thank her. Izuku gave a bow to Mandalay to thank her for the cooking, with Mandalay crashing. She just ate loudly before falling back fainting. My bad, Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head. You really just knocked out the leader of the wild pussycats without trying. What skill? Shinso joked with Namiri working on waking her friend, with Izuku just shaking his head, not really wanting that, keep making his teacher faint by just thanking her. That won't happen a lot, right? Ragdoll spoke up with a smile. I don't think you should stay too close to her for a little bit, sir. It should be fine soon. Why don't you all to the hot springs to relax? For now, tomorrow will be a hard day. Oh yeah, let's go, Izuku, let's steam. Mina grabbed Izuku's arm and began to pull him, only to be stopped by Namiri. No, dearie, men and women are separated, remember? Mina dropped slightly before the sighting. I guess. For now then. They moved all toward the area. As they reached the hot springs area, they all got nude and moved toward the water. Oh man, this water feels so warm, Kirishima said happily as the water felt amazing, with everyone quickly joining him, except Izuku that stood in the water. Please make sure I don't drown, Izuku said as he stepped into the water. He instantly dropped slack when it went past his waist. Water takes you out, weakling, Bakugo said as he grabbed Izuku by the neck and lifted him up. He did put him next to the edge to keep him from drowning. Thanks, didn't want to die, Izuku said as he melted into the edge. Why are you in here if you die in water? I feel so weak, my senses all dull and weaken, my entire body goes slack, it's great, Izuku said as he melted more. With the girls it was different, they were all enjoying themselves. It's so nice swimming nicely, it feels so nice on my skin. Mina swam before stepping up and showing her breast in the open. Please lady, cover yourself, we are so close to the man's side, Ibara said with Namiri laughing. Oh, they wouldn't dare to peek, Izuku would kill them. She laughed. But we could peek, Setsuna said as the top of her head floated upward. Tokage, stop, you don't want to be in trouble for it, don't you? Oh, the prince can totally keep me in his dungeon, him spanking me until I'm a good girl. Setsuna laughed as Ibara blushed to keep her hair around her body as her body sank into the water. All while Mina and Namiri were laughing hard. After having a nice shower, everyone went right to bed to wake up bright and early tomorrow so they could start the day. This, of course, was only the case for a few, as many spent it playing games. The groups were small and they kept it quiet and to themselves, as the others sleep, but it was played all in good fun, truth or dare mostly, Zero asking a ways to shock himself on Kaminari, Sabura asking Kirishima who his gay crush would be, much like that on the boys' side was also done on the girls' side, Setsuna daring Mina to reveal her biggest fear, or asking Pony who her lesbian crush was. Both groups did go to sleep. They just wished it was sooner, cause at 6:30 the heroes and Eri came by with pot and spoon and started banging loudly outside the door. This was slightly early for Eri, but she had woken up this time before to spend it training with Izuku, while Izuku was already awake. What is all that noise? Izuku asked from behind Pixie Bob, who screamed and tried punching Izuku out of pure reaction, Izuku, however, just leaned his head sideways to dodge it. Good morning to you as well, Pixie Bob. Pixie Bob's heart dropped as she saw she just tried to take a swing as the prince. Midoriya, what are you doing awake and out? Oh, I woke up 30 minutes ago and decided to start the day with a brisk walk through the forest. Hope that is alright, didn't notice any real dangerous wildlife. Izuku told Aizawa, who nodded as Namuri stopped the rapidly bowing and apologizing Pixie Bob. Slowly the rest of the students started to crawl out, each one tired and irritated. Listen up, maggots, today is the first day of pure hell. You will hate us, you will despise us, but we will get you in better shape than you weaklings are now. Tiger spoke like a drill sergeant as the students stood in a group. You all will start with 5 runs around the entire compound. Any complaints and that will turn to 10, now move your ass and run. Izuku, who was already fully awake, started jogging with others slowly following him. Come on guys, we have got this, just wake up. Izuku called back at the slow group of late-night enjoyers. Those that played late-night truth or dare, they were behind the others and still shuffling. Bro, I am so tired. Kirishima said, his eyes still wanting to close. Izuku just slowed down slightly before getting behind them at a near-walking pace. Before using the high no mi, ice fruit, and hitting their necks with ice, waking them up and making them speed up. And he was doing that the entire run. After being done with the 5 runs, the tired group dropped to the floor wanting to sleep, but Tiger didn't let up. Good job, weaklings, you made it through the warm-up. So now we will start with some light work before eating breakfast. I want to see 20 push-ups, 50 sit-ups, and 25 burpees, now get to it. Tiger yelled as people started moving. It was simple workout, but sadly many were still tired. But with the help of the awake students, everyone was able to get through it. Breakfast was simple, it just being some rice and fish. Each one loved it as they were tired and it gave them some energy back. Has everyone eaten their fill? All your bellies must be full. Mandalay said with a kind smile as everyone nodded. She looked at Izuku, who also nodded. Namuri made sure he ate enough even if he wouldn't say so. Now we are going to make everyone split up into even groups. Making everyone work out in groups for their perfect group. Now everyone that uses a strength quirk, please go toward Tiger. He will train you, the rest stay here and we will work out who trains with who. Mandalay said with everyone nodding. Izuku was pulled away by Namuri, who was there to train him. Eri, you got your training stick? Yes, Mommy, me, and Koda are ready. It showed the 2 students with large kendo sticks. Now Izuku, anytime you fail my 2 little helpers will beat you blue, understand? Izuku looked at Eri and Koda. You won't hit your papa, right? Eri shook her head. I have to, papa. Mama said she would give me candy apples. Izuku knew he was now going to be smacked. Fine, so what? Well, your quirk revolves around stamina. Your skill is well above the normal limit, so we are going to give you more energy. Izuku nodded, assuming it wouldn't be that bad. The first hour Izuku was forced to run in a place non-stop. Knees above the hips. And for each time he didn't reach his hip, Eri or Koda took a swing for his butt. After the first hour, Izuku was forced to do burpees for a new hour, before doing jumping jacks again for an hour. And repeating the same thing over and over again till 2 when lunch happened. Izuku dropped on the floor. WY. I am so tired. Izuku said with Nami stepping over him. Don't cry about it. Izuku just groaned before getting up. Sit down, Izuku, you need to rest. I can't. Izuku said while rubbing his behind from all the kendo strikes. A weakling, I am all for spankings. Setsuna joked with Namuri shaking her head. Oh no, you're not, those 2 are evil little beings. Namuri showed the 2 sweet angels that were now snacking on some apples. But not even half an hour ago they were smacking Izuku into putty. Be happy, Tiger is a man. He spent 5 minutes just throwing me around like a toy. Sato said, rubbing his arms. You're lucky, Pixie Bob is a sadist. She just chased me for 15 minutes in the woods with massive dirt monsters. Toru said with dirt on her face. Well, Izuku, you're going to work with Tiger for the second part. Gotta work on your fighting skill. It's good, but you rely on your powers. Izuku nodded as he started stuffing his mouth with food, nearly choking as he tried getting some stamina back, as he would need that against Tiger. Now then, Bakugo, you're going to train with us next. Oh, we get to play with Uncle Cat-chan. Who? Cat-chan. That isn't my name, kid. No, but I heard that you give people nicknames if you like them. That was said on TV. Eri said while smiling. Fine, but only you get to call me that. Bakugo said before walking off as Kaminari and Kirishima were already calling him Cat-chan. Midnight, why am I training with you? Doesn't make any flipping sense. It's understandable, Bakugo. But you see, much like Izuku, you have enough strength to fight multiple villains. and enough that we can slow down on strength training to help focus on the other problems, such as your anger and behavior. Now I don't mind you cuss like a sailor, or that you scream murder or die every 20 seconds, but you need to tone that down, make it your thing. So as training, it will be to help people. Bakugo looked at her confused. What? You're going to walk about and help everyone, without cussing or getting mad, and to make sure you do that, my 2 little helpers are going to follow you and smack you as soon as you are bad. Bakugo took a deep breath before nodding. Fine. Nemuri smiled and wished him luck as she walked off to sit on a chair nearby Mandalay, where she picked up her book and began reading it as she and her old-time red-haired cat friend looked over all the students. Bakugo began walking around, helping students. First one he helped was Shinso, who was in the area with Tiger. Your feet off, idiot. This resulted in a smack from Kota. Goddamn. Only to then get smacked by Eri. He bit his lips to keep it in. Why is my foot wrong? It's too far back, your center of mass is too far forward, leaving your punch weak and slow. Bakugo said, with Tiger adding on. He is correct, Shinso, work on that. Tiger spoke before dodging the sloppy punch of Shinso and just punching him in a 3. Failed 20 jumping jacks. Tiger screamed at Shinso as Bakugo smirked. Walking to the next area. Bakugo walked around some more, walking to Kyoka, who was stabbing her jacks into a mountainside inside a drawing of a man. Focus on the weak points, jacks. Go for the eyes, throat, joints, and groin. Not even Princess can handle that if you kick him in the nuts. Bakugo said, with Jiro looking at him before stabbing it in those locations. Dunceface, you idiot, keep that lightning under control, you nearly hit the kids. Bakugo screamed as he jumped in front of a lightning attack that got rather close to Eri and Kota. Oh shit, sorry. Kaminari ran away from everyone to be able to try out more without hurting others. You two okay? Bakugo asked with both noddings. Eri dropped the stick and hugged Bakugo's leg. Thanks, Uncle Cat-chan. It's no deal, kid, but I cuss so smack me. Bakugo was honest and honorable. So he stood up and let Kota give him a smack, this one softer. Izuku was fighting with Tiger, and without using haki or a quirk it was nearly impossible to hit the powerful male pussycat member. Being able to fold himself or wrap around anything, the only time Izuku hit him was when Tiger let him uppercut him and slam him to the ground. Your intuition is top tier, Tiger. How did it get that far? Ha, I have fought for years and years. You are going against experience, Prince. Try and predict where I will move and how I will move, then strike. Tiger double palm strike Izuku in the chest, making him fly back into Shinso and Sato. Fail, Prince, 40 burpees. Yes, sir. Izuku got back up, helping the others up as well before going to start the burpees. It seems Tiger is as aggressive as always. How fun it is for us to watch. Nemuri laughed as Tiger started beating Kirishima up with Tetsu while yelling at the two of them while laughing. Yes, it seems he is not holding back against the prince. I do hope he will forgive us. Oh, Shino stops that. He would rather date you than hate you. Nemuri said, with Shinso giving an eep and sending that to everyone in the area, making everyone laugh. But none more than Ragdoll and Nemuri. Don't joke about that. Oh, it wasn't a joke, Shino. Izuku has a big crush on heroes. Oh, I can already see the fun. Izuku walking and seeing you, Tomo, and Ryu, in your hero outfits, he would faint. Nemuri shook at the fun they could have with that. What nobody noticed was a small raven sitting on top of the mountain looking toward the area. This raven, however, had one singular camera instead of 2 eyes. Its eye read the entire area, but the main thing it was doing was sending the information it got to someplace else. It, however, wasn't alone. A small rat with its nose as a mic, or a squirrel with a camera in its chest. Each being used to send and gain information on all heroes and hero students. It seems we could move soon. Our plan will soon be enacted for the New World Order. Good day of training, students. But you're not done yet, you still have to get some cooking to do. Now we have all the items you need. But you will need to make it all yourself, because a hero, while taking care of others, needs to be able to take care of themselves. So push on, as after dinner we will have some games for you to do. Mandalay said happily, with a smile on her face as she looked over all the students. Everyone nodded as they moved, each one tired, looking forward toward the food and hot springs. Okay everyone, we should make teams share the load. Who can do what? Momo spoke up, it showing that many didn't really know how to cool. Most gave the answer that their mom usually did it. Izuku of course knew how, so did Achiko, Bakugo knew it. And slowly but surely everyone had their groups. Shoto was working together with Momo and some of the others to light the fire. First, they went to walk in the side to grab some lost sticks for pots to heat up, before Shoto just engulfed them in flames, while Momo crafted a simple lighter. While they were doing that, Bakugo was chopping vegetables with incredible speed, something that amazed Achiko, as she didn't expect Bakugo to be able to really cook. Izuku was giving a quick lesson to most on how to peel potatoes. Midoriya, not to offend you, but how do you know how to peel potatoes? Setsuna asked with Izuku giving a chuckle. Well, my mother always believed a real gentleman should be able to cook, and he believed to cook the hardest dish, you need to master the basics. Which meant, I had to clean and cut vegetables for a couple of days. Oh, that isn't that bad, just some vegetables for dinner or something. No, for an entire day in a restaurant. This sort of shook the group. What, that is insane. Yeah, maybe, but at least it helps us now, right? Yeah, that is the spirit, now let's cut some potatoes. Ida said as he held the peeler upside down. But that was quickly fixed by Izuku. The last group was the one dealing with rice, which was led by Robin, but seeing it was washing rice, it was not even a slight problem. Who is doing the meat? They had forgotten about the meat completely. I can just barbecue them, right, be done with it. Izuku said to Mandalay, who shook. We don't have one. Oh, I can just make one. Izuku said as he used the Doru Doru no Mi, wax fruit, to create a wax barbecue larger than most. What is that? Oh, it's wax, but like stronger than wax, like steel type strength. Izuku said as he grabbed some wood and brought it to the barbecue, where he placed it and used the Mera no Mi, flame fruit, to light it up, before cooking the meat while looking over to the others. But then food was cooked and plated. Oh man, this is horrible, but I just don't care cause I am hungry. Kirishima spoke with his mouth full as he was just shoveling food down his throat. He wasn't alone, many others were doing the same, Izuku as well. He instead was shoveling pans down instead of just plates. Nemuri had counted for that. So Izuku could eat without feeling bad about the others going hungry. But after eating they all sat around, their belly filled. Who is going to do the cleaning? I will. Izuku said with Mina and Yui jumping in to help him. It of course was simply washing dishes, but Yui and Mina had a plan. Izuku wanted to wash everything, but Yui and Mina told him to go and dry them. Then at the fourth pan, Yui and Mina had a small accident. Some water shot out and hit them on the shirt, allowing Izuku a really nice view of Yui's and Mina's bra. Oops, Izuku, it seems that we have gotten a tad bit wet. Yes, that does seem to be the case. Why don't you dry us off with that towel you have? Mina said with the biggest grin on her face as she stuck her breast out and began to shake a little. Excuse me, I don't want to interrupt you all, but Aizawa has some stuff to talk about. Mandalay said with the biggest blushes on her face before Izuku gave a nod which let Mandalay sprint out of the area. Izuku followed behind shortly after Mandalay after fixing the shirt for Mina and Yui. Arriving at the open area, Aizawa waited on them, before wrapping his scarf around everyone that had failed the exams. You all will spend the next couple of hours with me, studying. You all didn't think you could fail without any consequences. That isn't the case. Everyone will study when the rest are going to have fun. People tried struggling against the scarf, but Aizawa was too much of a pro with that to happen, stuck in place. Only to be pulled away. But Midoriya failed as well. Nami screamed as she was dragged away. He kicked everyone's ass except 13, that is a pass in my book. Aizawa said, pulling them away. You can spend the rest of the night, doing what you like, either spend it in the hot spring or out here doing whatever. You can also always go to bed early and wake up fresh tomorrow. Well, I am gonna chill in the spring, I could use a good numb feeling again. Izuku said, locking his fingers behind his head as he walked toward the hot springs. I really don't get that. Why does he want to be numb? Robin asked with Nemuri speaking up. Izuku has constant power running, trained of years and years to be running constantly in his mind, scanning the area, going in the water. It gives him a block, only extreme reactions being read. It's like having a break from your mind running 24/7. This does not seem like useful information for most, but it's a goldmine for the small dragonfly with a mic on its tail. It recorded everything and sent it out toward a recording site, which was read by a man in a room who was smiling darkly. Yes, sir, that will be quite effective. We should attack during bath time. No need to stress or try. We can take care of the hostages right away and kill the prince in his weakened form, the man said. His skin was filled with diamond patterns. His eyes are dark as the night. He talked to a computer screen that looked off, but there was a voice on the other side. That is good. Perhaps we can test out our new squad. They are a promising group. Yes, sir, they are all looking promising. The last of their gear should be in now as well. They would be ready to kill tomorrow. The man gave a sick laugh. He opened something showing detailed notes of Izuku and his family. With that, sir, we should have enough to take down the royal families for good. You can finally take your place not only as the leader of the criminal underworld but also as leader of the entire world. Again the same 6 laughs were heard from the man. Yes, after plotting for years, I will finally get where I want to be. It now showed the man. Wearing a dark suit, his face fully mangled up, hooked up to multiple machines. He sat in a room completely without light. What a world it would be under my rule, just the better that I can use that idiot African king's army. Revenge is such a useful motivator. He laughed deeply. His plan started years before it, but it started rolling only a few weeks ago. When Izuku entered UA, it was the perfect chance to kill him. He did the most dangerous job, so one way, he would just die. But that damn prince was strong, stronger than foolish thugs, so he had to rethink it. Which during the fight against the royals of Africa showed up, he first wanted to attack the entire area. But after seeing the number of big names showing up, that would just be more trouble than it would be worth. But when the Izuku killed the other prince, doors opened for the evil man. He was able to contact the fanatics to join his cause. He would kill them before the end, of course. But in a fight, pawns were always nice to have. It will be all for me. All the world for me, one god. All for one madly started laughing. While his boss was laughing, the diamond pattern man looked over a different file. It was the file of all the soldiers that would be sent in to kill the prince at the moment. First up was the strongest person in the group. In size, this man was similar to All Might, with a quirk that allowed him to increase his own strength by growing more muscle fibers. The name on the top read Muscular. All for One was able to recruit him with the promise of fighting and doing whatever he wanted. The second was a kid, or well, he looked like one, fully decked out in a school uniform, with 2 tanks on his back and a gas mask, recruited by one of their recruiters out and about. That was Mustard, like the gas, a quirk allowing him to emit gas from his body that if inhaled not only puts people to sleep but is also slightly toxic. Third, the leader of the group, a man fully covered in burns, was smoking a big cigar. His build was average, known only for his nickname, Pyro, not very unique for a flame user, but his quirk sure was. Whenever he caught fire, his strength would increase to 4 times his normal strength, along with fire control, making him a real threat. Next was the only woman in the group, named Himiko Toga. While she had no confirmed kills on her name, the police did suspect her in at least 24 murder cases, a quirk allowing transformation when the other's blood was consumed. Her skill, however, was based on infiltration and assassination. All for One planned on using her to eliminate the current king and queens when they have the princes in his blood. There were more, a man in a mask named Compress, with a quirk that allowed the user to store anything he touches in balls, even allowing him to remove heads or limbs without much trouble. Most crimes he did were robberies, but he did have a couple of murders under his belt as well. Then there was Twice, a man with a very dangerous quirk. All for One almost took it for himself, but opted against it, allowing the user to create a perfect close of the user if measurements were known, again allowing perfect infiltration. But not only that, Twice used it to copy himself, and that copy to again copy himself, allowing for an endless supply of himself. Then a duo, Magna and Spinner, both best friends, both judged simply on how they looked. Magna, a woman trapped in the body of a man, and Spinner, looking like a lizard, both judged for it, both wanting to live without problems. Mange's quirk allowed her to magnetize people and objects, while Spinner was a lizard, allowing him to climb up walls. Looking over all of them, it would work out fully. They would infiltrate the camp when he was in bath, take control of everyone, then kill him and allow their master to take his place on top of the world. Nobody could stand in his way, not All Might, and not the prince. The world would bow to him as it should, and it will tomorrow, as the diamond pattern man looked back at the insect surveillance crew that looked over the camp. Tomorrow it will start. It was the next day and training was coming to a close. Everyone had spent hours working on themselves and even them together, as was happening right now. Working together on how to perfect their teamwork. Friends working together, of course, already knowing each other moves and perfecting their timing. But some still worked together even if they didn't know their timing. Izuku tried teaming up with most and working as a support player most of the time, allowing the other to be the main force as Izuku either helped them or protected them. For some, Izuku knew how well they would work together with Kirishima or Ida. Some like Kamakiri and Kendo were expected to be good in working together. But then what surprises Izuku a lot was his skill in working together with Bakugo. Both had incredible battle instincts, but Bakugo now not just focused on fighting but also on working together now. It was a real challenge against Tiger. Sure, they still got their beat in hand to hand, but they hit Tiger a couple of times, which was seen as a great win in everyone's book, which got them a half an hour break. that both didn't use as they wanted to get stronger, not rest, which made Tiger smile only to fight harder against the two of them. But with Izuku and Bakugo fighting Tiger, both started to learn how Tiger moved, which made it easier for both. Now instead of like 1 in 100 hits, it went to 1 in 50 and 1 in 25. The others were seated next to each other looking at him. The girls took this break as an opportunity to talk with Namuri, Eri being looked after by Aizawa. So what do you ladies want to talk about? In front of Namuri stood all the girls except Tsuyu, Kendo, Reiko, and Komori. Miss Kiyama, we don't want to wait for our dates, is there a way we can speed that up? Setsuna asked, wanting to be with Izuku. His sweaty shirts clinging onto his chest. His heavy breathing turned her core temperature several degrees higher. Many of the girls agreed, with each having their reasons for it. Namuri placed her finger under her chin to think. I do have something, but it might be a bit much. I am okay with it, Yui said, with Mina, Pony, and Setsuna nodding. Mina, we are already dating him. Achiko laughed as Mina pouted. But what is it? Ebara asked, with Namuri giving a smile. If you all trade in some favors with the guys, you might be able to join Izuku in the hot springs, which should more than convince him. Some started blushing strongly like Ebara and Momo, while others started licking their lips at the thought of naked Izuku. Is that really something we should allow Hin to see our form before marriage? Ebara said, with Namuri smiling. Oh, he has seen my form plenty. Ebara blushed. Is there a different way around it? Momo asked, wanting to date Izuku but rather shy about showing her form to Izuku just like that. Well, you can always wait until your time for the date, but that might take a little with all the upcoming things. I say we just do it, why wait? Nami said, shrugging. She didn't want to go naked for a guy to date him, but this felt different. But ladies, it's not that you are selling him with your body. He is too smart to fall for that. It's to show him that you like him. Can't we just say that we like him? Namuri shrugged before clapping her hands. Break is over, back to work, children. This got everyone to start moving and finish their last part of training for the day, each girl getting close to the group of guys and trying to make a deal with them, to give the bath to them for the day. It cost them a day worth of making food as well as having cleaning duty for a couple of days, but in the end, it would be worth it. Izuku was now training with Shinso, who smirked as Reiko, who he recently had started dating, told him to stay clear out of the bath for a little bit as the other ladies had something planned. With the final moments of training nearing its end, Namuri tried to convince the wild pussycat of joining them in the bath. But they didn't go for the idea. They were still far too shy about him being a prince, but then with training completed, Izuku decided to play a little with Eri and Kota before dinner. They wanted to play tag, which Izuku was more than happy to do. Just running around with the two little kids was always fun. And as he was doing that, the girls spent their time cooking, having to keep their end of the deal. But thankfully they all were able to at least halfway cook. Again, they were eating curry, with potato, rice, carrot, and much more. Instead of meat, they had tofu. Each one had their task to make sure it would work out perfectly. Robin looked after every single pan with the use of her quirk, while others cut off the food and washed it. But unbeknownst to everyone else, deep within the forest, a large number of bugs were looking for the perfect location to start their ambush, with them finding a cave within a small hillside mountain. Perfect location to start their attack. But they had to wait to teleport over, for now sitting back at their base getting their gear in order. Can we not just fucking go? I want to kill that fucking bastard. Muscular yelled out in frustration as he sat and waited, his eyes scarred and removed from his picture. Just wait for it, Big Oaf. Pyro barked out as he stood smoking in the middle looking over a file of the wild pussycats. Spinner, Magna, you two kill the blondie and redhead, they are weak shits. Then Compress, you get green hair for the boss, I will kill Tiger. Mustard, you are on the kids and that slut Midnight, rest just kill everyone else. And leave that weakling of a prince to me, ha 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 ha. Muscular laughed, his face turning going from normal to shown on a camera as the two others looked at them, the man with the diamond pattern on his skin as well as All for One. Let's hope our little group succeeds here. Yes, Master, it will work out fine. We have accounted for everything, even if All Might would show up, they could not win. All for One nodded. Kurogyri, prepare for teleportation. Two eyes lit off from the depth of a shadow. Right away, Master. Before they disappeared within darkness. Let tonight's entertainment begin. Izuku made his way back toward the hot spring, whistling a happy tune as he patted his stomach filled with tasty food. For once not being the first toward the hot springs as nearly all the ladies went before him. He shook his head, removing the thought of peeping, knowing his sensei had rubbed more than just his combat style onto him, but also his perverted behavior. Opening the door to the hot spring, he was so deeply in his mind he didn't notice the slippers already on the ground. Walking forward fully naked with a towel on his shoulder. Proud and loud as he saw all the women standing in front of him. Each one seeing him fully naked while they were on their stages of nudity. Mina, Setsuna much like him proud in the open, Robin and Namuri not hiding nor flaunting their nakedness, those like Nami and Kami that sat in the water, not hiding but not openly showing it, and those like Momo and Kyoka who were fully hiding it or at least trying, with both using their arms to cover up. Momo failing with her large breast and Kyoka as well with her firm behind. And then there was Ibara, who wore a towel and covered it with vines to cover herself. But each of them, looking right at Izuku's rapidly hardening member. Wah! He screamed before pulling out towel in front of himself to cover up. Sorry, I did not notice I walked into the female area. He said with closed eyes before turning around and trying to walk away only to be stopped by Ibara's vines closing that area off. It's not a mistake. She stuttered out, her face red as could be with Robin nodding. Indeed, we were all just rather tired of waiting and decided to would be our best course of action. 4. Izuku asked unsure as his brain wasn't getting the required amount of blood to function properly. To show that we like you. Kyoka shot out before smacking her hand on her mouth. Well, Izuku, do you accept their feelings? It's not like they would go nude for just any man. Izuku swallowed before opening his eyes, sort of expecting a scream for him to close his eyes or them still hiding, but it was the opposite. Each girl had started to relax, Momo and Kyoka not hiding anymore, Nami now her breasts slightly above the water, and most hidden, Ibara now sitting much like Namuri and Robin. Come on Izuku, give them an answer, do you like them or not? Mina said hugging Izuku making him stand up again. I do like you all, so I guess so. The girls screamed in excitement as the more energetic women jumped on him. Yui, Pony, and Toru on him right away wanting a kiss, but they were stopped by Namuri. Girls, I fully understand the want to kiss him, but it's a big thing to go through, so let's take it slow, the first kiss must be magical. Others nodded to this making the three ladies stop. Now Izuku hopes in, the water is very nice. Izuku nodded and walked toward the water with the three ladies still following him closely. Getting in the water, each of the girls joined him. Now just need to talk with Kiana, as we pass that silly number 5. Mina laughed, and nodded as Izuku all of a sudden just sank. Ah, what the hell? Pony screamed in fear as she and Ibara who used her vines grabbed Izuku and pulled him up. I am good, just slipped is all. He coughed as the girls placed his down as if he was made of glass. They all stayed in the bath and hugged closer to Izuku but Robin spoke. We should head out girls, some of you have lessons and I believe we promised to do the cleaning. The girls nodded. You stay in honey, you have earned it. Each woman got out of the water so slowly it made Izuku lick his lips. It didn't help that some of the ladies gave him a show when they were drying off. But as each left, Izuku was left alone in the water. In the water, his senses dulled more than before as he needed to relax. Only shortly using the Ishi no Mi, stone fruit dot, to higher the seeding, so he couldn't drown, but allowing him to lay back and his senses to nearly shut off, only running for the well-being of Eri. But even then only an amount of fear would alert him. A small dragonfly saw this and back at the base, Kurojiri created a portal. It's showtime. Pyro said as he looked his crew over once more and walked in the portal stepping out of a dark cave and going toward the light. Now the group stood on a hill, the camp easily visible as was the hot springs only slightly away from the camp. Let's hold up here for a minute, let the water really tire him out, and then rush in. Everyone nodded as Pyro smirked, his finger igniting. Their flesh shall burn brightly tonight, hopefully. They burn brighter than most heroes. Let's kill them now. I am getting tired of waiting. Yes, but let's be smart, they are still heroes. You go in the road toward him, attack him on our cue, understood fucker? Pyro ordered toward Muscular who just scuffed. I don't give a fuck, I just want to kill him. Then Toga, you go and get Eraserhead, don't try and kill him yet. Toga pouted but nodded as she pulled out a sharp knife. Mustard, you're on the rest of the kids, kill them or not, they don't matter, the rest with me. The group nodded as they went out, none of the heroes knowing what was going to happen. Muscular moved the fastest, too eager to fight Izuku, but just before he was able to reach the road, All for One shot him a warning. Don't just yet, Muscular, won't the pain and fear be far more enjoyable when you kill his loved ones in front of him? This made the muscular man smile darkly before stopping and waiting. Why master, he should be strong enough, right? All for One didn't respond back, and just waited for the show to begin, which started quickly. It seems that the princess and that slut Midnight aren't with the others. Spinner said with the others nodding. Pyro spoke into his earpiece. Toga, after getting Eraser, go get the princess and Midnight as well. Toga didn't respond as she stalked through the woods and saw Aizawa walking with a stack of papers under his arm. She lifted her own knife and shot out the trees right for Aizawa. Now let's get this done, Pyro said as his arms turned aflame, jumping out with a lot of speed. First attack was on Tiger, the flaming fist hitting the hero in the neck, giving him a burn and slamming him into the ground as the other villains appeared out of the woods as well. They attacked the strong ones first. Twice had used his quirk to create a second Pyro that rushed for Vlad King, a flaming punch aimed right at Vlad's throat, who was just able to put his forearm in front of the punch. It still hurt like hell. Twice himself jumped for a group of the students, his weapon being a measuring tape made from blades. Whipping it right for them, Kirishima blocking the attack with his forearm. It just scratches his hard skin. What the hell are villains doing here? Sato screamed out as everyone began to move to fight. Now! Pyro screamed with that instant, a thick pink mist taking over the area. Everyone assumed it was Midnight coming to the rescue, but instead, they started feeling sick and faint, not sleepy. What is going on? Momo said as she made a gas mask, but was quickly kicked to the ground because Compress slammed a cane in her back. Refrain from quirky's young lady, he said as he struck down again on Momo's back, making her scream in pain, which caused more gas to enter her mouth and caused her to feel the effects of Mustard's gas even more. Yamamo! Sato screamed, seeing one of his classmates beaten down, but as he ran forward, he nearly fell again due to the effect of Mustard's quirk, which gave Pyro the opening to kick him in the head, dropping him to the floor and going for the next one. The villains, due to surprise and speed, were taking the upper hand within the fight. The main force was fighting against a small group of heroes and students. And they were winning. But they knew that they couldn't keep this up with everyone, so they had to move quickly. They had to win this fight before others could join in. The students there were having so many problems now. Only a few were real fighters, but even then, the gas was a real problem. Kirishima, Kamakiri, and Ojiro tried moving toward Mustard to knock him out and help everyone else, but each time they tried, they were stopped. Magna hits them with a large magnet, or Spinner, who attacks with multiple blades put together. It was incredible teamwork for the villains. But right as Kamakiri grew two large blades to block an attack from Spinner, Bakugo flew in and hit an explosion right across his face, making Spinner drop his weapon and Manga scream out for him. Right then, like a rocket, Tetsu flew out and slammed his fist into Magna's face, making her drop the large magnet weapon and fly backward. What is going on? Mustard screamed. His body slowly became covered in ice from Todoroki. We heard Sato scream and noticed the smoke. He said as Kendo stood next to him. Only for out of the darkness, Dark Shadow shooting forward and slamming into the frozen Mustard. Dark Shadow, however, quickly grew smaller again as both Pyros started to burn their chest as well, bringing more light forth, which weakened Dark Shadow. The real Pyro jumped forward and punched Dark Shadow, or well, that was the plan at least, but Todoroki had created an ice barrier to block the attack, and now Pyro was not enjoying this fight. While most the students were already out due to the gas, it was now starting to dissipate. Start Plan B, Plan B. He yelled out, which set a couple of things in motion. It went from a stealth mission to a full-on assault. Kurogyri, send it reinforcements, let's do the Dead Prince's group. Kurogyri nodded as he teleported a group of 20 extra men, each one in a suit and tie with the mark of the African royal family. As each landed, they screamed, "For Prince Shiki!" as they began to attack every hero students. The new force was more than enough to take over the fight and power through the remaining students. It was a brutal sight. But right as they were now fighting, two other things were happening. Toga just walked away from Eraserhead, her knife dripping blood. Now this way for the princess and Midnight, and Muscular was now, thanks to Plan B, able to attack Izuku. So he jumped high, easily clearing the wall and landing feet first right onto the weakened Izuku's face, slamming his head in the water and breaking the stone below him. Weakling, struggle for air like the pathetic worm you are. Muscular laughed as he stood on the nearly unconscious Izuku. You can't die yet, weak fuck. First we have a show to attend. But before that, let's have some fun. He removed his foot, which lifted Izuku up slightly, allowing him to breathe once, only for Muscular to start raining down punches onto Izuku. The punches were hard enough to cause tremors as they landed on Izuku, and Izuku was completely worn out due to the water, unable to protect himself. It didn't take long for Izuku to black out. Multiple bones broke, dozens of bruises all over his face and body. It was then that Muscular grabbed Izuku by the head and threw him in the air. Muscular jumped after him, reaching the still knocked out Izuku, grabbing his leg and throwing him down toward the earth, Izuku landing toward the side of the area, creating a crater in the floor, it deepening as Muscular landed right on him. Ha ha ha, it seems you weaklings need help. Muscular laughed as they still weren't done with the fight. Izuku. Nami screamed, just barely seeing it was Izuku. This caused shock and fear to crawl over every one of the students and heroes. They all kinda saw Izuku as an invincible force, one that could fight even gods and win, yet here they saw him, broken and bloodied on the floor, seemingly near or even dead. Now just get those two filthy scum and our revenge for Prince Shiki is complete. Right then Toga came, holding Namuri by the neck and Eri in Namuri's arms. I got them. She walked closer to Izuku. Let's show them how pathetic he is. Toga spoke with a sick laugh. I like that idea, Toga. Toga walked a little closer before she stood above Izuku. Bleed him dry while he is still alive. Pyro ordered as he pressed his foot down on Shishida's elbow. Toga drops Namuri to the floor by pushing her. She was too shocked to even more anyways. Toga grabbed a strange item from her hip, a large needle on top of a black can. She stabbed it right into his chest. The others that were still awake screamed in fear, begging her to stop as he was already down. Some tried getting up again, not wanting to let a friend die. Each tried, but each was pushed back down. They were forced to sit down and watch as their friend was being bled out. But right then Toga jumped out the hole. Now! She yelled, with two knives flying out the woods, hitting the fake Pyro in the neck and Compress in the side. Out jumped Aizawa, moving his scarf around to free as many as he could. Eri also moved as she ripped her necklace off and threw it away as far as she could with tears in her eyes as she saw her papa on the floor. But he jumped up, still injured but awake and up. The next moments happened fast. Eri screamed for her papa, each one in awe of what was happening. Then a flash of yellow light appeared and on top of Eri's necklace now stood the entire red-haired platoon. It took a millisecond to see what was going on, and only an extra millisecond for their rage to boil over. What the hell is going on here? Shanks angrily asked with nobody answering right away, but then, Toga spoke. This is an originated attack from a villain known as All for One, focused on killing the prince. I have been undercover trying to join said group for over a year now for this moment, sir. Shanks didn't say anything more. Kill all that, fight back. Stop. Izuku screamed, extremely pissed. Save my friends, but don't kill any of them. Izuku wiped away some blood from his nose. I will do that. He brought his hand to his stomach, drawing the kanji for 10 on his belly, the villains only having seen something similar once, while this was the second time for everyone else except for Shanks, who had seen this once before. And he knew what was happening. A black sustain started to seep out his stomach and cover his body. Men, free them now. Shanks said as the red hair platoon and Toga started using Saru, Shave to zoom past everyone and grab them to bring them to safety. Ha, if you think I will stand here and let you go, you're dumber than I thought. Muscular jumped, fist pulled back and going right for Eri and Namuri. Before Muscular was able to reach half, he was stopped. It felt as if he was pushing against a wall made from the entire earth. But it was Izuku, his face blank and skin white with some black markings. What the fuck is that? Spinner said, dropping his sword in fear. How, that was Ju, Ayaha. Before Muscular was able to say more, Izuku smacked his arm away with so much force, it ripped it clean off. Muscular dropped to his knees as his anger and pain grew. I will kill those by. Izuku punched Muscular's head clean off. It turned into a red mist, making those who saw it scream. Don't you dare speak about my family. Beg for mercy and you might be spared. Izuku didn't sound like Izuku. His voice was deep and dark as if a monster from hell crawled up and took control. Spinner and Magna dropped right away, not wanting to die. Compress stood completely frozen in fear. Let's run. Let's kill them. Twice said with his body turning to run. Fleeing wasn't an option I gave. A black ball materialized out of thin air only for the ball to turn into a black rod and it flew right through Twice's legs. Beg or die. We need everyone out of here now. Shanks told his group, who nodded and began to escort all the students and heroes out of the way as Izuku stood between them and the villains. And Shanks was worried how it would end. Shanks knew Izuku would win. There was very little that could even scratch him now, but where the real pain from using this form came from was that his stamina would drain the second he would let the form go, and all injuries weren't healed. The move was a last resort, to be used in dire situations. What Izuku was now doing was his super move, using all the beast powers and merging them into one singular monster, the 10 Tails, its force, its special ability, those black balls, Named Truth Seeker Orbs, a ball filled with hockey and the elements the 9 beasts used. In Shanks' knowledge, unbreakable. We have to go back and help, Aizawa said with Shanks shaking his head. If we go back now we would be a hindrance for him. We will get you all toward a safer location, and then Beckman and I will head toward the prince. We just have to get you all towards safety first. Beckman nodded as they against their will moved away from the fight. Most wanted to head back and help, but Shanks knew that in that form, he might do more than attack the enemy. Will he get in trouble for killing that villain? Nami asked worriedly for Izuku's safety. Shanks shook his head as Lucky Roo spoke. These villains all attacked royalty, which means the lethal force is allowed and they have done multiple counts of that, putting at least 5 royals in danger. Yeah, okay, but who is she? She was with them but is helping us, Tokoyami said with Shanks nodding. She was sent undercover into an underground villain organization that was suspected to be behind the Ust incident. Back with Izuku. Beg or die, Izuku said as he pierced twice in the legs with the Truth Seeker Orbs. The group that was with the League of Villains was confused. One of their members was just killed, his headless body still on the floor, as 2 others already gave in, and one couldn't run with one final being gone with the heroes. But those that lived under Sheik didn't care. They grabbed their weapons. For our prince, Sheik? They screamed as they dashed forward to kill Izuku, but the Truth Seeker Orbs around Izuku went to his hand and changed into a staff. With a single swing, the staff threw the large group away, each surviving thanks to their skills in hockey. But as their backs were thrown against the trees from the force they got hurt, that and the force they felt on their arms, even a blocked punch was painful. Fighting back wasn't an option either, beg or die, Izuku said with a glare. Fuck you and your rules, asshole, I am gonna burn you alive. Pyro wanted to dash forward but a purple portal opened up. Leave with me now and survive. The portal started taking the others like twice and compress, ignoring those that already gave up. I can't, he has to pay. Fine, I shall give you 2 Noma in this. A tube came out the portal. From our new friends, a quirk enhancer. Pyro took the tube and smirked. Yes, this way I can rip his smug head off. All for One didn't believe Pyro would win, but this would be a great way to gain some extra info on Midoriya. 2 Noma walked out the portal, their skin a dark blue, both beasts standing well over 3 meters each. Enjoy. All for One said as the portal closed, leaving the field empty except a few. Izuku just finished the last one of the old African regime, each broken and beaten, some missing limbs. Magna and Spinner still laying on the floor begging to live, and then Pyro and the 2 Nomu. Pyro looked at the injector and stuck it right in his neck. Nothing happened for a second before Pyro felt it. Burning lava entered his body. A scream of pure pain left his lips as he fell to his knees. Pyro started throwing up blood. Both Nomu stood still before All for One gave them an order. Kill Izuku Midoriya. Both Nomu roared as they shot forward to Izuku. Their hands pulled back as they punched Izuku, who lifted his staff to block the attack, the wind pressure of the punch rocking the trees back slightly but not affecting Izuku. He pushed his hand back, both Nomu flying back toward Pyro. Pyro lay on the floor, blood over the ground, dead from the injection. Back with All for One, he was laughing loudly. It seems our new product works perfectly. Activate Subject 001 Doctors. Pyro started shaking strongly before his skin turned dark. He stood up, his eyes turned white as his chin had blood over it. Kill, kill, kill. Pyro spoke over and over as the same mental message was given. Kill you. Pyro's entire body became engulfed in flames as he shot toward Izuku. The punch landed on the staff, but flames were shot out against Izuku and the trees behind him. Izuku thrusted the staff forward to kick Pyro back before spinning it above his head and slamming it down in front in a strike as one of the 2 other Nomu tried attacking Izuku. The force was as if a meteor struck the Nomu's skull, the force causing its head to explode into mist as the staff shot down, crushing the Nomu like a can, it folding in on itself. The wind force of the strike was enough to extinguish the flames. Izuku dashed forward, his first real movement, swinging his staff left to right, aiming to hit the Nomu hard enough to get him away from everything. But both it and Pyro grabbed the staff, all the bones in the arms shattering. Izuku wanted to strike again, but the 3rd Nomu had regenerated, and was now on Izuku's back, biting in his neck, drawing some blood. Ah! Izuku grabbed the Nomu by the head and tore him off, throwing him into the ground. Regenerative abilities. Izuku spoke, still a dark voice. Izuku closed his eyes as his staff started burning. Instantly blue flames covered the rod. Burned to ash. Izuku thrust the staff inside the chest of the Nomu with the blue flames covering the Nomu, but they quickly turned black, the Nomu rolling around. As its flesh slowly burned away, not even its regeneration being able to stop it. Much to Izuku's surprise, the other two acted if they got hurt themselves. Before they stopped moving and grew, the Nomu grew to 4 meters as Pyro turned to double his size and the flames grew bigger. The Nomu that was in black flames, however, started shrinking before it was nothing but a skeleton, black flames still burning the skeleton. Izuku thought about it and came to a conclusion: all three were linked in one way or another. When one died, the others grew stronger, which could have become a problem. The Nomu jumped at Izuku, even faster than before, hitting him in the shoulder, flying through the sky, and hitting a dozen trees, breaking in half as his body landed roughly. Pyro jumped in the air, flames going around his hands. Kill! Pyro screamed as he threw the ball of flames at Izuku, the trees burning as Izuku's body was covered in flames. The other Nomu jumped down and started to throw punch after punch on Izuku, who could just cover for the moment. The Truth Seeker orb flew up before slamming down on the Nomu. A sick crack was heard as the orb slammed right onto its spine and cracked it. The Nomu collapsed in on himself as his spine couldn't hold him up anymore, which got Izuku to land a double upward kick, removing the head of the Nomu and making its large body fall on its back. Izuku jumped off the ground, throwing the Truth Seeker orbs inside of the Nomu's body, sticking it in the ground. Going toward the final fight. Pyro. And right as the other Nomu was pinned to the ground, Shanks and Beckman stepped out. Both weapons are drawn, Beckman with his gun as a bat and Shanks with his sword. "Prince, are you okay?" Izuku looked back with clear strain on his face, sweat and tiredness on his face. "It's hard to hold on, but one more." Shanks and Beckman nodded. Pyro went for a punch. This time Beckman tried blocking it, the force not hitting Izuku, but it pushed Beckman a couple of meters. "He hits hard, Cap." Shanks nodded as he jumped, his sword covered with haki as he slashed Pyro in the chest, just barely dodging a punch of Pyro. "Prince, I will work on defense, just work with Shanks on offense." "No, I can make them better, just work with Shanks on dealing as much damage to it." Beckman nodded as Izuku moved forward. He started blocking all the attacks he could. Pyro tried sending out a fire attack, Izuku using his hands to part the fire with wind pressure. As Shanks and Beckman used attack after attack coated with haki and their full force behind. With each strike, Pyro was feeling. Pyro grew once more as the last Nomu turned to a skeleton as well. Pyro was a real pain now, each punch throwing Izuku back, but it was slowly working out. The haki wound stayed open. Pyro one arm is broken, as his chest and legs were cut open. "Give me an opening, I will get rid of him once and for all." Shanks and Beckman nodded, both slamming their weapons against the final arm opening the Nomu's chest. Izuku pulled his hand back, it is covered by Truth Seeker orbs, into one giant spike. Izuku punched forward, hitting Pyro in the chest, but as the spike entered his skin, it shot out to the sides, piercing all parts of Pyro, killing him. But that was it for Izuku. His tired body fell to the ground as it turned back to normal. The second he landed on the ground, his wounds started bleeding again. Shanks and Beckman quickly moved to his side and opened their first aid kits and starting to tend to Izuku, who was fully knocked out. "Doc, get here now." Out the woods shot out the one trained with the most medical training. They worked on Izuku as quickly as they could. Doc was pretty sure that Izuku would make it, but the one thing he was worried about was lasting injuries. Izuku had multiple real injuries on his hands. Much like the doc, out the woods came the heroes, and the first couple ones that were running out were Izuku's girlfriends, together with Eri, all tearing up at Izuku. Thankfully, Shanks and Beckman stopped them from getting too close. "I am sorry everyone, but let the doc work. I promise you he won't die today," Shanks said, mainly focused on Eri when he said the last part. Eri with tears in her eyes nodded. "Yeah," she sniffed. "Papa is super strong, and Papa said he would never leave me." Achiko nodded as well as she hugged Eri. "Yeah, he will be fine, Eri." Much like she was trying to console Eri, she was doing the same for herself. The other heroes walked to the area as well. Mandalay asked first, "Is he gonna be okay?" She got a nod as an answer, as Aizawa walked up. "I got into contact with Niza through the satellite phone. Medical personnel and police are on their way." Everyone nodded as some sank, the nerves finally done. "We should make sure these ones don't die, they might give us some answers." Aizawa arrested Magna and Spinner, while everyone started helping the others, to keep them alive so they could spend the rest of their lives in jail. As the doc of the Red Hair group was looking over Izuku and trying to close as many wounds as he could in order to keep Izuku alive, many of the other group members were doing the same to the criminals. Many of the African members had a similar rank that they had, being the main protectors of the royal family. And seeing what they did made them sick. As for the others, the students standing around watching their friend fight for his life, it made them sick. but there was one thing that Shanks knew needed to be done. "Excuse me, Mandalay, correct?" Mandalay nodded her head. "I need a secure and private location for..." With a slight silence, Shanks spoke again as he looked at Magna and Spinner. Questioning. Mandalay swallowed deeply before pointing at a small cabin a little away, normally used to store extra supplies, but it was empty now that they were used for the students. Shanks nodded as he grabbed both Magna and Spinner, and he dragged the two over toward the cabin. Bakugo and Todoroki was planning on following but were stopped by Beckman. "You don't know what will happen." Both glared up at the man, with Bakugo speaking up. "Of course I fucking do. He is about to torture those two fuckers and I want to get some answers." This sort of surprised Beckman, as last time Bakugo didn't act like that. "We understand what will happen, but you don't understand what really just happened. We just walked away as our friend and classmate fought for his life. We need to help in some way, and I know the human body's limitations," Shoto said calmly before Aizawa wrapped both of them up in his scarf and pulled them down to the ground. "You two sit down and shut up, you won't do anything except wait." With that, they were now all waiting for the heroes to show up and they were on their way. But as that was happening, Shanks was now standing in the small storage cabin with both Magna and Spinner tied up in front of him. "Both of you will tell me everything you know about your leader. Or else." Shanks was pissed, and he was going to get all the answers he wanted no matter the cost. But both Magna and Spinner didn't know a lot, they were just pawns in his game. "All we know is his name and his goal. Let's start with those then," Shanks said as he stepped back, giving them a little space to relax the area a bit. "After Stain was said to be working with the group that attacked Hoso, we wanted to join that group. Fighting for a world we could be accepted and sounded nice," Magna started. "Then thanks to an underground recruiter we were able to join a group called the League of Villains. Shanks knew this, it was the reason he put Toga in that group. His name is All for One, under him is a weird-looking doctor as well as Shigaraki." Shanks knew all this information already and it was starting to piss him off. His goal was to take the place of the royal family, kill them and become them, that is all we know. What is his quirk? Which one? This caught Shanks off guard. What? His quirk allows him to steal and gift quirks. It was the main reason we joined him. We either lost our quirks or could gain one in the end. "I see. Well, start remembering all the quirks you remember him using," Shanks said, starting to note down all the quirks in hopes of finding something useful. But as Shanks was busy getting answers from Magna and Spinner, the other heroes showed. Nizu and Recovery Girl were the first ones to show up with All Might, who had 3 large bags completely filled with medical items. Something Recovery Girl was instantly starting to use on Izuku, working hand in hand with the doc of the Red Hair group. Recovery Girl wasn't able to use her own quirk on Izuku, he had no stamina left, so Recovery Girl had to rely on her own medical skill, which was still more than enough skill. Nizu walked up to the students and remaining heroes that stayed passive as the Red Hair group was cuffing and tying down the leftover villains. "I understand that today had been very traumatic for you all, seeing your friend, classmate, and even leader, so close to death, but could you all please explain to me what happened here?" All Might stood behind him, hoping to give the students a sense of extra safety that they most likely had been missing. Ida took a deep breath as he started to explain what had happened in his eyes, knowing he didn't have all the facts. Shortly into the story, the police and medical service had shown up. The medics had brought a helicopter where they instantly put Izuku in, but as they were gonna fly away, Eri ran toward them crying her eyes out, it being too much for her to handle and the dam just having broken. As she saw him being put into the helicopter, Namuri held her back. Before crouching down, she herself, much like all the other women, had tears in her eyes as she loved one was near death. "Eri, I know you want to cry, but remember, Papa is super strong, and he said he would never leave you, right?" Eri nodded, tears still running down her face. "So for Papa, be a strong girl just a little longer, and help your mamas here, okay?" Eri wiped her tears away before putting on a brave face. "Yes, I gotta be strong like Papa." Namuri nodded as she hugged her daughter. The hug was quickly growing as Achiko and Mina joined in before all the other girls joined as well. "Is there some way we can help?" Kirishima asked, with Tetsu standing nearby nodding his head, wanting to be of help as well. Beckman spoke up. "The only thing right now is to create a safe location for the princess. They might still be watching us." It wasn't a pleasant thought, but it was one they had to think of. Kirishima nodded, putting on a brave face and flexing his arms. "Let us look for it. We are 20 strong counting just the guys. Let us look." All the guys quickly joined in, wanting to be of help in any way they could. Even Bakugo was willing to put in some work. Nizu nodded as he himself went ahead and searched himself. He was the first one to find what they were looking for, using his great mind to think of the best possible spy technique that he would use with resources which made him stumble onto the bug. They have been monitoring us through the use of quark bugs. They are extremely hard to recognize, so get rid of all bugs. With this shared, a lot of bugs flew off, all fake ones created by quarks, which made for an easy target as Bakugo and Todoroki used their quarks to just dust the robot bugs. But even if they removed a large group of them, they couldn't be sure of anything, so the guys still did a sweep of the area to be sure. Even Koda went to help, Mandalay not letting him near the edge of the woods or even close to the edge, but he still helped and found one near the campfire. With a single water blast, the robot broke and crashed, which caused at least 3 others in the nearby area to malfunction and break as well. It was a great help that made Mandalay extremely proud. With that hunt on their way, Shanks walked out dragging Magna and Spinner, who both had some new growing bruises on their bodies. He threw them on the pile of arrest villains as if they were trashed before joining Beckman. We need to get the princess toward a safer location. Minato, you're up, Mafusa Mansion. I am not leaving here without my other students, Namiri said. Students join Miss Midnight right now. It's best if you all head toward a safe location while we clean this mess up. Koda. Eri sniffed, with Mandalay, Ragdoll, and Pixie Bob joining the group as they head out with Koda. In a flash, they all went from the dark woods toward the garden where Izuku used to live and where the girls so far had their first date. The bright flash scared Mitsuki, who was still living inside the house, so shortly after they all came back for the strangeness that was instant teleportation, Mitsuki jumped out the house, with Naginata in hand, wearing pink sleepwear that had MILF written on the breast. But as she noticed her son, Mina, Achiko, and Namiri, she let her guard down. Mom, what the Dage are you doing here? Bakugo asked in pure confusion. But Mitsuki noticed all the scuff marks and such and noticed someone was missing. Where is Izuku? She asked, afraid. Eri started to sniffle before Shanks spoke up. Miss Bakugo, could we please move this inside? Mitsuki snapped out of it and stepped aside. As Shanks walked by, he grabbed the weapon. You really should watch out for what you grab. This weapon is not something to use lightly. She swallowed before giving him a shy smile as they walked inside, where Mitsuki was giving a rundown of what had occurred only moments before. But as the heroes went over what just had happened, so did the villains. All for One sat in his self-made throne as he spoke to the doctor. Start to acquire more of Subject 001. It was a resounding success in strength and in its orders, but we need more potency. Its showing was rather underwhelming. Yes, sir, what should we do with this? The doctor said as he looked over Muscular's dead body. Well, let's give that one to our latest toy. Perhaps he could construct something useful out of his body. His new design could use an overhaul. Mizu, we really need to do an overhaul on our current security system. Twice now it has failed and caused harm to the prince. Agreed, Toshi. It's not only a bad reputation that a student has been attacked twice, but the prince, it's a total PR nightmare. I am thinking we should take a small break from studies and upgrade our systems fully. Perhaps you could call out to David and Island for some support. I will right away. He always talked about wanting to help you, This will fit in perfectly. Mizu nodded as walked over to talk with Tiger, to get a better grasp on how this happened in order to prevent it later. Back with the class, Shanks was now making a very horrible call. He was calling Rayleigh. Sir, I have bad news. The prince has been attacked, and sadly is in critical condition right now. What? Rayleigh asked, with Shanks picking up the panic and anger on the other side of the phone. The League attacked once again. God damn it. Rayleigh was pissed. He felt horrible. I know, sir, but hear me out. Could you please request the king and queen to either pull the prince out of this school or to help with training? This has happened too often. Rayleigh had a breath and took a moment to think about it. We won't pull the prince out of the school, but I will come by and help train them in hockey. Kakashi and Izuku will come as well and help with quirks and combat. They need to be more prepared for this. Perhaps Vegapunk could also lend a hand with some security upgrades. Shanks felt relieved at this. Yes, sir. I shall look over the princesses right now and until the prince is back on his feet. Rayleigh nodded happily to know Eri would be looked over by someone like Shanks. The helicopter rushed its way toward the hospital. One of the pilots radioed back toward the hospital as soon as they lifted off the ground. Home base, we have a VIP with us in need of medical attention. Call the head doctor on duty. We need our best. Aircare 5, what are you talking about? Who is the VIP? The pilot looked back. We are carrying the next king of the entire world, Prince Izuku Midoriya. Sorry, Aircare 5, I believe there was some static. Did you say, Prince Izuku Midoriya? Yeah, home base, so get some help on deck and quick. Back at the hospital, they were on edge. The second the call was given, they had called the head doctor who was sitting at home with his wife. "George, what is wrong? I am in bed with my wife." "Sorry, Theo, but you need to come in now." What is going on?" "We just got a call. Prince Izuku Midoriya has been injured." "On my way." The head doctor hanged up and jumped out of bed. "Theo, what are you doing?" "Saving royalty, I guess." Without getting dressed, still in his sleepwear and slippers, the doctor ran downstairs and hopped in the car before zooming down the street. Once Izuku arrived, still knocked out, Recovery Girl and the red-haired group's doctor, still working on him. Most of the external injuries were under control, waiting on the helicopter pad with the team, everything on hand, blood tested 3 times, any medication they could ever need and supplies for days, rushing in to help Izuku as well as they could. As they started helping Izuku back with Nizu, he started getting a grasp of what happened fully. Everyone was either arrested or still being taken care of, but one part that was a little concerning to him was that the group had taken their dead ones with him. "Now everyone here, I wish to ask you all to not speak about what happened here. I understand some of you may want to share what happened with the prince, but please keep it private for now." "What, do you want to protect your rep or something?" one of the cops called out with Nizu shaking his head. "No, I am ashamed for my failure to protect our ruler and a student, but it has happened, and hiding that will just cause problems overall. What I wish to do is give Midoriya some time to get better." That the cop was okay with. "Then we will leave the rest to you all," Nizu said as he got picked up by All Might. Jumping back toward Yurei at high speeds, planning to spend all night looking over any protocol they had, and with each one, he started thinking about every single way to absolutely destroy the protocols. In Nizu's mind, if he couldn't break it, that meant others weren't able to break it as easily, calling Power Loader back in to help him with it. Back at Izuku's house, everyone sat in the living room, and oh boy did it feel weird. "So this is where the Prince of the World used to live?" Always asked with Beckman nodding. "Yes, but don't worry, it's fine. You all, however, need to rest. It's late, and you all have been through a lot." It was very true, and they were all feeling it, the adrenaline starting to run its course. Eri had already fallen asleep in the arms of Namuri, who was right now being watched over by Shanks. Sitting outside the room, his observation hockey turned to the max as all the girls were in the main bedroom sleeping with Eri. Shanks grabbed his phone and called downstairs toward the group's sniper. "Yasip, I need you to head toward the hospital and tell me what is the status of the prince." "Alright, Cap, I will head out right now. I will first do a quick run of the surroundings." Shanks gave the okay to Yasip, who headed out right away. The guys went ahead and slept as well, picking either the ground or the couch. One that didn't sleep yet was Bakugo, as he was in a different room talking with his mother. "Mom, what the fuck are you doing here?" Mitsuki took a breath. "After your father and I split up, I lived with you for a while because of you, but I wanted to live on my own as well. But I was unable to find a place. Inko then offered me to stay here for a bit while I look for my own house." Bakugo nodded. "Mom, I need your honesty right now. Are you dating Midoriya?" Mitsuki blushed. Ever since he had come by and told her he still had a crush, had been thinking about that. And she liked the idea, being loved again, waking up and being greeted by his sweet face as he smiled at her, her heart once more being loved. "No, but I want to." She expected him to yell, cuss, and be mad, but he chuckled. Then asked him, "Mom, I know you want to, so ask him as soon as you can." "Why you're not mad?" Bakugo shook his head. "While he pisses me off a lot, I know he won't mistreat you and you deserve happiness as well. If he does anything though, I will fucking kill him." Mitsuki hugged her son. "Thanks, brat, but that can be done later. Now just sleep, it's been a long day." Quickly everyone was deep asleep, just resting. As night turned to day, they once again woke up in the morning, and each of them was worried to know how it was going with Izuku. So as everyone gathered in the middle of the dorms, Shanks walked in, just hanging up the phone call with Yasip. "I know you all want to know what is going on with Midoriya's health." Everyone needed. "Tell us," Namuri said, with Shanks nodding, knowing he should beat around the bush. "My apologies, but at the moment, he is in a coma." Everyone gasped, scared for Izuku. While it sounds really bad, it's because of his low stamina. All his injuries have been closed, and the rough beating he received inside the bath caused him a lot of broken bones. A fractured skull, broken jaw, 7 cracked ribs, and 3 broken ones. Many organs of him are bruised. They assume he also has a concussion. Even with Recovery Girl's quirk, they won't be able to fully fix him up, even if he had stamina. But right now, he has none. Can we give him some or something? Like there has to be a quirk that can do that, right? There is one known. She at the moment is working in Africa. So sadly by the time she would be here, the prince would be walking around again. They nodded, not liking it but not being able to help it. When can we see Papa? Eri asked with Shanks not knowing how to answer that. Namuri stepped in. Soon, baby. But Papa is sleeping right now, you know how lazy he can be sometimes. Eri gave a sad giggle before nodding. Back at the hospital, the doctors were able to release some breaths as they had worked on Izuku. He wasn't out of the woods yet, but at the moment, they had a doctor sit in the room and monitor his vitals, making sure there were zero problems or complications. But Yasip walked toward them. Hey docs, we need to pump some food in him. I have a feeling it's why he isn't healing or getting even slightly better. Well, his jaw is broken so solid food won't work, but we will pump something in him right away. The doctor gave one of the nurses the request, and they went ahead and did so right away. It took a full day before Izuku was awake. He wasn't back to his normal self, barely had any strength, and he was covered in bandages, sitting up in his bed, his girlfriends and daughter sitting in front of him still crying at the sight. He normally would tell them it's fine, but he was unable to talk. Nizu is still deciding what to do with the school. He is thinking of a small break, so get better, so you can take the girls on their dates. Izuku let out a breath out of his nose and gave a nod. But first, you need rest, you need your stamina back. Robin said with the girls agreeing. But Izuku didn't want to sleep, he felt bad for the girls, so Namuri just used her quirk to make him fall asleep. It took the full day for Izuku to wake up with some energy to spare, which was great as Recovery Girl kissed him, healing his jaw before he fell asleep again, hoping that the next morning he would be better to heal. Which was the case. He was already told he could leave if he wanted to. He wasn't allowed to walk as his right leg was still broken and his spine was still slightly damaged. But he took the chance to leave, sitting in wheelchair while being pushed by Yasip and having Eri on his lap. Not a real good start to our relationship, huh? Izuku joked, looking at the girls of 1A and 1B he had started dating. So Prince, where to? Burger King, I need some real food. Haha. Yasip laughed at Izuku already acting like his old self again. Shanks already waiting in the parking lot with a large bus. Which fast food you wanna head by first? Izuku chuckled. BK, and you know me so well. Everyone was put in the car and drove right toward food, but as they were getting Izuku to fill his tank with some food, Nizu was now on a FaceTime call with David Shield, some other researchers of Island, and a blackout screen which was the Dr. Vegapunk, the top researcher and a myth in the technical field. Each of his gadgets could be seen as a work of art, and here he was, working together to better protect all the students and the prince. First, that happened was Nizu sharing their current safety protocols, which they then started talking about how to improve, and oh boy did Vegapunk show his skill to them. Near instantly he fully understood the program and quickly turned into a sea of ideas, each one able to be an improvement to the current system. But Vegapunk didn't just want to improve the system, no, he wanted to perfect it completely. Which Island wanted to as well. They talked about a lot of options, like relocation, what amount of force would be allowed, detection, and even capture. And while Izuku had to take it easy, the other guys didn't, and they weren't. They were now being trained by Beckman, and compared to Tiger's training, this could be seen as torture and relaxing. Beckman gave them exactly what they could handle, and then he kept pushing the line, fighting with Kirishima and Tetsu with what seemed like no regards for their safety, forcing Ida to speed up to dodge attacks that were enough to take down villains. And that was for everyone. They asked for this, and they were not giving up. And much like normal, the world started hearing what had happened, and while before Izuku was the Prince of Asia, he was now the Prince of the entire world. And the info that he was heavily injured spread like a wildfire. And with that, a lot of the heat landed on Yue, who were being blamed for not being able to protect their students, and Nizu wasn't blaming them, he had failed as a principal. But Izuku already went online and stated he didn't blame Nizu, Yue, or the heroes. This was purely the fault of the villains that chose to attack them, which in return caused some high-ranking figures to put a bounty on the villain's head. Izuku pulled himself out of bed. His body was still filled with pain as he was still injured. His tiredness just passed. Thus today he would be fully healed by Recovery Girl. But beyond that, he would be one of the teachers, when the students would be trained. The girls in hockey and the guys more in the 6 powers. It was the one thing they all were pushing for, to be able to help their friend and protect him. So even with the knowledge that it would suck and be rather painful, they got ready for the week-long training that would make them stand out from the other heroes. He entered the common room where the rest was already waiting. Midoriya, you really shouldn't be walking, you are still injured. Ida said worried, as a chair was brought to him by Kami. I know, I should be resting, but I am going to be one of your teachers today, and I have rested enough. He tried getting up again to make food but was pushed down and held down by Robin and Nami. You should not be walking around. We aren't the only ones that have been extremely worried for you. This rather confused Izuku. He didn't know who they were talking about as he had talked with nearly everyone that was around. They shook their heads as Achiko got up. You're hungry, right? I will make your breakfast. So what do you want? I don't wa. The door was opened and in walked a man, with a very large mustache, braided and nearly reached his hips while it went down. A chef hat, taller than even All Might was, and walking with one wooden leg. The man himself was rather widely built. Your Majesty. Izuku's eyes light up. Chef Zeph. What? What am I doing here? Haha, your mother sends me here, knowing you're too stubborn to lay down and rest, so, together with Rayleigh, I'm here to help. 1A stood confused about who this was. Their guards were down as Izuku trusted the man. Who is this, Izuku? Mina asked with Zeph bowing. I apologize, Lady Ashido. My name is Zeph. I currently am the royal head chef. Before that, I was known as Red Leg Zeph, right-hand man in the royal guard, right beside Rayleigh. Oh my. This was the only reaction most were able to get out. Zeph stepped right into the kitchen and started cooking. He made 6 sunny sides-up eggs, along with 6 deviled eggs, with eggshell powder on top, and 9 pieces of perfectly toasted slices of bread. It was created with speed and perfection, before being placed in front of Izuku. Should I also make something for the ladies? He asked his girlfriends of Izuku who had all eaten already. I see, now I shall get going again. I will come by during lunch and dinner to feed you. Dinner is a set meal for these 2 weeks now. Sir, why will that be the case? Ida asked confused. It's a special medical recipe, learned from an ancient island called Kamabaka Kingdom. It's known to grant healing power. It was all Zeph told them before he walked out of the dorm and went back home. It was confusing for everyone as this random man walked in, cooked for Izuku, and then walked away again. Now we should get going for training, Izuku said, but he was still not allowed to move from Robin. Just then Momo popped out of a wheelchair, with Kirishima helping him move in the chair. Izuku thankfully was allowed to roll himself down toward the training area, where not only 1A and 1B now were, not a couple of teachers were waiting, but also a couple of pro heroes that Izuku had already met. Mirko, Ryuko, the Pussycats, Mount Lady Endeavor, Best Jeanist, and Fat Gum, all had also brought some of their sidekicks to better train them to protect everyone. Prince, you have arrived. How are you doing? Mount Lady asked, worried for Izuku, with Recovery Girl standing up from the seat All Might have brought for herself, and Namiri. Let's get you all fixed up, shall we? Izuku nodded. She kissed him on the forehead, his skin glowing green for a second before he went back to normal. He stood up, people holding his arms out in case he fell. But he felt better. His soreness and pain were gone. He cracked his back before giving a big smile. Thanks, Recovery Girl, I feel reborn. But now training right. Out stepped Rayleigh with a smirk on his face. Yes, if the prince could be so kind, would you please train the others while I train those in hockey? Izuku nodded, knowing he would go very easy on his ladies, so he walked toward the larger group. It will be painful what we will do. We are training Iron Body. Which is? Aways asked. It acts like Tetsu's quirk for defense on its base level. Alright, so how do we train it? Just working out? Tetsu asked, seeing as that was how he trained his quirk, with Izuku just showing his hand. In an easy term, I am going to slap the shit out of all of you. Excuse me, what? Endeavor asked, with Izuku chuckling before explaining. To train it, you have to condition your skin. The lowest level slaps as it's flesh on flesh, which steadily grows. Won't my quirk help? Kendo asked with her large hands, with Izuku shaking his head. It's not size or power, it is only speed. So please, who will be first? Bakugo walked up. Do you worse, princess? He said as he pulled off his shirt. Izuku turned him around toward his back, where Izuku then used a sign to slap Bakugo around 50 times all over his back in a mere second, turning his flesh red. Bakugo bit down on his lips, drawing some blood as he held up a braced face. It caused some giggles along with classmates. It's not as easy as it looks, Bakugo said in a strained face as he allowed the next one to get slapped, which was Aways. I have been slapped before, it's not that bad. But as Izuku unleashed the 50 slaps on his back, he played on the floor yelling in pain. No matter how strong the man, no man conditioned their flesh, apart from those trained in the 6 powers. Izuku explained as he slowly made his way through all the classmates. Then he moved on to the teachers. First up was Aizawa, who was able to take the slaps without a slight sign of pain or irritation. But he was already slightly trained, apparently trained up towards split bamboo sticks. After the teachers were done, and all had received their slaps, the pro went. Mirko first, pushing Endeavor out the way, before she got slapped, grabbed Izuku, and looked him over. "I am glad you okay, I was worried." She blushed before turning around, just showing her back in her leotard. "Do your best." Izuku smacked her. She grunted with a deep breath before getting up and letting the next one get past. Ryuko, who got slapped, had a blush on her face as it felt more like love taps than real slaps thanks to her quirk giving her thicker skin. Mount. Lady, who was completely untrained in those forms. The slaps bring her to the ground. Each was slapped before they moved toward the next location of slaps, which was the front and arms, over and over again. More slaps than before, harder than before, until, after an hour, they were bright red and sore all over. "Is this some sick version of fucking karma or something?" Bakugo joked as his entire skin hurt. "Ha, I am not that mean, but now we will let your skin rest as we will punch." "What, just punch?" "Yes, but technique and speed will help train you in the shin. So just line up and punch forward as fast as you can." The more excited bunch started right off the bat. Kirishima just throwing hands around as fast as he could, same for Rumi and Bakugo, but Izuku stopped them right away. "Focus on technique. Look." Izuku took a stance, his feet placed wider to land right below his shoulders and slightly bent knees. "Rest your arms here, hold them slack yet firm, then with as much speed as you can muster, punch forward, a straight line. With each strike take a breathe in before you hit and release at the end. We will repeat this over and over again until we will go back to the slapping. That is how we will spend the next couple hours." And so they did, Izuku walking around and adjusting their stance or technique with each punch. It was taking Izuku back years, reminding him of his training. How he walked around with a stick, smacking them all on the wrong location, hitting Mirko's leg for an uneven stance. Mount. Lady on the butt as it was sticking out too far, leaving her unbalanced, or Kirishima for again a sloppy punch. But as time went on, people started to notice that Namuri was not training. "Why isn't Midnight training?" Mount Lady asked, a little agitated that the slaps on her behind were not out of pleasure but out of training. Hell, if they were alone and naked, this was one of her fantasies. Don't worry darling, it's fine to tell them now." Izuku nodded, his smile exploding, bringing joy and happiness to everyone as he thought of it. "Well then, I am very happy to announce that me and Namuri are expecting our first child." It stopped, and everyone was dead silent as they received the news. Training stopped for both sides as they processed what they just heard. Wait. Dude, does that mean? Present Mike said in pure shock. "Yes, we are having a baby, Hisashi." "Oh my god, that is awesome." Rumi exploded as she jumped toward her friend Namuri, joining her in a hug as the other woman joined her the hug, congratulating her on becoming a mother. The guys did the same to Izuku, who still had the biggest smile plastered on his face. Some like Nizu and Recovery Girl already knew, Recovery Girl of course being the one that did the test and would deliver the baby, Nizu being the all-knowing rat god he is. It caused them all just to feel happy for the small growing family. But none more so than Eri, who was ecstatic at the thought of becoming a bigger sister, hoping her family would teach her how to be a good older sister. Everyone was more than happy to help Izuku in any way that they could, and in honesty even turning the flame under them being raised. Even more, they trained harder, wanting to be stronger, to create a safer world for their child. Like a spell, they were empowered. It taking more slaps to take them down, their punches becoming faster. But it wasn't as if Izuku was being idle. He was focusing his haki on sensing their behavior before it happened, adjusting before a mistake was made, reading their emotions and the state of their body to know if he could push them further, to push them to their ultimate edge, using words to keep them in the fight, with Bakugo, Mirko, and Endeavor just pushing their pride, telling them they are weak, or that he thought they could do more, while those like Kirishima, Sato, Kendo, he used positive words, and to keep them in the training, telling them he is proud of them, that they are setting an example for women and men everywhere. But as Izuku trained that group, Rayleigh was training the ladies. The girls have moved inside the gym with Rayleigh, seeing that haki was a secret technique. It wasn't very suited to just train out in the open, at least not how to learn it, so now that they were in private, Rayleigh spoke. "Now, while you are all in relations with the prince, do understand that what I will do to you right now does not mean dislike, nor does it mean anything except that I care for you all, but there are two ways of awakening haki. One which is a rather dangerous one. I will attack you over and over again, until you either die, or it awakens." This got all the girls to take a step back with wide eyes. They all wanted to learn this, but they weren't ready to die. nor did they want to die. But that technique hasn't been used in at least a couple hundred years. The way we will do it is far safer and quicker. I will simply flow my haki into you all, much like this. Rayleigh said as he allowed his haki to flow into a stick, which turned it black, much like the girls had seen before on Izuku. This way, your body will become used to it, and all you would have to do would be to recreate said feeling. Once you have felt my haki, I will blindfold you all, and walk around you. From time to time, I will hit you with this stick. It will hurt, as I will make it hurt. Your job is to sense the hit, sense my intent to harm you, dodge before, and I will hit you, dodge too late, and you will get hit. This will simply give you all the base version of what we call observation haki. Momo raised her hand. And what is capable with that? Rayleigh laughed, as he saw she had a notebook. It is depending on the person. For me, it allowed to me just sense danger. Whenever something was nearby, it showed me danger, which quickly turned into a strength sense, which would give me a clear picture of how strong and dangerous someone is. But it could also be much like an old friend of mine, be a way to sense emotion and intention. He, for example, is blind and uses his haki to see, in a way, unable to judge based on appearance. The girls all nodded. There is a slight chance, but I don't believe it will happen, that instead of awakening observation, you awaken armament haki, which is the second we are able to learn. Why is there a chance that will awaken if we can learn both? Good question, Miss Jiro. Well, some people have different aptitudes, thus it could happen you are better at using armament than you are at observation. Much like me, my specialty is armament. They all nodded their heads as Rayleigh walked up to them. So who is first? Achiko walked up first, just wanting to be done with it. Good, just relax, just focus on sensing the haki within you. She nodded as Rayleigh placed his hands on the top of her head. As the feeling washed over her, she felt the haki, a strange yet powerful feeling. It crawled over her, and then, poof, it was gone. Rayleigh removed his hands and went over to the next person. Each of them had the same feeling, and they tried recreating the same feeling over and over again. Momo created each of them a blindfold, with Rayleigh walking around them at a slow pace. They were all apart a couple of feet, allowing Rayleigh to walk in between them without getting too close to them. He had no haki in the stick, just to give them a small smack each time, so he walked around, no sound, not even allowing Kyoko to hear him. The first half hour that Rayleigh walked around, he gave smacks to all of them as they dodged whenever they believed they would get hit. No sense of haki or anything. But after the first half hour, the first showing happened. Robin dodged an attack. But it stopped after that for a little bit. Smack after smack kept coming. The girls were just at Rayleigh's mercy. There was only once or twice that they would dodge an attack, and so far, only Momo, Yui, and Ibara had not dodged a single attack yet, which caused Rayleigh to believe those three ladies to be armament to start with. So they were going to get a new lesson. You three come with me. You all get a short break till I am back. This got all of them to happily nod before they fall back tired and sore from the beating they received. Rayleigh, Momo, Yui, and Ibara moved a couple of feet to the side. Now you ladies might just be like me, without the dashing good looks. Rayleigh joked, making himself chuckle. So to get you all to learn it, you will have to remember the feeling of haki, harness it, and focus that feeling on your fist, all your willpower, over your fist, wear it like a glove, keep going at that for now, try and recreate that feeling. Rayleigh told them with each of them just doing that, which was the only thing they needed to do. Recreating that feeling would be haki, the most bare-bones version of it, but it would be haki. And with those girls free, Rayleigh went right back to the other group of ladies and started hitting them once more with the stick. The work was hard, and it didn't just happen one day, each day for an entire week. This was the case. They woke up, trained with Rayleigh, had lunch, trained with Rayleigh again, then dinner, and were allowed to rest. Till the end of the week, they all had unlocked their barest version of haki. Each one had its own skill within it. For armament, it was divided into two groups, those that were better at infusing the haki within weapons, or those that were better at infusing haki into their body. But for observation, there were more. In the group, there were three real decisions: those that were able to radar their haki, those that were able to sense danger, and those that could sense lies or emotions. That were the real three groups within it. Each one of the girls was on that part. In armament, only Ibara was the better one at infusing their body with haki, while Momo and Yui were better at infusing haki within objects, Momo being the more skilled of the two, as she quickly figured out that it was rather easy to create objects with haki on them. As they were able to cover their respective things with haki 3 times in a row, they were able to take the next step, which was hitting things. For Momo and Yui, that thing would be a wall, or the same thing Ibara was forced to hit. Izuku, they had to keep hitting Izuku in one of his Logia forms in order to train. If they were able to hurt Izuku, or if Momo and Yui could hit 10 times hard in a row without their weapons taking any damage, they would be able to learn the next step. But that wasn't the case for observation hockey. They couldn't fight to train it, but Rayleigh had given all their training methods. The easiest, only applied like tree ladies, Achiko, Robin and Pony all shared their base and danger sense, and for their training was just to get attacked without them seeing it. They weren't the biggest fans of having to deal with sneak attacks, but in order to get stronger, they would have to deal with it. Then Toru and Mina shared their base in emotion sense. Sensing the true emotions behind an act was where they were strongest. This was sort of the same as the lie sense that Kami had. Their training was having to deal with lies, real lies for Kami, and emotional lies for Mina and Toru. Nemuri was more than happy to do some acting with them. They weren't a fan of their training, but it was better than being hit like they had been getting trained. The last group was Radar, the sensing of people around them, which was Kyoka, Nami, and Setsuna, who as training were told to play hide and seek. They assumed Rayleigh was joking with them, but after asking Izuku, who the entire week was busy training the guys and the pros, they were told that it was his training, at least in the beginning. After reaching his teens, his training was turned into him being kidnapped in the middle of the night and being thrown in the forest, where his teachers were hiding, and he had 2 hours to find them before they would look for him. But as the girls trained for the entire week, the guys were training just as hard, if not harder, as Izuku was acting just like his teachers. On the second day, as they started working on Iron Body, Izuku started whipping them, and he was relentless. Some powered through, while others like Zero just weren't able to power through the hard smack if a straw whip just letting down on his skin. But it was the training, over and over again. At the end of the second day, Izuku was getting more than a couple stink eyes, and he didn't blame them one bit. Izuku had the same look in his eyes after his training, but he did make it up to them by cooking. But there were also those like Bakugo or Rumi that took it and kept going, not angry or irritated because of it. They were still grumpy, but they acted like it didn't happen. But after each day of training, the heroes showed up for like clockwork. Izuku cooked them lunch and dinner. His food was provided by Chef Zeph, same for the ladies, who had become slightly addicted to his cooking. But on the third day of training, Izuku had started becoming friends with the heroes, joking with Fat Gum, teasing Rumi about strength, and best of all, they had all stopped calling him by his titles. He had just become Midoriya, best genius, kept Sama at the end, saying he himself wanted to show Izuku the respect he earned, not just from rank, but for his protection of his friends, the protection of his people after defeating Sheik. Izuku had to allow it, but there were also those like Rumi that had given him a nickname that sounded a little rude, but Ryuko and Nemuri assured him it was all to show friendship. He was called Maremo by Rumi. It meant moss head. Izuku just loved it, and in response, Izuku started calling her Luna, which after saying, in pure honesty, that her white hair reminded him of the beauty of the moon, caused her to just turn bright red out of pure embarrassment. Much to Izuku's enjoyment, she wasn't the only one to get a nickname. You turned into Minnie. She at first didn't like it, as she popped her breast up. There isn't anything Minnie about me. Izuku just smirked. That I realized. She blushed and started just loving the nickname. But the week ended. The training, for now, had been over, and while the girls still wanted their dates, they would want until vacation, which thankfully would be shortly after the provisional licensing exam. One that Izuku wasn't allowed to partake in. Izuku sadly understood that it was far too dangerous for him to join in. The dozens of schools that could have infiltration and much more. Plus it's not like he would not be granted a hero license. Many already believed his will was law, and his ideas were what was best for the world. But with the week over, UA was back to normal, and classes started up again. Izuku entered class with a smile as it felt back like normal. He was fully back in health, had done some more training, and was fully in working order. Soon the rest of the class joined him. He had gone a little earlier to just sit in silence working ahead on some training ideas for hockey and 6 powers. As if he had paid no attention, Momo jumped out, bat in hand as she swung full power at Izuku's head. Izuku in response, coated the back part of his head in hockey. The bat dented deeply, nearly wrapping around Izuku's neck. Momo, the goal is to coat your weapon in hockey, not to just hit me. Momo nodded as she sat down with a pout, going back to making a smaller bat, and repeatedly trying to get herself to coat it in hockey. Aizawa is at the door, Kyoka said with a smile as she pointed at the door. Her smile dropped as President Mike walked in. What's wrong, little rocker? Your spitting English teacher ain't a hit no more. President Mike said, causing Eri to giggle, who instead of sitting next to Izuku, had moved to sit next to Momo at the back. At least one little rock star is still a fan of me, and that is all right. Now then, let's get this spitting lesson of the wicked world that is English. If you ready, give him a yeah. Only Eri gave him a yeah, as she herself was a great fan of Present Mike and his entire energy. She could never get enough of it. It was enough of a reason to make Izuku smile brightly, knowing his daughter was that happy. But with that, the English lesson began, everyone joining in and Eri getting her own work to do about the same subjects. It was something the teacher was strangely happy with doing. Each gave Eri her own work. Present Mike always worked with songs, giving Eri a song to listen to as well as the lyrics and then fixing the problems in them. Present Mike hid words and misspelled some, and Eri had the entire lesson to fix it. It wasn't super hard for her, but Present Mike had multiple tests for her, which caused her to be more than busy for the entire lesson. But after Present Mike walked Ectoplasm, who did the math. Math, much like for many others, was a subject that Eri had trouble with. Eri was able to do math just fine, but when Ectoplasm had pushed the math into sentences that were when Eri was having trouble, 10 plus 10 Eri was able to do just fine. But if it was put in, Oliver had 10 pairs of socks. For his birthday, he got 10 more. How many pairs does he have? Eri had problems with that, but more became problems. When asked to change the plus into a minus for some questions, Eri started making mistakes. But Ectoplasm had sent a close to teaching her, giving her 100% of his attention. After Ectoplasm, in came Cementos, who taught them modern literature. This for Eri just meant reading stories and giving a small report on them. Eri was able to pick whatever book she wanted, comic books, manga, children's books, anything she wanted to read, and her reports were not about what the book was about, it was more about how she liked them, and how well she could write. And then once ever while she was tasked with writing her own story, which mostly was about her being the best hero princess mermaid there ever was. So strong that she saved her papa from the scary monster with many teeth. After Ectoplasm and walked the first heroics teacher of the day, Snipe, who was more focused on the written part of heroics, unlike All Might, who was the more physical part of heroics. So walking in, he did what he always did, make eye contact with Eri, who at first was terrified of Snipe. His mask had brought bad memories forth, but as time went by, she got used to him and started to like him and his funny accent. So much like he always did these days, he made eye contact with Eri. Both stayed silent for a second before both rushed to their sides, Snipe fumbling at the gun on his belt, as Eri pulled on her, and with the toy gun both had, Eri pulled it up and shot, it hitting him right in the chest. The small dart bounced right off, but he dropped to the ground as if he was shot. "Why you win again?" he struggled to say as acted dead, with Eri and the girls cheering before he got up again with a laugh. "You turned into a rail," shot the little lady. "I tipped my head." And he did as he tipped his head before teaching again. Snipe also had a lesson for Eri, small heroic questions, simple right and wrong questions, such as, a hero's job is to fight bad people, or criminals are always bad guys. Eri was smart enough to get the questions correct, but she still enjoyed those questions more than anything else. It made her feel like she was also learning to be a hero, which got her smiling, and whenever Eri smiled, it was a good day. But after Snipe's lesson, up was Namiri, who of course was Eri's favorite teacher. Because while she got work at home, during school Eri wasn't a student, she was a teacher. Walking around, giving papers, looking over the students, and even helping grade tests, while Namiri graded them. But Eri also wrote a nice part on each paper, like well done, super smart work, stuff that really boosted their want to get more work done, and started to make them strive to achieve better grades. Striving to do better to get those great words, because an I know you can do better just hurt. That had been a great first day as they walked back toward the dorm room, sitting on Toru's neck as she sat on Izuku's while they walked happily. Reaching the door, Izuku threw off Toru, who threw off Eri. Izuku caught both of them before they got close to the ground. Then walking in, Izuku grabbed his phone and started texting with those he learned during the week before. The people were all heroes. While he became friendly with each of them, the ones that talked with him the most were the women. Most of all, Yu and Rumi were rather needy, but for two different reasons. While Izuku assumed they were into him, Rumi kept sending photos and videos about her strength, or her skill in the 6 powers, pictures of the damage done, or a video of her execution on a kick. Izuku was more than happy with it, as Rumi was really one for skill and commitment, as she trained every day. She even on a Sunday sent him a video of a rather nasty-looking cramp. It caused him some laughs seeing how much she had trained. Yu, however, didn't send him videos or pictures of her skill. They were pictures asking him to rate her outfit for the day, or a video of working out that was rather heavily focused on her looks rather than training. But Izuku did notice that Yu could put in the work. She had a very carefree attitude, showing she liked to lay around and relax. But when she went to work, she really went to work, showing a video of a squad which was placed behind her, which was meant to be a sexy video. But Izuku was more focused on how she was squatting at least double her weight for a couple of reps. It was an absolute shock to him. She was an absolute beast, but Izuku was also talking with Ryuko, who more than anything loved sharing embarrassing stories about the others, such as Namuri, telling about times she accidentally knocked out the entire class during training, or how she kept flirting with a barkeep, who kept gifting her free drinks. It took her 1 month before she realized that heroes drank free on Saturday nights. And the barkeep was gay, he was just being friendly. Namuri didn't show up at that bar for 2 whole weeks with how embarrassed she was. He also started getting more comfortable with the pussycat, which allowed him to text normally with them. He started by getting to know their names, Shino, Tomoko, and Ryuko, the same name as Ryukyu the Dragoon hero, which to keep it easy and fun, she asked to be called Kitty. Something Izuku had no problem with, but he did get to know them really well, hobbies and things that interested them, which got Izuku happy, as he was able to share with them just as much. Told them what he liked and how he was spending his time. Tomoko started talking in memes and gifs, something that was hilarious for Izuku, and the pure amount of weird memes she had for every and all possibilities, memes that said the weirdest stuff, an answer to the questions Izuku could ask, her favorite color, and it was a picture of a turtle with the word Gren, extremely deep fried. He then asked what she likes to do in her spare time. She responded with a cat clearly stuck inside down looking right into the camera, with the words just hanging, "What about you?" Izuku laughed and responded with a normal answer. Kitty was more relaxed and was more into playing phone games. Games like Scrabble, 8-Ball, and more, that were able to invite other people, and Izuku was that person. He joined in on the trivia games he already had on his phone. Izuku absolutely destroyed Kitty on the first round, but oh boy did Kitty take it seriously the second time around, she whooping his ass, not missing a single question. Namuri just told him Kitty was a massive geek filled with random, idiotic nonsense information and with the best god-level luck in those types of games. Being able to win against everyone except Nizu and Shino, she and Izuku had one thing in common right away, they loved sharing pictures of their children, Izuku with Eri and Shino with Koda. Both sharing pictures of themselves wearing certain outfits or doing certain things. Both were enjoying that part far too much, as they kept sharing pictures. But after a bit, they started talking. Shino started talking very politely and well-spoken with no grammar mistakes at first, but that quickly melted away. This resulted in Izuku seeing the real part of Shino, which was very fun, with rough words and brute spelling. But the real joy was the next day. Izuku walked into class, Eri ready for the day, with her bag on her shoulders, and sitting, and as the class was filling up Izuku noticed something, there was an extra seat at the teacher's area. But Izuku waited to assume Aizawa, who they had for the first period, would explain that, but it also seemed like Izuku was the only one that took notice. But then again Eri was playing with the others, showing her homework for the lessons, but it didn't take long for Aizawa to walk in and a person to wait outside. We are having a teacher's aide from now on. She will mainly be here for Eri, but is also able to help others with her studies. Now it's not special treatment, although for Eri, it could be the case. Aizawa joked a little as Eri giggled. But she would have been given a trial period where we would look if she would have a positive impact on the grades. But that will now be done with Eri, so please welcome Miss Fuyumi Todoroki, Aizawa said as Fuyumi walked in, causing Shoto to look very confused and surprised. As Fuyumi just smiled. Eri, of course recognizing her from before, started waving excitedly toward her. "Hello everyone, it's nice to meet you all." Fuyumi stood in front with a smile as everyone reacted. "Hey Miss Todoroki, it seems you will be taking care of my daughter." Fuyumi slightly flinched at that but quickly caught herself. "Yes, I will be her teacher. I do hope I will do well." "I am sure you will." Fuyumi smiled as she looked at both Izuku and Aizawa. "If it's alright with the both of you, could I talk with the princess privately for a small bit, so we are both more relaxed and trusting around each other?" Izuku nodded, more than okay with it, same for Aizawa. "There should be a room free a couple of meters away, to the left, that should give you two all the privacy. Eri, please go with Miss Todoroki, she will be your teacher from now on, so just like how I listen to mine, you listen to yours." Eri nodded. "I will, Papa." She walked through the class, with nearly everyone giving her a small head pat as she walked past. It really made her smile as Eri loved head pats, going right for Fuyumi and grabbing her hand. Both walked toward the other room. In the room, Fuyumi got on her knees, being more at Eri's height. "Now I am Fuyumi, you can just call me Fuyumi if you want. What should I call you?" What?" Eri asked, not fully sure what she meant. "Do you want me to call you Is it Princess Midoriya Eri something else? Oh haha Eri, I want my friends to call me Eri. Fuyumi nodded happily, seeing she now is a friend of Eri. So now then, I am under the understanding that the teachers at UA already give you the stuff to learn, right? Eri nodded happily with a big smile. Yeah, they all give me work that I do just like my papa and mamas. That is good, but from now on, that will be my job. I will give you your own work, and help you if you need to finish it. To start, however, I would like to just watch you for a little bit, okay? Just look at what you do and how you do those things. Eri nodded again with Fuyumi smiling. Now that, what do you like to do? I would like to know what you like to do in your spare time. Eri started thinking, looking down. Well, I like a lot of things. I really like playing with my friends. I like to play on my computer. I play Minecraft with my two friends Rem and Ram. I also really like playing with my toys and with a teddy bear that is alive. I also love to play with my papa and mamas. I think that's it. Okay, that is good to know. Well, I really like cooking, reading and writing. Now my favorite food is ice cream. Hehe. Eri smiled big. I also like ice cream, but my favorite food is apples. Fuyumi knew that she has talked with Izuku before and he did speak about Eri, but during the text they shared it wasn't much about Eri, it was just more about getting to know each other than anything else. Oh, they are very tasty. Now then, do you have anything you want to know about me? Eri nodded. Your little brother is in my papa's class, right? Yes, he is. Shoto is my little brother. Why is he a meanie? Eri shook her head. No, he is really nice. She smiled. He always makes my drinks cold, just how I like it. Fuyumi giggled. Good, if he didn't, I could beat his butt. Eri laughed. I can do the same to Papa. I always win against Papa. I don't doubt that, Eri. Now how about we get back, because I think you still have some school work from the other teachers, correct? Eri nodded. So as you will do those, I will look how you do and help if you need. Eri nodded. She normally got help from the teachers, but for that, she sometimes had to wait as they were busy with others, or they weren't able to explain it that well. But as they walked into class, Eri still wearing a massive smile as she walked to her own seat, happy to get more work done and impress her new teacher. She wrote down everything to the best of her abilities. With after Aizawa's class they would have hero lessons, which was training for the provisional licensing exam, which allowed them to act like heroes if the need arises, but for that, they should train more, as the exam would be against mostly second and third years. So it would be a challenge for sure. But now they had a break, lunch to strengthen their body to get the most out of the training. Mostly everyone in 1A was also having an energy booster, much like a pre-workout, which as they got to All Might class it started working fully. Which mostly meant that Izuku would train them with All Might in the 6 powers. All Might apparently already know them but never needed all except Iron Body, which to Izuku's surprise was well above his. All Might also spoke a little about what had happened during the fight against Izuku. Like you all saw, this form of mine, unlike my buff version, is my real body. It all happened due to an injury I sustained during a fight against an evil man, a man the PRI. I met Midoriya, has problems with now. I just know him as All for One. During our fight, he ripped out my guts. I barely lived that day, but I thought I killed him. It, however, seemed I failed. But with that, I am barely able to hold my form, barely able to live my life. This was heavy news for everyone to hear. The number 1 hero was nearly dead. But Eri with small tears walked up. I will train my quirk, and help you. Papa said I might be able to, so I will train really hard to help you, okay? All Might laid his hand on her head. Ha ha ha, it's alright, I am fine, but I would be honored if you could save my life, Princess Eri. Eri smiled with pride as she was determined to do so. I will call some of my teachers, maybe they will be able to help you, Eri. They are really smart. Kakashi-sensei really knows his quirks, so he could help. Eri smiled more at Izuku's words, only for him to grab a straw bundle. Now for Iron Body, who is first? With that, the hard training began, but Izuku wasn't saved from it, he needed to train himself. So All Might took the straw bundle and grabbed Izuku. With speed and power, he smacked Izuku until he was bright red. Could have already given me a warning, that tickles. One after one they all stepped in front of All Might, who smacked the shit out of them. Their skin was bright red and sore, but that wasn't it for All Might. After beating them red, they were kicked into weight training, strengthening their body, while abusing it as well. Which was the entire lesson, lifting and being beaten over and over again. By the end of the lesson, each of them was barely able to walk. Just getting to the dorm was causing them to collapse on the ground. Only Eri was walking around, and as they fell to the floor, Eri happily walked to her computer and played some Minecraft with Rem and Ram. But Izuku, also torn from the workout, was able to get to the kitchen. As Izuku just grabbed an apple and used the Supa no Mi, dice fruit, he then just made a fist, which cut the apples into smaller sizes, perfect for Eri to snack on. It was all Izuku could do before laying on the floor as well, tired and sore. Izuku, can I ban that sort of workout from now on, like a princess? Mina whined from her place, half on the couch and half on the floor. No, Mina, you can't ban a certain workout because it tired you out, just no, Mina. She gave a whine, and so did some of the other girls. Izuku just laughed. As everyone was down on the floor, tired from their workout, Fuyumi knocked on the door and walked in. She looked confused as all 20 students were on the floor. Bad time? She asked Shoto, who was sitting against the wall. Oh sister, hello, what are you doing here? Shoto said, not able to get up. I came by to see how you were doing. It seems like you all aren't doing that well. What are you talking about? I am absolutely fine. Bakugo screamed from the floor. Yes, it seems that All Might worked us a little too hard. It doesn't matter. We are fine in a little bit, though. That is a very nice skirt. Izuku laughed from the ground. Then, like a shot of lightning, Izuku jumped up. It startled Fuyumi. But Izuku just grabbed 3 apples and swallowed them whole. Not even the core was saved. Just the boost I needed, Izuku said, walking toward the fridge where he grabbed 2 steaks, his lunch, but he also grabbed a large amount of food for the rest. You want something as well, Fuyumi? I might not live up to your soba, but I can slightly. She nodded. I will help. Cooking that much is a little much for one worked out man, no matter how well trained. Izuku laughed as Mina spoke. So already trying to flirt with our boyfriend? Fuyumi blushed as she started shaking her hands. No, absolutely not. I would never dare to force myself into that in such a manner. Please forgive me. She spoke with Izuku using the Bara no Mi, chop fruit, to remove his hand and tickle the back of Mina's neck, who was too sore to fight back and just screamed sorry. Don't worry, Fuyumi. Just ignore her. She is just mad. She isn't able to stand up. Now let's give her the smallest portion, Izuku said, with Mina giving a loud whine again. Sorry. But they started to cook. It was just lunch they would have to cook against somewhat later, but this was a great snack and energy booster for the group. As Fuyumi sat down next to Eri, she became interested in Eri's enjoyment of the game. For Fuyumi, Eri was just looking at stuff fall down over and over again, but she asked Eri what it was. I don't really know, Rem made it. She is really smart. All I know is that up there monsters keep popping up and they fall and give us small nuggets. It's really cool. Ram turned them into their blocks of gold, and then created a large golden pyramid that we live in. Oh really? Yeah, it's through this purple door, and then you go in a boat on ice and you go really fast. It's really cool, though I like flying more. Fuyumi just smiled as Eri talked excitedly about the game. So sister, when will you confess your feelings for Midoriya? Mother told me that you crushed under your feelings or something. With that simple question, it turned dead silent. Fuyumi stood up, rushed over to Shoto, and pulled him out of the room, holding him by the hair. He came back in 5 minutes later, holding his mouth closed. I apologize, that was a lie, and will not speak for the rest of the day. Fuyumi walked back with red over her face, going back to her plate as she ate the rest of her food in silence. So we won't talk about that, Nami said, with Fuyumi nodding as they kept eating in silence. Izuku was on his phone on the couch. It was still rather early, but for Izuku it was wake-up time. To still let some of the girls sleep, he had moved down to the common room, where he started just scrolling through social media. Thinking about Mina's suggestion to make a page for himself, he didn't get far in that thought as his phone vibrated a couple of times in a row. He checked it out. First was Yu, who added a sleepy pic of herself in the gym working out. Izuku smiled and texted back. Nice and early, good work, with a winky face added onto it. The second was Rumi, who showed that instead of starting her workout, she was already halfway done with it, starting with a nice good hour of 6 powers. She showed a dummy that was cut in half with a number of extra holes put in them. Fucking wrecked it, ha 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 ha. Izuku was rather shocked at the destruction. Damn Rumi, ever heard of not going as hard? Rumi responded right away. Going weak is for the weak, I got full fucking power. She texted in all caps, with Izuku just laughing loudly as he went to the third texter, one he didn't know. Hey motorbike dude, the drone is fully functional. Do you got any new toys for me to play with? Who is this? And how did you get this number? Oh ha ha ha, it's me Mei Hatsum, I hacked your info, hehe. Oh, the crazy mechanic, sister of Nijaya, right? An inventor extraordinaire. Yes, sorry that I forgot. But I have some other stuff to tinker with. But before that, how about we get to know each other a little bit first? I still have to apologize for the other day. Izuku was talking about the day that Izuku had off from the girls and where he found out about her and Nijire's connection. I don't know what you're talking about. Mei shot back, not wanting to be embarrassed by the same thing again. And Izuku understood. Well then, how about I give you some cool tools that you're able to use to make new gadgets? Yes please, hehehe, let's talk later. Power Loader finally opens the workshop, so BYW. Mei typed to Izuku before what he assumed was either sprinting out of her dorm or something like that. But with that, Izuku was alone again. He didn't have anything to do anymore, so he went to scroll on his phone to pass the time. He had already done his bodyweight exercises. Robin, Ida and Momo joined him soon enough. Only Ida walked right out the room to start his morning jog. A double lap around the dorm areas, while Robin and Momo cooked themselves some food. In time the area filled with more people that woke up. One of the most excited was Eri, who came down, backpack filled, clothing neat, and ready for school. Eri was loving her new teacher Fuyumi. While normally she got half attention from her teachers, she now got her full attention. 100% of Fuyumi's efforts were focused on Eri, helping her grow as a student and a person. Real one-on-one lessons, going over everything together. Plus rewards. If Eri did good, she got rewarded, which could be as simple as a good job, but bigger assignments meant she could do something she wanted, which was drawing at school. She was making drawings for everyone she liked. Some were cute like Ochako, who looked like Kirby, but some like Bakugo looked like a demon. Something he liked and called badass. But with everyone ready, they started moving toward the class. Some less excited than others. Bakugo himself was hyped. They were going to be talking about some exam against extras that he could murder. Damn it, why can't we go kill those extras now for that damn exam? Not murder Bakugo. We as heroes should not resort to such things unless absolutely necessary. Bakugo nodded. And that is so those weak fudging extras know not to mess with me. Eri laughed at Bakugo, both laughing rather similarly, which worried Izuku slightly. But they reached the class where Aizawa and Fuyumi were already waiting for them. Hello students, please sit down so we can start right away. They all did so. So first off, today we will have the Provisional Hero License Exam, or PLE for short. This will be done at a location off school grounds. In that location, you will face off against other classes in order to get your license. He glared as he saw people wanted to cheer in excitement. That doesn't make you heroes, it makes it so you all can act in a crisis. Normally you would do this test next year. He looked at Izuku. But due to certain outside forces that nobody is to blame for, we saw it best to speed it up, which will mean you will be at a disadvantage. As not only will you miss one student, you also be a year behind and maybe even 2 in some cases. But I, along with all the teachers, have faith that you will all succeed. Heck yeah, we will. Kaminari cheered, having all the faith in him and his class. Yeah, because we are 1A and we the best. Siro added on. Still kinda a number my bro dia can't join. Izuku nodded, keeping quiet about the end surprise he had agreed to. He would join in the exam. It was really just too dangerous. But he would at the end, from the top of the area to high for normal people to attack him, start firing down attacks, not to hurt anyone, just for chaos. Which got Izuku to start thinking about what could be fun. Jup, and while that is going on, Eri and I will stay here and learn, so do your best and bring home some good news to Eri. Fuyumi said, with Eri smiling and nodding. The bus ride wasn't as short as they would want, but they got there in a little over an hour, with dozens of students already walking through the area with their class. And they were getting stares, mostly Izuku and his girlfriends that received them, but it was a sight to see. It wasn't just them, as one class started making their way to them. Eraser, hey, how are you doing? The laughing hero Miss Joke called out, with Aizawa turning around and sighing. He mouthed to Izuku for one of those bubbles, but Miss Joke touched his shoulder. Marry me. No. Ha ha, same old Eraserhead. Sir, who is that, and why did she ask you to marry her? Nami asked. Yeah, that is Tot's weird fam. Aizawa did not look amused as Miss Joke was laughing with her eyes closed. This is Miss Joke, she is a teacher of a group of second years. She also had the insane notion that I wished to marry her. Hee, well, I think you make a cute couple. Izuku joked, with Aizawa giving a death glare, but Izuku dealt with Izumi Curtis as a kid, so it was nothing. Oh Prince, how nice to see you. Izuku nodded. Midoriya is fine. I however wasn't aware you would be joining. I won't, I am here as nothing more than a spectator, for the new age of heroes, as well as a supporter for my fellow students. She nodded as the classes stood in front of each other, kinda giving each other a staring competition. It's a real honor to meet the class with the next king of the world in it. I just hope we can do well against you all. For some girls that had unlocked the correct type of hockey, they were able to read dissipation. But Izuku knew it fully. He was putting on a nice face, not against him of course, but to give the class a sense of safety which would bite them in the ass. Thankfully Bakugo also noticed it. Fuck off with those two sides word shitface. We won't be pushovers like the rest of the shitty extras here. The look changed. Ha ha ha, seems you not all just some lucky loser riding on royalty back. Izuku chuckled as he closed his eyes and took a breath in. Could I already take my seat, sir? Izuku asked Aizawa, who nodded. Well everyone, good luck everyone. I will watch over everyone, hee. Izuku said as he began to use the Fuwa no Mi, float fruit, and fly up to the top of the dome where he sat down, his legs dangling from the edge as he looked over the entire area. With the Gyro no Mi, glare fruit. It gave, just acting like a drone to look the area over fully. With the class still standing around. Okay guys, we got this, we will just show Izuku and the rest of them how strong we are, and we will go. The group and one extra screamed out plus ultra loudly, but the new person in their midst was stared at. It was a larger guy, his hair short and wearing a big smile. Sorry for that, I just really wanted to give the cheer once. He then with full force, headbutted the floor, causing him to bleed slightly. Yorashi, get back here, you can't just join another group's cheer. One of the students wore a very similar outfit as he spoke. One was covered in hair, while the other had long purple hair covering one of his eyes. I apologize. That was all they said before walking off. Be careful of them, that boy that just joined was able to join UA but refused for some reason. He is the only first year from that school, so keep your distance from him. Aizawa spoke to them before signaling that they should get ready, which meant getting dressed in their hero outfits and meeting up. The teachers had already moved toward the sitting area. Where is Midoriya-sama? Miss Joke asked Aizawa, who just pointed upward, showing two legs swinging back and forth at the top. Wah, isn't that dangerous? Aizawa breathed out of his nose, which was closest to him, really laughing. Like something could hurt him like that. He will see it coming. So nothing to worry about. Aizawa said as he closed his eyes and went to sleep. Which was fake, as he kept his eye open slightly to not miss anything. Miss Joke just shook her head and went to watch as the exam was just about to begin. But as that happened, Izuku was thinking back to a couple of days earlier when they had come by to not only get his license but also to talk. They were in Nizu's office, Izuku and Nizu enjoying a cup of tea as Nizu was beating him at chess while talking with the leader. We would like to ask you something, Sir Midoriya-sama. That really isn't needed. Well okay, sir, we would like to ask you to attack the students at the end. What? Sorry, sir, let me clear it up. At the end of the second part of the exam a villain attack will take place. For that, we have Gang Orca that will attack the students, but to really put the fear in them we are missing something. Izuku nodded. And you want that fear to be me? I see, well I am more than happy to help. I can create enough chaos for them to be in a panic, but the main force of the attack will have to be Gang Orca. Of course, thanks for your help, sir. What Izuku didn't know was that this was more a test from Nizu and them to check out Izuku's control and how he would act. And Izuku was not gonna hold back. Of course, he would hit any of them, but scaring them for a while was okay in his eyes. The students walked into the very tight area, shoulder to shoulder. Out in front walked a tired-looking man. He really looks sleepier than Aizawa-sensei. Yeah, and I don't know how. Robin asked with a giggle. Good morning everyone, let's get this done quickly so that I can get some sleep. I am rather tired. The man spoke as he hit a button and the top screen right above him lit up. Now as you can see, in the first part of the exam you will all get 3 marks, you can place them on your body. As he was explaining this, multiple suit-wearing dudes walked around and gave each of them 3 pats. Place them anywhere except on blocked locations. Like armpits, below the feet, under your clothing. Keep them visible, he said as everyone started placing the marks. You also get 6 of their red balls. These have trackers in them. You have to make each of them count, all 3 marks hit, and you are out. But you don't have to make 3 hits to get someone out. You can be the last one to hit the 3rd mark on someone, and you would still make the point. This got the group to feel like it was much like heroism. You may fight the villain first, but if you win the fight you get the fame. It's a sad reality, but it was theirs, so they nodded to themselves as the man started to finish his speech of sorts. Now we have explained that, please do your best to strive as a hero. With that, the walls folded outward leaving the area open and free. the classes sprinted out with 1A holding their ground slightly. "We gotta stick together, group. We are strongest together," Momo called out with Ida agreeing. "Fuck that. If I want to really let loose, I can't have you fuckers around. You all will just get in the way. What he really means is you could get hurt. Bakubro has been working the sizes of his explosions, can't have us be hurt during the exam, but don't worry, I will stick with him, divide and conquer, right?" Nami nodded. "Can't lose now, can we? Let's give it our all, split into groups, focus on staying in earshot, and work together." The class cheered. They wanted to move, but right then the signal was given and the same man that they saw before, acting friendly, was waiting for that. Slamming his hands down on the floor, his quirk taking effect. Shaking the ground, it broke up into parts, leaving the class disrupted and confused, which they took advantage of. The class jumped right up, ready to beat everyone down and pass quickly. "It's over for you all." Homing missile madness. One of his classmates used his 6 balls and threw them at the class. They shot underground, causing the group to lose sight of the ball. "Fuck, what can we do now?" Kami yelled, not wanting to lose that quickly. "I got them," Achiko yelled, as she used her quirk on one of the lost chunks of earth and her skill in danger sense to pick up the chunk and throw it right into the ground, stopping the balls. "Kami, let's get them," Siro called out, wrapping tape around Kaminari and throwing him forward into the group. "Team move, I choose you," Siro called out as he threw Kami into the middle of the other students. "Thunderbolt." Denki screamed loudly as he shocked everyone in the area, causing them to shake in pain for a small second before someone landed on top of him. Glass dome, protection. The glass surrounded Denki, protecting the class and capturing Denki, but Denki wasn't alone. "You ain't touching my buddy," Sato called out, crunching on a sugar cube and rushing forward, the glass breaking as Sato's shoulder charged forward, Denki dropping down on the floor to give Sato a free rein. He kept going, hitting the large group right away. "I got them." Siro ran by trying to trap the class, but as the first class, they weren't the only ones wanting to take out 1A. Out came what looked like 10 extra classes, jumping right for 1A. "We gotta go, leave them and run, we gotta pass," Momo said as she started dropping smoke grenades left and right while grabbing a hold of anyone she could to run out in a big group. In the end, there were around 6 to 8 groups of students. Bakugo was alone with Kirishima well far away. Shoto was able to escape in the midst of all the chaos. Momo ran out with Nami and Ojiro, in hand and tail. They ran toward the lake, Nami believing she would be best suited around there. Kami, Kyoka, and Aoyama were running to a warehouse, going to act on a run and hide tactics as none of them were really hand-to-hand fighters and that acted on their skills at the moment. Siro was still linked to Kaminari and Sato grabbed the tape and ran with them to the safety of the city. Without a plan, just hoping for the best. Robin was able to grab Achiko, Toru, and Ida to get to safety, but they had nothing but open fields, which would weirdly enough work for them with what Robin had in mind. They just needed a place to catch their breaths. Mina was saved by Tsuyu, who was saved by Tokoemi. They went for the hills, to act on high ground to think of a strategy that could work for them. Last was Shoto, who just skated on ice right out of the mids. He had faith in his classmates, so without worrying about them, he went worrying about himself, and how he would get points. No matter how strong he found himself, fighting against a larger group would always be problematic, so his aim was to shoot for teams of 2 or 3. Teams he knew he could mostly overpower. But the first team that split up was Bakugo and Kirishima, or as Kirishima would call them, Team Super Manly and Super Strongman that could defeat a lot of people. Or how Izuku would call them as he was looking at them at a bridge. Team Popped Rocks. They climbed up to the top where they came face to face with one of the second years of Shigetsu High. The same school as that dude that headbutted the floor. But he wasn't going for points. He stood with his leg on top of a meatball. "You're not a true vision of heroism, it's all for fame and money." He scolded the ball of meat that was a human under the effects of his quirk. If it's not the 2 students in the class of royalty," he said with a scoff. "So what about it, meatball? Now lay down and die so I can take those fucking marks off your chest and win this thing so the princess can see it and be amazed." Bakugo growled as he dropped low with explosions popping out of his palms. "Yeah bro, I got your back," Kirishima said, hardening both of his arms. But the student wasn't even threatened. Or at least he didn't look like that. He more looked irritated. How could such a persona, and a lackey, be in the presence of his grace, and not be executed for that behavior? Bakugo laughed with explosions starting to build as sweat was slowly being stored inside the gauntlets he wore. "Oh, I will fucking show you. I will beat the fuck out of you, kick your ass all over this bridge. And write him a message in your blood. Bakugo spoke with Kirishima swallowing deeply. That is a little much, Baku bro, but let's just kick his ass, get the points and pass on to the next part of the exam. That will be a better message to Izubro. The student gasped. You dare speak about his grace in such a manner, use his name in such a state. I will beat you into a puddle and then sculpt you into a beautiful form for his grace. Bakugo shook his head, now understanding where Izuku came from with his hate for that title bullshit. He was fucking irritated by this shit right off the bat. I ain't letting you walk out of here, you fucking shit stain. Bakugo screamed as he used Shave to fly up, scaring the student a lot as he stepped back, barely missing Bakugo's uppercut with a hard explosion, flying him back at least 5 meters. Rolling on his back, he wasn't able to do anything. And just because of his skill, he was able to roll out of the way of Kirishima, who also used Shave to reach further and stomp down on the ground, cracking the bridge and nearly pinning him down. He got to his feet and his fingers fell off, grew in size, and raised in front of him. Me puppeteer. The balls of meat around him started moving to his front. Now be aware, while they are under my control, they still do feel pain, so don't attack carelessly. The student spoke, putting Bakugo and Kirishima in a tough spot. Fuck it. Remember that thing Eri said? Up high down low. Oh hell yeah bro, we got it. Bakugo ran off the bridge and jumped out with explosions firing off. Ha, your classmate ran away, leaving you. Kirishima didn't give a response as he started running and punching him. None of the punches hit, or even landed close, but it was just for that Bakugo to get into position. Each punch was just wide enough to dodge. The only thing that hit was a front kick that Kirishima landed, kicking the student back 2 meters, just in range for Bakugo's attack. With 2 large blasts, Bakugo shot down, quickly replacing his arms down, to just before he lands, hitting a massive explosion, the force, making the student fly forward. His lack of balance due to the kick already causing him problems. Now once more he was shot toward Kirishima, barely standing upright. Kirishima wasn't done, but the fight was about to be. Moving in, with a powerful lariat, he caused the student to flip over and land face first on the ground, knocked out and bruised. As Bakugo walked up and grabbed Kirishima by the arm and helped him up, he spoke. Guess you aren't a complete waste after all. Thanks Baku bro, you're awesome as well, now guard up, they are coming back. Kirishima said as the half-dozen human meatballs turned into their normal bodies again. Bakugo and Kirishima put on a dark grin. One with a rock-hard fist and one with explosions popping out his hand. Izuku watched the entire fight. Extremely amused, with how well Bakugo and Kirishima worked together, and how Eri had apparently helped them create a team move. But he was not just checking their fight, no matter how well they did, he was looking over the area where he noticed a student creating a massive tornado with a couple dozen balls swooped up. He then with a single move shot them down, and eliminated around 75 people. It amazed Izuku at the control he had over his quirk, or his luck, Izuku wasn't quite sure. Aizawa and Miss Joke sat on top of the area. Miss Joke repeatedly looked up to see if Izuku was still there, which of course he was, while Aizawa was just trying to keep an eye on all of the students. He was sure they could handle themselves, but still there a chance of people trying to attack them because of their relationship with Izuku. He was just happy that the girls were able to take the exam. While he had faith they would all make it, he didn't want this achievement to be taken from them. It always feels better to earn something than to be given something. Momo, Nami, and Ojiro just reached the base of the lake. They were out of breath and still in a panic after what had just happened. Fuck, what the hell was that? Why did they all just jump out at us? It was chaos. Momo nodded to Ojiro's worries. I believe it has to do with fame from the sports festival. We got known during it, so it might just be the case. Momo said as she popped out a metal bow staff. Nami pulled 3 blue sticks out. On the top of each stick was a blue ball. She stabbed them together, making a very unique weapon. Nami, what is that? Ojiro asked, confused, looking at the new weapon Nami wielded. She smiled. I just got it from the support course. It should give me more use of my own quirk. Nami twisted it around before resting it tightly on the ground. We found them, guys. A guy with a shark quirk screamed as he dove out of the water. His nose was long and almost saw-like. Diving right for Ojiro, who with skill, slammed his tail down and jumped, boosting his jump, with a flip over the shark, dodging him completely. A group of 7 other fish quirk people walked out of the water, each ready to fight and defeat the trio of hero trainees. Great, Nami said, a tad of rage in her voice. Not heard but the students or the fishmen, but picked up by Izuku. Not sure why that would be the case, but it didn't matter as she got it under control quickly. All three got in their own fighting stance, Nami and Ojiro facing the group of 7 while Momo stood facing the loner with their backs against each other. How are we going to do this? It wasn't a good place to be at, surrounded by enemies that were starting to circle them. I got this. It's time to test this baby out, Nami said with a cocky smile as she placed her hand at the front of the staff and pushed it forward. Heat ball. She expected a fireball of sorts to shoot out and cause some good destruction, but in reality, a small hand-sized ball of warm air shot out, doing absolutely nothing but stopping the fishmen in surprise, not fear, just bewilderment of weakness. What? Nami asked herself, surprised at the attack. No bother. She shook her head. Cool ball. She once more hoped for an ice spear to shoot out and freeze them in their place, forcing them to tap due to the sub-zero temperatures. But again a light blue ball came out, doing nothing, not even giving a chill to the fishmen it hit. Damn it. Nami screamed in frustration as her attack did absolutely nothing. Well, my final attack, feel the pain of thunderballs. Instead of an attack that would make Denki jealous, out came a small yellow ball of static that only caused the fishmen to chuckle at the small current. Really, that was it? A fishman said with wide arms and a long ponytail. Can I try again? Nami wondered with it just being silent. Fuck that, we will kill you now, ha 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 ha. The saw-nosed shark spoke as he walked up to Nami only to be hit with a bow staff in the knee by Momo. We are here as well, remember that. She continued by using the back to slam it into his face, causing him to lead backward, which she then spun causing the front to slam into his gut. Retreat. Momo screamed. Ojiro slammed his tail down creating a dust cloud as they ran over the fishmen Momo attacked. They held away up in a small fishing cabin where they came up with a new game plan. Nami, what the fuck was that supposed to be? I don't know, they told me it was a weapon, not some fucking party trick. Nami cried as she threw the staff down, which a paper caused to fall out. Wah! Momo said, picking the paper up and started reading it. It took her a second, but she then gave it to Nami with a shake of the head. If you read this note, please note that the weapon is not yet complete. It was a hard test to be completed, so at this point use it to get known, or just as a staff. Sorry about that. Nami read out loud before yelling in frustration. Grabbing the staff, she wanted to throw it out but was stopped by Ojiro. Aren't you going to be a weather witch? How the fuck can that stop you? Got time, just think of a way to use it. I will lead those fishmen away. Ojiro went to stand up but Momo followed. We are in this together. Nami, take your time and join us when you read. Nami wiped a tear away before nodding. Both stepped out, ready to fight with the fishmen while Nami thought of a new way to fight with her toy. Momo and Ojiro started running for the fishmen. Hey, we aren't done yet. Ojiro screamed, taking point as a distraction. Oh, you again. Well, what do you want, chum? If you get your buddies here, I might play with you to pass. Try it, we will win that fight. Momo had dropped her bow staff and had decided on 2 smaller sticks, the ones she used for hockey training with Izuku. Out came the 7 other fishmen, now being 8 versus 2. This seems unfair, but I really don't care. The leader of the group walked up, he flexed his arm, stretching it back for a punch with Ojiro running up to him. Tail tornado. Deep sea stream. Tail and fist hit each other, both staying against each other for a bit before both were hit back, equal in strength. Haha, seems you're not a weak shit riding the tail of the prince. Both Momo and Ojiro heard how he just said to the prince. It seems you have a problem with him. Oh, that fake fucker, yeah I do. I just wish I could kick his ass, talking all this good shit, but backing up nothing. Should have said that about my boyfriend. A third person said it was Nami again, but no longer frustrated or irritated at her staff. What? Haha, I can send the perfect message now. If you can walk after. She showed to have 2 parts of the staff in her hand. The heat and cold balls. Oh, fuck off, Ginger, that toy doesn't even work. Nami got a vein popped in anger. I will show you a toy. She raised the 3rd stick, the thunder stick, which caused them to look up, showing a massive cloud above them, now with electricity running through it. Thunderbolt tempo. Nami screamed, bringing the staff down to the ground. With a second nothing happened, causing the fishmen to lower their guard. A massive bolt of lightning shot down and strikes the group of 8. It was a massive attack seen by everyone in the area. It was truly a weather attack. Damn show, what the heck is that for attack? Miss Joke screamed with Aizawa giving a singular chuckle. I don't even know, it just seems that UA has received a new weather witch. Izuku was super excited about the attack, he always had faith in Nami's skill. But seeing something like that was just something he really didn't expect to see, at least for a year. He bounced up and down in excitement, wanting to see some more, but after the attack the large cloud dispelled, Izuku clearly saw the group of fishmen knock out on the floor, foaming out the mouth. "Well, let's get our points, shall we?" Nami said sweetly, with Ojiro and Momo both being super shocked but nodding. "That was super cool." "Yeah, that was sick, thanks for the win." Ojiro joked as they all tapped the people passing the exam, allowing them to go into the waiting area. Izuku then went to keep looking in the area, more so interested in the rest of his classmates, as they were split up. He had absolute faith that they would pass, but he was still interested in what kind of fights they would get, and how they would get out of it. First, he found Kami, who with Kyoka and Aoyama went toward a warehouse. They were acting sneakily, which was a great idea revolving around their quirks. Kyoka would be perfect to locate enemies, having no need for sight, thus allowing invisible enemies to be found as well. Kami would then be able to keep them hidden, use her quirk to create an area for them to hide and cause there would be too many of them, and Aoyama for long-range attacks that could be used as flash bangs, as the area was rather dark, so a bright flash would be something. The problem they quickly found, however, was that nobody was around them. No other people had chosen to fight in the dark area, so they were in trouble. At least that was until Kami came up with an idea. "Yo, what if I just pop out and call some dudes over, and you jump them, that way we can get us some points." They had no other ideas, so they nodded and Kami went on the hunt. She thankfully was able to use shave, which allowed her to hide quickly. Walking out in the open, not seeing anything or anyone, she decided to yell, "Ayo, where the charging port at?" This caught the attention of some of the surrounding people, with a group of 6 jumping up. Hee, perfect. Kami started running away with the group following her, as she yelled, "Oh no, I really don't hope they follow me to my group. There's no way we could defeat such strong students like them." It was the fakest thing she had ever said, but it worked. The group ran behind her, with happy smiles thinking they would win. They reached the warehouse. Kami gave a quick wink to the side where Kyoka and Aoyama were waiting. 3, 2, 1. Now. Kyoka whispered, with Aoyama taking a deep breath before firing a laser, a big one. It had been fully worked out. Kami would lead them, and while doing that, Kyoka and Aoyama would set up a large crate with a plate of metal, and now that large crate was fired at the group of unknowing students. It crashed into them and them into crates. But they weren't done yet, they needed to be stuck, and thankfully Kyoka had found glue. Stabbing her jacks forward, into the same wall they had been thrown into, and she vibrated it. It shooking a loose plank. Loose, which allowed the glue to drop. A true waterfall of industrial-grade glue. They were stuck in mere seconds, allowing the trio of students to walk up. Balls in hand? "Sorry about this, guys, but we do have to pass the exam ourselves." The students struggled heavily. They were unable to struggle against the glue. They moved close and touched the balls on their marks, passing the first part of the exam, and leaving the glue for others to deal with. Izuku was rolling on the ceiling, laughing loudly as he loved the use of glue. It was so smart but looked so stupid, but the fact Kami acted so badly was just too good. He really hoped that the students that were glued would work on that, as that might become a problem for them in the long run. Aizawa was having to deal with the laughter of Miss Joke. "Oh look, show those are my students, they already passed, huh?" It was a small group of her students that had passed. "So have mine," Aizawa said as he pointed at Bakugo and Kirishima. The class had just split apart. Sato kept running, tape still over his chest, as both Shiro and Kaminari was pulled with him, right into the city area. Stopping only after believing he was safe. "Bro, did you have to drag us?" Sato pointed at Kaminari's chest. "EYY. Shiro slammed his mouth shut. "Bro, keep quiet. If we don't, we might get jumped." Shiro understood Kaminari's shock. He had one of his targets hit, but that still didn't matter if they wanted to stay safe. They had to think of a plan. Sato nodded as he looked around. "Let's go here." They moved into a building, with Shiro taping some rubble together, and Sato placing it on the door to give them some privacy. "We need to think smart about this. But why are we all the dumb dudes?" Kaminari said. And while Sato wasn't a full-blown idiot, he was not top of the class. "So what are we gonna do?" The group kept thinking as Shiro took some glances outside. "Yo, I might have an idea." Shiro walked up, using a piece of rock to carve out his plan on the floor. First, he started with buildings. "So we are in a city, right? Like so many big tall buildings, sharp corners, and stuff." The other two nodded along. "Yes, you just described a city, good job." Kaminari chuckled. With that, it allows me for sick movement, so what if I start swinging around and pissing people off? Oh yeah, I get it, Kaminari said with a smirk. You start pissing people off, then you lead them to us, where we kick their asses and hit their marks. Easy pass of this exam. Hell yeah. Shiro and Kaminari high-fived each other knowing they were gonna kick ass. They perfected their plan a little more so the ending, and now Sato would come into play, because so far it was Shiro flying around to lead them somewhere, with Denki shocking them, winning the match, but Sato needed to do something as well. What if you just Kool-Aid man and shoulder tackle shit? You're a lot faster than before, right? Sato nodded. Yeah, I have been working on that 6 power stuff, so what about it? Let's use you as a stun. Shiro brought up with a smile. Sato, however, didn't really understand what he meant with that. I found a group, they in here. Someone yelled from outside, with the guy's eyes opening. Fuck. They all three said knowing would be a fight, and they had not been prepared for that. Sato went right into the action, not planning to lose. He bit down on a sugar cube, went into a runner stance, and shot forward, using shave to the best of his abilities to crash through the wall. It exploded outward, shocking the other students. Right off the bat, 2 lines of tape shot out with it, only for Shiro to jump out and go up high. All you, buddy? Kaminari smirked as he held on to the tape. It is connected to 2 of them. Shocking connection. Kaminari fired out electricity, using the tape as a guide of sorts. For the 2, students were unable to do anything. For them it seemed like slow motion, the lightning creeping closer and closer, until it came into contact with them. It happened in a flash for everyone else, the 2 students dropping to the floor, foam out the mouth. What the hell did you do to my buddy? Of the nearby students screamed angrily. That, however, was a mistake, as his anger toward Denki made him miss the massive charging bull that was Sato. He ran shoulder first into the dude, that reacted too late. By the time he wanted to get away, he already had fast full of Sato's shoulder. Sato didn't stop at that, he kept charging, though everyone else jumped out the way. Let's go boys, 3 down, 3 to go. Shiro yelled out from the side of a building. Get down here, we gotta get out points in order. Shiro laughed, as he let down some tape. Now about you just join me. This was a mistake, because what Shiro didn't know, or well couldn't know, the one he was allowing up, was able to make sure Shiro didn't free the tape. So he grabbed it, with both hands. You just come down here. With a rough pull, Shiro shot down. His grip of the roof wasn't enough, as he fell down toward the floor. Thankfully, with his skill learned from Weber, as well as his training, he shot out a new tape, right above his position and pulled himself toward it with a twist, before using iron body to soften the fall as much as he could. Shiro! Sato screamed, Kaminari already running toward him. That is my buddy, you fucker! Kaminari screamed, sounding a lot more like Bakugo than he would really want it to. Kaminari, however, did take a page out of Bakugo's book, pulling one arm back and concentrating his quirk on the bottom side of his palm, letting it store as he ran forward, waiting to be in range. He had no idea what range it really had, so this would test of sorts, well after getting payback for his friend. His palm went forward, about a meter apart of the student. Kaminari had no way to expect what just happened. His lightning shot forward, a beam of lightning. It hit him in the chest, and completely shocked the life out of him. It was rather. What the hell happened? Kaminari looked at his hand in awe as Sato stared as well. We get them now. Shiro yelled out, holding his elbow as he landed on it. I got them. Sato screamed as he ran back, tackling 2 of them, as Kaminari pulled his hand back for a new attack. The rest ran off. And just as they turned around the corner, Kaminari fell to the floor. Fuck, that was hard. He said as his quirk had been reaching his limit. He was just thankful they passed. We will need to find some cover. Standing out in the open is not something we should be doing. Robin closed her eyes as she used hockey. It wasn't strong or great, but it was a good first test. We should be relatively safe here for the moment, while we come up with a game plan. She looked around. It was her, Achiko, Toru and Ida. Only Ida and Achiko could be seen as fighting, with Toru being more of a support or infiltration and Robin being more capture-oriented. We will need to think of a good plan. We are going to have to fight 8 people minimum in order to pass the exam. First, we need a group leader. It's smarter to have one in charge. Who will it be? Robin asked with everyone just looking at her, which caught her slightly off guard. Oh, alright then, Ida, seeing as you have the most speed out of all of us, you should run and take the lead. Toru, stay nearby me. I will rely on you to support me. And Achiko, you will be the main power source. Use your quirk and skills in gunhead martial arts to stop as many as you can. I will focus on slowing down or stopping the others. The group nodded, happy with the plan and willing to try it out. Ida started right away, running around. Not looking for fights, but more to get a general understanding of what was to be expected of the exam. They didn't like that people were passing, as it meant they would really have to hurry. Ida came back. I found an acceptable group. They sadly are 10 strong, but seem mostly surprised of support, with a single fighter. Robin nodded. Ida, B and Toru will take the front first, as they are focused on us. Please rush Achiko behind them, and then if possible blitz the fighter. Why don't let me fight with you girls, I can help. Achiko said, feeling a little left out. Achiko, out of us, you might be the best fighter, true, but you also have the ability to attack from the back and keep them out. Just get them to float, and I will hold them in place. Achiko got it and smiled. Robin, this plan is awesome. I doubt anyone could do better. Robin nodded as she and Toru walked up slowly, Ida putting Achiko on his back and taking the long route, to minimize the chance of being spotted. Is here acceptable? Ida said as he dropped her off behind a rock where she could hide. Achiko nodded. Give your best, Ida. Ida responded by returning the favor and running off. Oh look, a little lady's lost in the big bad world. The fighter said, a massive muscular dude with 8 arms, just as big as All Might's. A lady ready to get 2 points, you mean? Robin said, crossing her arms, keeping Toru hidden as she slowly creeped up to sit right behind the man. Do you really believe you can win against me, little lady? Cause from where I am standing, I could crush you like a bug. It was then that Robin understood that this man had a very frail ego. I went here because he in particular looked super weak, believed it to be easy points. She sounded half-hearted, like she didn't care he was in front of her. It pissed him off. A vein popped from his forehead, he screamed at the top of his lungs. I am going to fucking murder you, bitch. It was there that he lost. Toru from behind him, landed and finger flick, right into his family jewels, his breath stolen away. As his eyes rolled in the back of his head, he fell on the floor lifeless, puke out of his mouth as he was defeated. The support were unsure what to do, their bodyguard of sorts was just murder. Fight back. One of them yelled, but it was too late. Achiko ran through then, touching all of them once before reaching Robin, who had closed her eyes and crossed her arms. New fleur. 9 arms sprouted and grabbed each of them with an arm. Slam. Each of them was slammed down onto the floor. Ida ran up, having done nothing really, except act like a taxi. It seems we are done here. Hold up. The fighter said with a very high voice. Tears in his eyes as he stood on shaky legs. I am not done yet. His voice still high like the angels. Please ladies, allow me? Ida asked, wanting to be of some use. I don't want you raw, bitch. I want that fucking slut that used a sneak attack and finger flicked me right between my balls. Ida shook his head and turned to look at the girls, who looked at Toru, who had put back her gloves and shoes. Ida took a stance nonetheless, his legs slightly crouched with one in front of the other. Ingenium, rush. Ida used shave added with a reciprocal burst to reach a higher speed, one that would make his brother and Dios. He moved faster than the untrained eye could see. He zoomed past the area. Right into the man. A spinning back kick right into the man's hip, causing the vibrations to shake his body, and more than anything, it went to his painful bowels. It hurt enough to get him to cry as he landed on the floor in tears. The kick hurt, but his balls were a different story, which each breath, it went like an iron spiked booth stepped on his balls, which caused him to breathe faster, which caused the same to happen. It was horrible, for him. Izuku was in tears of laughter. What are we going to do here? I ain't really a hilly type of hero. Mina said with a sad smile, wanting to be of use. Better here than there, ribbit. Tsuyu pointed back, showing there was still a lot of destruction and chaos in the middle of the area they were before. Just stick close, we will pass on to the next part where you will be able to show your strength, but for now, we need to travel the darkness and attack from behind. Mina wasn't sure as it sounded scary and devilish, but she stood behind her teammates. With a nod she followed them through the hilly area, nothing dark like Tokoemi spoke off, but rather irritating in Mina's eyes. PSSS guys, I found some, it was 4 per person, right? Dark Shadow said as he came back giving the info. No, only 2, so a team of 6 would be required as a sacrifice. Oh hee, oops, cause they kinda followed me back. Just as Dark Shadow said this, the group of students he talked about peeked up, 12 students looking right at them. Fuck, it's only 3 of them. Fuck it, let's beat them, for an easy pass for Era, Mera, and Aura, they all only need 1 more point. The three in question were now in a bind and they were gonna have to fight 4 people off per person. Oh ribbit. Tsuyu getting ready for a big-ass fight, knowing it was going to be a good effort unless they were really weak. But as 2 of them started glowing. Brock, Brayden, go forth, we have to strengthen your bodies. It had seemed the 3 that would be getting the easy points were support heroes. And good ones at that. Let's go. Both bro-fisted each other before raising hands. Mina, melt them. What, that would kill them, we need to subdue, not murder. Mina screamed at Tokoemi, causing the 2 to take a step back in fear. Not really, just throw weak stuff on them to scare them. Tsuyu whispered to her, making Mina gasp as she started to understand what she meant. She walked forward, her hands low and a dark smile on her face. Nobody is here, and I never need to hide the bodies. She started swinging her arms, sizzling acid hitting the floor, melting small rocks and stones as she got closer to the group, walking back in fear. Lady, it's hero exam, not murder, so chill, yo chill. The somewhat leader of the group screamed. Mina ran toward them with a smile, hands leaking acid that was no longer acidic, it was more like water now or lemon juice. They fell on their backs screaming in fear just as Mina started spraying them down, head to toe covered in simple water. But it didn't stop them from screaming loudly in fear, 4 of them wet, crying, and covered in pee, their own pee of course. Screaming and rolling around in fear as they were scared that their skin was melting away, only for Mina to giggle as if nothing happened. Great work, Mina, but we aren't yet through with today's objective. Tokoemi said as Dark Shadow dashed forward, going low like a feral beast and rushing forward, aiming to palm strike one of the support heroes, only to just get stopped by one of the many others. No deal, kiddo, I ain't letting you touch them. Ribbit. This was a warning from Tsuyu as he just jumped up and with full force dropkicked the man on the face. Thanks to Tsuyu's quirk, it hurt a lot more than a simple drop kick. Tsuyu had far more leg strength than your average person, and while she wasn't at the level of Mirko, it still was far, far away from pleasant, so the dude dropped, of course, like a sack of rocks, allowing Dark Shadow to be freed again, rushing to the rest, and learning from his first fault. Instead of attacking them, he went to capture them. Uses his connection with Tokoemi as a binding, and wraps it around the group. It had 8 down now, more than they needed, but there were still 4 remainings. Walk away, and we will leave 2 of your friends alone, we just want to pass. Mina said with her hands raised, showing she didn't want to keep fighting. It was a hard decision, but they took it. Fine. They had very little choice, most of their team was taken down in seconds, and the strongest members were either on the floor knocked out, or in pain. But one dude walked up, face filled with determination. Instead of Mara, please take me. This man, unbeknownst to him, had been dating her for weeks and had been madly in love for years. This was accepted by Mina, finding it rather cute, so taking their points they ran off, passing the exam rather weirdly. But with that, they had gone on to the next part, with the last one being Shoto, who was all alone skating on his ice looking for a group of more than 1. He needed at least 2, so anything above that would be perfectly fine. With his ice, he was easily able to slide everywhere, while using his flames to up his own body temp to stay ready for a fight. He stopped at an industrial area where he found a group of 8, each dressed as ninjas, 2 red, 2 yellow, 2 green, and 2 pink ones, what Izuku was able to see, but Shoto wasn't. There were 2 other ninjas, 2 blue ones hiding. Shoto Todoroki, in class with Prince Izuku Midoriya, quirk half ice half hot. How great, we found you, a perfect subject for our special ninja technique. Shoto just looked at them coldly. Can we hurry? I wish to pass quickly and not stand around here, taking turns monologuing. To make sure they knew that he wasn't playing around, he shot out ice, covering their bottom parts. I'm not talkative, it seems, no matter, we know. Actions. Always. Speak. Louder than words. They all moved. First, the red ones fired off a couple of nails through the ice, freeing everyone. The nails act like bullets. Then yellow acted, throwing 2 large bolts, far bigger than most were made or found. It forced Shoto to skate back, creating even more distance between them. The yellow one caused the ice to stop, falling it just floating in place, allowing the green ones to jump behind them and palm strike the ice. It was firing back at Shoto like a rocket, forcing Shoto to dodge each attack with a lot of movement, creating new obstacles for him to maneuver and for them to give them what they wanted. Only for Shoto to understand what they were trying. They were pushing him back towards someplace. Shoto assumed hidden forces, so he did the most logical thing. He pulled out a super move. After jumping back, he dragged his arm across the floor. Icy spikes growing. Frozen forest. The eyes started firing upward, creating a look of icy trees hiding Shoto fully. but he knew each tree's location so he was able to move freely. Fuck, where did he go? I don't know, we lost him. Fuck dudes, were he on to our plan? I am now, Shoto said from somewhere inside the forest. Come on, we gotta do something. We can't just stand here and be defeated by some first-year's brat that has a big head because of who he is friends with. Shoto popped off from behind them, an ice pillar to rise him to their level. Not that, more a confident first year with the power to hold it up. An ice attack shot out, learning from before, now it freezing around the wrist and legs, leaving the torso free, allowing Shoto to quickly before the blue group came out to tag two of them. Get yourself free. He spoke as he walked off, leaving the team of 10 a team of 8 without green, going right for the area where the rest was waiting. This of course happened at the same time, with some passing before others, but the entirety of 1A had passed in the first half, giving them a great time to sit back and relax, to see what the next part would be. Fuck yeah bro, you made it. Kirishima cheered seeing Kaminari, Siro and Sato walk up. Of course buddy. I mean, how could the great Thunder God Kaminari not pass? Thunder God, haha, more like a used battery pack. Kyoka sneered back, causing Kaminari to laugh. Fuck, that was a good one. You remember Oroheim from that manga you like, she dies. Kyoka's jaw dropped as she saw Reed, that Kaminari had just spoiled her favorite person dying, so she started planning revenge. Kaminari, of course, would never spoil something like that, and just said something random. In reality, nothing bad happened. They waited for a bit until everyone had passed. The same tired voice from before spoke. Well done, young students of heroism, you have passed the first part of the exam, applause all around, but you are not done yet, you're still in need to fight. As villains have attack. Buildings started exploding and imposing, all thanks to perfectly placed explosives hidden by skilled builders and misdirections. It also showed an absurd amount of people, young and old, all looking injured. Your job is to save everyone and protect them till help arrives. Good luck. The classes started running as fast as possible. I feel this might be based on time, so let's move quickly. Izuku smiled as he started floating toward the middle of the air, using the Pika Pika no Mi to stay high up, waiting for Gang Orca to show up and fight so he could start creating chaos, already having a map of everyone and everything. Please don't mess up, think of heroics, not anything else. He spoke softly, not allowing anyone to hear it. The large group went forward, classes sadly splitting up. Izuku already saw that mistakes were getting made. Most classes went for quick extractions without protecting each other or the other. There was a makeshift camp created, where those with some medical knowledge were taking care of everyone. Calm down, remember Aizawa, he doesn't hurry but he does it right. Nami yelled out to her classmates, and those around her. True, manliness can't be rushed. Let's do this like a real man. Kirishima screamed as he and Sato started to lift a large piece of rubble from a family trapped, allowing the remaining students to free them. Izuku from the top smiled, knowing they started to get it, but it was about starting time. Sorry friends, but I am about to rain hell on everyone. He crossed his arms and stretched his fingers wide. His thumb and pointer finger make a circle and wait just as Gang Orca bursts through the wall. Oh no, a villain has started to attack. Make sure the people are safe. The tired voice said with Izuku starting to attack. Gang Orca did the same. He and his army of goons, all wearing coverings with cement shooting guns, started running around. Fuck, we gotta kick their asses before they get here. Oh, I am going to kill that fucking fish. Bakugo screamed as he started firing off explosions, going right for Gang Orca. I will support Bakugo, you all keep saving people. Shoto said as he skated behind Bakugo with the others and started saving people. But at the same time, Izuku began to attack. Yasukani no Magatama. He started firing a torrent of deadly light particles, each going right to the outside of the fighting area. It not hurt anyone, but it did cause a lot of students to fill their pants in fear. Fuck, what the hell is that? They screamed as they looked up, seeing Izuku floating and firing at them. What the hell? Nami screamed as she saw the light beams rain down. Look up, is that who I think it is? Kaminari yelled out, seeing Izuku, but he wasn't sure. Yeah, that is him. What now? Robin looked at the attacks. While loud and causing the earth to shake with each strike, they didn't reach near them yet. It reached the outskirts where no people were. Ignore him, his attacks are to frighten us, they won't hit us. Let's just hurry and save the people. He doesn't matter right now, only the people do. Izuku was having so much fun. He rarely was able to let loose fully. It was either that the human body was just unable to withstand it. He could just let loose cause that would kill them, and he wasn't a fan of killing humans, the scum of the earth, sure. Unlucky humans resorting to villainy, no. But here, Here he was just destroying the world without a care in the world. Well, he had none. The students were terrified. Only 1A was able to stay partially sane because they knew Izuku, but the rest didn't know what the fuck was going on. It did give the students a chance to shine and take the leader spot. Everyone, don't worry, these attacks are simple scare tactics. Ignore the attacks and focus on saving people. We can do this, just focus on saving people. Momo yelled out to the group, giving those that were worried more confidence in their actions. They followed behind Momo. We have 2 strong guys fighting Orca. Now we have to split, in effective groups. That way we spread out and save everyone. Robin screamed as well, following Momo's lead. Move quickly and focus on getting everyone to the refugee camp northeast of here. They all moved out, following the lead of 1A, who split up into random groups. All focused on saving people. I see hot, why the fuck are you following me? Bakugo screamed, using moonwalk and explosions as a movement. The explosions were just to keep his hands heated, so he could explode the shit out of whoever would step in his way. Bakugo, you will need backup, even you cannot face off against a well-trained hero like Gang Orca. Fuck that, I don't need to kick his ass, I need to just hold him off. Bakugo saw Gang Orca moving toward the injured civilians, and he moved in. Howitzer impact. Izuku smiled as he saw the explosion Bakugo was able to pull off. Gang Orca flew back 6 feet. His metal arm guards were scratched. Impressive young hero, I almost felt that. Oh, I will make you fucking feel it, I will turn your ass into deep-fried fish sticks. The area was then closed off by a wall of deep ice. Now you won't be able to run, you will have to go through us before reaching them. Gang Orca looked, the ice was thick enough that it would cause him some effort to break through. I see, either I break the ice, allowing you to attack my blind spot, or I attack you head on. And get your ass blown all over the floor. Gang Orca shot a hypersonic wave right into Bakugo. He dropped, unable to move his body. My quirk allows me all abilities of a killer whale, including hypersonic waves that paralyze their target. I wasn't able to show it during my scuffle, if I could call it that, with Mr. Midoriya, but it is always handy to hold a card close to the chest. He tried attacking Shoot, who stomped his foot down, freezing a wall in front of him, blocking the attack barely, however, broke instantly. I won't be taken down so quickly. Shoto's arm went ablaze, he stomped his foot down, more ice than he ever created. He didn't just make a new wall, he created an entire dome, encasing Gang Orca. It was almost enough to hold down All Might. Fuck me, I get hit and you get it easy. Bakugo screamed as he slowly started moving again thanks to pure stubbornness. Now we are done right. A beam of light shot past the 2 of them and pierced the ice, making it crack into massive chunks, allowing Gang Orca to free himself. Impeccable try, young students, your actions make me proud, yet I am not alone. Men. Out the side jumped an army of goons, each carrying a gun. They fired it, hitting the 2 boys with a glob of cement, not just normal cement, it was quick-drying cement. Fuck, we are saved. Momo called out as she and Kirishima carried a big-ass shield protecting them both. This will hurt, and might be embarrassing, Sato said, downing 2 sugar packets. He grabbed the hard cement and crushed it, freeing their bodies, but also ripping open their clothing, turning them shirtless. Now get back in the fight. We got an exam to pass. Why the fuck did all of you join me? Bakugo asked, with Momo throwing in a flashbang. Cover. Right as the explosion went down, Sato ran through and shoulder tackled Gang Orca that tanked him. A coordinated attack from UA? How interesting. Not just them. A strong blast of wind shot into Gang Orca's back, allowing Sato to lift him up and slam him into the ground. Todoroki now. Shoto attacked once more, freezing Gang Orca once more, but thin hard ice, around hard to remove places, keeping him down. Could you act, please? Izuku laughed before turning to light and showing up right behind the wind user, once they met before, Inese Yoarashi. Sorry about this, friend. Izuku landed a neck chop at light speed, shooting him down on the floor. Nothing broke, but it hurt a lot. Now you can fight me. Fuck yes, bring it, princess. Izuku wasn't going to hurt them too much, he however loved to mess with them. That is rude, especially since I could be your next stepdad. A vein exploded in Bakugo's forehead. In an empty tone, he spoke. You're dead, I am going to fucking destroy you. That's what I will say to your mom pretty soon. A massive explosion went off and Bakugo flew to Izuku and kicked his head. But Izuku was light, so the kick just phased through. Impressive speed. More explosions were caused and Bakugo punched Izuku's back again, going through him. Nope, try something else. Izuku landed a spinning back kick, making him fly away. Now the rest. He received a pipe in the face, covered in haki, kicking him back. Oh, well done, Momo, great move. Izuku went back on his legs. Attacked with love, hard to read, but not gonna work again, because now I am going to test your training. Izuku used his light fruit and created a sword of pure light. Now cover up. Izuku moved at normal speed and went for a slash from down left to right up to high. Momo tried to block it with her staff covered in haki, but Izuku slashed right through it. Common, my raven-haired beauty, try. Izuku, however, was blasted with the wind that fired him back 24 feet. It's an honor. Inasa cheered, seeing he was able to fight the prince. The honor is mine, now let's see what you have in store for me. Izuku spoke as Yoarashi punched forward. Izuku just turned to light and went to the side. Nice try, that would have hurt. Izuku laughed. Sato jumped on him and tried holding him in a bear hug, but Izuku was intangible. No, that won't work, you see, you all are here to be my entertainment. Or I could free gang Orca and have you fight him. Fuck you, scared bitch, you don't even want to get hit. Izuku agreed, he didn't want to be hit, but there was a way out of this fine. Izuku stopped using the light fruit and turned to using the Kira no Mi. Twinkle twinkle fruit. Do your worst, buddy. I am harder now than I am seeing your mom. You limp dick fucker, I will explode your brain and skull fuck your dead fucking body. Bakugo shot forward and palm strike Izuku with maximum force and nitroglycerin. The explosion was hard enough to make Bagwell fly back himself. But Izuku was still standing tall. Don't let up now, give him everything you have. Momo screamed, using a new bat to hit Izuku in the face with haki. Sato started punching his front as Kirishima attacked his back, and Shoto started blocking the area, not as much to keep Izuku in, because well, that was impossible, but more than enough to keep others out and limit the destruction. Bakugo was storing more sweat to blow Izuku up. You're able to flames, correct? Yoarashi asked Shoto, who had just gotten done with the wall. I have. Why? Together we might be able to take him down for a bit. Both nodded as Izuku to the beating without moving an inch. You are all very impressive, strong attacks, but weak against Diamond. Haki, why isn't haki working? Momo screamed angrily. Sorry about this. Izuku jumped slightly, causing the force of Sato's punch to launch back on Kirishima, making him roll through. Now then, let's finish this quickly. I am getting peckish. Oh, it will. Bakugo had started using shave to zoom in front of Izuku, his hand covered in sweat. Die fucker. Izuku flew back. The force were insane, he felt it. The pain was felt by Izuku, that was the amount of force given to Izuku was enough to be felt. But Bakugo's arm dislocated itself. Izuku, however, quickly recovered and shaved back to Bakugo. He grabbed his limp arm at the wrist as well as the shoulder. This will hurt, sorry. Izuku with a quick move popped his shoulder back in. Bakugo screamed in pain. It hurt a lot to be put back into place. Please stay down. I can't be sure it's correctly back into place. Izuku then received a haki-filled sledgehammer in the ribs. Ah. Izuku grunted at the pain in his ribs. Momo smiled. Emotions, right? Ha ha ha, yes, well done, Momo. Still a sledgehammer in the ribs. To your boyfriend, that is just mean. Momo laughed. I will give you some healing tea at the dorms, but for now, it was the ribs or the face, and I prefer to keep your pretty face fully intact. Sir, you are supposed to attack the civilians. Gang Orca said, still stuck on the floor. I mean, villains do what they want, but fine, I will go bully more heroes. However, stopped as the students blocked his way. Combined move, Flame Tornado. Both Yoarashi and Todoroki attacked. Todoroki pushed his flames to the limit in pure power, while Yoarashi used his immaculate control over his wind to stoke the flames and direct it fully on Izuku. The flames that would go around were redirected to attack Izuku from the back or the side. This amount of power, hell, not even Endeavor nor All Might could withstand this amount of heat. They then heard something they never would have expected. Izuku had begun laughing, his body unable to be seen thanks to the flames. While these flames are warm, and would give even the most hardcore villain a horrible burn. You must understand there is always something, far hotter, far more dangerous. Izuku forced the flames away, showing his arm was dripping in magma. He had started using the Magu no Mi, magma fruit. I use this only on a special occasion, but your strength allows me to test you fully. To see how you react to this. Ryusei Kazan. Only for a loudspeaker to be heard. The last civilian has been saved, backup has arrived. Please come back to the front, where those that will pass, and those that have failed will be shown. Izuku dropped his hands, magma turning to flesh once more. Oh, you guys did it, well done, I am proud of all of you. Fuck you, I will kick your skull in later for those fucking comments. Bakugo cussed as he kept walking with his middle finger pointed right at Izuku, who laughed. I do apologize, just had to get you angry to start making mistakes, but you did rather well containing it, Izuku said, with Bakugo still just flipping Bakugo off as he kept walking to the front. Most were doing the same except one man. Sir, I am a big fan. Inasa screamed as he bowed, causing him to head at the floor, causing a gash on his forehead. Wow, calm down, don't want any brain damage, Izuku said, looking at the wound that wasn't really serious, it just caused a lot of blood. But it's good to hear. You are. My apologies, I am Inasa Yoarashi, first-year student of Shiketsu University. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Yoarashi. Let's check your results. Though I have no doubt a fine and capable hero like yourself passed the exam, Izuku said with a smile as Inasa nodded. They quickly followed the rest, Izuku using the Pika Pika no Mi, Glint Glint fruit, to head back to Aizawa. That was enjoyable. Ah. Aizawa chuckled as Miss Joke screamed. Haha, sorry Miss Joke, my apologies. Miss Joke just leaned back laughing that she got scared. Move it, Midoriya, we gotta meet the class downstairs. Izuku nodded, still using the Glint Glint fruit, going down extremely fast, waiting on the top of the bus with his legs crossed. He was sure all his classmates would pass the exam, each of them was trained and strong, with just enough friendliness to passing. Izuku noticed multiple classes went gone far faster than 1A, at least 3 classes were out before Izuku noticed the first of 1A, which was Ida with a proud smile. The rest will join us as well in a few minutes, they still have to locate their names on the board. I am sure they will all pass. That I am sure of as well. Ida gave a slight bow. Please give my thanks to Sir Rayleigh and Mr. Beckman for their training. Oh, I am sure they will drop by again. I mean Kakashi-sensei will show up for Eri as well. I see, I shall hold my thanks till then, Ida said as he started making his way inside of the bus. Izuku kept on the top as he wanted to see everyone walk up. It was a far more enjoyable sight than just waiting on the bus. All the students quickly followed Ida up. Each threw up the cards that they received as they passed the exam. The more excited students called out loudly. We passed it easy, Mina yelled, throwing her arms in the air. Yeah, wow, we did it, we are heroes now, Nami added to the yell. While I would happily think you can make it as a hero, it's only for moments that require it, in great moments of problems. Shut up, buzzkill, Mina called out, throwing her jacket at him. Izuku didn't move nor catch it, so it hit him in the face and fell on his lap. That wasn't nice, guess you won't get the price I got ready for you all. The students stopped. Surprise. Izuku nodded. Yeah, seeing you all work so hard, and I kinda got a freebie on this one, I thought why not surprise you all. That's so manly. He of course knew they would pass, so having prepared in advance. Oh, what is it? I don't like surprises. Fine, I love them, but tell me, Toru asked with Izuku laughing loudly. He stood up and jumped down with a front flip, landing on his feet only to get a shoulder bump from Bakugo. Show off. Izuku just laughed as Aizawa started pushing everyone on the bus, so they could make a quick getaway, but it sadly was too late as Aizawa heard the laughter. Sure, we should do some training together, our classes could grow. Maybe, fine, I guess, discuss it with Midnight, we have a place to be. Aizawa pushed the last students in and closed the door. Sit down and let's go. With that they drove quickly, going back to Yue, where Izuku's surprise would be waiting on them. The drive was extremely calming and fun, all the students were excited, and of that, nobody could blame them. They passed an exam 1 year before they needed to. So it was a great win in their book, and Aizawa was proud of them. They well exceeded his expectations. Last to the dorm is a rotten egg, Mina yelled out, starting to sprint. Hell no, raccoon eyes. Bakugo started following Mina. The entire group joined in only for Shoto, Ida, and Izuku to wait. How does that work? Is it a quirk that will change us? No, Todoroki. It's a common saying and form of joy for people. I believe we should join them. Oh, I am so going to bully Bakugo a bit more, see you there. Izuku moved forward with the Pika Pika no Mi, standing at the door with new power. He quickly saw Bakugo forward. Izuku smiled as he raised his hands, his middle finger and ring finger pressed together with his thumb, pointed forward like a cone, his pointer finger and pinky aimed at the sky. Noro beam. He called out as a pink beam shot forward, covering Bakugo, and stopping him in place. Izuku had started using the Noro no Mi, slow fruit. It allowed everyone else to pass Bakugo, as Izuku just smiled and looked. After 30 seconds Bakugo was able to move again. What the fuck was that? That is so bullshit. What the hell did you do? Nothing, let's enter. Fuck no, what was that power, and how did I not move? Fine, it's a weird beam that stops anyone for 30 seconds. That's all, how weak. Kaminari said from his place on the steps. No, that might be the scariest thing in the world. It would allow Midoriya to attack uninterrupted, and without blocking for a solid 30 seconds. Oh shit, what the hell, how is that even fair? But wait, think of the teamwork. This caused a shiver to run down the backs of everyone, as 30 seconds of uninterrupted attacks would be more than enough to permanently finish a fight if the user is well trained, and Izuku is one for sure. Izuku opened the door, and waiting for them were Namuri and Eri, and for Yumi. Congratulations on passing. Written behind them as well on a banner, with the table filled with wrapped presents. Wah. Like I said, surprises, ha ha ha. Izuku laughed as he walked in, lifting Eri as she ran toward her, hugging her father. How did you even know? What if we didn't pass? Namuri laughed before pulling a string next to her, pulling the front banner off. Better luck next time. Ignore that, let's go check the presents. Izuku said, getting the excited students to cheer for presents. Izuku walked up to the table and pulled one off. Kiri, this one is yours. Kirishima walked up and grabbed it, noticing a good amount of weight. Wow, thanks bro. He opened it up and saw that it was a set of 4 axes. Those are, true, Viking axes, created by a family of smiths using the original way. Bro, that is so manly, hell yeah. Lookin' fully. No way. Kirishima pulled out an old, traditional Viking outfit as well. That is awesome, thanks bro. Izuku just smiled as he grabbed a different one. Oh, this one is for Robin. It was a rather big box. You should love it. She removed the paper around it. And opened it. Oh. She smiled. Thanks very much. What is it, sis? Just looks like old books. They are, but there is a myth about when our world first got kings and queen like Izuku here, how that came to be. It's said to be written on massive unbreakable stones. Robin said, kissing Izuku on the cheek as a thanks. Only for Izuku to grab a new one. Let's do the large one at the back for Toru. Jippy. Toru skipped up and like a kid at Christmas pulled apart the wrapping paper. Flakes flying around as the present was unwrapped. Oh my fluffless. Izuku had given a large teddy bear seat. This seat, however, was a limited edition of one of Toru's favorite teddy bear brands. Izuku decided to speed it up a little to not waste the second surprise. Momo, hope you like it. Izuku threw it. While he loved spoiling people, that was hard for the rich woman. Oh my, thanks. Izuku had given her a very rare tea, only a 100 sold every year, simply due to the amount of work and time it requires to make. Next up is Kaminari. Hell yeah bro. He opened it much like Toru. Wow dude, thanks. Kaminari saw it was a brand new gaming console, one he had been wanting to get for a while, but the pre-order list was already filled by the time he tried. You a real one bro. Izuku just laughed as he grabbed the next one. Ida, you're next. I appreciate the gesture. Ida opened it neatly, not tearing any of the paper just like Izuku expected. Oh, this shall be of great help in the future. It was a heroic book. All the top heroes over the past 150 years had given their tips on how to make it like a hero, and this book was all of that put together. Nami, for you. She could see by the look of it that it was some sort of clothing, and Nami loved clothing, so she opened it right away. Wah. She opened it only to see the thing she loves just as much, money. It's a dress made entirely from money. The group burst into laughter, finding it incredibly weird. It's beautiful. Nami said, loving the feel it gave. Sure it was weird, sure it was unusable, but it was her style. It was a short skirt with a tight waist, yet allowing her bust to be free. I wasn't sure if you would like it, but next is Kami. Izuku gave her the gift. I am calling BS, your girlfriend's getting their items first. Kaminari joked with Kami laughing. Duh, we are princesses, commoner. Yo fam, is this what I think it is? I do think it is. Fam, this is so lit, like I love you so much yo. Kami squealed happily as she removed the last parts of wrapping paper, showing that Izuku had bought her a box set of the designer makeup. Oh wow, is that like a subtle hint saying she needs makeup? Mina said with a giggle. I would never, I am not subtle. Izuku said with a laugh as Namuri gave an amen from the back, sitting down with Eri. Oh, this one is for Tsuyu. Izuku gave her a small packet, but as she opened it, her normally bland face turned into one with a smile. Oh wow, tickets to a water resort. Yes, for you and your families. I heard you all didn't have any plans, so thought with the break coming up, it would be fitting. I appreciate it, Midoriya, Ribbit. Thanks for this. My little siblings will love this. Izuku just smiled as the doorbell rang. Oh, seems like my second surprise came a bit quicker than I expected. Izuku walked to the door and opened it, showing a catering company. One Izuku and the group had eaten before. The Baratai. Come in. Enrolled multiple carts filled with food. Food Izuku had bought for them. All their favorite types of food and drinks. The second the food rolled in, mouths started watering. Lids covered it, but the smell was still roaming free and infiltrating everyone's noses. Thanks for delivering. The man just bowed in response before walking out. Now I am pretty sure I got everyone's favorites. Do eat up. Everyone nearly jumped toward the carts, but Ida stopped them and started giving everyone their plates. The plates were significantly filled, but they quickly noticed that there was extra. Even after Izuku got his food, there was like a lot more extra food. Why the extra food? Why not? Izuku said, digging into a nice big grilled tomahawk steak himself. Oh my god, this is so good. Mina said as her eyes turned into stars. Yeah, I believe that is okra and shrimp gumbo. I know you like okra, so if you check that table there should be some of my favorite okra meal, curried okra shoestring fries. Really tasty. Mina instantly ran over to taste some of that. Those chefs are very skilled. Robin spoke as she snacked on some sandwiches, as well as a very good cup of coffee. Nami nodded as she was enjoying roasted duck with mikan sauce. Now that I think about it, it will work perfectly in with this gift. Izuku grabbed one and threw it to Sato, who just got done eating. Oh, for me. Ripping the paper and balling it up neatly to his size, he saw it. Wow. A cookbook. Not just any, that book is created by the royal head chef. They are the Nukama 99 vital recipe. What are those? Siro asked, unsure, with Sato knowing it. It was a rumor among chefs all over the world, 99 recipes that would strengthen the user by a combination of spices and foods. Yeah, and now those recipes are entrusted toward you. I wanted something else to gift you, but Kakashi-sensei said your quirk is more than meets the eye, though he did say that about a lot of quirks from you guys. What? Oops. Izuku slammed his mouth closed, not planning on telling that. Nami, however, shot to his side and grabbed his ear. Come on, babe, you can tell us. Fine, just please my ear. Haha, Papa loses. Eri laughed from the side. But Kakashi-sensei is somewhat of a quirk expert, being my teacher and helping me with most of my powers. So when he came by last time, took notice most of you didn't reach full potential in your quirks. So tell us. Izuku shrugged. I don't know them. From the ones I know is Sato, because the present, he said, that other spices might give other reactions, and a proper balance within them might give a good boost. How? Your side effect, the dumb mode, he says it's like that because of the large boost into one side. Oh, that is rather interesting. That would mean that perhaps if sugar gives power, salt could give defense or speed. Yeah, that is what he told me at least. They wanted to know more, and it got them to start thinking, could the powers they had for 14 years have more in store for them? Could their power really have a new level they weren't thinking of? Would it be hard? Easy? Was it a new way to use it? Or a completely different style? He would come by, right? Yeah, I think he said after the holiday. Seeing we are going to have a holiday right now. Oh yeah, our dates are finally. Izuku nodded, finding it due time their dates would happen. Todoroki, this one is for you. It was a hard thing to find out what you liked, so I went with you to help you in your heroing. Izuku gave him a large box. Shoto said, opening the gift and the cardboard box. A board. Sort of, it's a skateboard with retractable wheels, a flame motor on the back allowing you to move at higher speeds without leaving a trail of ice behind. I see, I am very grateful for the gift. Shoto said with a smile and a bow. I am just not sure how to use it. No worries bro, I got you. I am a hardcore skater. Siro said with a smile, showing he was willing to help. Hirojiro, I hope you like it. The packet was soft. Haha, awesome. Ojiro said as he opened the packet, showing a set of shirts, be more exact Izuku's shirts that had their use written on them. As he grabbed the first one to get a better look, a book fell out. Fishman Carrot for Beginners Vol 1. Wait. Ojiro grabbed the second shirt and again a book fell out, only this time it was Vol 2. Does that mean? Izuku nodded as Ojiro grabbed all the books. He was happy enough with the shirts, as he found them cool, but now he had a complete set of Fishman Carrot books, Beginners Vol 1, 2, and 3. Same for amateur and expert. There are still the masterclass books, but you have to master the 9 books before them and show them to a master in order to obtain them. So when that time comes, I can get you a meeting with my master in martial arts. Ojiro nodded, grateful for the cool gift. Tokoemi. While I would have loved to gift you something with Tsuyu, I can do that when you guys get married. The two blushed. Hopefully, I will get invited, but that's for later, so here. It was a long, thin block. Tokoemi slowly opened it, but he almost dropped it when he saw it. Hey, are you sure? Izuku nodded. Izuku gifted Tokoemi one of the swords he was collecting. It is called the Kusanagi no Tsurugi, or Sword of Kusanagi, or its common name, Grass Cutter. The sword was simple in design, with a slick black handle and sheath. No guard and a simple blade design. After the break, my teachers will be more than happy to train you in swordsmanship, same for me. I do not think I could accept such a gift. Izuku laughed. Don't worry, those swords were made in order to protect the world, and I think it fits your style. Perhaps you can cover it with dark shadow in order to not murder everyone. Izuku laughed as he already grabbed the next gift, which was for Kyoka. Izuku laughed as he placed Kyoka's gift on her lap. Wow, this is big. Kaminari laughed. That's what she said, ha ha ha. This received him a stab with her jack. Shut it, perv. She glared, still mad about the spoiler she was given. Her payback was already starting to be made, as she was planning on changing his alarm to 5 instead of 7, making him tired even if he fell asleep right away again. But she opened her gift excitedly. Oh my god, is this what I think it is? Izuku just shrugged. I don't know, you tell me. She opened it up fully. To everyone it was a weird gift. That's a shark guitar. No, that isn't any guitar, that is the guitar of the Soul King. How did you get that? Oh, maybe check the back. Izuku said with a smile. To Kyoka, hope you enjoy this gift and remember to rock to the bone. Yo-ho-ho-ho-ho. Yours truly, Soul King. This caused Kyoka to faint, not expecting a gift like that. You might have gone a little overboard on Kyoka, darling. Namiri said, sipping on her own cup of coffee. It will be fine, though I didn't think that would do it. Izuku said as Kyoka was getting woken up by Tsuyu and Kami. Izuku just went to look for the next gift. Aoyama. Which again was a flat box-like gift. And as Aoyama slowly opened it, sparkles started showing up in his eyes. Oh, what magnifique. He raised what seemed to be a painting of himself. A painting. Look at the beauty, the elegance, the sparkles. Aoyama said excitedly as they saw the painting. A light-up, sparkle lining surrounds the painting, with the painting itself being Aoyama in his hero suit looking cool, but it was made with a glittery oil type of look that really fit with Aoyama's style. Oh my mama and et papa sir and Ravis. Mama and Papa will be delighted. Aoyama wiped a tear away from joy, allowing Izuku to just go right toward one of the 4 remaining gifts. Oh Siro, this one is for you. Izuku gave the present to the chill classmate. Thanks, bro. Siro opened the gift. Yo, these are sick. How did you know? Siro said, seeing a set of tickets for the Japanese National Judo Championships. I noticed the belt when we did the dorm tour, just wasn't sure which belt until we did spare in All Might's class the other day. Bro, still, these are like front row tickets. That is insane. That's gonna be awesome, thanks. Siro had been doing judo since he was 12, but he had an interest in the sport far longer, as his favorite uncle trained in it and used to fight on a national level, before he was caught in a villain attack that caused his knee to break, which resulted in him not fighting anymore, and resigned to teaching. It didn't matter, as Siro and his uncle still enjoyed the sport, with that moment causing Siro to decide on being a hero. Bakugo, this one is for you. It better be a card that allows me to fight and kick your ass. No fighting. Eri said, not wanting them to fight. Well, I thought about it. I think you will like this more. See, I know you're not doing anything, but planned on camping out and maybe mountain climbing, so here. Izuku gave him a small box. What? Bakugo opened it and started looking at the contents. What is it, Bakubro? Kirishima asked, playing around with the 2 Viking axes he was given as he saw the dark smile Bakugo got. It's an invitation to an underground fighting arena. I first have to climb a mountain, an area filled with bears and shit, then if I am one of the first 128 people to make it up the mountain, I get to take part in a sick fighting arena. Yes, it's a highly prestigious fighting ring, and you might come against powerful opponents. Oh, this will be great. I will murder those weak extras, ha 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 ha. Bakugo laughed with Eri nodding. I know you will do your super best, ha 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 ha. Ending it with a laugh just like Bakugo. Just us 2 left, that's mean. Izuku's mouth dropped open. I did it randomly, I swear. He pleaded to see Achiko and Mina were the last two that didn't have a present yet. They just shook their heads disappointedly, just to mess with Izuku, who fell for it, mostly cause he didn't want the girls to look like that. He grabbed one without looking, seeing it was the one for Achiko. It was a box not that big. Achiko opened it quickly, showing it was a laptop. Izuku, I can't. You can and will, but open it, Izuku said excitedly as he smiled. She opened it, not too happy about the expensive gift. It wasn't that she didn't like it, she loved it. She had an old laptop herself that barely worked, she just used it for schoolwork. But as she opened it, her mouth dropped. Wow. Like it? Achiko just nodded. Her screensaver was the Galaxy, but not a random Galaxy or some fake generated one. It was the real one. It was a live feed of the stars. What? How? I mean, I just asked NASA for a live feed of the stars. They were more than happy to give it, Izuku said with a smile. Guess I am last, Mina said with fake tears starting to roll down her cheek. Izuku laughed. He was easily able to read the emotions behind the fake tears. Well, best for last, right? This, if he was just dating Mina, was a great move, but he wasn't. And he remembered that when he felt an arm go over his shoulder. Oh really now? Nemuri said, calmly, scaring Izuku. If he read her hockey, he would have been able to see the fake anger behind it, but he just didn't. I didn't mean it like that. Then why did you say it like that? Izuku had no retort, but as the girl laughed, Izuku gave Mina the last present. Minis, he said as Mina tore the wrapping paper open, getting the present underneath. Ah, but I have you, ahahaha. Mina laughed, looking at the high-tier foot massage. In reality, she loved that she finally had one. She still danced on daily, which really caused sore feet. Thanks, babe, you're forgiven for putting me last. Izuku gave a thankful laugh as he kissed her cheek. Just as everyone started having a little more fun, Kaminari setting up his gaming setup, Tsuyu FaceTiming her family to show her present off, Kirishima swinging his axes around while giving manly yells as he chopped the air proudly. Achiko is being helped by Eri and Momo to set up her laptop, mostly to set up Minecraft, each of them doing their thing just as Aizawa walked in. Can I take a moment of your time, everyone? While he didn't yell, his voice was enough for everyone to start being silent. You all have done incredibly well, you all passed an exam. Most people take it in their second year and only succeed in their third year. You all went past that and did better than I would have expected. Not only did you all pass, you all passed with a good amount of extra points. The lowest to the line had to be Todoroki and Bakugo, as both went right for the villain, ignoring a couple of stuck civilians. But not enough to make you fail, as both fought a villain. Though next time do keep in mind, our job is saving people, not fighting them. Both nodded. But you still passed. As a reward from me, I have gotten together a small party. Lunch rush at the moment is cooking around 40 pizzas. And All Might and I have just gotten back from the store with a good amount of snacks and drinks. Tonight drink, eat, and have fun. Tomorrow your break starts, which means you will leave UA for 2 weeks. After that, hard training will take place. Not only will the teachers of Izuku come back to give you all a couple of lessons, but we ourselves also have a couple of hidden lessons to gift you all. Wait, a party, let's go. Denki cheered. Well, let's do it. Mina cheered, and Izuku smiled. While he had done parties, mostly with the Prince of America, which included a lot of drinking and fun, he was sure this in itself would be more than enjoyable as well. Well, I like parties. I don't think me and Eri will stay for that. Nemuri laughed as Eri nodded. Mama said we could go and talk with Kota again. Oh, where? I sadly don't really want you unsupervised at a location known to villains, Izuku said, slightly worried. Izuku was more than happy that Eri had a friend, and she could play all the time she want. That wasn't it. The problem simply was that Izuku wanted her to be safe. Oh, I know, sweetheart. I thought of that. I believe the yellow-haired man with the teleportation quirk would pick us up and bring us to Tokyo, where we would be staying at the hotel you like so much, the one with an underground playground. Oh, Minato, yeah, that is fine then. Now Eri, you need to promise me one thing. Anything, Papa? Eri cheered with a smile. Promise me you will have loads of fun. Eri nodded as Aizawa chuckled. By the way, the part is shared between you and 1B, so get along. That was all Aizawa said as he walked out of the dorms. Eri, let's pack up. We will stay there for a couple of days, remember? I know, Mama, but I can't get to my dresses. Well, let's grab them together then. Nemuri grabbed a hold of Eri's hand and started walking up with her, leaving the students there. Well, I will be going as well, Fuyumi said with Mina running in front of the door. Why leave? Stay. We were planning on setting up dates for this vacation, so can set up your right after. Fuyumi blushed. Who says I want that? She screamed shyly, leaving Mina to laugh. Not only are you obvious in your feelings and behavior, even more so than Achiko. Hey, I am not that obvious. Fuyumi just blushed, even more, seeing she was caught. I mean, even Todoroki told everyone. But come on, admit it, makes it easier for us. We will already be texting multiple ladies today to see if they want to date. Wah? Izuku asked, confused. I'm surprised. Nami added, leaving Izuku even more confused. Explain slowly, please. Robin, who had made a cup of black coffee for herself, smiled as she sat down in front of Izuku. Seeing we are dating, we would be going on our first dates. We believe that this vacation would be a perfect time to add on to your harem. Robin said, trying to find a good word for it. I see, so now you all will just be texting who? Let me think. Robin said with Toru jumping out. No need, I have a list. So far, the girls we will be texting the Pussycat, though I think that will be taken care of by you know who. Toru said, aiming for Namuri to that. Then we will text Ryukyu, Mount Lady, and Mirko as heroes, Kiana, and Bakugo's mom. Hi. Fuck you, ghost. Bakugo yelled from the couch. Oh, there are also some others, I believe, some in 1B. Izuku smiled. Well, seeing we are adding everyone, I have 2 others I would offer the option. Oh, do tell Zuzu, who did you have an eye out for? Mina said, skipping to Izuku with a smile. Well, there are 2 women, they are sisters, well, half-sisters, at UA, one of the support courses, Mei Hatsum, a very smart support course student, as well as Nijire Hato, a 3rd year, who if I was not mistaken is part of the 3 strongest students at UA, as well as someone that trained under Ryukyu to gain that title of strongest. Oh Izuku, how daring, a set of sisters, how kinky. Mina teased as she hugged Izuku from behind. Lucky bastard. Kaminari spoke as he shook his head and started gaming with Zero. But with that, the girls started waiting as they would set up the dates when the rest of 1B would show up. Which they did shortly after. Hello 1A. Shishida said as he walked up to the dorm, looking at Kirishima throwing his Viking axes into a target Izuku had set up for him. Hey, how are you all doing? Great, we all succeeded in order to pass the exam. Shishida stated proudly as the entire class walked up. One Izuku didn't see but sensed was Shinso. Out of the corner of his eye, Shinso jumped out, aiming a straight jab right for Izuku's jaw. Izuku just leaned back, causing the hand to go in front of his face, allowing Izuku to elbow strike Shinso's unguarded ribs, causing him to stumble backward on his butt. Damn, he said from the ground. Nice try, hiding behind the friendly Shishida to strike, it just was too slow. Hi Midoriya, Yui said with a smile on her face as she stood rather close. Hello Kodai, you look great. The normally stoic girl gained a small smile with a small blush. It's good to see you in great health, sir. Kendo said with a smile as she stood right next to Tetsu hand in hand. I am healthy like an ox. Izuku bumped his chest with a fist as the door opened up. We should start soon with the part. Eri will be leaving rather soon. After that we can start drinking. Yes, we have to set an example. Drinking in front of a minor is not a good example. Ida said with Ojiro laughing. But getting wasted when they are gone is. Ida fixed his glasses. What one does not know could not hurt them, he said with a smile. Oh, bad boy. Mina cheered as she laughed with Achiko. Papa, catch me please. Eri screamed as she was 4 high standing on the balcony, Namuri holding her on the railing. Of course. Izuku smiled as 1B's eyes nearly dropped out of their heads as Eri jumped. Nobody even looked. They were 1000% sure Eri was saved. Izuku, of course, grabbed Eri and spun around with her laughing. Now I will throw you again. Jippy. Eri screamed happily with a smile, right as Izuku threw Eri up. Right into a large pillow Momo made. She grabbed her as well. Now I might now throw you as hard, but I will try to at least throw you straight, Momo said with a giggle, unable to smile as she looked at the cute face Eri made. Kendo, do you want to? Kendo looked like a deer in headlights as she looked at Momo. Hey, are you sure? Yes, Izuku won't let Eri fall, even if you would drop her, he is far too fast for that. Kendo looked at Izuku, who nodded, causing her to grow her hands. Now easily catching Eri as she was thrown underhanded to Kendo. What now? Papa, throw me at Papa. Kendo. Throw as hard as you can. Kendo nodded, and with a deep breath, threw Eri as hard as she could. For most kids, this would be scary, but for Eri, This was fun, even more so as Izuku flashed forward right on the perfect location, landing right in Izuku's arms. Well, that would have been the case if a massive blonde buff man known as All Might didn't zoom by and catch her instead. "Have no fear, we are here," All Might said, putting Eri on his shoulder, laughing loudly and proudly. "That is kidnapping, All Might," Izuku said from All Might's other shoulders. He had moved with shave, and used the Kiro no Mi, kilo fruit, to weigh only a kilo to sit on his shoulder unnoticed. "Of course not," Eri is wide awake. He laughed loudly, making Eri laugh at the silly joke he just made. It even made Izuku laugh as he dropped down on the floor. "All Might, did you make the trip arrangements?" Izuku asked, with All Might nodding. "Yes, I already bought my ticket toward Kyoto, as well as my hotel. I was instructed to not use my quirk for at least 3 days afterwards, so I will be catching up on some shows that Midnight told me about." All Might laughed, with Izuku laughing as well. "Although I enjoying seeing the princess being happy, my trip here was simple. I have a lot of food and drinks. I could use some help moving it." All Might said, knowing he wasn't able to really use his quirk. He was allowed to bulk up, but use real power that wasn't allowed. "I can, Eri, go back to the group." She nodded as Izuku started walking with All Might. "I do apologize for this. It's rather shameful that the #1 hero would need help with shopping." Izuku laughed. "Don't worry, I myself don't like the bags they have. No matter how much pain I can withstand, those simple plastic bags they sell there always hurt my hands more than anything else." They reached a minivan. "Really, a minivan? I suspected you to be more of an SUV guy." "Are you crazy?" they roll, All Might declared with an alarming amount of volume. Izuku just laughed. In the minivan, Izuku started touching all the bags with his hands, nothing more confusing the #1 hero slightly, only for the bags to just all start floating as he used Fuwa no Mi, float fruit. "Oh, that seems effective." "Yes, it is. Anything I touch, I can make float, and in doing so control. This does not include people, but it does include myself," Izuku said as he started floating, as well as the bags floated around him, like moons around a planet. "If you want, All Might, you can head out if you want. I will make sure nobody drinks too much." "Are you sure you won't drink too much?" Izuku rolled his eyes. "All Might, I have partied with a Russian gang, the European royalty, and have been drinking with the American prince. I have had more alcohol in me than most adults. I am sure I can handle today." "Alrighty then, do enjoy yourself," All Might said as he walked away, leaving Izuku to float with the snacks and drinks. Izuku slowly floated back to the dorms. He noticed Namuri and Eri had already gone and left, meaning the group most likely had started setting the party up. He saw everyone soon enough, the doors being opened wide, a cooler being pulled out, Todoroki making a small tower of ice, with Kirishima hardening his fist, breaking the ice into smaller parts, that they used to fill the cooler right for Izuku. "I got the drinks," Izuku said, touching everything in the bags, and he started floating the beer bottles. This was to get them cold. "We need more area for the bottles." Izuku dropped to the floor, softly floating the bottles down as he walked up and raised his hands to use a new fruit, Yuki no Mi, snow fruit. A blizzard of pure snow started being released from Izuku's hands, and a large hill, the size of All Might, be quickly made. "Now we can push the bottles in and have them slowly cooled." "I doubt there is something you are unable to do," Shinso said, his eyes wide in shock. "That's not true, I am unable to swim," Izuku joked with a smile, making Shinso scoff. "Oh, we got some nice beers, though we might be lacking on snacks," Kaminari said with a sigh as he rubbed the back of his head. "Now we're good, I can always grab some snacks. I might have none with me, but we can always just order some. I know a good restaurant that often has a lot of meat for sale." Mina didn't buy it, so she walked up, stabbing her finger in his chest. "For everyone or just for you?" Izuku laughed, trying to walk away, but he quickly felt Robin at his back, not the real her, just 2 of her hands she had spouted on his back. "I don't know, okay, but they do for me. What, you don't want some A5 Wagyu beef on the grill?" As Izuku said this, Mina's hands slowly went soft as she licked her lips, remembering the amazing taste of the steak. "Fine, but consider this blackmail, which is totally not heroic," Mina said, giving Izuku the stink eye, all in a playful manner. But Izuku was more interested in Kaminari, who pulled out his phone, and with a stretched hand pointed the screen at himself. Yo, bros and hoes, it's a boy, Kami D, reaching out live from the UA dorm, cause we about to party." He spoke loudly on his phone. "Kami, what is he doing?" Izuku asked. Having never seen that before, Kami gave a laugh. "He is live on Instagram, speaking with his," she started using air quotations, "fans." Kaminari seemed to hear this as he turned to look at them. And you know guys, sometimes you just gotta ignore the haters, they just want your downfall, so just keep on that grind. Izuku was interested, so he walked up, trying to see what he was seeing. How many people are watching? Izuku asked from the side. You know we rocking a group, we are a solid 200 strong right now baby. He went long on the last word, with Izuku nodding, turning around as Mina started putting her hands in his pocket, fishing for his phone. Let's get you live, would be fun. Izuku nodded as he opened his phone and went to Instagram. Now what? He wasn't a fan of these apps, of course, had his own account, but he just didn't use it. Oh my god, what are you 1000 years old? Cammy said with a fake sigh. She did just set it up, putting the live on and giving the phone back to Izuku. He didn't really know what to do. Now what? Kyoko walked up and looked at the phone, her eyes quickly being drawn toward the number at the top right. She jumped out of the way, which just made the other jump in to watch. Wah! Setsuna screamed, not believing her eyes. In the not even a minute that Izuku had gone live, he was already at around 30,000 people, and it was rising quickly. What, did I mess something up? Robin shook her head as she laughed. Fufufu, no, we are all just slightly shocked by the number of watchers. Oh haha, well hello everyone. Izuku spoke first in Japanese, but then quickly switched to English so more people would be able to understand him. Well hey everyone, this is my first, whatever this is. Kinda weird talking to a phone like this. Izuku, as he read most of the comments, it was hard as there were a lot of them, either people joining or commenting on stuff. Girls, come let's set up the dates. Momo yelled from inside as she and Achiko had a notebook in front of them. They had just finished writing the names down, on one piece of paper, and numbers on the other one. Both Achiko and Mina were a little disappointed they would have to wait with their second date, but they understood it. They waited as all the girls that were going to be dating Izuku met up around the table. They had already set up the order of the girls in 1A. That order had been set up since, right when Izuku and Namuri came back from the work study. So first will be Momo, after that Toru, Kyoka following right after that Kami, and it ending with the sisters, Nami and Robin. That is already set in stone, now then you girls. Achiko pointed at 1B. Setsuna jumped forward first, going fully over the table. Me. She nearly screamed right in Achiko's face, who scooted back a bit. Alrighty then. Me next, I already had Izuku agree. Yui said with Achiko nodding, writing her name down. Me next, me next, me next. Pony cheered. As Ibara and Fuyumi looked at each other, unsure who would go next. I will go last, you can go first. Fuyumi said, offering Ibara the next spot, who nodded her head, showing it would be Ibara then Fuyumi. Okay, now the group are those that aren't here, so how are we gonna be doing that? Achiko asked as Izuku just walked in, putting his phone back in his pocket. What are you girls doing, world domination? Izuku asked, making Mina laugh. Not yet baby, we are setting the dates up, now just gotta deal with the other girls, like the pro heroes and stuff. Oh well, why don't I just make a group chat with all of them inside of that group chat, put in who wants to have a date, and see who reacts. This idea was seen as the best possible idea, so it was the one that everyone went with. Sat down in between Momo and Achiko, so he could check out the paper as well. Group chat made, and message send. Izuku said slowly, showing he was still typing while speaking and sending the message right at the end. The group quickly had 2 messages back, first Nijire and second Mei. The sisters are only a few seconds apart. It seems first Nei. Ping. Ire first. That is Mount Lady. Ping. Mirko, oh, and Kiana last, she asked, not sure why but I guess. Izuku said with Achiko nodding as he started writing quickly. Ping ping ping. Okay, that is Ryukyu, and Nijire and Mei are going to come by, that's fine right? Izuku asked with the group nodding. The more the merrier. Shishida spoke with an amount of respect in his voice. We. Ping ping ping. The 3 pings went right after each other. Interrupting Izuku. Oh, that is the wild pussycat, oh, and Mitsuki. Tomoko, Mitsuki, Pixie Bob, and guess then Shino, with it ending on Kana. Alrighty then, now that we have the order, we can enjoy the night, right? Izuku asked with Mina and Momo nodding. Yes, would be great, so we can relax. I believe we have earned it after our rather stressful exam. Izuku laughed. I really hope that wasn't because of my minuscule involvement. What did he do? Shinso asked the guys as he was nearby on the couch relaxing. Oh, Midoriya used his light powers and started firing around the outside, causing a large amount of shaking and fear. Ojiro said as if it was nothing. He did what? Oh yeah, it's not that special when you think about the other shit he has been able to pull off. Turning into a dinosaur, turning into light, summoning a massive demon fox, calling forth a hill of snow for bottles, and of course flight. Man, all I can really do is brainwash people, call about lackluster. Izuku popped out from behind him. What are you talking about? Brainwashing is super handy. Villains mostly like talking about their plans, their power. It's easy for you to take down even the hardest of fighters. Midoriya. Kaminari yelled as he walked up with a bottle of vodka. Can you make like shot glasses out of ice or something? Izuku nodded as he started using the Hi no Mi, ice fruit, opening his hands wide, and the eyes started forming around his fingers. Just around the top of his finger and forming a neat straight bottom to be placed on a table. Izuku did this a couple of times, until he had more than enough shot glasses, more than just a 40 for all the students. Pour me one as well, Izuku asked with Kaminari and the guys cheering that he would join instantly. But as Izuku walked out to join the guys, he noticed that Nijire and Mei walked up. Not the others. Nijire shook her head hard. No, Mirio and Tamiki went on a double date with Yu and Cal. Who? Oh, Bubble Girl, she is from the hero agency Mirio is interning at. She and Yu hit it up and now they are having their first date. Nijire happily spoke as she arrived with Nijire. Her bro. Kirishima gave him the shot glass. Chi. He was cut off as Nijire grabbed it and took the shot herself. Oh, that's strong. She laughed as Izuku shook his head and grabbed a second shot, this time taking it himself. Most shook their heads or made a face, as the alcohol entered them. Izuku had no reaction whatsoever. Common guys, only one, Bjorn would be disappointed. Izuku joked, remembering the first time they ever drank, where Bjorn the Prince of Europe had downed half a bottle of vodka in one go without as much as a sliver to show he drank anything else than water. Bro, you're just not human, Kaminari said, fully sure at this point, with Izuku just laughing as he shrugged his shoulders. We really should get some food at the ready, just in case. Oh, what about barbecue? Izuku suggested. While I would love to show my skills behind the grill, I don't think we have one at UA. Kirishima threw his arm around Izuku. That Tetsubro is why Midoriya here is like super handy. Izuku laughed as he walked to Momo. Momo, can you make me some iron bars? Momo cocked her head to the side but still did so, dropping down on the table around 15 or so bars. So wah. Shishida screamed as Izuku grabbed the bars and started eating them like candy bars. It confused everyone but they ignored it, for now, to see what Izuku had in mind for them. Izuku's stomach started to light up, turning a bright yellow with a light tint of orange, pink around the sides, only for him to pull out multiple parts, all made out of iron. Only stopped after he finished using the Gutsu no Mi, smelt fruit. Now just this. Izuku started to place them around a safe spot where he started then using a different fruit. The Ashi no Mi, push fruit, first to push the dirt out the way, but also to push the dirt around the bottom. To place it securely in place. Tada, a nice barbecue, we can place wood at the bottom, when we can either place the food on this rack lower. Izuku showed it right away, showing a large circular grill with enough space to place a lot of food. While at the same time we can also take the smoke and do this. Izuku showed that the upper part, which most first thought were for the barbecue itself, was just a simple smoke rack, allowing part of the food that was grilling a different part to also smoke the food. That is super cool, but stand back, and let the iron griller show what he is made of. We should at least turn it on. Oh, can do that, Momo said as he skipped toward the pit. She started making a pile of charcoal from her hand. But with that Tetsu was left alone behind the grill, of course Kendo stuck around him, same for Kirishima, who started discussing different grill techniques. Nah bro, you gotta start with direct contact, and move them away from the coals, it gives a good crust. Tetsu shook his head. No bro, start with the indirect. Make sure the inside is nice and cooked, then go for direct. You need that sear on the meat, gives a way better look, trust me. The two manly boys started slightly arguing about the perfect burger next. This was too much for Kendo, who just walked off needing a shot to forget that crazy stuff. One Izuku gave her as he started filling shot glasses. Here, looks like you need one. Kendo just gave a slightly awkward smile as she took it. One Izuku had to laugh at. Kendo, you don't need to feel worried, nothing happens if you relax a bit. It's not like I will execute you. Kendo nodded. I get that, I really do, it's just, my entire life, I have been taught that if I ever met you, I would need to be on my best behavior, with the utmost respect and nothing less would be enough, and it's kinda hard to change the "Where is the princess?" and I will show you I can beat his ass with arm wrestling. Seems you're requested. Kendo joked with Izuku nodding as he walked toward the dorm. Izuku walked in looking at Bakugo standing at a table surrounded by guys. Get your ass here so I can beat it. Izuku smiled as he walked up. What we doing? Arm wrestling. Izuku smiled. Oh, that is fun, sure. Izuku placed his arm on the table and the other on his back. Bring it, son. Izuku teased Bakugo, who clearly popped a vein. He grabbed his hand and placed his own arm on the table. Fuck you. Bakugo forced as much power as he could. But Izuku only moved a slight bit. It's not just brute force, Bakugo, there is a lot of skill involved. Izuku pulled his hand forward, slowly overpowering Bakugo. Izuku wanted to make it feel slow, really pushing Bakugo. Oh, the king of the world easily overpowers Mr. Firecracker. Shinso teased. Fuck you, sleep-deprived emo boy. I ain't being overpowered. Bakugo released his grip slightly, making Izuku's arm go down, only for Bakugo to grip back harder than ever, and with speed and all his strength he slammed Izuku's arm down on the table. Boom bitches, I fucking win, ahaha. Izuku shook his head. One shared by many. That was cheating. Fuck that 4 eyes, there is just winning and losing. Well, let's calm down guys, don't want to start a fight now, do we? Shishida asked, trying to defuse the situation. Oh yeah, I do, I will fight anytime and anyone. Bakugo growled with Izuku stepping in. We ain't fighting anyone, it's a party, so why not do a drinking game? Let's do most likely. I haven't heard of that game. Izuku said to Rin, who understood, and would explain. It's simple, so we will have a bottle, we spin it, and whoever it lands on has to say something like, who is the most likely to fart in front of strangers? Then we count down as a group and point to who we believe would do it. The one with the most fingers pointed at him takes a shot. The game was accepted by everyone. So they moved out to the yard, where most of all the shot glasses were. Now just need a bottle. Izuku walked up to the vodka bottle that still had around 15% inside of it. Well, cheers. Izuku said as he chugged the entire bottle. Ah, that's good. Izuku placed the bottle down. So who will go first? You spin it, man, you earned that. Izuku smiled at Kaminari's words and spun the bottle, which after a while landed on Tsuburaba. I'm most likely to fight a lamppost. They didn't really needed the 3 seconds as everyone instantly pointed the finger at Bakugo. Fuck you guys. He angrily screamed but still took the shot, shaking his head slightly at the burn of the vodka. Bakugo then twisted the bottle, with it landing right on himself. Ha, most likely to spend a busload of money on their kid. Everyone, including Izuku, pointed at Izuku, who took the shot without any problems and spun again. Most likely to master martial arts. This received some divided responses. Most were shot at Ojiro and Shota, who just both took a shot, with Shota being allowed to spin the bottle, one that landed on Kaminari. Ha, most likely to have the biggest dick, and no pointing at yourself. Kaminari smirked as the guys looked around for a bit. Damn, this might be the hardest question. I don't understand why would do this. It seems immature and not something a hero should be doing. Ha, 4 eyes and only 2 inches it seems. Ida gasped as he fixed his glasses. We shall see. Ida said with Kaminari joking. Don't just pull your cock out now, bro. It's not a measuring contest. So 3, 2, 1. They pointed, mostly it was people pointing to their friends, but one thing stood out, nobody pointed at Bakugo. The girls caught on to this and started laughing. What the fuck, guys? Bakugo screamed. 2 at 4 eyes and 4 for the fucking princess, really? Kami smiled. What can they say? You just got that small dick energy, and our baby is just oozing big dick energy. Fuck you, his cock is so small, it looks like a second belly button. That is not very nice. Kaminari said with a laugh. Yeah, it's true, you have small dick energy. With all the screaming and stuff. Just feels like you trying to compensate. Ojiro said with a shrug as he took a shot for the fun of it. Fuck you, I scream because I like screaming. Let's just do truth or dare, the girls can join if they like. This suggestion by Hananuki was accepted as mostly all joined in. So when do we drink? Double shots for a skip, no dirty dares, and 4 shots for a lie. Alright then, I will go first, because... Nijire said excitedly as she pointed at Izuku. Truth or dare? Izuku thought about it for a second but wanted to be safe. I will pick truth. Nijire smiled widely. Are there secret groups that you are aware of? Like good guys, not evil. There are some secret agencies and groups that I am aware of. Now then, eat a truth or dare. Ida thought off it and just chose truth. What is the worst thing you have done? Ida dropped silent as the group started laughing. When I was out with my older brother Tensei, we went and walked to the store. There, he pushed me to grab a candy from a basket. So, Kaminari asked, not seeing anything bad. He often just ate one when buying a bag. So, I as a hero student had stolen something. I committed a crime. Ida stated as if it was a true earth-shattering crime, which just got the group to explode in laughter, each finding it too stupid. Ida huffed as he looked around. Miss Kendo, I ask you truth or will you pick dare? Let's do dare. Then I will dare you to shotgun a beer. Kendo smiled. She expected something far blander than that. I can do that. Grabbing one of the 33cl beer cans, poking a hole in the bottle with a key, and opening the top, and downing the entire can. All while Tetsu proudly looked at her. Whoa, that hit the spot. Now then, you, I forgot your name, sorry. Aha, no worries, I am Nijire Hato, part of the big three at UA. Nijire said with a smile and a peace sign. She chose truth. What is it like being part of the big three? Kendo asked the biggest question she could think of. She first wanted to ask a dare, but this took point. Well, it's kinda cool I guess, but I also get a lot of challenges to fight. A lot of people want to take my spot. She happily said. You with the brown hair and the pink cheeks. Me, I'm Ochiko Uraraka, I will pick dare. Throw Izuku. This Ochiko could and wanted to do, so grabbing Izuku by the arm and she spun around. Bye-bye Izuku. She screamed, throwing Izuku toward Yue. Izuku spun around like frisbee. Izuku laughed the entire time. He found it rather funny, only stopping as he used the Fuwa no Mi, float fruit. He kept floating around and quickly floated back into the group. Ochiko, please release your quick, I keep having to float down. Ochiko giggled as she forgot and pressed her hands together. Izuku didn't fully expect this as he all of a sudden shot to the ground. Oops. Izuku stood back up as the group started playing some more. They were really having some fun with it. Nearing the end of the party, everyone was pretty drunk. Damn, you are all lightweights. Izuku said, looking at the drunk group. The only one sober was Ibara, who just didn't drink. How will we move them? Oh, well, I would leave them all here, and just move with the rest of the girl to my bed, should be good enough, right? Mostly there were guys there. Tsuyu and Tokoemi already heading to bed a little earlier. Izuku smiled as he just started using the Moku no Mi, smoke fruit, and lifted most of the girls. Ibara had wrapped her hair around the others. Each of them started being moved, Izuku smiling all the way up as he talked with Ibara. You seem to have quite a high amount of alcohol tolerance. Ibara told Izuku, who chuckled. Maybe, but even I am reaching my limit. It's not the easiest to control your body when drunk. Izuku explained, reaching his room. He placed down all the girls, who hummed at the soft feeling of his mattress. As Ibara lay down, she had the same reaction. Izuku heard it from the bathroom as he got undressed and drank a good amount of water, before putting on some sleepwear and joining Ibara. Climbing in bed right next to Ibara, his arm around her neck with her head right in his chest, hugging him. Good night, Ibara. Izuku softly told her as he fell asleep, Ibara joining him in slumber shortly after with a smile. That smile stayed through the night and morning, as she woke up, having a great night of sleep, while most of the students were having to deal with a massive hangover. Bro, please don't breathe so loud, you're making my brain feel totally unmanly. Kirishima asked Zero, laying on the floor. Izuku didn't really have a headache, as he sat at the table, figuring out what to do for his dates. First would be Momo. He was thinking of something special for the both of them, but he still had an entire day to come up with a good amount of dates. He already had some stuff set up. Perhaps I can get Minato to head to China. There is a great tea shop in Hangzhou. Izuku hummed to himself. It was the next day, and Izuku's date with Momo would take place. Grabbing his phone, he made sure all the preparations were in place. The first was a call to one of the teleportation users. While Minato was one of the elite due to his combat ability with said teleportation and preparation that had been done with placing one of his required markers nearly everywhere in the world. The person Izuku asked for help with was sort of his student. If he had been somewhere, he could have opened a portal toward the location. Which before meant that man had to travel the world. And he had nearly reached each city in the world. Izuku decided to call him. Hello, Prince, how was your sleep? The man spoke softly, due to the early time and with respect. It's alright, Finn, I slept fine, just want to confirm our time and place." The man hummed. "Yes, sir, I will walk inside UA. There I will wait for you. I then open a spatial rift toward the Wui Mountains, where you and your date will spend a wonderful day, sipping tea, and such, and I will open a rift once more when you give me the signal, which will be a text." "Yes, that it is, thanks Finn, and see you soon." Izuku hung the phone up as he got out of his chair, and he started doing his morning stretches. A limber body makes a limber mind. His teacher drilled that lesson into him for sure. But he enjoyed it now. It cleared his mind, made life simpler. And being alone allowed his absolute silence. Though he did miss the white noise machine that would be Namiri's snores. But he got done quickly enough, and put the clothing he set aside on, simple yet comfy. "Izuku, I hope I am not too early," he heard from outside of his door. He opened the door. "Hello, Momo." He smiled. Sees his girlfriend wearing a Chinese-style sundress. Lime green with beautiful symbols spread across. "You look stunning, Momo, absolutely stunning." Momo blushed, pushing her hair behind her ear. "Ah, really, don't you think this might be too much?" "No, you are perfect." He offered his hand. "Shall we sit in the garden for a bit? Our ride should be here soon." Momo took his hand, grabbing his arm and linking with it. They walked into the garden. It was already a beautiful sight. Well taken care of, by mostly Namiri. She got help from Nami. "I wonder how it will look. I have never been able to go. The prices were doable, high but doable, but it's more the location." Izuku nodded. "Well, with me that won't ever be a problem. Teleportation has its upsides," Izuku said as he saw Finn walking up, hair neatly combed back. A three-piece butler suit. And a friendly smile. Princess, your ride awaits," he said, pointing his hand out and stretching his fingers wide, allowing a portal. One that looked like a night sky opening up. "Thanks, Finn, I will give you a text when we need a pickup." Finn gave a single bow before both stepped through the portal, which landed them right on the starting point of the hike. "Oh my!" Momo gasped. The sun was still on the horizon due to the early hour. "It's beautiful." The sky gave a light of orange, with light blue, an absolutely beautiful yellow sun. It was more beautiful than any painting or picture could ever justify. The vibrant green of the leaves and grass, paired with the magnitude of other bright and colorful flowers. It made the hour walk almost like a dream. The flowers smelled wonderful, but as they reached the halfway point they could already softly smell them. The pure orchestra of the smell of tea leaves. It was a new experience for their senses. "Oh, the master is at work," Izuku said, having been here before. He knew this scent. "I know I shouldn't, but if I am honest, I would like to sprint, hee. Izuku gave a full belly laugh. "And you, not the only one, but you might be the prettiest." Izuku just smiled more as Momo turned red. They kept walking and soon enough they reached their desired location. A man with a big belly. A simple, green, and yellow Chinese outfit with a light yellow apron. "Young prince. Welcome back." "Hello, Master Sunwoo, it's a joy to be back." Izuku looked at Momo, who was shocked. Her eyes and mouth wide. "Oh, sorry, Momo, this is Master Sunwoo, owner of the Wui Tea Shop." "Master Sunwoo, this is one of my girlfriends, named Momo Yayorozu." "Oh, it's an honor and a pleasure to take care of the both of you. How about it, first a tour and then you can enjoy a kettle?" "That would be wonderful." "Why yes please, if it isn't a trouble. I would love a tour." The man slapped his stomach as he laughed. "I would love to." Sunwoo started walking. His hands were neatly behind his back as they walked through the building. A simple, Chinese-style building. Simple yet beautiful. "We harvest tea leaves south of here, they get watered from the spring. We plant in batches, so we can harvest tea near year-round. We dry them with fire. We use a soft wood that leaves light undertones of flavor in the tea. It's a work of art, one passed down for generations." "Oh wow. Yes, each cup is made with love and care. This is the washing station. To make sure none of the leaves are dirty or ruined, we take our time here to fully clean them by hand." The man explained in great detail how they made it, and that each batch was worth millions of dollars, due to the care they gave each leaf. Now then, here we are. The tea room. It was a beyond simple room. Plain beige wallpaper, a small wooden table big enough for 2 people and their drinks. 2 simple soft pillows for seats. "Now I shall bring you a cup. I hope you do not have a sweet tooth. This tea truly is best enjoyed plain." Izuku and Momo nodded. Both sat down on their knees, both being protected from the floor by the pillow. Izuku had a big smile on his face, as Momo behaved like a child in a candy shop, extremely excited. Her eyes turned into stars as the man walked into the room, a simple metal kettle. One with stains of rust. Here you go. 2 simple porcelain cups were placed in front of them. He poured the first cups for them, with Momo nearly fainting as the aroma hit her and filled the room. Now enjoy. He gave a bow as he left the room, with Momo not waiting to take a sip. It felt like an explosion of nature, love, beauty, flavor, so much flavor. It was so unexpected. Tears ran down her cheeks. It's good, right? Izuku said. Good, good, there aren't words in this world to describe how tasty this tea is. Momo loudly declared, making Izuku laugh even louder than before. I know, Momo. They sat quietly, sipping tea. Izuku asked her what she had planned for most of the vacation. Izuku already knew his plan. He would be busy with the dates, which a lot would be travel. Well, I have been invited by my mother and father to take a trip on the boat. Well, ain't that fun? Yes, I might finally beat my father at fishing. Izuku smiled as he softly laid his hand on top of hers. They sat in silence, finishing the last parts of their tea. We should head home. I assume you still have some packing left to do, right? Momo nodded her head. Izuku took the time to open his phone and sent a text. Let's go. Izuku stood up and pulled out a stack of cash and placed it on the table. Momo didn't notice the amount, and Izuku just didn't care. Once you reach a certain amount of money, it stopped mattering. As they walked out, Finn was already standing outside waiting for them. Hope the day was to your liking. It was truly wonderful, yes. As they reached the dorm, which was just walking through the portal. Hey, back already, so how was it? Sato asked as he was throwing the ball with Siro. Both would leave later today and decided to have a little fun in the meanwhile. I don't have words for it. It was indescribable. I can't say how good it was. Momo said, slightly rocked by the taste. Yes, it was wonderful, but chop chop, Momo, can't let your father wait. Momo nodded, only stopping and running back at Izuku, giving him a deep kiss on the lips. Thanks for the date. My pleasure. Izuku kissed back, smiling as Momo started running away. Now, Kyoka. Izuku softly spoke, looking at his watch. Walking after Momo, only changed direction as he went to his room. He had to get dressed for the second part of the day, his date with Kyoka. He didn't know if it could be seen as fair, but seeing he only had 14 days and 20 dates to get through, some of the girls would have to double up. But some dates were a little easier than others. These two worked out perfectly in timing. He did have to wait a bit. Kyoka, much like the other girls, had left before. He would pick her up around lunchtime. But that was still a little off. He redressed himself, now going for black skinny jeans, and a dark blue shirt, sleeves rolled up to the forearm. He thought of what to do, and was shocked to get a text from Kyoka. Yeah babe, if you want you can drop by earlier, you could meet my mom and dad that way. But only if you want, don't want to force that on you, not like you forced us or something. Izuku chuckled to himself. He accepted the fact he did do that, he just shrugged. Puts the phone in his back pocket. He started walking down and hopped in his car. Nothing special about the cars, looked just like a normal sedan, and he drove right to Kyoka's house, which looked great. It was a beautifully maintained house, parking his car and walking right up to the door. He knocked twice. Hello, sir? Izuku greeted Kyoka's father, who opened the door, only for the older man to get a heart attack. Lord, sir, king? The man screamed in fear, the last to expect this in front of him. Dad, stop embarrassing me. Kyoka screamed from the living room. Kyoka, I think he fainted. Izuku called back, with Kyoka and his mother to the door. Oh my. Kyoka's mother said, shocked, all leaving Kyoka to laugh. You really should have told them. Kyoka just laughed as she spoke. Haha, I haha no, but common haha ha, look at their faces haha. Izuku agreed. There were only a few things that could measure up to the absolute joy it was to see how people reacted. Let's get them inside, Izuku said, waking up both of them. What is going on? Mika asked. Mom, Dad, this is my boyfriend, Izuku. This is my mom Mika, and my father Kyotoku. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet both of you. Izuku offered his hand, which both of the Jiros were slightly afraid to take. But Kyoka knocked her father's hand into Izuku's with her jack. Yeah. Well, later, we are going on a date, Kyoka said, pushing Izuku out, which again gave her parents a slight heart attack. But Izuku chuckled. It was fun meeting you. I will bring her home safe, I swear. Kyoka pushed Izuku all the way, till his butt was against the car. Now that you had your fun, What do you want to eat? Chicken. Izuku laughed. Wait, you want chicken, or are you calling me one? She laughed herself. Yes, now get in, I didn't eat yet. This got Izuku to frown and lift Kyoka well above his head like she was a doll. That isn't good, you gotta watch when you eat, 3 times a day. I know, I just didn't wake up in time, kinda woke up by Momo's call saying her date was over. Izuku shook his head, but he put her in the car and started driving. Going for a well-known fast food joint known for their chicken. Izuku just ordered 2 buckets of 50 wings. Because well, the walk got him hungry and he could share with Kyoka, who, even though she had a small body, devoured chicken like there was no tomorrow. Kyo, chill, don't want you to choke now, do we? With her cheeks full of chicken, she nodded her head. But good. She muffled out, leaving Izuku with a massive smile on his face. What you looking at? Kyoka said, swallowing a new mouthful. He just laughed. Nothing, just something stunning. Kyoka blushed, her right earphone jack softly stabbing Izuku. Shut it, bully. I am not lying, I just think you look stunning with chicken on your cheeks. Izuku joked, finishing 1 bucket and starting on the second one together with Kyoka. Man, I am stuffed. Kyoka leaned back in her seat, her belly pointing out, her skinny jeans just a tight bit tighter. And her shirt showed her belly as if it was a green loose crop top. They threw the buckets of food out in a nearby garbage can. And off they went to the concert. It wasn't fully started yet, but that didn't mind. Parking the car. Come, let's go. I will even ask them if they can show up on your birthday. No, don't you dare. You're worse than my dad. 'Cause you can make that shit happen. Izuku laughed. As he walked to the front of the car, just like Kyoka, and offered to hold her hand, which she took. And in they walked. They passed the first set of the guard, who spoke something in his earpiece. It didn't even make them reach the card booth before the site planner walked up to them with a smile. Prince, what an honor that you could join us. We weren't expecting you so soon, she said with a friendly smile. Oh, I hope we aren't too early. No, sir, it's alright, please follow, Eric toward the box. Most should already be prepared. The woman spoke, showing a young man, wearing a security shirt behind her. Kyoka bit her lip, she wanted to laugh as he looked extremely worried, which Kyoka found funny. The walk was silent, both Hero's students not wanting to add something to the young man. Here you are. The man spoke, as he held the door open. Both walked in and Kyoka was shocked. Is it acceptable? It is, thanks very much. The man nodded and walked out. He visibly relaxed the second the door was closed. Why you get this all the time? Izuku nodded as he sat down on the couch. It was a large room, multiple HD TVs hung around showing multiple angles of the stage. A large, almost invisible glass wall allowed them a great look at the entire stage from above. If you want a drink, there should be a bar there. Snacks, however, I believe we need to order. Kyoka shook her head. Don't talk about snacks, I will throw up. Izuku laughed as Kyoka walked up to the bar, opening a fridge to the side. There were dozens of drinks, ranging from all they want, and a coffee maker that had multiple settings, including hot water, chocolate milk, and many different coffees. Bags of sugar, milk, and tea was also just there to take. Man, this is insane. Living like that must be a dream. When you're living now as well, Izuku said, closing his eyes and laying back. Just waiting for the sound cue that the show would start. Kyoka joined him on the couch, laying on top of him. Thanks, babe, I can't thanks enough already. She kissed him on the lips. They stayed in that moment of love and passion for who knows how long, sharing kisses and loving you, only to be brought out by the first band playing. This band was the start of the show, hyping it up so the main event could steal the show. And they were good. Both Izuku and Kyoka were jamming out. Kyoka, of course, was on her seat, which happened to be Izuku's lap. Her arm was around his neck and on his chest, while his hand was on her lower back, softly rubbing it, as his other hand was on his knee. Damn, they are good. Might need to get a couple of their CDs to jam too. About that, I want your help to make a music studio-like room in my basement. Should be cool. So far just a soundproof room I trained in. Kyoka shook her head, ignoring the request for now as they listened to music. And it was wonderful. The excitement just exploded from down below. The main artist stepped on stage. Kyoka jumped off and went face first into the glass. You lied, you didn't say they were gonna play. Izuku sat back. What, it was that surprise, or they would show up at your house. Kyoka fully ignored Izuku. Only thing that mattered right now was the music being played. For Kyoka, they were at the top of their craft. No other artist could outperform them in Japan. To say it was a show would be underselling it. They had flamethrowers, explosions, holograms of dragons. It was a banger of a show. And by the luck of the gods, most of Kyoka's favorites were played, leaving Kyoka to just smile happily as she listened to the music. She gave a little whine as the music stopped, but as she saw the time, she understood. Take me home, babe, I am sleepy. Kyoka wobbled as the excitement left her body and filled it with nothing but a need for sleep. With Izuku driving her home and thinking about the next date. Izuku smiled as he drove toward Toru's house, with a smile on his face as he remembered the call he made a little earlier. Hi, sorry for the early call, but am I speaking with the manager of the Happy Mouse Park in Tokyo? You are. But who are you and how did you get this number? It sounded like an older man who didn't sound tired at that time. Oh sorry, you're speaking with Izuku Midoriya. The silence Izuku heard was enjoyable. He could sense the reaction on the man's face. What? Yes, Prince Izuku Midoriya. I know this might be out of the blue and stuff, but would it be entirely possible for me to rent your park for the day? Why you want to rent the park out? Yes, if possible. I am more than happy to pay double your expected daily fees. If it's possible, of course. I believe it might be. Due to the early start of the holidays, we don't yet have reservations, but why, sir, if I may ask? The man heard Izuku laugh. Well, I am gonna go on a date and want it to be extremely magical, and that kinda is your entire park's thing, right? The man nodded through the phone as arrangements started to be made. As Izuku drove up toward Toru's house, he was laughing as he noticed she was already sitting outside the steps of her house, a pink bear-like backpack on her back filled with supplies she would need for the day. Hey Toru. Hey. Toru screamed, alerting everyone in the neighborhood. As she ran toward the car. Hop in, it seems we can go right away. Toru basically just jumped in the car, kissing Izuku on the cheek. Where are we going? What park? Come on, tell me. Toru yelled, begged the entire way. But Izuku just kept pushing it off, redirecting the questions or just asking her something new. But Toru quickly figured it out, by the time they saw the first ever sign, and her beautiful aura lit up like a star. Really, 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 oh my god, it's awesome, I always wanted to go. Toru excitedly screamed. She made a sound of confusion as they drove up to the parking area. It's empty, how? Izuku chuckled. I did rent the entire park for us. The second the car stopped in a parking space, Toru was outside the car, running around it. Come on, Izuku, come on, come on, come on. Izuku on purpose started walking a lot slower. All his movements were sluggish, just to tease Toru, who started dragging Izuku in order for him to get to the park faster. Don't be a meanie. Alright, sorry. Izuku walked at normal speed into the cart area. Excuse me, sir, we are not allowing entry for today, please come back some other day. No, I believe I am that is renting it so. The man opened the booth to see. Oh, alright then. Toru's mouth dropped open seeing it was a robot. In reality, it was a robot quirk and was running on autopilot. Izuku swiped his card, where a set amount was transferred. Please enjoy your stay at Happy Mouse Park, the happiest place on earth. And in they went. Now then, my invisible cutie, what do you want to do first? How about we start off fun and go to the spinning cups? Izuku chuckled and offered his hand. We got the entire day. She nodded as they started walking through the park. It was there that Toru was able to experience one of the pleasures of the world. No long-ass lines to enter attractions. Just walk straight in. How fast can we go? I already tested that once. Pretty fast, why wanna? Toru nodded, her cute big round mouse ears with a red polka dot tie nearly falling off. So Izuku placed his hand in the middle of the board you had to rotate. Hold on tight. He started using the Guru Guru no Mi, spin fruit, and he began spinning his hand as fast as the teacup would have allowed it. And it was fun. Toru laughed the entire time. Toru for the entire date was having the time of her life. Dragging Izuku from one thing to the next. And Izuku was just happy to spend the time with Toru. Should we Loggy Hill? Yes, and after that. Rocket Ride. I always wanted to go in that one. Izuku just kissed her hand. Today we will do it all, my princess. Haha. He laughed as he felt Toru blush, her aura lighting up. She wanted to run away, but Izuku held her arm too tightly. Don't run, princess. We can't enjoy our date if you do. And they truly did it all. They went for snacks and fun rides, and Toru even took some pictures with some of the mascots, Sailor Duck, Happy Mouse, and Funny Dog. The big three, so to speak, of the park. Let's do the Ferris wheel. Toru asked. Izuku agreed with it. As they arrived at the Ferris wheel, Izuku noticed the time, and while he didn't want to cut the date short, he knew that it had to be the case. Toru had a night with Mina, Achiko, and their mothers, while Izuku had to still meet up with Kami for a night out in the clubs. "I know, Zuku, I already got it on my watch." Hi. Toru laughed. "But we still have around 15 minutes for some fun." Izuku laughed as he lifted her up. "Don't worry, operator, I will bring us up and down," Izuku told the teen, who nodded and just walked off. Izuku proceeded to float himself up to the cart, placing himself and Toru into it, as they sat in silence for a slight bit, enjoying the sight. But then Toru made her first move, softly kissing him on the lips. That, however, slowly escalated into groping and a full-blown makeout session. Both wanted to escalate even further, but then Toru's watch went off. "Damn it," Toru cursed. "Let's go home, I still have to get ready," she said with a pout. "I think that might be best. I could say let's rush, but can't really have that for our first time now, can we? You deserve a lot more than that." He felt the smile radiate from Toru's face. But they did leave the park right away, which meant an early day for the workers as well, which was something special for them as well. Izuku dropped Toru off, giving an extra wave to Achiko and Mina that were waiting at the door, and went right home. He was well aware of what Kami wanted. She wanted to go clubbing, and be fancy and rich at that, and Izuku was able to do that. He went for his custom-made suit, a black undershirt. This itself looked great, nothing too fancy but nothing too shabby. But he wasn't done. He brought out one of his most expensive watches, made mostly out of pure gold, quartz, and diamonds. A pure golden necklace, and a couple of rings. Not that it was his style, but it did look fancy as hell. For the fun, he added an extra pair of sunglasses on top. In his own eyes, he kinda looked like an ass. But if it made Kami happy, it was worth it. And as a final touch, he decided to use one of the cars his father gifted him. His father was a car guy, so he knew it was expensive. Bugatti La Voiture Noire. He believed the car to be. He of course wasn't gonna show up empty-handed, so on his passenger seat, he placed a small necklace box. This one again pure diamond. He remembered how he got it. He often went for a story that he bought out of love for a future wife, but that was lies. He got it from the American prince after a prank war. Izuku had bought Jordan a store worth of lingerie, all in Jordan's size and favorite color. Jordan responded by sending Izuku dresses, necklaces, and all sorts of feminine products over the course of a year, each delivered in bulk at moments to embarrass him, and all with a silly note. But at least now that necklace would be used for something useful. Driving up, he already got a good amount of stares, but in a car that was priced at around 15 million, he expected to be stared at. He walked upright from the bat, not planning to stick around the streets. He knocked once before he heard the yell. "Wait a minute, babe, putting on my heels." Out he took the necklace and quickly removed the box with his pocket fruit. "Wow, you really went all the way," Kami said as she walked out, just as puffed up. While Izuku looked like an ass, Kami looked unreachable. Too beautiful to even approach. Her hair looked soft and free while firmly in place, her lips bright red, clothing that was loose enough to move, but tight enough to make anyone looking at it short of breath. "For you, to make you even prettier, if at all possible." Kami laughed as she turned around, moving her hair out the way, allowing Izuku to put the necklace around her. She quickly ran back inside toward a mirror to see. "Oh wow, I am looking fine as fuck." She spoke to mainly herself as she admired the beauty. "Enough staring, let's go," she said to again herself as she started walking toward Izuku. "So know the club you're taking me to?" Izuku shook his head. "I was hoping you were taking the lead, seeing that I am not really that well versed in the clubbing life." "I know, baby, head toward the North Shopping Center, there's one around the block from there." And so Izuku did. Following her orders, Izuku drove the way Kami instructed him, right up until they reached the club. "Now I must warn you, I kinda suck at dancing." "Oh, don't worry, we can slow dance, or I can give you a lap dance," Izuku laughed. As they stepped out, being allowed to walk in right of the bat, the security guard not even trying to stop them, just simply holding the door open. "Wow, I can really get used to the no waiting stuff," Kami joked as they walked into the rather busy club. "Let's head to the VIP area. It will be a lot calmer." Kami nodded, again being allowed in without any real problems, and the real date started. Izuku started off just buying a straight-up bottle of booze, which was champagne. "Wow, you were not joking," Kami said as they softly danced. While Kami was fluid and perfect in her dance moves, Izuku was stiff and robotic, almost as if he acting out pictures he saw. I learned how to ballroom dance, the waltz, and stuff, but never learned clubbing dancing. Izuku said, trying his best to not look like a complete idiot. Just follow me. Cammy slipped into his arms, grabbing his arms and wrapping them around her, placing her hips. Now just keep them here and enjoy the show. Cammy softly spoke into his ear, before turning around, still pushing her body onto his. And there she started grinding her hips onto Izuku. And oh boy was he hypnotized, the swing of her hips, the increasingly heavy breathing of Cammy. It was almost like the entirety of the club stopped existing and there was just him and Cammy. You're enjoying this, Izuku? It took Izuku a bit to realize Cammy said something. Sure, whatever you want, Cammy. This made Cammy laugh, leaning back again, her head leaned back on his shoulder. Oh, you know how to charm a lady for sure. It didn't last long before both rushed out of the club, wanting to get home. To dance a little more passionate. Izuku had already fully prepared for both Nami and Robin. The only thing he needed for both dates were both women. But first up would be Nami, which he was on the phone with now. Nami, wait there, I am driving already. He wanted to pick her up at her house. It just felt like the best thing to do, but for some reason, Nami didn't have it. No, it's okay, I am just getting ready to walk toward you, and it's not that heavy. She counters back, trying to say the bags she was holding weren't a lot. But Izuku just started using his hockey stills and found her. It took a bit, but he knew he was in the overall area. So driving quickly, he caught up with Nami right outside her front door, walking in the opposite direction of where Izuku was parked before. Baby, that's the wrong way. Izuku called out, physically scaring Nami. So much it caused her to drop one of the bags. Izuku, what are you doing here? She asked, worried, with Izuku just smiling. What, I can't just have a pretty girl like yourself walk alone now, can I? Izuku said, opening his door to help lift the bags. Nami gave a sigh, one half out of irritation and half out of worry. Fine, but keep driving forward, it might be the longer route but I like it more. Nami tried saying, but Izuku would have absolutely none of it. No, Nami, I can sense something is wrong, so just tell me what is wrong. He said as the Izuku sat down with Nami next to him, sighing deeply. She thought about it. It was hard for her to share, but she knew she had to tell Izuku sooner or later. Fine, just fine, she said with a large exhale. So when I was younger, I spent my first couple of years in an orphanage, not really having anything, but then, I got adopted by Robin's mother. I didn't expect much, but I was surrounded by love, a mother that deeply cared for me. This Izuku already knew, most of 1A knew this. What we don't like to share, is that around here, there is a gang that runs our community. They force us to pay them for protection, and if we don't, we get attacked, but they have the cops on their payroll, same for the heroes. Izuku nearly crushed his phone in rage. His entire demeanor changed. One wanted to absolutely stomp them to death. But it calmed down completely when he felt Nami's hand softly press on his chest. Please, Izuku, I need to stop them myself. Both Robin and I made that promise that we would defeat them, but we would love some help. Izuku smiled as he grabbed her hand. I would love to crush them, or well, keep them off you so you can crush him. Izuku brought her hand up to him and kissed it. Now let's not spoil the day. Nami nodded her head happily. Izuku threw his arm over her shoulder. We are still going past them. If they try anything, I will rip their skulls out and tie them up with their spine. Nami looked a little surprised. Wow, kind of graphic and hot, Nami said with a coy smile, slowly rubbing her hand on Izuku's inner thigh. He started driving back. The second Nami's soft grip turned into one with a bit more force, Izuku understood where they were and drove slowly. He near instantly saw who it was Nami was so scared of. A large man, blue skin, almost fishy-like scales over his body. Wearing shorts and an open Hawaii shirt. And his most prominent feature of all is his big saw nose. He was sitting, as wide as can be, on a lawn chair in the middle of the sidewalk, holding a beer bottle that he was sipping. Izuku stared at him, right through the soul, and the group noticed, holding smirks and pointing offhandedly at Izuku's car. Nami felt a weight leave her, being in front of the man that brought her so much worry and fear. It wasn't gone, but there was a large weight removed. But it barely mattered. He and his entire gang were useless in this situation. So Izuku, where we going? Nami said as the car sped up as they drove toward a nearby port. Where the yacht was located. Just the open ocean. I was hoping you and your quirk could suggest a location. Nami nodded her head, happy for once captain a ship, or well, act like the navigator for her captain. The drive was short but nice. They played good soft music and overall stayed quiet as they held hands. Oh my. Nami said, looking at the massive ship they would be boarding. TT, that's your? Nami asked, unsure, as she looked at the easily house-sized boat. Oh, of course not, I dislike water, remember? Nami laughed, remembering the day she confessed to him. He nearly drowned after a single misstep. Now let's go, Izuku said, walking onto the boat. All the bags in his arms as Nami skipped onto the boat. I hope you will enjoy it, Nami. It's the biggest one-person operated boat my dad has. Nami just nodded her head as they walked up toward the top spot on the boat. Nami for once used her quirk to the fullest. She barely, but it felt so great. South, southeast, it's the calmest, no clouds and little wind. Izuku nodded his head toward Nami's words and started steering the boat in that direction. It took a little bit, but as the sun reached the middle of the sky, they had reached their desired location. Oh, we can enjoy it here, Nami said, walking out onto the front deck. She now, instead of a normal casual outfit, wore a colorful bikini, with a large hat. Baby, you wouldn't mind rubbing my back with sunscreen, would you? Nami, if I ever, and I do mean ever, say no, throw me into the ocean, Izuku said, causing Nami to giggle. Izuku was wearing nothing but shorts. He moved Nami to a chair where she laid down on her belly, removing her top. Now coat me, baby, she said lustfully, just making Izuku laugh loudly. Really, haha, he said, spurting a line of near ice-cold sunscreen right on her back, making her scream. The cream Izuku rubbed in softly. His touch nearly made Nami purr. It seems you're enjoying it. Aren't you, sweetie? Nami just bit her lip. As Izuku covered her entire back and back legs, even part of her butt might not have been needed, but both parties really enjoyed it. He kissed her behind the ears. Love you, baby, Izuku said before laying down next to her, basking in the sun for a little bit. This feels wonderful, Nami hummed in agreement. The soft wind cooled them down enough as to make the hot sun pleasant. I love today, Nami finished with a sigh. Starting to feel tired. Let me nap for 30 minutes. Sure, Nami, just have that nap. Izuku had to take a couple of pictures of Nami. She looked too cute to be sleeping. He saved them all on the cloud, laughing as Namiri and or his mother most likely would notice them and also laugh at them. After around 15 minutes of taking pictures and 15 minutes of looking at how beautiful and cute she was, Izuku woke her up, softly shaking her awake as he pressed kisses on her head. She woke up slowly, but as she did, one thing was really on her mind. Swimming. Not just swimming. Swimming inside the ocean. And she did for hours, diving as deep as she could and looked at the pretty fish surrounding her. Izuku, however, was scanning the entire area. He was worried for sharks and the likes. If anything came close, Izuku would simply scare anything away. They stayed on the ocean a slight bit longer, before turning around, allowing Izuku to take back Nami, and getting ready for his next date, with the sister. Which sounded weird and slightly scumbaggy, not that it mattered, he loved them both. He did have to text a good amount of people, in order to get this date sorted. But the next day, Izuku was going to start the date off right. However, he didn't pick Robin up, Minato did that, teleporting both of them toward the dorms where Izuku was waiting for them. Hello? Good morning, sir. We can move right away if you want. Well, I can, Robin. She didn't speak, she just nodded her head. He grabbed both of their hands. Prepare yourself, it will be a fast one. Izuku was used to moving fast, Robin however wasn't, so as they moved instantly, nearly 10,000 kilometers away, she took a little time to get adjusted. Are you alright, Miss Nico? Why yes, I just need a moment, that is a rather unique and unforgiving experience. Haha, it's fine, Robin, we are here now, Minato, thanks for this. I will text you when we need a pickup, Izuku said as he showed the teleportation port. And much like a flash of light, Minato was gone. Now Izuku, where are we? Welcome to Italy, the Vatican. Oh, what are we doing here? Izuku grabbed her hand and kissed it. While I know you enjoy a good cup of coffee and we are most definitely drinking that, we are here for something much, much better. Robin had no idea what was going on. She was fully confused, mostly thanks to that teleportation. We are going to the Vatican Library. You will be allowed to read all you want. Robin's confused face turned into one with a massive smile. Really? Jup, free range to all those that interest you. Now, unlike you would believe, it's not just all Christian books, the scholars didn't burn them all as most believed. They saved mostly all, even those against their beliefs. Izuku said. Robin nearly had stars in her eyes, which for the calm woman was really weird, but cute. They first walked into a nearby coffee shop. both ordering the same coffee. Sipping on it slowly. How wonderful, I can taste the care and love in each bean, Robin said, worried she might start becoming addicted to the wonderful taste of coffee. Jup, they truly mastered the art of coffee making, Izuku said gracefully, downing the entire cup. Can we head toward the library now? Izuku laughed as he agreed. Sure, we can. Let's get a bike so we can make the trip. Robin nodded, as Izuku paid, and both made their way toward the bike rental place. Renting a tandem bike, where Izuku sat in front, with Robin in the back. And off they went slowly most through the streets, but they had a long ride on the street to go, in order to reach the library. Hold on tight, Izuku said as a warning as he started pedaling at full force. His skill in Saru and Jeppo both shone brightly as they started moving faster than the cars around them. They flew down the street and reached the library in record time. Fufufu, I believe we would have died. Robin laughed, same for Izuku, who parked the bike. Thankfully, the man that will give us a tour speaks nearly every language known to us, even a couple of dead ones. Robin nodded, not noticing the clear pep in her step as she just took in the entire scene. It was beautiful. She couldn't get enough of it. Robin weighed up. This brought her out of it. She looked at where the sound came from and noticed she had started running ahead of Izuku. She blushed heavily with her head tilted slightly down before Izuku took a quick sprint and fully lifted her off her feet. Hello, sir, madam, an old voice said. Both looked back. It was a man, wearing a black robe and a well-crafted wooden cane, and a long white beard, nearly reaching the floor. Samuel, you look great. The man gave a chuckle. Oh, Prince Midoriya, you're making this old man blush. I am still plenty young. Only 945 years young. The man laughed at Robin, panicking. Don't worry, madam. I am a rare quirk user. It halts aging, but however, makes my body stand still at 94 years old. The man began walking. Follow me. I heard from the prince you have an interest in old history. Robin and Izuku followed right off the bat. Yes, if you could please tell the story for her. Robin smiled. It was as if Izuku read her mind. Oh, of course, sir. He stroked his beard as he kept walking. Years ago, well before my grandfather was even a thought, the world was in chaos. War caused death to cover the land, and people argued about everything: bread, land, even the amount of wives you could have. This caused hell to break loose and an evil demon to take form, a demon in human skin. He killed and terrorized the earth. Robin listened carefully. This man was invincible, only for one man to fight it. A man that broke the sadness and death, and brought laughs and happiness. It gave him the name of JOYBOY. He fought evil and won. He turned into a hero and the first king. He became the first ever king of the world, one that spread out into 7 children. Robin was glued to all his words. We have prepared a scroll for you to take with you. The rest of the man's talking was filled with explaining the building. In each area, how the scribes work day in and day out to copy old texts so they do not get lost in time. And Robin was glued to each word, wanting to hear more. That, however, stopped the second they were brought into a room, filled with scrolls. There are for you to take. I can take them? Robin asked, unsure, with the man nodding. I will cherish them till my dying breath. That won't be needed, madam. Just know, anyone of the royal house will always be welcome here. Robin half nodded, as she walked up and started reading. Her dream already coming true. Izuku just sat back, talking with the older man, preferring the stories the man told, from his countless steps taken all over the world, the billions of stories heard, and the billions of people he spoke to. It was great. But something even greater than that was this man's dedication to the written word. Robin barely realized that time had passed, as she submerged herself into the scrolls, pouting slightly as she had to go back home, but she ended the night by kissing Izuku. Thanks, Izuku, it was the best date I could have ever hoped for. Izuku got out of bed. It felt so strange not sleeping in the dorms anymore. He had moved back into one of the houses. He chose one of the apartment buildings that overlooked the sea, mainly because he loved the sight of it. But he had a date with Setsuna today. So he dragged his body toward the shower, giving himself a nice scrub. He got dressed casually. A simple black shirt with blue jeans. And to top it off, a face mask, cause he really didn't want to get recognized where he was going. For Setsuna, Izuku had planned to take her to America. More importantly, he was going to take her to Miami, where the Dinoland Park was. A large plot of land was turned into a park where certain people with dinosaur quirks would roam around. Allowing dinosaur fans to look at them, each would get a tour guide that would show them and tell them about all the dinosaurs. And seeing that on one of the first meetings Setsuna and Izuku had, she asked him all about his Dino powers. He thought it would be a fun date. They had to decide to meet somewhere neutral. Now Setsuna wasn't ready for her parents to meet Izuku. It simply wouldn't go well, as they could get a heart attack if he knocked on the door. So they would meet up at the park nearby. Which was simple enough. Mostly because Finn had already been at that park in the park, which meant very easy travel. So stepping into the kitchen, Izuku got ready for the date and saw Setsuna already sent him a selfie of her and a large breakfast. He went to eat as well, before being swiftly brought to the park by Finn. They had roughly around 10 minutes left before Setsuna would show up, so they moved toward one of the nearby benches and played a game of chess. Izuku beat Finn in the game of chess. Most of that came as Setsuna ran up and started cheering for him. "So babe, where we going?" Setsuna asked, with Izuku giving a light-hearted chuckle. "That would ruin the surprise, but Finn, if you could please." Finn nodded his head as he raised his palm and opened his fingers, allowing a portal to open up that both Izuku and Setsuna walked through. "No fucking way, no fucking way, no way, oh my god, no way." Setsuna screamed excitedly, almost having trouble finding the words as she hugged Izuku. It had been her lifelong dream to show up at Dino Land. "Come on, we need to check everything out." Izuku chuckled but didn't move. Instead, he pulled her closer and wrapped his arms around her waist. "We will, just for privacy's sake, don't call me Izuku, don't want to get bum rushed." Setsuna would have agreed to get her kidney removed as long as they could enter the park right away. Setsuna dragged Izuku by the arm. They entered at the gate, Izuku simply paying the entrance fee with his card. He was still hoping he would have noticed a dent in it, but that would have been unlikely. A lanky-looking man with thick glasses smiled. "Hello, I will be your tour guide, please follow me. We will enter the cart, there we will drive around and I shall explain each dinosaur we are able to spot." Izuku nodded, as Setsuna just hopped up and down in excitement. She jumped at the back with Izuku, holding his hand with the biggest smile. The entire trip Setsuna was on the top of her game. The first thing they saw was a group of Brontosaurus. And before the tour guide could even start talking about what they eat, Setsuna spoke up. "Those are Brontosaurus, they are from the family of sauropods. It was believed to be mostly a herbivore, using his long neck to reach the top leaves, much like a giraffe would do right now. We believe they could reach up to 72 feet and 17 tons. Well, seems like the young lady can do my job better than I can, haha. Sorry." Setsuna was sheepish for the entire ride, but thankfully the tour guide was trained for these sorts of moments. Like many others, had to work with excited kids a lot, so whenever they spotted a new dino, he just happily asked her a question. He quickly understood it was a date, and tried keeping his engagement to a minimum. "Oh my god, that's a raptor, I love raptors." Setsuna cheered, nearly letting her head fly off to get a closer look, but Izuku stopped her. "What you like about them, Set?" This rather innocent question opened a floodgate that neither Izuku nor the tour guide was really ready for. Setsuna began dropping fact after fact, after the fact, about mistakes in movies about them, about different groups that people often gave raptors, to even some theories she had in her head. "In my favorite dino game, I have tamed like a gazillion of them, and I even have made a full family of raptor, Carnosaurus, and Treks, all because they have a similar look. It's so cool. Did you know the smaller raptors often teamed up to efficiently take down bigger prey than themselves?" "Wow, didn't expect all that," Izuku said shockingly. He smiled as Setsuna enjoyed the ending part of the ride. For the final part, you could pay extra to ride a dino of your choice, something Izuku bought for Setsuna without thinking about it. She of course took the raptor, which resulted in a 10-minute run around the caged park. Setsuna laughed the entire way. "Oh my god babe, that was great." Setsuna cheered as she ran around Izuku in the parking lot. "I know you have a date with Yi after this, but like I never want to leave here." Izuku laughed as he understood. He had those moments as well, but all things must come to an end. So as Finn opened the portal again, "Hope your day was a joy." By Setsuna's laugh, that was the case. "Miss, could I bring you home? I would not feel right allowing a princess to walk around alone as the sky darkens." Finn asked with Izuku laughing. "She could kick your ass, Finn. But see why, I am heading to Yui," Izuku said as he started using his Tori Tori no Mi model. Phoenix, bird fruit model Phoenix, and started flying toward Yui's house, using his phone to find the correct location he needed to be. He had something fun for Yui. Not something really expensive for Izuku, they would just stay home and cook. He did have a gift for her. "Oh, it here," Izuku said, dropping to the floor in front of an apartment complex. He texted her through the phone, but she was sure he could come up, so he did. Knocking on the door, Yui opened up. I just need to grab my keys and wallet. And feed the cat. Mom and Dad are out for the day and won't come back till tomorrow. Izuku nodded as he started thinking about the best way to move home. Alright, we should head toward the shop first, grab some food, and I will get us a teleportation home. Yui in her normally neutral look nodded. They moved quickly. Both wondered how the other vacation had been going. Izuku had his fun dates to talk about, however Yui had fun. She went with Kendo and Tetsutetsu, much like a third wheel to a movie she had been wanting to watch for a bit. What you wanting? I am thinking some nice ribs or maybe some good steak. With that Yui nodded. So Izuku took a couple of them, leaving them to grab some vegetables. Let's grab some asparagus, Yui asked with Izuku nodding. They moved toward the veggie section of the store and bought what they needed, holding each other's hand the entire time. Thankfully the face mask allowed for Izuku and Yui to not be interrupted. Thankfully as they stepped out of the store, Finn was already waiting on them. Miss Tokage has been brought home safely. Izuku smiled as the portal opened up. Enjoy yourself tonight. I assume pickup will be required. Izuku just nodded as he walked through the portal with Yui, leaving Finn alone, but he would just walk toward Yui's house to get it marked. They stepped into Izuku's seaside apartment. I think it might be slightly early for dinner. Yui nodded her head. So both decided to sit on the balcony for a bit. They looked at the sunlight bouncing off the waves, the fresh sea smell in the air. They were able to just relax. Hey Yui, I was wondering, why are you a fan of those nesting dolls? My grandma. She used to make them by hand. She was half Russian and used it to stay in touch with her roots. Izuku smiled. Oh wow, that's interesting, so you're like 5% Russian. Yui just shrugged. She didn't really have anything with Russia, she just liked her grandma and the time they had spent together. I have a question for you. How come go to hero school? You could have been privately trained, so why? Izuku laughed. It was a question he had been asked before. Mostly by those he grew up with as a kid. I don't know. I know I could have got trained by All Might, Star and Stripe, the Jade Hero, Tundra, and the Protectors if I wanted to. Izuku named many of the world's greatest heroes. Heroes that were the top of their fields. I know I could have waited, and accepted requests of supermodels and shit, but I don't know, something about going to school seemed so fun. Eating lunch in a crowded room, sitting in a box all day learning with friends. It just seemed too different than what I was used to, plus it got me to meet all of you. Yui gave a content hum with a soft smile. She didn't want to make another sound, but her stomach rumbled. We should start cooking it seems, Izuku said standing up. They moved to the kitchen together. You do veggies, I do meat. Yui nodded her head, moving to wash the vegetables. Izuku simply went to leave the season the meat. To not really lower the taste of the meat, Izuku just covered them in salt, hopefully pulling the fluid out of the meat. Oh wait here, I got a gift for you, Izuku said excitedly as he ran into a different. He stayed there for a little bit, before rushing out with a head-sized box. Look. Izuku placed it in front of her. Is it the head of someone I know? Oh no, open it, come on, do it. Yui nodded. She had just finished cutting her part of the food, but cooking it could wait a little bit. So she pulled the box closer. Oh. Her eyes went wide as she pulled out a large Matryoshka doll. It was styled after Izuku. A green top. Freckles softly painted on it, his scar. The normal Yui outfit was painted. She opened up, and it showed herself. Inside of a Yui outfit. Her neutral face slowly changed into one with a smile. She placed it next to Izuku, pulling out the next one. This time it was Izuku again. Green hair, and freckles, but now placed in his hero's suit. The white suit, on his back written in the same kanji as he had with even his sword painted on it. Izuku's smile nearly broke into laughter at the sound she made. It was absolutely adorable. Next, she pulled out as she expected a version of herself, wearing her hero outfit. I love it. She smiled bigger than she ever thought she could. There is more, Izuku said. She opened the final one, seeing it held a necklace. She opened it. She looked at the heart symbol engraved in it. I love you, Yui. This got tears to flow out. She made it drop to the table as she ran into Izuku's arm, nearly kicking him over as she locked lips with Izuku. They stayed standing, in each other's arms for who knows how long, sharing kisses. We should really eat, Izuku told Yui, who nodded. But sadly the night was over in a heartbeat. Yui went back home after a deep loving kiss, understanding that Izuku had to get ready for his next dates. Are you sure, Pony? Izuku asked Pony. He had just shown up at her door on his motorbike. She nearly jumped out the window when she heard Izuku. As she came down, she tackled Izuku. If Izuku didn't see it coming from a mile away, she instantly came up with her date. Izuku had planned for them to just head to one of the big anime studios to see how they do it, but Pony had her date idea. Yes, it came to me in a dream. She excitedly screamed inside Izuku's arms. I am okay with it, just seemed weird for you to request it. She gave him a big kiss on the cheek. I love the rodeo. We also go when on vacation in America. Next time we go, my dad promised we could do some real bull riding. Izuku smiled. He placed her down. Let's head out then. If we are quick, we might even get some extra manga for Ihabara. Pony jumped on the back of the motorcycle. You need a helmet, Pony. Even if we don't crash, you don't want bugs in your teeth or eyes. Be but my horns. Izuku nodded as Pony whined. That did make it slightly more difficult, but Izuku pulled out a new helmet, one with holes for her horns. Cool, that's mine. Izuku nodded as he gave it. She instantly put it on, a wide smile on her face as Izuku took a seat in front of her. She wrapped her arms around Izuku. Now let's go. Izuku laughed as he started the bike. He drove toward one of the nearby rodeos. The part they were going for was filled with American stuff, such as fast food that served bigger portions. It gave everyone a chance to experience America. The rodeo bar that they went to was Pony's favorite because it was truly an American bar placed in Japan. Because, well, that was just it. The owner of said bar was a well-respected rodeo bar owner in multiple countries. Here we are, Izuku said, parking the bike. He hadn't even locked the bike up. Pony stood at the door pointing inward and screaming at Izuku to hurry up and walk inside. Izuku. Pony, I need your helmet. She pulled it off, and first thought about throwing it so she could enter but just sprinted. Izuku placed them on the bike and followed Pony inside. She had made her way to the bar. 2 root beer, please. Pony, I can have one as well, right? Izuku joked with Pony laughing. No, order one yourself, Stinky Pinky. But as the 2 glasses of root beer were placed down, by an old western-looking barkeep, Pony slid the second glass over. You do snacks as well? The man nodded as he walked up, flicking his cowboy hat back. What can I do for ya? Izuku waited a bit for the freakout only for that not to happen. So he shrugged and ordered. Nachos. Yes, please. Pony agreed with the man to nod. Weird he didn't freak out, most people do so. Oh, he is blind. He uses echolocation. Pony had been here before. You like America, don't you? She nodded. I grew up in Texas. We came back because my mom and dad wanted me to enjoy my heritage. I only got back in Japan, in my last year of high school. Most have been a culture shock for you. I have had some fun in America before and it's different. You don't know half of it. America, it's normal to walk and eat. I used to run to the store during the break with my friends, and eat snacks while walking back. I did that here and everyone just stared at me as if I kicked a puppy. Izuku laughed as the nachos were placed in front of the duo with both digging right into them. Might not be breakfast food, but damn, these nachos are great. Izuku laughed as he stuffed his face with them, the gooey cheese, which covered each of the fresh tortilla chips. Pony wanted to agree, but as her entire mouth was stuffed with cheese and chips, she swallowed her mouth full. Barkeep, is the bull ride open? Pony excitedly said as the barkeep nodded. It is. Just walk toward the cow and talk with Jimmy Boy. Izuku chuckled. Excuse me, is that his name? The barkeep laughed. No, it's part of his title, Jimmy Boy, Bull Controller. It's the same for me. Billy Jones, barkeep. Izuku laughed as they walked toward Jimmy Boy. Pony instantly wanted to hop on. And seeing Pony already had been her. Zuki, whoever can hang on the longest on the hardest difficulty is the winner. Izuku smirked. But don't come crying when you lose. Pony hopped on the back, one hand tightly wrapped around the handle, and the other one straight in the sky. Impossible difficulty. Pony laughed as the machine began shaking like only a machine could. It threw Pony off at 6 seconds. Izuku sat after her. One arm stuck on the handle, and his other one pointed at Pony. Look and be amazed. Izuku smirked as the machine started moving. He passed the 6 seconds without problem. He had his legs strongly around the steel beast. Izuku yawned. This is the most difficult setting. Izuku smirked as Pony pointed. Boo. She started booing Izuku as he stepped off after 12 seconds. It was a good effort, Pony. It's not just all in the arms. She stuck her tongue out, It didn't last for a second before the two had more fun at the table. It had become sort of a rule for the girls to take half a day. It also made sure Izuku could spend some of his time with Eri or his mom and dad. Seeing he had 20 dates now, a total of 2 a day would leave him 4 days for himself. After the bar, Izuku brought Pony back, with Ibara waiting there. "Ibara, what are you doing here?" "I went on my afternoon work, something I always do, both for health and enjoyment, and decided to just make the walk here. I do hope that is alright." Pony laughed as she kissed Izuku. "Well, my show is gonna be on, bye-bye sweeties, and Ibara, no dirty things." She laughed as Ibara began yelling at Pony about how she would never. "Ibara, it's fine, she is joking, but are you fine, riding a motorcycle? I went to add some Eureka in Pony's date." Ibara nodded her head. "I am. I do hope you have a secondary helmet." Izuku nodded, pulling a new helmet out of a pocket he had with the pocket fruit. "Here, looks great on you." Ibara nodded as she put the helmet on. "Thanks." Izuku sat on the front. Ibara went on the back, but her hands were softly on his back. "Ibara, you gotta hold on tighter. I don't want to lose you in a sharp turn." This got Ibara to increase her hold on Izuku. Off they drove to one of the nearby locations. Minato had a mark standing. With a text and a yellow flash, Minato was in front of them. "You summoned me, milord." Izuku groaned as Minato laughed. "Sorry, Princess Eri, unlike her father, highly enjoys that sort of talk." "Of course, well, I would like a trip to the garden." Ibara could only widen her eyes before they were teleported away. As Ibara's eyes adjusted to the flash, her stomach turned, before she blinked and saw green, just a vast green. It was the most beautiful place on Earth, located somewhere in Asia. It was a top secret, created just by Inko's grandmother. The careful screening was done for those that were allowed to take care of it, mostly people that truly cared for nature. This, however, did not stop rumors from escaping. Thus the garden became a rumor mostly for those that cared for plants, just as fishers had the all blue. A place where all the fish came together, this was all green. A place untouched by humanity. The size of a city, only a small couple of camps were made, all from outsourced materials. Ibara, welcome to the garden. An untouched part of the world. Ibara's mouth dropped open. "Aye, it's real," she said in awe, stepping forward. She kept moving, walking around in a dream world. "Aye, it's beautiful," she said, walking through the garden, Izuku slowly following behind, enjoying the walk. He remembered the 2 weeks he brought his food and just lived there. "Let's move south," Izuku suggested, Ibara following his request. After around an hour's walk, they stepped into the best location. It was an open field, covered in colorful flora. "It's beautiful," Ibara said, unable to come up with any words. Izuku smiled as he pulled out all the necessities for a picnic. "Let's talk," Izuku said as he put the cloth down and sat on it. Ibara took a moment before snapping back to reality and joining Izuku on the ground. "I appreciate you taking me here. Ibara, I understand the respect you want to give me, but seeing as I have seen you naked, and we are dating now, you can relax around me." Ibara blushed heavily at the comment about the hot spring. Her eyes were stuck on the floor. She just hummed in understanding. "Ayundi, I know, it's just used to it. But I am learning, you're in my phone as Izuku now." Izuku fell to his back laughing. Stop it please. It's sweat really, and it's very enjoyable, Ibara. I would just like to know the real you. The full unfiltered you. So what do you like to do? Like what is your guilty pleasure? Ibara blushed. Looks very guilty, as if she just stole something. "Hi. I enjoy eating junk food and watching action movies, the violent ones." "Ooh, really, how cool, so like fights, murder, what?" Fights, I know I shouldn't, it's not Christian." Says who? During the 800s there was a group of Christians that went around fighting others, and using their wins to convert others. Very effective. Izuku said, having loved that story by the priests. Some still train in boxing to this day. Ibara smiled. "Now what do you like to do, not hero stuff or like that?" "Oh well, I love messing around with the other royalty. But alone, I guess I like gaming. Junk food is the best. I can eat that for hours and hours." Ibara giggled, as her stomach growled. "Well, I got sandwiches, they aren't a fat juicy burger, but they are vegan just like you want them." But you aren't vegan, right?" "I am not, I like meat, but I thought, why not enjoy some nice meatless sandwiches here in the garden?" Izuku said, pulling out some food. They ate together, laying back as the stars went by. Achiko would love this too. Izuku shrugged. I know she likes space, could send her into space, but she might explode if I try. A simple life is a fulfilling life, Ibara said as Izuku rolled over to her. Now let's walk back, or you wanna have some more calming time. Ibara, using whatever courage she had, rolled over and kissed Izuku deeply, pushing him to the floor and laying on top of him. I don't know, what would you like to do? Oh, I could think of stuff to do, but that's not for something before marriage, right? Ibara nodded. Yes, but I can at least tease you a bit, Mina stated. It's quite enjoyable, Ibara said as she stepped up and walked. Haha, I am so getting that pinky back for that, Izuku said, hurrying up to pick up everything they had. Are you sure, Nem? Are you really okay with no meetups? Do you think Eri is okay with that? Yes, baby, you just have fun with the girls. Eri and I are about to get that Finn boy to open us a portal, and we will be spending the rest of our time with Grandma and Grandpa. Izuku nearly dropped the phone in laughter. They really like that, don't they? But I gotta go, Nijire is knocking on the door. Good luck, lover boy, Namuri finished as she hung up. Izuku walked up to the door, and as he moved it inward, Nijire fell inward as well. Right onto the floor. Hey Nijire. Izuku laughed as Nijire laughed herself. Sorry to drop in, haha. Nijire joked as she got back up. So what is our date? Nijire smiled, her bright smile lighting the room up in excitement. Well, you didn't give me a lot to work with, Izuku said as he showed the text that said T in questions. I was first thinking of maybe trying to get some pro heroes together, and allowing your mind to go crazy, but having people show up at our date might be a little weird, so. Izuku smiled. We will go toward a nice little tea shop, according to my mother, the best tea shop in our area, where we walk into a small room, and I will answer all your questions, about my powers, weapons, dreams, and even the world if you want. Izuku was sure for a millisecond Nijire had stars in her eyes. She was overly excited, so much so she started vibrating. You already want to go, I guess. She just nodded, nearly nodding her head so fast it almost showed 3 different heads. Well, I grabbed my keys and we will head out right away. Izuku walked to the key bowl and walked out. They hopped down the garage and Nijire instantly ran to Tank. This one please, please, I need to see the inside. Izuku laughed. Sure, that's Tank, it's created to keep shit safe. You could hide behind it from an assault rifle, and not even a scratch. Nijire jumped in the car as the doors were unlocked. She crawled around it for a bit, to check every part of the car. This is so cool. Izuku laughed as he took his seat behind the steering wheel. For Izuku the drive was normal. For Nijire it was a whole new experience. She smiled as they parked. To Izuku's surprise, Nijire had asked 0 questions. He expected 1,000 questions, but there were none. Nijire had plenty of questions, but she kept them for herself until they were at the tea shop. Good morning, young princess. I expected the 2 of you a little later. Tea is still brewing. Thanks, sir. Could we already enter the room or not yet? Iroh nodded slowly, as he walked toward the back and opened a room. It might not be fancy, but life's true pleasures come from life's true simplicities. Iroh spoke with Izuku smiling. I shall bring you a kettle of jasmine tea when it's ready. You two get comfortable. As the door closed, Nijire had her first question. How did he know jasmine tea was my favorite? Was that pure luck? Is he a tea wizard? Or did you tell him, and if you did, how did you figure that out? Ha, he is a tea wizard, but I told him, I figured it out, because when you got drunk at the party, you were talking tea with Momo for a bit. Nijire laughed as they sat down together. Ok Nijire, so what you want to know, please slow it down a little, I do need to answer them. Nijire nodded. Those swords from your room, why you have them? I collect them. Over the years many legendary craftsmen have created bladed weapons, some far surpassing what a normal blade can do, and I wish for these blades to be in the hands of the good. Nijire went right into a new question. Which one is the one you're really looking forward to getting? This was hard, he wanted all of them, but he did figure it out. Ace, the blade is called Ace, it's the sword of my grandfather. During a surprise attack on him his sword was stolen. It's one I have my eye on mostly because it hasn't been seen since that day. Oh, what is your favorite power? Damn you asking good questions. Izuku before answering was brought out of it by Iroh knocking on the door. He walked in and placed the tea on the table. Here you go, tea created with love and care, enjoy. Iroh walked out just as fast as he walked in. Izuku filled both their cups with the jasmine tea. But my favorite one, I guess I would say a couple of ones. I really enjoy my light and lightning powers. Both are very versatile, my dragon as well. But the most fun is the rubber one, the reactions I can get are way more enjoyable. Cool, you gotta show me them sometime. Nijire took a sip. Oh my god, this tea is great, it's like super tea. Izuku laughed, but he knew that reaction was normal. He had drunk this tea a lot. His mother was addicted to the taste. Nijire kept questioning Izuku, who answered everything with honesty. They had one final question before Izuku, and then had to go home. Why date us? Why not go for some super hot sex-crazed model that most boys want? You know that's a question I have been asked before. Because while that might be fun for a week or two, I prefer to have a real connection, like our love for knowledge. Izuku said as he finished his cup and stood up, linking arms with Nijire as they walked out of the building and drove back home. On the road, Nijire got out, saying it would take her less time from there to get home. So kissing his cheek, she just flew out the window, going right home as Izuku decided to just get right toward Fuyumi. It was a long drive, but not that Izuku minded. It gave the other time to set up what needed to be set up. He parked in front of the Todoroki compound. It looked great as he walked through the garden. "Oh, Midoriya, welcome," Rei said as she was working on her garden. "Hello, Miss Todoroki. I am here for Fuyumi. I will get her." As soon as Rei walked in, Enji, Toya, and Natsuo walked out of the building. Each of them has a serious look on them. "Midoriya, I understand and respect you and your ranking as king, but if you hurt her, I will be forced to take action." While most people would be absolutely intimidated, Izuku had been taught by Izumi Curtis, a demon in the form of a housewife, so Enji and his sons now really just looked like cute little puppies. But he understood what they wanted. "I understand, I would never be willing to cause your daughter to feel any hurt." Toya and Natsuo wanted to say something themselves, but as Fuyumi and Rei walked back out, it stopped. Fuyumi grabbed Natsuo's ear as Rei grabbed Enji and Toya. "Stop if you three. Fuyumi, you just enjoy your night. Now seeing you three are able to spend your time doing nothing, how about you help me with composting?" Fuyumi and Izuku heard a scream of help as the door closed. "So Izuku, what will we do? I know I wasn't helpful with my interest. I couldn't come up with something." "Don't worry, Fuyumi." Both stepped into the car. "I came up with a great idea. I hired us an old-school soap opera, one you hopefully like, and as we will watch it, we can stuff our faces with ice cream, self-made ice cream, created with the help of the best chef I know, Zeph." Fuyumi giggled before slamming her mouth shut. Sorry, just a chef called Zeph, it caught me by surprise." Izuku laughed himself. "Oh yeah, no, I get that. When I first met Zeph, I laughed my butt off. He is really fun about it, he doesn't mind it one bit." They got to the home quickly. "Prince, Princess, welcome." Zeph welcomed them. "Wash your hands and we can start right away. From my understanding, Izuku really likes buckets of food, so we got a good amount of required food, so should we start right away?" Izuku looked at Fuyumi, who nodded. "Alrighty then, I got the stuff for 6 buckets of ice cream, so around 480 servings of ice cream. That should be a good amount for you, right?" "So much ice cream?" Fuyumi whispered as Izuku just agreed. "Yeah, that should be good for at least a bit." "Izuku, isn't that a bit too much? That is like 120 times the normal ice cream pint." "Yeah, so, we already have this stuff bought, so why not, and I know you want to." Fuyumi blushed slightly before agreeing. She really wanted to taste the ice cream. "Alrighty, let's start right away." He placed a big pot on the flames. "We gotta do this 3 times. So first we are making 160 servings of vanilla ice cream." Zeph poured in 30 cups of white sugar, 40 cups of heavy whipping cream, and 90 cups of milk. They stirred it on low heat. They kept stirring the large pot of mixture until the mix was hot, and a small ring of foam bubbles started to appear around the edges. This was the same for all 3 of them. They then removed the mixture from the heat and poured it over into a different pot, one that would not use the heat to cook the mixture even more. In the new pot they added 1 3/4 of a cup of vanilla extract. "Unless we want to wait overnight for this to cool in the freezer, I suggest the prince just cools it." Izuku nodded as he wanted to cool it, but Fuyumi stopped him. "I can do this." She smiled as she stuck her finger in the mixture, instantly cooling it down. "Now that is something impressive, you're able to cool down stuff you touch." Fuyumi nodded her head. "My quirk allows me to alter the temperature of anything I touch." "Handy," Zeph said as he pulled out a massive ice cream maker. "This needs to be frozen completely." This Izuku did with a touch of the hand. "Alrighty." Zeph lifted the nearly 40 kilos worth of ice cream and poured it into the mixer. After the mixture was left for 20 to 25 minutes, they spent making the next bucket of ice cream. For the brownie mixture and cookie dough mixture during the churning of ice cream. The cookie dough had been mixed by Zeph beforehand. Same for the brownies. The buckets were filled at the end of the night. Well then, you kids don't eat too much, and CYA. He walked out. Izuku just grabbed the first bucket of vanilla as he moved it to the couch, with 2 single spoons. Floor or couch? Izuku asked as he held the bucket. Fuyumi tried lifting the bucket up but was too heavy. Floor, I don't want to be crushed. So Izuku nodded his head as he threw down the pillows from the couch, filling the floor as both sat down and started absolutely stuffing their face while watching a soap opera. Fuyumi, of course, had already watched the show and gave Izuku the information he would need. By the end of the night, they had finished half the bucket and watched 4 episodes. What are we going to do with these other buckets? Well, I will keep one for myself, and the other ones are for you to enjoy, so if you ever want them, just text me and I will get them to you. Izuku said as he left Fuyumi out of the car with a kiss, going back home to sleep in order to be ready for his next date. Izuku smiled as he rode tank toward Mei's home. He had lost contact with her last night in order to get the time set together. Last he remembered was Mei texting him she was gonna work on one of her babies before going to bed. That itself was the last message she read and sent. He didn't have much preparation done. The date with Mei was simple. They were going to just make a robot and have those fights. Might not be the thing for everyone, but it was just Mei's perfect date. He stepped out of the car, smiling as he looked around. Mainly people were staring outside the windows looking down at him. But he ignored them and walked toward Mei's house. He knocked on the door. Nothing happened. He knocked again with nothing happening once more. He was quite confused as he clearly knew she was home. Izuku could sense it. Mei, are you awake? Izuku called out as he knocked again, this time a little louder. Then he felt her move. Felt her get closer toward the door. Oh ha 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 Izuku, what are you doing here? She laughed. She was covered in grease. Our date is now. Mei looked at her watch, that she of course had modified, so the grease on it would be wiped away after a couple of seconds. Oh haha, I had been working on my babies all night again, well let's go. She placed her hands on her hips, wearing grease-covered overalls, at this point brown and black shirt. Mei, how does your shirt have a couple of white stains? Mei laughed more as she turned around showing the back was entirely white. My shirt is white haha. Okay, so you're first going to shower. Izuku, with Mei shrugging, turned around as she removed her shirt. This caught Izuku by surprise. Mei nearly flashed him and the neighbors. Izuku just walked inside and closed the door. He chuckled as a lot of clothing was thrown on the floor, going up the stairs, pants and panties next to each other, one sock on the first step of the stairs and one more further away on a drawer. Izuku just walked around a slight bit. He looked at the picture. It was Mei and a large, burly man. He was massive. Mei was standing on top of a skateboard with jets. Wow, Mei really looks like her dad, Izuku said, seeing the goggles as well as the pink dreadlocks in common. And Nijire was a spitting image of her mother. He kept looking around the room and he was shocked at dozen different half-created or half-broken gadgets. Wow, that's a lot of work. I wonder how she would react to Cyborg, Sniper King, or Vegapunk. Might have to introduce them once, though could end the world by having advanced robotic humanoids take over the world. Izuku laughed before waiting a bit more, as Mei walked down, wearing neat, but comfortable clothing. Let's go, I am ready, Mei said, smiling. Wow, you are absolutely stunning. Izuku was shocked. He believed all his girlfriends were beyond beautiful. Each of them could be a supermodel, but most used makeup, at least a little bit of it to make their natural features stand out, even more. But Mei, who normally had a cover of grease, oil or something along the likes on her face, had nothing on her face, no grease, or makeup. Sure, we first need to eat something and drink something. Oh yeah, I still need that. Mei laughed as they walked out. Much like Nijire, Mei instantly ran up to Tank. Jumping on the hood, she began asking questions. And right as Izuku pulled her off, she tried dismantling the car. Calm down, Mei. While I am more than willing to show you the blueprints, please don't break Tank. Now let's get some sandwiches, Izuku said, starting the car, with Mei nodded her head. They drove quickly, stopping at a nearby gas station for some sandwiches. Izuku loved fine dining. There wasn't much better than a perfectly cooked A5 Wagyu. His one strange love was gas station sandwiches. There are around 12 of them together, evenly shared between Mei and Izuku. Let's have our fun now. I will do as you tell me. Just gotta change my face, Izuku said as he pressed his hand on his own cheek, turning into someone Mei had never seen. A wide smile, with a large mustache, black with the tips rolled in on itself. Haha, nice face, now let's go. We need to create rockets and laser guns. She stepped out of the car. Oh, rocket blasters and jet engines. Perhaps we can make sure our bot flies above the enemies. Mei laughed, walking into the building. Right after being checked in, they were allowed to work on their gadget. They had a total of 7 hours to work on it. Then combat and repairs were counted in an hour. And they started working right away. The first hour was working on inventory as well as brainstorming. Mei took inspiration from a test gadget she made when she was 9. An all-might-inspired robot, one that would attack with vibrations, that would be dislodged and break the robots. They would dominate the competition. Then the next 6 were spent with Mei creating the robot. Izuku's job was to make sure nobody and nothing died. He had 3 close calls, once where he had to dodge a rocket fist that nearly took off Izuku's head. Then jet engines that exploded, nearly taking Mei's hand off. Izuku saved her with iron body. And lastly, when Mei accidentally created a laser that melted the table. But all of that made the competition a very easy sweep. Apart from the last match, Mei and Izuku, and their robot might easily outclass all of them. But she fell asleep. They lost because Mei was sleep deprived. It caused Izuku not to be fully ready for his date with you. He just used the garb fruit. In order to quickly wear a suit, he had to, as he brought Mei home. He quickly drove to his house and grabbed a different car, one that fit more with the fancy restaurant date you wanted. It was slightly strange. Most would want their first date private and in silence. But he was okay with it, so he drove his Ferrari up toward you. He smiled as he saw you, wearing a beautiful black galaxy-style dress, her hair tied in an upward bun. "Are you amazed?" she happily said with Izuku nodding. "I am very amazed, you are beautiful." She smirked as she stepped into the car. "Now, how many stars will we eat?" Izuku laughed. "Well, 3 of course, it's the maximum, but I was thinking Yukimura. It's absolutely incredible." You gave a hum of enjoyment and shock before nodding. And off they went, driving toward Tokyo. "Are you okay? You look a little worried." Izuku laughed as he drove at high speeds down the highway. He could go faster, his hockey would sense other cars. "I have, just never W with the roof down," she said, slightly worried. "I can move faster, we are going 130. This baby can reach 300 easily." No. You quickly yelled back as she clutched whatever she could in her arms, which was the seat as well as the car door, holding it as tightly as possible. Izuku quickly brought the top back on, calming you down slightly. "Thanks, I might be an untouchable pro hero, but I don't do well at high speeds, also no amusement parks I guess." Izuku thought about how shave would affect her. But that training would come after the dates. The drive with the roof on didn't scare you as much, feeling much safer inside of the car. But they quickly drove off the highway, where after an half hour they finally reached the restaurant. They parked up front with the door of you being opened by a parking valet. Izuku offered his hand to you as they walked into the restaurant. "Hello sir, madam, please follow me, we have a wonderful window seat looking over our garden," the hostess said with a small bead of sweat on her head. She of course was worried about making a good impression. "I shall bring you a menu right away. Do you wish for something to drink in the meanwhile?" "I will just have water, I am the driver," Izuku said with a friendly smile. "I would like some sake please, I am not sure what is good." The hostess nodded her head as she excused herself. "They are adorable, being so scared of little old you." "Ha, this ain't even that much. I remember when I was 8 we had our yearly royal meeting in America, and we all, like every one of us walking into a random fast food place, the cashier fainted." You laughed loudly, so much so she snorted. She quickly closed the area by slamming her hand on her nose and mouth. "Why, you heard nothing at all." "Oh, I did. I heard something totally adorable. Never expected you to snort when you laugh." "Why hide it, it's cute." You blushed. "It might be for you, but for chubby me during high school, it was enough for me to be called Piggy." Izuku grabbed her hands. "Kids are idiots, they should have seen you were amazing," Izuku said with you blushing more. "I wanted to be the one getting you to blush." The hostess walked by and gave them a menu before walking away. "Oh, there is so much to choose," you said with Izuku smiling as he nodded. "I think I will start with their signature sea urchin dish as a start. Then some karasumi soba, and maybe some fried sweet fish." You licked her lips. "I might just gorge on these delicious foods, I will work it off some other way, maybe with me," she said with a wink, giving Izuku a slight blush and a smirk. "Oh really now?" Izuku leaned forward. "While I would love, and I truly mean love, to work off some calories with you, but that might feel a little bit rushed. I mean, this is our first date." You had been waiting for that card to be played as she leaned forward, resting her breast on the table. "Oh, did you say that to Namuri, Or Achiko and Mina? Izuku coughed in shock. They spoke about that, well You began laughing as Izuku signaled someone to come by so they could order. Yes sir, what would you want to order? Everything please, just bring us everything. Feeling hungry huh? Oh I know what could satisfy you, your hunger of course hi. She joked with Izuku leaning with a groan. I could really have gone for something stronger right about now. He groaned as their drinks were placed before him. It took a bit but slowly and surely food was placed down, and they started eating. Izuku could eat nearly anything, there wasn't a lot of things he didn't like and he would at least try everything once. However, wasn't one that loved to switch it up, and liked staying in her own lane. But while she didn't try the weird seal for Oniad, she found her love in the deserts. She ate until she was stuffed. Mostly on the cakes, but as she leaned back to relax, she noticed something. Izuku. He looked up, you pointed at the sky which did making you laugh loudly. He leaned his head sideways and hummed again as his mouth was stuffed. Why you ha, have grease on your chin haha. Izuku instantly removed the top of the head to look before his chin, noticing the large grease spot covering the bottom part of his chin. The entire drive home Yu was laughing at Izuku, laughing and texting in the group chat sending many pictures. She of course explained the laughs everyone was having. Izuku stepped out of the shower, a large pink towel wrapped around his waist as his chest was still slightly wet. He just came out of the shower in preparation for his date with Rumi, remembering the text that he would crush his head if he planned anything. So to be a tease, Izuku of course said if it was between her legs then he already had it planned. For Izuku it was funny, for Rumi she didn't respond for an hour or two, having to deal with embarrassment. Each time she wanted to type back she saw those words and blushed again. But as he sat still in his towel on his couch, it was freeing and oh so great after a shower. But as he watched the latest episode of anime that Pony wanted him to watch, he forgot he was just in his towel, so much so that when the doorbell rang he just walked to open the door. Oh hey Rumi, how are you on this beautiful morning? She looked up at the ceiling. Why the fuck are you just wearing a towel? Izuku laughed. Sorry, I was watching TV after a shower. Izuku walked inside. Come on in, I still have to eat though and get dressed, so please inform me of what we are going to be doing. Izuku asked as he moved toward the room. Lose clothes, so you can fight easily. Fine. Just as quickly as Izuku walked back and fully dressed. You're weird. Rumi said standing awkwardly in the room. Izuku slapped the seat in front of the kitchen island. Come sit, I can make some breakfast if you're hungry. Rumi just nodded. Something with carrot please. Of course, what about carrot and greens eggs sounds like something. Rumi just nodded her head as she waited. And Izuku got to work, going into his large double-door fridge where he grabbed some green onions, carrots, and eggs. And he went to work. He was done in around 5 minutes. He was done for the both of them, and they had started eating. Why you're a good cook. Guess you could become my forever chef. Rumi said with Izuku giving a chuckle as he swallowed his last bite. Well, what should we do then? Rumi wanted that. He fell right into her trap. We fight, no special powers. And if you win, I become your forever chef, but what do I get when I win? Cocky statement, it's if, not when. Rumi growled, showing her teeth with an evil predatory grin. But if you win, I become your submissive, darling wife, and I won't complain about it. Fine, but do bring your best. Rumi licked her lips excited for a good fight, sure she lost because of bullshit. Well then let's go, I assume you know a spot. No, I thought we would just fight outside in a parking lot or something. Izuku laughed as he checked his phone. Sure, I got somewhere. Izuku said as he saw the boxing gym in the hotel was empty. Let's have some fun. Izuku said as they moved down to the gym. Izuku kept his outfit on, but Rumi had some stuff she had to do, so as Izuku sat down in the corner on the top rope, he wanted. Not paying attention to Rumi walking up. Bring it on, pretty boy. Izuku looked up, and if he didn't hook his feet on the middle rope, he would have fallen back. Rumi stood in the middle of the ring, wearing a schoolgirl outfit and a tiger mask. Why are you wearing that? Rumi smirked as she walked up to Izuku, swaying her hips. She stopped right in front of Izuku, resting her hands on his upper leg. Does our supreme leader hold a kink for these outfits? While it might look like that, Rumi was just too cute. Let's just fight. Izuku said, wanting to hurry along, as Rumi backed off. Izuku dropped down and started using a normal Zoan. The Nico no Mi. Model leopard, cat fruit model leopard. He slowly changed into a mix. Let's see if the tiger can challenge the leopard. Izuku cracked his back as he dashed forward aiming to kick. just a normal one that Rumi ducked under. She spun low and kicked his heel, making Izuku drop on his back. Rumi instantly jumped up high and began spinning downward. She aimed a downward heel kick right at Izuku's head, but Izuku rolled out the way and swung wildly. But thanks to the speed, Rumi could only raise her guard. The force still knocked her to the ropes, causing her to spring back at him right into a lariat, causing her to flip to the map. Come on, Rumi, are you a tiger or a kitty? Oh fuck you. Sprung off the mat. She quickly attacked Izuku with a triple kick, one in the face that Izuku blocked, one in the ribs Izuku could also block, but the final kick landed right onto Izuku's knee, weakening his base. But just as Rumi landed, she landed a forward kick on Izuku's chest, kicking him back in the ropes. But Rumi didn't stop. She went full crazy, kicking, punching it all. Izuku could only cover up and wait for his moment. Who is the kitty now, you weakling? I am unbeatable. Because Rumi spoke, she could breathe and giving Izuku a moment to attack. Kicking off from the rope, he flew forward. He wrapped his hands around her, locking her only to lift her up and slam her down hard to the floor, knocking the air out of her as Izuku crashed on her. Izuku mounted Rumi right away with his fist aimed up. Now, who will be my beautiful submissive wife? Rumi growled, and right as she wanted to admit it, Izuku flipped himself to the bottom. Oh no, I give up. Oh what, fuck no, I. Izuku kissed her on the lips. Rumi, I knew you were holding back. I have seen you kick. Hell, you didn't even crack a rib. It just seems you wanted to lose, didn't you? Rumi was shocked. She wanted to crush him. At least that's what she thought. Her body, however, acted weaker than it apparently would. Hell, even that spinning downward heel kick normally would have cracked the entire building, let alone the rim, but here it was fine. Well, I would love to keep fighting, but... I know, let's just go. Rumi said, knowing they couldn't fight all day. The rest of the day Izuku and Rumi sat on the couch. Izuku was healing himself with the Phoenix powers. Sure, he wasn't broken, but damn, he was still in pain. So he didn't need to stumble on his date. See you, fucker. Izuku waved Rumi off. It was a facade, as the last hour Rumi had snuggled up to him. But she needed to get dressed for heroing, so Izuku stayed child. His date with Ryuko had to show up. They would go present shopping, not just for Ryuko, but they would just overall buy presents. But he now had an hour or so to relax. Which he took. It was great. He was able to get on his phone and have a real-life match in his game against Jordan, who should have been sleeping but because of his horrible sleeping schedule was able to match against him. Izuku lost thanks to Jordan's skill with his pay-to-win abilities, but it didn't matter as Ryuko came and Jordan was strangled to move to the bed. Much like Rumi, Ryuko showed up at the door as well. I hope I am not late or too early. No, Ryuko, you are right on time. Please come in. We can still enjoy a cup of tea or coffee. Ryuko nodded as she walked in. Beautiful view, Ryuko said as she looked out the large window and the balcony. The large look of the ocean was absolutely beautiful. I know it's a great view. Here, it's a cup of coffee, Izuku said, pushing forward one cup as he leaned in front of the seat. I hope it's inconvenient. I am, however, a slightly early sleeper as I have a large trip to make tomorrow. Izuku nodded. It's fine, we can spend as much or as little time as you want. Izuku smiled. I got everything, my keys, wallet, bag. She placed them on the table with Izuku grabbing the wallet and placing it up high where she could reach it. Nope, I am going to spoil you rotten. I am going to pay for everything. I still need to get some stuff for Eri. Oh, and Kota now as well. Maybe some more jewelry for the girls as well. Right, what for you, a ring? Oh, earrings. No, that might not fit with the dragon vibe. Necklaces are then also out of the picture. Izuku was stopped by Ryuko placing her hand on his lips. Calm down there, Nijire. She joked with Izuku's head dropping low. I really didn't expect that to come out. This piqued Ryuko's excitement. Sorry, what? Hee. When I used to get excited, my enjoyment rushed out and I would just mutter out insanity. The first couple of times it happened, my mom almost called a priest because she thought I was possessed. Ryuko exploded into a sea of laughter. Haha, I am sorry, haha. I haha don't want haha laugh. Ryuko was unable to stop, which in itself brought a smile to Izuku's face. As Ryuko was able to calm down fully, Izuku and her moved out of the house and both went incognito. Ryuko wore a cap that hid her hair and some non-working glasses. It was just so that they took attention away from her face. Izuku himself had done it himself. He had combed and styled his hair backward, showing it more black than green. This had to be done with industrial-grade hair gel. This alone wouldn't be enough. So he just wore a face mask, which was enough for a quick glance, which was the main objective. Jumping in tank and off they went. Look back, Ryuko. Our goal today is to have fun and to fill out the entire back. In a 30-minute drive and they arrived at the shopping mall. First, we are going to get you some stuff, Izuku said, rushing Ryuko over toward jewelry. Much like the dragon fable, Ryuko enjoyed hoarding stuff. She often just stored up shiny stuff during her college days. It often got irritating when she had to forego lunch here or there because rent and shiny trinkets cost too much. It was the same reason she had banned herself from those late-night shows that sell stuff. Here, try these on, Izuku said as he pointed towards some golden thin-linked necklaces. But Ryuko didn't just like all things. It had to be one thing that stood out to her, and she saw it. It was a hairpin, in the form of a golden, diamond-engraved crown. We will take it, Izuku said, pointing at it. All right, sir. Izuku had picked out a couple of other things as well, such as an asteroid ring made from rubies and a necklace with a small jade-filled cash symbol. He had more, of course. But after getting those, they ran into a couple more stores. First was clothing, getting dresses, shirts, skirts, shoes, and even socks. They got everything. And up they went to the toys. Okay, so grab a cart and fill it with anything, something for a boy or a girl, like normal anything Eri or Kota won't like. I will add to the monthly donation of gifts, Izuku said before rushing in. Ryuko laughed as Izuku just pushed his arm into the Barbie section and just shoved it into the cart, so Ryuko followed behind doing the same. And shopping without looking at the price of anything is the best. But they were able to fill tank, so much so that even Ryuko had a couple of bags under her legs. That was very enjoyable, thanks Izuku. Don't sweat it, I do require something. Ryuko looked at Izuku, who laughed. Show up after the break, come train a bit with the class and my teachers, do want you to be healthy and safe. Ryuko nodded as they heard a scream for a bank robber. Well, I gotta go be a hero, guess I will start my job a little early. Izuku received a kiss before she ran out after the villain. Well, that's a way to end a date. Izuku chuckled as he drove off, going back home for his next date. Izuku smiled as he sat in the back of the bus. For the first time in ages, he used public transport but saw Shino, Tomoko, and Ryuko, who had so far just been called by a nickname, which was Pretty Kitty. The three of them wanted to pick the date, as Izuku had too much on his plate already, and he should be able to at least relax a bit during his vacation. For Izuku it really barely mattered. He talked with Eri at least once a day, texting of course. But if they wanted it they could. So now, sitting back in the bus, seeing some people looking back and scoffing, one even walked up to him. Yo bro, that's a sick cosplay of the prince. It looks just like the pictures, just the scar is on the wrong eye, I believe. Izuku bit his lip in order to hold back his laughter. Thanks, I will keep that in mind. Izuku understood. Why would the next king of the world, a man with more riches than he knows what to do, ride on the back of a public bus? But Izuku really just wanted to see public transport at work. He had used the subway and train before. Planes itself was different, as he had entered first class a couple of times, but most of his trips were either by his own powers or in private jets. So this was kind of like a first, and he loved it. The idea was incredible. A large, massive bus, filled with people, would save people's money and gas emissions. Izuku even thought about how a business could use a bus and pick up people for the job, but that would cost money. But Izuku would suggest to some mathematicians on what the government could do in terms of compensation. It was a great thing to keep his mind busy as he moved toward the Pussycat compound. He was wondering what kind of date they had in mind. Perhaps it was them laying around back home, sitting around doing nothing, something he was more than happy about. Sitting around, having the girls hug him, as they just chilled. It sounded quite fun. He had his phone out, and was just playing phone games Eri downloaded on his phone. It was a great joy. The one he and Eri were most addicted to was the strongest hero. He stepped out of the last stop. He still had to walk for 20 minutes. 2 minutes into the walk he received a FaceTime call from Shino. Hey, I am on my way, don't hope I am too late. Shino quickly shook her head. Of course not, there is plenty of time. I was merely wondering if there was something you needed right now. Oh, you're talking with who? Tomoko said as she jumped on Shino and struggled the phone out of her hands. Hey Izuku. Tomoko sounded friendly and loose, so much so that Shino jumped back on her. Don't speak so freely, Tomoko, have respect. Izuku laughed loudly as he walked. Shino, seeing we are literally going on a date right now, I think it's only right for us to speak freely. Shino turned red. Izuku laughed more as she turned redder than her hair, as Pixie Bob laughed loudly. Now Shino, you can call me Izuku, you can call me by a nickname. Izuku said as he nearly fell on his face as saw Pixie Bob just wearing a towel. Shino also noticed this. Ryuko, we are on a face, them go get dressed. she screamed as she pulled the phone into her chest. Ha ha ha, maybe I want a prince to see me like this. I might be trying to seduce him right now. Izuku, however, was able to compose himself. Perhaps I am going to seduce you. I am quite capable of it, you know. Oh, that sounds like a challenge, I like it. Pixie Bob laughed. She stole the phone from Shino. The first one to get the other to stutter, blush, forget what someone was talking about, they win. Oh, alright, just know, I have dealt with a Namuri, all of Namuri. Izuku said, knowing just what he implied. Ha, so have I. Before you even met the little succubus, we had been friends. I was her roomie for well over a year. I am proud to say I even taught her some tricks. Oh, I want to join as well. I can charm Izuku with my superwomanly charms. Tomoko laughed as she propped up her boobies and smiled. Sure thing, the three of you against the one of me. It's only fair that you three get all the help you will need. This caused the phone to drop as Pixie Bob let loose an angry, insulting laugh. She ran to her room and started pulling out the most lustful, sexy, mouth-watering outfit. She was going to win this without a shadow of a doubt. Shino did run in and attacked her for a bit, screaming about how a candy bra and panties are not a suitable outfit for the second part of their date. I am really sorry about this, Midoriya. They are just crazy, Tiger said as he picked up the phone. Tiger was getting ready for a powerlifting competition that would be done in a couple of days. I understand, and best of luck, Tiger. I heard Koda was cheering for you. Ha, yes he is. I will do my best to surpass my limits and win the competition. The Quirkless division has a lot of very capable competitors. Tiger laughed as Izuku made the turn to see the pound, the kitty's house. He made his way fully to the door. Hey Tiger, oh. Izuku pushed Tiger to the side as Tomoko rushed at him full speed. Izuku was tackled, but he had braced himself. Oh wow, just in time, Izuku said as Tomoko climbed Izuku and clung onto his back. Am I making you blush? Tomoko said as she rubbed her body on Izuku. No, but you are making me glad I set this date up. This nearly got Tomoko to blush. But as she got it under control, she hid behind Izuku. Just as Shino and Pixie Bob walked down. Shino wore a simple turtleneck and skirt with leggings, simple yet elegant. Pixie Bob, however, was different. She wore jeans that clung so tightly to her legs that Izuku believed she shouldn't be able to normally walk, a shirt that was around 3 sizes too small. But it still hugged her in all the right places. Wow. Oh, that reaction, just from little old me. Is there something wrong? She posed on purpose for Izuku, who just smiled. Oh, how could I not? Such a pretty kitty, almost enough for me to purr. Izuku laughed as Pixie Bob looked away. Shino quickly smacked her on the head. Please enter, Midori. I meant Izuku. Please enter, Izuku. Izuku nodded with a smile. I will happily, Tiger, best of luck. Izuku said as Tiger walked out. As he walked out, Shino dragged Pixie Bob and holding her onto her ear. Shiny, please, my ear hurts, I don't want big ears. Pixie Bob cried as followed behind, still with Tomoko clinging onto her back. Izuku sat down with a smile. What sort of tea would you like? Shino asked as she walked into the kitchen area. Whatever you three want, I am more than happy with, Izuku said as Tomoko crawled from his back into his lap. You're warm, Tomoko said as she quite limberly crawled into his lap, much like a cat. I can turn it up slightly, Izuku said as he used the Netsu no Mi, heat fruit, and increased his body temperature a slight bit, which made Tomoko purr happily. Pixie Bob herself also slowly crawled over. It wasn't that she was cold, but she was very much so cat-like, and like any cat, they liked warm places. Oh wow. Pixie Bob got out as she clung onto Izuku's arm, rubbing her head to his shoulder, so much so that when Shino walked in she froze up. What are you doing? She said, frozen like a deer in headlights. Shiny, come, it's so warm. It's like a warm thing that we could hug, Tomoko said, not lifting her head from the lap. But Shino sat down on the other side. So what is the date going to be? I love this, Izuku said, happily circling her hand above Pixie Bob and Tomoko. Yes, we discussed this. We believed it might be fun to either stay here or move toward our own animal shelter and hang with some animals. Both sound wonderful. I am happy with both possibilities. Kitties might take up my spot, Tomoko said, making Izuku chuckle as he slowly patted Tomoko's head with one hand as he took a sip of the tea with his other. Then let's just stay inside and relax. We could play some board games. Izuku nodded. Hey Izuku, Pixie Bob asked right into his ear. Izuku looked to his side and there she was, her shirt pulled down showing a lot of cleavage, so much so Izuku blushed. Ha 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 ha, I win, ha ha ha, I am the sexiest woman alive, ha ha ha. She laughed victorious, raising her fist in victory. But Izuku was someone that if he would meet his defeat, he would make damn sure he was taking them with her. He moved his hand over to her chin and moved in kissing her deeply. "Your reward," Izuku said, smirking as Pixie Bob turned red. "Oh, let's move over toward the living room where we can spend some time more comfortable than here," Shino said, trying not to blush at the kiss her date just had with her best friend. "Alright. Carry me, Naya?" Tomoko asked, making Izuku blush again. "Thanks, cute Naya," Tomoko gave. But he did lift both of them up. "Alright, lead the way. If you want, you can hop on my back," Izuku suggested to Shino, who just shook her head. But as they moved to the couch, she did sit right next to Izuku, finally allowing Izuku to wrap his hand around her back and pull her slightly closer. Pixie Bob had taken her spot on Izuku's other arm, instead of having it around her back. She chose to have her arms wrapped around it, pressing it between her breast and leaving the hand right between her thighs, having one of her hands on the wrist making sure it stayed there. And of course, Tomoko had chosen her location right on Izuku's lap. She hummed as she watched TV. The heat Izuku caused itself was absolutely wonderful. All three were glued to him. So much so that each just forgot the time, and before they knew it, it was time for dinner. "Oh, we should eat, Tomoko. You removed the meat from the freezer, right?" "Oops," Tomoko said with a coy smile. "Let's just order takeout. I haven't eaten Thai in ages," Pixie Bob said with Shino sighing. "Fine, but it's gonna take a bit cause we have to drive out there." Izuku laughed as he removed his hand from Shino's back and he grabbed his phone. "This one is good?" Izuku asked as the three nodded their hands. So Izuku called them. "Hello, Rice and Shine, it's Izuku Midoriya speaking. Yes, that is Izuku Midoriya. I would like to put in an order." "Oh yeah, you guys do delivery, right?" The three pussycats looked at Izuku in silence as he ordered Thai food from a restaurant. That did not deliver, but here they were willing to deliver. "Yes, that is all, take your time and thanks." Izuku hung up as the three of them just stared. "What? How?" Tomoko screamed, jumping up and grabbing Izuku's head. "People don't really say no. I know it's not really that fair, but I do tip well for when they do so." Izuku laughed as the four of them waited, only for them to eat afterward and somewhat later Izuku to go back home where he got ready for his final date before having a couple of days to himself. Izuku smiled at his outfit. Much like his American friend, Izuku stood in swim trunks and an open Hawaiian shirt, his hair a mess like normal and playing flip-flops on his feet. He looked at his phone and noticed it would be quite sunny, so as he walked down the hallway he grabbed a bag he prepared before. He then walked past the hanger where he looked at a straw hat with a red piece of fabric at the base. "Nah, doubt I need that," Izuku said with a laugh as he walked out. He went for the garage where he stepped into a red convertible. He drove with the top down toward his home, where Mitsuki stayed. He knew the house was mostly empty. Both Jean and Alfred weren't around as they were either with their own families, or they were around Eri and Namuri, both getting the full royal treatment. Eri because she was a princess, and Namuri because she was pregnant. So as he expected, the area was empty. He parked right in front of the door and stepped out, going to the door and knocking on it before opening. "I am coming, it's so cover up." Izuku had been using that joke ever since their meeting where she jumped out naked. He smiled as he walked past some of the weapons and artworks on the side of the walls. As he reached the living room, he saw Mitsuki. She wore very tight booty shorts that barely covered anything. They looked much like panties. And then a sports bra. It did very little to hide her curves. "Hello, Aiken," Mitsuki said with a coy smile. She gave a wink which caused Izuku to clear his throat, which then caused Mitsuki to fall back on the couch laughing. "Oh, look at your face, ha ha ha. It's really not that funny. But you're gonna wear just that." "No, I have some looser shorts. I just wanted to bully you a bit, like the old days." Izuku pouted a slight bit before dropping on the couch himself. "Go get dressed, them. The tournament starts soon." This got Mitsuki to sit up. "The what?" Izuku chuckled. "I forgot to tell you, I signed us up for a couples volleyball tournament. I hope that's alright." Mitsuki laughed. "That is fine with me. Though we gotta make sure nobody faints when they see you." Izuku agreed. Though thankfully he had powers to alter that, the only question would be what power would he use. "Your grandfather maybe. Don't think he would work for this. But I have an idea. Now if you go get dressed, I will get ready and meet you outside. I can just move quickly." Izuku smiled as he got up and started walking toward the outside. Thankfully he was well aware of what area he needed to move to, so turning his arms into blue bird wings as he used the Tori Tori no Mi model Phoenix, bird fruit model Phoenix. By the time Mitsuki walked out, Izuku was waiting for her. Much to Mitsuki's surprise, she knew who he was. Izuku stood with his face turned into a slightly younger Shanks with a straw hat on his hat. Now should work, he is rather mysterious. At least to me. Izuku nodded. Shanks was one of the more hidden helpers. Acceptable. Izuku asked, with Mitsuki going to tease a little bit more. Oh, of course he is far better looking than you. How could I ever have a problem going on a date with such a hunk? Izuku pouted as he stepped back into the car. Mitsuki sat down with a smile. Now you better not drag me down. I don't want to lose to some wannabe amateurs. Izuku's pout turned into a smile. Her competitive nature jumped out. I will give it my all within my human capabilities, so don't expect me to start using the 6 powers. Mitsuki understood, so they drove off and headed toward the beach. The couples tournament was massive. They had 8 total fields. A total of 64 teams, 32 different matches to reach the second round. So Mitsuki and Izuku were up in the second round of matches. It started slow, they quickly lost 4 points. Which got Mitsuki angry. She smacked Izuku on the serve. It allowed her to get some spikes in, bringing the points up to 2 quickly enough. It was then that Izuku started warming up. With a slightly high pass of Mitsuki, Izuku jumped up and spiked with a bit too much force. The spike flew past both opponents and embedded itself in the sand. Oops. Mitsuki laughed as this was the turnabout. They only got scored 8 different points to them until they reached the final match. Oh Mitsum, you're doing volleyball again. I didn't think I would see you again on a court after that day. Mitsuki put on a facade and smiled back. Oh, I forgot all about that day. She did not as she turned around, grabbed Izuku by the ear and pulled her to a corner. We need to annihilate them completely. Why? When I was in my 20s I was part of a volleyball team. We went against that bitch for the final. She cheated with her quirk, but I had no proof. It caused me to maybe try and kick the ass of her and the ref who was blind. Izuku laughed as he understood. Dropped his hat and his shirt in his bag. He moved faster than before and spiked hard than ever. Both Izuku and Mitsuki wiped the match, not even losing a single point. As the match was over, Mitsuki walked to the net to smack talk. Only for Izuku to lift her up at the hips to stop her from fighting. She started yelling the entire route. How that annoying cunt tried cheating, and when she lost she tried calling Mitsuki out for cheating. Mitsuki just kissed Izuku as they reached the gate. I will walk, I need to blow off some steam, and see you need to hurry up and meet Kana, I can't use you. Izuku laughed before Mitsuki stepped out. Also, keep an eye on Katsuki, I talked with him, and even if he is now kinda your stepson, he doesn't want any handouts like that hockey ability, and he gets quite hot-headed. I will Mitsuki, I will. Izuku kissed her once more before driving off. Hey Kei, didn't expect you here yet. Sorry Izuku, it seems my arrival was a slight bit early. Yeah, but it's fine, let me just get dressed, we can get lunch on the way there. Izuku said as Kana nodded, and as the door closed she walked into the kitchen so that he could eat as he came out of the room. But Kana never was the best cook, so she had to make do with her current cooking skills. So grabbing half a loaf of fresh bread, some cheese, ham, and butter, she created one of the only things she could, grilled cheese. Some of course were slightly burned, but they were all edible. Oh what, I am getting a meal cooked by such a beautiful woman. Lucky me. Izuku said with Kana smiling back. I just hope they don't poison you. This was an inside joke of sorts. Kana was one of the select few that knew all of Izuku's powers. And its training. This includes the training of his poison immunity by the use of Doku Doku no Mi, Venom fruit, which had the sad side effect of giving Izuku a horrible case of diarrhea. Izuku just sighed as he sat down and started eating the sandwiches created for him. It didn't take that long before each of them was gone and the plate nice and clean, apart from a couple of crumbs. Now that you have eaten and now that you are dressed, shall we head out? Izuku nodded. The date didn't have a timestamp, so they could go in whatever time they wanted. But seeing Kana was here, there really wasn't a reason to keep waiting. Tank or a different one. Let's go of something smaller, don't want to stand out too much. Kana was quicker as she went behind the wheel. You know you don't have to be my bodyguard, right? You can act like my date, or even my girlfriend. Kana coughed. Do keep in mind, I have been your bodyguard for some years, it will be some time before that goes naturally. Izuku laughed. I know, now let's go toward the shelter. Izuku said as he put his phone on the map and shows the route on the phone. The drive itself was quite enjoyable. Kana had been asking Izuku how school was, as well as if he kept on with his training. They reached the shelter. which was a nicely sided building. The first part of the building was like a cafe. A space where people could walk inside, drink, or eat, but most importantly, they could hug and play with some of the animals that were open for adoption. I know you love it here, so I thought why not have our date here? Kana nodded happily as she grabbed Izuku's hand. It was something that Kana wasn't used to. So they walked in. Hello again, sir, ma'am. Welcome again. Izuku greeted the workers as they sat down on the floor. The animals quickly noticed them and started swarming them. It was great. Kana was quickly swarmed and pushed to the floor as the animals played around. It's great to see you like this, Kana. You look like you enjoy yourself a lot more now. I like animals. They are so cute and pretty. Kana said, having 3 dogs in her arms. She also had a couple of cats around her. Izuku just had 1 dog on his lap that he was patting softly. Well, at least you held my hand, but I do hope you can relax a bit around me. Kana understood. I know, so let's ignore all that for now. It's just us and these cute little animals. Izuku chuckled as they silently sat there. Izuku just looked at Kana, smiling as the dogs started kissing her face. The soft giggle she gave as she was pushed down by a slightly larger dog only to get rushed by a lot more. Izuku chuckled. The dog he was hugging left for Kana. Wow, those dogs love you. Izuku said as he stood up and walked toward the lunchroom for 1 cup of tea and 1 cup of coffee, as that was Kana's preferred taste. Izuku sat down again, slowly taking sips of his tea while resuming his conversation with Kana. Excuse me, but this group of dogs is in need of a walk. Oh, could we do that? Kana asked Izuku and the worker. We have before allowed certain guests to walk some of our guests. I am fine with it. I can promise none of them would get lost. And with that, Izuku and Kana were putting on belts and harnesses. Now then, is there a parkour? Yes, it's out the door, follow the street, it's to the left. Also, if they defecate, you will be required by law to pick it up. Alright, I really hope you have bags because I am not a fan of going raw. Kana laughed. Tell Namuri that. Izuku and the young worker blushed before the worker dropped the bags in Izuku's hand before speed walking off. Did you have to say that, in front of people? Don't couple often tease each other with embarrassing things. Kana said with a laugh as she walked ahead with the first group of dogs. It was a wonderful date, which ended with Kana kissing Izuku and leaving him alone in his apartment for 4 days. Welcome back, students. I hope each of your vacations was as enjoyable as mine. Aizawa said, weirdly friendly and happy. So much so that Momo asked him, sir, what did you do? Aizawa looked at her with a smirk. I didn't have to deal with anything. I even got a solid 8 hours of sleep for an entire week. Izuku laughed, finding it extremely enjoyable. But that is over and school is back, and from what Nizu told me, we will be training with some powerful people, but that will be after lunch. Aizawa dropped to the floor in his sleeping bag to nap before they, including himself, had to be trained. He didn't have a problem with it. He was okay with getting stronger, mostly to see if he was able to master the 6 powers. So what did you do, Izuku, after your date with Kana? Mina asked Izuku as she went to sit on his desk. Izuku just shrugged. He hadn't done a lot. He just slept a lot and watched TV. I caught up on some TV shows. Also tried talking with teachers to get some info from them. And? The group of students around him asked, with Izuku shaking his head. Nope, they said nothing, absolutely nothing, so just be worried for what is to come. Izuku told them as they started talking about what they had been doing during the vacation. Yeah, I came in 6th, but these fuckers were crazy-ass martial artists. Like the winner had this fucking axe with him, he was called Sentamairi or some shit like that. Bakugo said with a smirk as they walked toward the training area. As they arrived, they saw a large group of adults waiting for them, a couple they were able to recognize. Ah, you showed up, Rayleigh said with a smile as walked toward the group. Now we just need the second group to show up so that we can start, Rayleigh said before 1B just showed up. I hope we aren't late, Vlad King said as 1B followed behind him. The girl Izuku dated quickly ran up to him and started hugging his arms. Good, now I hope you know who is who for most of us, but I will go over it shortly. I am Rayleigh. I will be mainly focused on training the women who are dating Izuku. Those that require skill in close combat will be going with Izumi Curtis. She walked up and cracked his knuckles. I am going to beat the skill into you, she said, scaring most of the students to a slight degree. Then those that just need their skills and quirks, those will be trained by Kakashi. They gave them a wave as he just read the same dirty book he was reading before they showed up. None of you use weapons, right? Kamakiri raised his hands. I kinda do, sir. My quirk creates blades that I use. Just train with Izumi, as that fighting type of fighting most likely won't work that well. Rayleigh told him as he grabbed a list from his pocket. Now the ladies know where to go. Bakugo, you also have earned that right, so do you want to train hockey or not? Fuck no, I don't need that to kick his ass, Bakugo stated cockily, believing he could surpass Izuku with just quirks and 6 powers. Then those that have quirks that don't really do much for them, move with Izumi. Said woman had started walking away from the group. Kakashi did the same, but they quickly noticed there was one more member. It was Shanks. Now then, Prince, I will be in charge of training you and the teachers, so follow me toward an area with a bit more freedom. Rayleigh had moved with the girls into a larger warehouse. Now, ladies, we have already learned a slight bit of hockey, so right now we are just going to improve on that, Rayleigh said as he held a thin stick in his hands. Now let's get started. Rayleigh started walking around them, forcing them to dodge once more. Fight me with all that you got, Izumi screamed as they were a little ways away. Wah? Kirishima asked, confused, only to have Izumi dash toward him and kick him in the chest, making him fly down the road a slight bit. I said fight me, goddammit, face me with all you got. Kamakiri acted right away. He created 2 large blades on his forearms and dashed to Izumi. He went with a spin, aiming the blade at her midriff. He expected her to dodge like most, but she just caught him. She caught the blades barehanded, shocking Kamakiri. What? Kamakiri got out as Izumi kicked his legs out from under and hit him with a strong palm strike, making him fly back toward Kirishima. Who am I teaching heroes, students or toddlers? She wanted to rile them up so she could perfectly see what their skill levels were at that moment. Manly? Tetsu screamed as he steeled up and started swinging, hoping to at least do something. But Izumi with the backside of her hand slammed it against his chest. She then stepped in, throwing Tetsu slightly off balance. But she wasn't done, she slipped her arms under his arms. She then with a show of speed and force slammed him down with a judo toss. The fighting part was quickly finished as Izumi just overpowered everyone and beat them up. Well, that was a nice warm-up. You guys fight like children. I expected at least the slightest bit of skill from you all, she said, slightly disappointed, but it was expected. This generation of heroes relied more on quirk than skill, while the older ones focused more on skill than a quirk. But there had to be a perfect amount of balance, and that was what Izumi was going to teach them. But unlike the lesson with Izumi, Kakashi's lesson was a lot calmer and nicer. Now then, who was the one able to create air walls? I am, sir, Subiraba said with a shy hand lifted up. Good, now as I see it right now, the best way to give you a boost is for you to breathe more air, as more air means more protection, right? Yes sir, that is the understanding we have at UA. Good, so you're going to sit right here and do this exercise. Kakashi went one by one to help them grow. You will hold your breath for as long as you are able while raising your arms gently above your head. Once you can't hold it any longer, you will slowly bring your arms down, and once they are down you will breathe out through your mouth. Just exhale until you catch your breath and repeat this 4 times. I also want you to count each time you hold your breath to see if you improve the time. Am I understood? Subiraba nodded his head before sitting down and doing as he was instructed on repeat. Todoroki, did you know I once had a mission with your older brother Dabi? He has very incredible skill in his flames, but as soon as I am done with you, you're going to purely outclass your entire family. See, your family's problem is their body temperature, but you don't have that. So I am going to force you to overheat and cool yourself down. That shack, you're going to completely freeze it, before then heating it up again. Not only will this strengthen your body, but it will also help strengthen your will. It's a technique I learned in a small village in Russia. They take ice baths in frozen water, before getting out and rolling through the snow. It's an incredible experience. You can ask the prince about it. Shoto just nodded as he walked toward the small building to do as he was asked. Now then, you're the one with a sentient quirk, correct? I am. We are the duo of souls that dwell in a single organism. Alright then. You need friendship and companionship. You need to be one, in both body and mind. I can help you with that. That is a trip you need to make yourself. One I would suggest you do in mediation. Now then, young lord, I do believe it's best if the train in the sword. So you find one of the swords you wish to train in, and I shall focus on training your teachers in the art of 6 powers a bit more. Now then, I am aware some of you should already know a slight bit, correct? Yeah, both me and Aizawa know a bit. Good. Now then, All Might, are you able to do Iron Body? All Might shook his head. No, I never really saw the use for it. There isn't really anything that is able to hurt me in my hero form. Shanks knew that was just arrogance speaking. I mean, the man was gravely injured, and was it not for the skills of the doctors Izuku suggested, he would have been barely able to live. Well, you're going to master that. And I don't care if you don't want to, this is an order from Eri, she likes you too much to see you hurt. All Might laughed loudly. Well, it seems I have to study once more. I can't go around being the #1 hero and embarrass the princess, now can I? Now Present Mike, I looked at how you fight, it's incredible with how long you were able to survive. You just overpower those with sound, I mean a deaf villain could deal with you. Shanks said with Present Mike shrugging, he was right. He didn't really fight, sure he knew your basic move, but that was it. Aizawa, I would ask you to teach the teachers the base of 6 powers. I know you should be able to use Sora. Aizawa just nodded. I do wish to learn a bit about your swordsman's skill, however. That is fine, me and the prince will fight for a while. Shanks told him just as Izuku walked up. Walking with a simple white blade, Wado Ikimanji, the blade he got as a present for getting in UA. Let's start, shall we? Izuku said, unsheathing his blade and pointing it at Shanks, who unsheathed his own blade. The teachers wondered how they would fight, so they waited for a bit, only for both to vanish and show back up in the middle in a clash of sparks. More force on your back leg, Shanks told Izuku. This was quickly shown in action as Shanks softly tapped the inside of Izuku's knee, making him buckle inward right into a knee in the ribs. Give me a break, it's only a warm-up, Izuku said, rolling away and sending an air slash at Shank that he just deflected sideways, which resulted in the front part of a fake store being broken. Villains won't when they aim for the king's head, Shanks said, firing a slash back at Izuku. He deflected it himself. Only instead of the front being broken, the entire building was cut in half. Good move, never block when there is no need for it. Shanks used Shave to arrive at Izuku. With a downward slice he aimed to cut Izuku in half, but Izuku simply blocked it before letting it slide to the side. He then pushed Shanks back with a shoulder tackle. Izuku then thrusted the sword forward, trying out a new move one of his swordsman teachers had learned him. Obad Kudroit. As he pierced the air, an air bullet was fired forward that Shanks fully had to dodge. As it connected with the wall behind him, it made a massive, 1-meter-sized hole. Ha, it seems you did learn something. Don't slack now, the hard part is only beginning, Rayleigh scolded Momo as he gave her a smack with the cane. She nodded her head as she rubbed the spot that he smacked. Training had only been 1 hour at this point. Rayleigh smacked again, this time he aimed it right at Setsuna's neck, only for her to float it to dodge. But this just got her to get a different smack on top of her head. I was very specific about the no quirk use, young lady, you can't rely on just that. But who says this could help? What if we get jumped by like a billion people? Pony asked, annoyed that she kept being smacked because she couldn't dodge fast enough. Then this will still easily help you succeed and win. I don't believe you. It would just be too much, Pony said, still rubbing her lower back. Well then, let's test that out, Rayleigh said with a sigh as he pulled out one of the many blindfolds he had ready for the next part of this test, covering his eyes completely and leaving him in the dark. Now attack me all at once. The group stood in shock for a moment, unsure of what had just been asked of them. Either you started attacking me or training will continue. This brought them out of the shock and they decided a little payback would be okay, even if that payback meant teaming up with an old man. So all the girls grabbed their bamboo sticks and simply started swinging them at Rayleigh, who without effort or worry dodged each and every attack. It looked as if he was dancing around the attacks. They all came close, but that was just because Rayleigh moved with as little effort as he could. Now this is only the first stage. This is the use of observation hockey, which senses danger. I already explained the others to you. But that right now is not important. When you perfect the base form of this, you will be able to evade all attacks when you're acting level-headed. Emotions often cloud one judgment, which causes you to just lose focus. And once you lose focus, you are able to be defeated. Rayleigh spoke just like a teacher giving a lesson and not someone evading attacks from 12 girls. But once you master the base of armament as well, protecting yourself will be beyond easy. Rayleigh showed his 2 arms were coated hockey, which caused Rayleigh to easily break the bamboo sticks, leaving them with nothing, and Rayleigh fine, showing nothing even touched him. See, it's one of the most useful abilities. While armament does allow you to attack, some teachers might believe the best defense is a good offense, but it's not. The best defense is the one that causes you to never be hit. And that is what I am teaching you right now. It might be a pain, but it's necessary. On the other side of the training ground, Izumi just finished the warm-up. Are you already done? She screamed at the just prone students that were groaning on the floor. I thought you all wanted to get stronger, not stay weak forever. Kirishima was the first one to struggle up. He rolled his shoulder. It's not manly to just give up. Why, you're right. Tetsu added as he also struggled up to his feet. Girl power right. Kendo got out as she pushed herself to her feet. Many started following as a small army now stood before Izumi. Good, at least your wills are not pathetic, you have a chance to grow into something, now let's start the real training. It will be the 6 powers. That prince already learned you the base skills at least. For the movement once, so we are going train in finger pistol. Ma'am, which one is that? Izumi crouched down and stabbed her finger into the concrete. It gave the students a scare at first, they believed that she just broke her finger. But nope, as she lifted her hand again, a perfect hole was created. This is finger pistol, now get started. Izumi laughed as she started forcing everyone to just increase their speed with punching. Spread those legs before I pull them off and just beat you to death with it. She screamed at Sato, who quickly complied with the request. It was then that they noticed Izumi cared, in her own way. Sure, when those who messed up she gave them a fucking beating and forced them to start over again. That punching form is horrendous, I need 1000 perfect form punches right now. Izumi screamed at Awase, who only for a short bit dropped but then went back fully. Your elbow inward. Izumi slammed a bamboo stick right into Awase's elbow, who then had to start punching again. Don't start to disappoint me now. Izumi screamed at Kendo, who started off very impressive but she was slipping. Eye it hard. I don't care what it is, all I care about is that you keep moving those goddamn arms. Unless your arms drop off I expect them to move. She was absolutely brutal. Izumi made sure that each of them was drenched in sweat and had a puddle of sweat below them. And she focused on those that had the least amount of sweat. It has been 60 minutes, start hydrating. Izumi wasn't just helping them train in the 6 powers, she had also been just giving them extra willpower, by forcing them to drink once every 60 minutes. She did this cause of her own training. Sometimes you needed to keep your body moving even when it screamed at you to stop. So she worked them, causing nearly all fluids to just sweat out, only to then wait until it was time. What they didn't know, it wasn't every 60 minutes. If often was 90 or even 2 hours in between drinks. Kakashi was still going over to each of the students and helping them shortly one-on-one. Yorita right, let's see. Kakashi went through the list he had. Engine. You're fast. Well then, that's easy, just gotta build resistance. I already jog, sir. Kakashi gave a sound of laughter. I am talking about real resistance. Wait here. Kakashi disappeared in a puff of smoke only to show up a minute later standing on a box. Wear everything in this box and then start running. I shall, sir. I thanks for the help. Kakashi just shook his head as he went to help the next one. But as Ida opened the box and started pulling out the first object, the thanks slowly swept away. SS sir, are you sure about this? It's very heavy. I am, now no slacking. Start wearing the pieces. Ida did as he was told, pulling out an entire weighted suit. Shorts that were infused with weight, making them 15 kilos, 10 kilo ankle weights, and a 20 kilo weighted vest. With a 10 kilo belt. 15 kilos around his collar, and 15 on each of his wrists. Which meant he was supposed to run with 110 kilos of weight. Bakugo. Explosions on his palm, how unique. Never expected that to happen. Well, you need to get better at recoil, so go ahead, grab a metal bat and start swinging that thing full force to the ground. After it breaks, come talk with me again for the next part of your training. What the fuck is that supposed to do? I wanna get stronger, not get fucking comfortable at my current level. If you ain't gonna teach me to shit, then why am I here? Unlike you, I am not blind to the bigger picture. Kakashi dropped his book to his side and looked very serious. I have been a teacher for longer than you have been alive. I have more fights than you have seen on TV. I have trained with masters that have forgotten more knowledge than you have learned and could still destroy you with a chopstick. My methods might not be clear, but they are effective. Now get to work. Kakashi sounded scared so much that those around him forgot how to breathe for a small second. Bakugo just scoffed as he grabbed a bat and started to just slam it on the floor, grunting through the pain he felt from the vibrations. Shanks, however, had just finished his spar with Izuku, their first spar, and was now watching the teachers. Nah, Aizawa, your foot placement is wrong, it's causing you to lose speed. Turn it like this. But as he was doing this, Izuku picked up someone he had not really seen in 2 whole weeks. He ran toward the gate and ducked low, only to pick up Eri. Hey unicorn, how are you? Izuku screamed excitedly as Eri eeped, not expecting her papa, only to quickly hug him back while laughing. Papa, I miss you super duper much. I miss you too, baby. Izuku also wrapped his arm around Nem, who joined the hug. Hey sweetie. Izuku smiled at Nem, giving her a smooch on her cheek, causing her to smile back. Unlike her hero outfit most expected her in at UA, she now wore normal jeans, flat shoes, and a green t-shirt that was far too modest for her image. Eri finished her schoolwork quickly, so we thought we should join you for a bit. Fuyumi should join us in a bit, but she wanted to make some lemonade. Oh, about that, you're on ice duty. Izuku just laughed as he crouched a little and threw Nem up as well, his arm just below her but having her sit on his arm. Let's see, I feel people are gonna be excited to see you, princess. Eri giggled sweetly. I missed everyone too. Can we play? Not right now, princess, they are training. But papa, I said I wanted to play. This caught Izuku by surprise, but it quickly made sense. So he stopped, placed Nem down, and crouched down in front of Eri. Eri, sweetie, I think we need to have a chat. What? She said with a pout that she wasn't having her way. Why are you angry? Because you said no, I am a princess, they don't get to say no. Eri, even if we are royalty, it's still important we treat people with respect. We won't force people to do anything, and right now they are training to get stronger, so they can be heroes and get a good life. You want that, right? Eri just nodded, still holding her pout. So when training is done, if they aren't too tired you can ask, but if not, then we can play. Okie papa, sorry. Eri apologetically looked at the floor before being thrown up in the sky by Izuku. Now turn that frown upside down, Izuku said, catching Eri and just turning her upside down. He then shook her a bit, causing her to laugh, causing Izuku to spin her back up again, now with a smile. Oh, you are still here, Fuyumi said, walking with a cooler in her arms, followed by Rumi, and you. Ryuko tried showing up, but she had a shift, so yeah, she might drop by later, but that is when I got my shift, Rumi said as Izuku gave each of them a kiss on the cheek. As he expected, Fuyumi still blushed like mad. You giggled sweetly while standing a little shyly, all while Rumi just smirked as she had her fist on her hips. I hope I can join the workout, need a good warm-up before my patrol. Rumi said she had picked the late shift as during those the most violent crimes always showed up, giving her the most fun. Yeah sure, though that does mean staying clear from teacher, she has entered her sadist state again. Izuku shivered as he spoke, clearly remembering the horrors she forced him to endure. Shanks, I am going to work on myself for a bit. Please just message me when it's dinner time. Izuku spoke to his teacher, as he was going to train privately. He was going to move into his different devil fruits in order to perfect them a bit more, of course, like the Pika Pika no Mi, light fruit. He had already nearly mastered, he had used it a lot in training because of its usefulness. But then others like the rubber he didn't really use a lot, so that they could have gotten more use out of those. He walked over toward a completely different training gym. He closed the gate behind himself and smiled as he looked into the empty gym room. He let out a sigh before using the poke no Mi, pocket fruit, and pulling out a rather old-looking scroll. It was a tale on JOYBOY, his great descendant. The one with the same powers as him. A man that had seemingly mastered all of them, and this was one of the scrolls he wrote about it. This scroll alone was one of the most valuable items in the entire world. There was a rumor about these scrolls that if anyone, apart from people with royal blood, read them, they would die. It was because of this that it became a secret, beyond secrets. Izuku had repeatedly used these to train his own powers, with only the help of his father or his grandfather, as only they were allowed to see the scrolls. This was the power of the Gomu no Mi, rubber fruit, a power his grandfather was very interested in. But Izuku just didn't see it. Sure, it was handy, not feeling punches or bullets was great. But then again, Izuku could just turn into light, and it would phase through him, or Izuku turns to magma and the bullets and fists just melt on contact. With the rubber powers, he still moved as if he was hit. But his grandfather was a great man, smart and powerful, and if he saw use for this power, even when Izuku was only 5, Izuku would try his best to master the ability, master it to its fullest extent. But he read the scroll through once more, like he did most of the time, before sealing it in himself again. Let's try this again. Izuku sounded a little tired, but then again after training the same power a lot with very little or no real improvements. Izuku punched forward, his arms stretching through the entire gym, nearly hitting the wall before it stopped, with Izuku clenching his jaw as if he was struggling to do something. But the only thing that happened was Izuku's arms just slightly turning. God damn it, why doesn't this work? Wait, perhaps that could work, he told himself. He punched forward again. His fist stretched the same distance, but this time there was something different. Izuku had covered his arm in haki, and as his fist went forward, he altered the haki to bend, which finally caused his arm to do what he wanted. His stretched arm turned a full 90 degrees before moving forward again. Izuku did it again. His control of Haki was great enough to bend it more, so now Izuku's fist came right back at him, aiming at his face. It was covered in Haki, so if he failed he would be punched in the nose. He focused on his head, it becoming loose like rubber and deflating out of the way. But it didn't happen. Instead, Izuku just made contact with his own face and punched himself hard enough to put him on his ass. Damn it. Izuku spoke bitterly. He was getting sick of training this fruit and not having anything from it. He thought back to his grandfather and how he always had problems. But as Izuku thought of it, his grandfather did it with a smile. Even when he lay on his deathbed, in his final moments he had a smile on his face. He always acted unbothered and free. Free. That might just be it. Izuku thought back to one of the first training sessions with just him and his grandfather. Listen, Izuku, he said before coughing some blood into a handkerchief. Only when you are truly free, you can become who you were meant to be. Izuku had always taken this as basic life advice, but what if it was a way to really unlock the hidden parts of the powers he had? He had a breakthrough. He sat up excitedly before dropping back on the floor. But how do I train to become free? Am I not already free? Izuku said in a defeated tone. As Izuku mentally challenged the idea of freedom. Back in the group, they couldn't spend that moment thinking as they were hard at work. Is that really all you got? I have had worse injuries in the kitchen. Izumi screamed as she sparred with Kirishima and Tetsu. She was trying to get them to act a little more fluid. She landed a roundhouse kick into Tetsu's left ribs, making him fly away like a rocket. Fight me with all your spirit, she calmly said to Kirishima as he charged in with a battle cry. With raised fist he charged in, aiming to land a punch on her face. But she blocked it. She grabbed his fist and twisted her hand. It forced Kirishima's arm into an uncomfortable position. He tried to free himself by striking her with his other arm, but she walked to the side and stomped into the back of his knee, forcing him onto his knees. He was defeated. He had no way of getting out of this, but it wasn't manly to just give up. He forced himself on one leg, still one knee to the ground. Move more and this arm breaks. Kirishima just roared. Break it, I don't care, I won't stay down. He jumped up, but Izumi then again wasn't one for empty threats, so she pulled his arm straight, and just broke his arm by bending it the wrong way, only to land a spinning heel kick into Kirishima's sternum, kicking him away. Move your ass to recovery, girl, and get back right away. I am not done with you yet. Izumi moved to Kamakiri. Bring it, bug boy, show me what you got. Kamakiri was never one to back down from a fight, and if that meant no more punching, yes, please. He jumped in right away, fighting with the blades on his forearms, slicing his way into possibly Izumi. But she wasn't having any of it. She either easily dodged the attack or she just blocked it by grabbing the blades. The only other way for your attacks to be even more obvious would be if you screamed them at me beforehand. She yelled as she grabbed him by the arm and chucked him a couple of meters away. What do you mean by that? He asked unsurely. He always believed his attack pattern to be quite hard to follow. Those fucking blades on your arms, that's what I dodge. I don't have to dodge anything else because that's what you attack me with. Izumi dashed forward looking as if she was going to punch him, but he didn't see her fist move. All he noticed was the painful force in his stomach as Izumi kicked him hard. She then seemed to aim for a roundhouse kick to the face, so he went low, right into her fist, as she landed an uppercut on his chin. Kamakiri dropped to the floor. I only got my 4 limbs to really attack with, she told him. You got those blades, you can just pop out, use them, but don't just use them. Start the fight with your fist, then move over to the blades when it's a stalemate, and even then just use them. Aim with your fist. If they dodge the first, then pop out the blade and boom, you made contact. Now get back in formation and start punching Bug Boy. Izumi screamed before pointing at Sato. Get over here, muscles, and fight me. She rushed at him, getting ready for a crazy fight. But then you had Rayleigh. Come on now, I thought you were a pro hero. Rumi growled as he smacked her on the head once more with his bamboo stick. She spoke through gritted teeth. Maybe if you explained what the fuck is going on, I would do better. Bun, it really is your own fault. Shouldn't have jumped in without explanations. It's fine, the basis is just, I am going to hit you, and you need to dodge like this. Rayleigh swiped the stick toward Robin's head. But Robin crouched down, dodging the hit. Well done, Robin, he said toward the blindfolded woman. She was one of the first ones to have gotten a basic grasp of it. So what is the trick? I just what sense it or? Yes, that is exactly what you do, though first. Rayleigh used his haki to awaken it in both her and you. This should make it easier, a lot easier for you to unlock it. Rayleigh signaled for them to cover their eyes again, which they did, with Rayleigh going back to swinging his stick around. The girls he had been training for the past couple hours had a base understanding by now and dodged around 1 every 10 hits. Robin had already improved to 1 every 4. But then again, he was upping his intent by a lot. In this case, in a normal fight, it might have only been 1 in every 50 to 100 hits for the group and every 50 to 25 for Robin. But Rumi wasn't one to use that type of shit. She mostly just overpowered and speed blitz everyone. And if they were by some surprise equal to her in both those respects, she would outlast him with her endurance. She had yet to face anyone on who those things didn't work, well except Izuku of course, but he was an exception. But then there was Kakashi, who was looking over all those he had trained. He was making sure they were training correctly. It didn't look like that of course, to everyone else. He was sitting on the ground reading a book called Make Out Paradise. "Lift up those knees, Ida," I said, running nose slouching. "Why yes sir." Ida called out. He was covered in sweat and was barely moving. He was just wanting this torture to end if he was honest. Todoroki was the same. He was starting to feel dizzy. His entire body was starting to feel sore. He had been covering the entire room into a frozen mess, ice over everything including himself. He held this for as long as he could, before the cold was too much, which caused his fireside to then burn and heat his body up till he felt like he was burning, only to then once again freeze the entire room. But the problem was the cold. It started to feel hot the entire time. "Okay Todoroki, come here, we will start your second stage," Kakashi said, knocking once on the door of the building he was in. Why yes," he just responded with a shiver. They walked toward a large pot, large enough to fit Shoto in if he sat down. "Cover him right up to the neck. So you're going to sit in this pot?" Alright," Shoto said, still enduring the effects of the ice and fire. "Then I am going to light the fire below it, and you will cool your body down, just enough as to where the hot water doesn't feel hot." "But what if I can't do it?" "Well, then you just sit in the boiling water or jump out of it." Kakashi just looked at his watch. "But that is after lunch. All from group quirk training you can take in 30-minute break and have something to eat." "Am I doing this correctly?" President Mike asked as he was trying to use Soru, but the way you were forced to jump off really just troubled President Mike. "No, smaller steps, and to start raise your knees higher. If you don't lift your knees you will fall to the floor," Shanks explained to him as he tapped him with a stick. "Toshi, stop putting too much force in your kick up," Aizawa asked, extremely annoyed as All Might basically kept zooming past him. "Sorry, I am trying to get a hang of it." "Well, you're not. You should not even create that much wind force. You're just running really hard. Shave is skipping through the air. The fact you move should be a surprise to everyone but yourself." As Shanks explained this to All Might, he gave an example. He used Shave to just appear in front of All Might. "See, you're just running, and while most will be caught off by it, perhaps one day you will get caught because of it." All Might nodded his head as he went back to training. And Shanks went to help Vlad King and Aizawa. But then on the opposite side of the training area, Nemuri was sitting next to Eri and Fuyumi. They were looking at the large group that was training, scrolling on her phone, only to get a surprise hug from the back. As she looked at Shoto, it was Nijire hugging both her and Eri at the same time with a large smile on her face. "Sorry ma'am, I tried to stop her, I really did." Yu apologized for Nijire's behavior, but Nemuri just laughed, as did Eri, although Eri hugged back. "You here for some training?" Nem asked with a smile as she saw the other members walk up. "No ma'am, we were looking for Aizawa. He wanted to talk with us about some stuff." Mirio said, a little disappointed he wasn't able to join the very fun-looking training session. "Sure." Nemuri screamed at a volume reminiscent of President Mike. Aizawa stopped his training and walked over. "What now, Nem? If you're gonna bring up that stuff of you're a queen so I should act like a chair, I will show Midoriya those twin tail pictures." "No, not this time. Look, these 4 were looking for you." Aizawa shook his head and rubbed his eyes clear. The sweat from his forehead made it into his eyes and blurred his vision because for some reason he didn't see them 4 until now. Sure, Tamaki he could guess. He was crouched most of the time, and when he wasn't he hid behind Mirio. Nijire this time was still on the floor hugging Eri so that again could be given, but both Mirio and Yu stood out in the open. Mirio just like a mini All Might, a big smile plastered on his face and his fist sitting firmly on his hips. "Sorry, I totally forgot about it because of what we have been doing today. Yeah, I wanted to discuss the work studies with you guys, but that will be done later I guess, so you're free if you want." "Cool, so is it fine if I join the training? It looks fun." Mirio asked with Aizawa just shrugging it off as he didn't really see a problem with it, but then again he wasn't in charge here. Mirio however still took this as a yes and ran toward a nearby locker room to switch into more suitable clothing. Funnily enough, on his way back, Mirio ran into Izuku and they made their way back together. "Come on, let's have that spar," Mirio asked once more, wanting to spar with the prince, a chance he hadn't had before during Izuku's training of Shinso. "Fine, any limitation. Now everything is fine, we heroes gotta adapt and overcome, right?" Mirio laughed loudly as he combat rolled to warm his body up a bit. Izuku thankfully had been training and was warmed up enough. "Wow Zuki, you don't look good." Nem laughed as Izuku walked up as if he had just been in a fight. Which he had, with himself. His nose was slightly bloody, and he had smudges of dirt and dust on his clothing and face. But he was still smiling. "Oh, seems we are gonna get to sparring already," Izumi said with a wicked grin. "Rest if you want, you're done with me for today," she told her trainee, who all instantly dropped to the floor in exhaustion, unable to move from the spots they were on. "Okay, do your best, Prince. If you lose, I will be forced to revise your training once more." "Sorry, Mirio, but you will have to lose," Izuku said, taking a real fighting stance. Mirio just laughed as he kept standing as if he was talking, but he was ready himself for a real fight. This, however, was just how he fought. "Eri, can you throw a napkin in the air really high?" Eri just nodded happily at her father's request. "So we start at the drop." Izuku nodded as Eri threw it up with a cute sounding "fa." It of course didn't go really far and it started to slowly float downward. The second it landed, both parties moved quickly. Izuku dashed forward with shave, but Mirio phased through the floor, leaving not a trace of him. Back on the sidelines, Nijire sighed happily as she removed her hand from Eri's eyes. Mirio had worn the special outfit that phased with him, not your average shirt and pants that would have just dropped and left Mirio naked. Mirio popped back up right behind Izuku and swung at him with a backhanded hammer fist. But Izuku saw it coming and dropped low and spun around, sweeping his leg low. This phased through Mirio, and he just sunk back into the floor. "I see you wanna play Whack-A-Mirio," Izuku spoke to himself. Annoyingly enough, Izuku wasn't really able to sense Mirio, as none of his attacks really have any will to harm. He was seeing this purely as a simple spar. So it was just waiting for the danger signal and Izuku's own reaction time. Izuku also chose to hold back on the quirks unless he was really close to losing, but as Mirio popped up again, this time to his side, his body located ready for a kick right at Izuku's head, Izuku just punched for Mirio's chest. It was the biggest part, but just like before, it phased through Mirio. The kick was a feint. As the kick went through Izuku, Mirio landed a quick strike to his ribs, before phasing through the floor once more. The punch hurt, but Izuku could only laugh. He knew, just like himself, Mirio was holding back now, and he was doing that quite a bit. But then against going full out in a simple spar wasn't that fun, especially when you are so much stronger than everyone else. Now let's see how much he can take. Izuku calmed his mind and stood completely still. Closed eyes, he waited. Mirio popped out again, this time right from the front. Fist pulled back and was ready to punch, but this time Izuku was prepared. He took a step forward and thrust both his arms forward, his palms connecting this time with Mirio's chest and knocking him back. "Haha, you're quick. Normally it takes people 5 or more hits to even get an understanding," Mirio said, laughing as he got up. "What can I say? Using feint attacks is not something I am unfamiliar with, but let's get real." Izuku, as he spoke, used shave and just showed up in front of Mirio, who never lost his smile. Izuku's fist was low, aiming for a simple upward strike to the gut, but Mirio was battle-hardened and knew how to respond. He blocked it by lifting his knee, stopping the hand. He quickly aimed an elbow strike at Izuku, who responded himself with a block. He used the palm side of his hand to block the elbow, but as he did that, his fist that was stopped by the knee moved over toward the outside of the elbow Mirio used to strike. Izuku now had a good grip on his arm and moved himself to try and shoulder toss Mirio, which succeeded partially. Mirio landed on his feet, and with the movement he received from Izuku, turned the throw on him by throwing Izuku away himself. "Haha, that was so fun," Mirio yelled excitedly. Izuku himself was smiling as well. This was really fun. Izuku dashed forward again, aiming to hit Mirio with a flying knee. Mirio stepped back only to quickly be forced to block a forward jab, when he used his elbow to block. Before phasing the haymaker Izuku tried, he vanished through the floor. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Izuku began counting slowly and to himself as he looked around for any sign of Mirio. At 15, Mirio popped up again, this time right behind Izuku. But it was time for another flurry of fists. This time Mirio started it. He ran for Izuku, only phased through him and the floor once more. Izuku started counting again, but this time Izuku also ran away a little bit, only 2 feet to his left. And much like he expected, Mirio popped up right in front of the location Izuku was before after 15 seconds. Izuku was starting to get a hang of Mirio's quirk. So much so that Izuku reacted with a high kick for Mirio's face. This was easily dodged by a small backward jump. But as Izuku's leg made the arch down, the force he used to kick created an air blade. Tempest kick. The air blade shot from Mirio, who still with a smile hurriedly jumped out of the way, nearly getting hit by it. The airplane however kept going forward and was stopped by Izumi, who just hardened her fist and punched it to stop it. But as Mirio dove out of the way, he dove back into the floor. Now let's test this. Izuku began counting. Back to 15. And once he reached it he kicked. This time he kicked low and to his side, and just as he predicted, the second Mirio popped out of the group. Only Izuku was slightly off. Instead of Mirio receiving the full force, Izuku wasn't able to fully extend, so the kick lost its power. But it was more than enough to send Mirio flying to the side. He laid a bit on the floor before bursting in laughter. Ha ha ha, you are the first one besides my sensei to have hit me like that. Izuku dropped on his butt, laughed himself. This was quite new for both of them. Mirio wasn't really able to spar with people while going full out. He knew because of the many villains he had already fought with that his punches were enough to break bones. He also knew that his durability and reaction time was above your average villain. So most fights didn't last long, but now against Izuku, hell, he didn't doubt that Izuku could have easily won with the use of a quirk, but even without, they could have been evenly matched. But as they sat there laughing, Mirio was lifted up by his shirt. You're going to train with me now, Izumi said with an evil smile. Mirio however was optimistic and a fool. Happy to. Izuku just shook his head before rolling out of the way, for a tempest kick came his way. You're not done yet, your highness, Shanks said as he raised his weapon. Ha, better you than then, teacher, Izuku said with a chuckle as he felt sorry for the hell Mirio was going to endure. Right, here's your weapon. Once you hit me 3 times in a row, we can eat, Shanks told Izuku, giving him the responsibility to decide when to eat. The training was over soon enough. All those who joined in on the exercise had moved toward the 1A dorms to have a large dinner together. The teachers however still had some stuff to do, so as they shuffled away, sore and tired from the training, it, however, didn't stop Nemuri from laughing at them. Who is going to cook? Mina asked the group as she rubbed one of her many bruises. I mean I can if. No, never, Rumi, you are not allowed, Nemuri quickly screamed, not wanting the kitchen to explode. Izuku smiled. Don't you worry, I will just cook us something. It's not that hard. Sure, Izuku trained and fought, sure he was sore and kinda hurt, but I mean just making a metric fuckton of pure food. So everyone is good with egg fried rice. Sure, but where are we gonna find an egg that can fry rice? Kaminari joked, getting the group to laugh. Izuku just shook his head. He grabbed a large wok pan, some extra containers that would serve as holders for the food. Izuku filled the rice cookers with as much rice as they could be filled. With around 20 minutes to spare, Izuku relaxed a little. He took this time to just slowly cut the vegetables and grab enough eggs to mix. Ha, I could have done that better, Bakugo said cockily, seeing the knife skills. Oh, please show me then. Izuku knew what he was doing. He just smiled as Bakugo scowled. And no, I don't fucking want to. He lied. He just was unable to move. The workout had really taken it out of him, and the second he relaxed his body said nope and shut down. That's what I thought, but here. Izuku threw up some carrots. Izuku moved his knife once, in a straight line. But in that one single movement, the carrots were peeled and diced. Show off. Nemuri scoffed as she looked at the new house Eri had built in Minecraft. It was purely made of wool, different colors, and had the resemblance of a teddy bear. Duh, why else would I put in the effort? Izuku laughed before cutting the other vegetables. The ding of the rice cooker went off and Izuku pulled out the rice and put a new one on it. Yo Denki, you able to bring that rice to me when it's done? Kaminari just gave a thumbs up. Izuku, of course, had chosen Kaminari on purpose. He was totally going to mess with him because damn it, that is fun. He had used the Tama Tama no Mi, egg fruit, and transformed himself into part egg, just to make the joke he made a reality. Which was great. Kaminari walked out shortly after Izuku was done, having perfectly timed it. Yeah, you can bring this stuff back in and start eating. Second batch will be on the way shortly. Haha, sure, haha. Kaminari chuckled to himself the entire time. Hey, I wanted to ask before, but you were kind of busy fighting Izuku. What is that work-study thing you talked about? Kyoka asked. She accidentally overheard Mirio talk about it. Oh, it's great, you can intern with this random pro hero and you are like a pro hero. Nijire excitedly told them, but it didn't really explain it to them. I will explain it a little better, don't worry, Namiri said with a smile. The work studies normally are reserved for second-year students. You have the opportunity to work with a pro hero. This confused most students. So like the internships? Namiri shook her head. No, there you are just an intern. During work studies, you are by all accounts a sidekick, you do patrols, you write incident reports, and you might even do missions. It would be your first real job as a pro, and it's there to really get you all ready. Namiri explained with Izuku walking in with the rest of the food. What are we talking about? Oh, just nothing, it's for tomorrow. Izuku laughed before filling the plates with fried rice. Wonder who will take me? Izuku joked. You can always intern with me. Sir Naitai most likely will be okay with it. Namiri nodded. That might be a good choice. I wouldn't suggest joining one of your girlfriends, at least not yet, emotions can often get in the way. Izuku just shrugged as he started eating. On the other side, the teachers had a talk with Nizu. Sorry to have pulled you away from rest, but I have some troubling news. I assume because you also asked us, it revolves around the prince. Shanks asked with Nizu nodding. Izumi just dropped on her ass. Oh, for fuck's sake, what does that idiot do now? Rayleigh raised his hands. Calm down, Izumi, it's not always his fault, it could be his rank's fault like it's most of the time. Kakashi and Izumi chuckled. Yeah, like the Soul Eaters, couch killers, that drug ring he and Jordan had to fight. Fine, most problems he makes, but now Nizu, what is the problem? Well, it seems a group from his recent past has come back into the light. The group that held Eri captive. Yeah, that Yakuza group, right. We tried hunting them down afterward, but the leaders just vanished. That is correct, Shanks. However, we have gotten a lead, one that could spell great trouble. They have made contact with the League of Villains. At least that's what this tells us. Nizu showed his computer screen. It showed a man covered in white robes with a bird-like mask shaking hands with Twice. That was the right-hand man of Overhaul. That is rather troubling. Do we have any idea why they met up? Nizu shook his head. That is why I asked you all here. Contact pro heroes in the area. Make sure they keep an eye open and report all they can back to us. I would like to stop this before it really starts. That was it for that day. The next day's training didn't happen, as the students' bodies needed rest. It didn't stop Izuku from doing some training with the girls. You do have time to learn it, remember? Izuku told Robin and Kami that tried hitting him with hockey as his body was smoke. It's better if we at least have a base understanding of it now. Nami said as she failed to miss a small water-filled paintball that hit her in the chest because of the blindfold. He was doing this training with everyone at the same time. It helped the girls master their hockey, while it allowed Izuku to at least work on fighting in groups as he was dodging most attacks. At least we already have a base understanding, just ironing it out is the hard part. Momo said knowing how to use and perfect were two different things. Yes, mastering takes ages, but at least you can dodge stuff. Setsuna said her hair was pretty wet from all the paintballs she was covered in. Thankfully it was just water, but still annoyed her. Mina just giggled. Just dodge and there isn't a problem. Just be happy these aren't bullets or real paintballs. Izuku told them, the first part warning them of bad guys, the second warning them just to his teachers. Training didn't go on for hours and hours. While they weren't as sore as the group that trained with Izumi, they still worked their butts off with Rayleigh. Let's go back, I need to relax. Mina whined as she rubbed her legs. Zuki-ai, can we watch some TV together? Pony asked as she jumped on Izuku's back. She of course did that out of part love and part she didn't want to walk. Sure we can, it's not like anything will happen today. Izuku told them before going right into his dorm room, throwing the girls on the bed, and crawling into bed with them. I really like this bed, it is like made from clouds or something. Setsuna had already started to fall asleep. It was just far too soft to stay awake in. It's a trap, I swear. Nami told her, as she also began sinking into a dream world. You guys are just too weird. Izuku said, switching the TV on and playing one of the anime Pony wanted. Normally Namiri or Eri would join him in bed, but they weren't at the moment. They had started to hang out in Eri's room to read stories so Eri could fall asleep. It wasn't that Eri needed it, but both liked the time spent together. Namiri saw this as a warm-up for when the baby came and Eri just liked the stories. She herself had started learning to read the same books with Fuyumi because she wanted to read the books to the baby as best she could, almost like a play. I doubt we will find anything here, but still thanks for taking me, Kakashi told Aizawa, who just gave a nod as they arrived at the last known location of the Yakuza and Love, where they had their meeting. Kakashi walked around a bit, sniffing the air and looking about. How strange. What, I just smell garbage. Yes, but look around, there isn't really anything that should smell like that. And with a better sense of smell like mine, it's clear what it smells like. Death, well, postponed death. I have dealt with something like this before, a couple of years after I started. We have a bigger problem than we thought, Kakashi said. The smell was rotting meat. He had seen it during an attack on a safe house of the royal family. The main attack was a zombie-like body. The body was slightly stronger than your normal human, and it was also able to fight with multiple quirks. Kakashi now understood this was just an early version of the Nomu, but that smell was still the same. And it meant the same. All for One was fully involved with this. This could be the first sign of a team-up from the villains. We need to know more about the Yakuza. I don't trust this for shit, Kakashi told Aizawa, who was already on the phone with Nizu. The robbed man was sitting in his office, scanning all the police reports in the area. Most of it was bullshit without any info that could help them, but he was hoping for a gem that could give them the upper hand. Vlad, please take All Might and check out Area H5, there is a disturbance with some masked men. He spoke over the intercom, with the two heroes instantly going into action. All Might was more than happy to go back to hero work. Thanks to the magical work of the doctors Izuku found, he was back to healthy. Sure, he can't do the full 8 hours shift at the moment, but light working was allowed. His pill intake had also decreased. Hell, for the first time in 5 or so years, All Might was able to drink a beer. I will scout ahead, you ask around? All Might said before just jumping off. Ha, Mr. Perfect still can't use shave. Vlad laughed to himself as he walked into the nearby store. Excuse me, but have you seen some men wearing coverings? Nizu, we have a second lead. There were 2 of them, both wearing the same style of mask. But they just came through here. The incident was because it almost turned into a fight as the bigger guy wanted to fight, but a weird bubble stopped his attack. Thanks, Vlad, I shall inform the police and increase patrols in the surrounding blocks. Nizu pulled out a large city map. H5, road highlight. The computer did as it was told, and showed the road that was in H5. Highlight nearby empty or vacant buildings. Nizu started removing potential hiding spots. And that is what the work study means for you all. Not all of you will be going on a work study. Hell, most of the time you will get it in the second year. But you all are special, you all are different. Aizawa had just explained what work studies would mean for the students, a foot in the door with the real pros. But they had to work for it themselves. They had to earn the right to enter a work study. It wasn't up to the school, it was up to the pros. But sir, how do we contact them? It's not like we can call them, right? Nami asked, hoping for a different method that wouldn't be as cringy and awkward as calling them on the phone. That is exactly what you are going to be doing unless you want to be going agency to agency and talk with them in person. Aizawa pulled out a stack of paper. You will be writing a type of resume. With this, the heroes can see your grades, and a little about yourself. We will then scan them in online so that during a phone call you are able to email them the info. He started spreading the papers to everyone. He gave everyone 1 paper as he talked. For the rest of today's lesson, we are doing work on this, and after we are done with this, I will text Midnight so she can show up and help prepare you for the interviews that will happen. Sir, is that really needed? Kami asked with Aizawa sighing. Like my old teacher used to tell me, presentation is key, your resume is just turning the handle. But sir, no offense, but you look like a crazed hobo that doesn't understand a sleep schedule. The class laughed at Mina's rough but fair explanation of Aizawa's appearance. Yes, I do a Shido, but I didn't before. In my younger days I combed my hair, I slept at normal hours, and I showed that I was the best me I could be. Only after I became a pro and I had already gotten the reputation of someone that was able to put in work, I got to be this. The class began working hard on their hero resume or HCV. Each of them worked on it quietly, leaving Aizawa to check up on the search. They found plenty of clues in the nearby area, but nothing ever led anywhere. It just went right back to some dead-end building or stopped randomly in the road. Nizu had come to the conclusion. They were using the teleportation user. How else were they getting around like that? But it told Nizu something. We were getting close to them. The heroes were right on their backsides. Nizu just hoped they would get there fast enough. They were up to something and it could be bad. Nizu, however, did scold Aizawa for emailing him instead of focusing on his class. You really think Sir Nightai is okay with having an extra intern? Izuku asked Mirio as they were walking toward his agency. Mirio shrugged. He really had no idea. Maybe you just gotta make him laugh. I think that's what I did. Mirio spoke honestly as they walked into the building. You could have given me a bigger heads up than this. Izuku responded as he scratched the back of his head. Guess I should have, haha. But it was too late to prepare himself as they quickly reached the door of Night Eye and walked in. Mirio knocked on the door before promptly walking in. It showed two other people in the room. First was Sir Night Eye, a very tall yet skinny-looking man, wearing a plain suit, glasses, and his dark green hair with yellow lines combed neatly, sitting at his desk staring at one of his two sidekicks. Bubble Girl, a very beautiful woman with light blue skin. She had on a visor and a crop top that showed part of her underboob and her belly. She at the moment was reading all the incidents that happened in the nearby area. But she was stopped by Night Eye. Bubble Girl, this is getting boring. She instantly looked very nervous and became apologetic. I know, sir, but there is a lot to get through. She stuttered out, but Night Eye was having none of it. He stood up faster than anyone could have guessed. He had Bubble Girl captured in a hand, ankle, and hip restrained on a wall. Now say it with some joy. He offered her again, but instead, she merely stuttered as she tried talking, but it wasn't funny. So he pressed the button. Out the side came two small robot arms, each holding a feather. You know what must happen. He turned the dial a bit, and the arms started moving. They started to tickle Bubble Girl, turning her worried face into one of horror that burst out into laughter. A boring incident report means 15 minutes in the Laughatron. Now then, you two. Sir Night Eye turned his attention over to Izuku and Mirio. Royal Prince Midoriya, what can I do for you? Sir Night Eye gave a small bow to show respect before straightening himself again. Well, I would like a chance to do my work study with you, sir. And please, Midoriya is fine. I am not here as a prince, but merely as a hero student. It was silent for a moment, but then Sir spoke. His tone had changed. Alright then, why would I even want you in my agency? At the moment this agency is running with me in charge, 2 sidekicks, and 1 work-study student. We are running smoothly and efficiently, so what do you have to offer us? Izuku thought about it. It was a fair question. Well, I am at the top of my class, I am fluent in multiple languages, multiple martial arts, and I have powers that suit the nearly possible moment, but... Izuku knew this wasn't what Sir wanted to hear. It was just academics, and while they were handy they didn't really prepare them for the real world. I have dealt with villains before. You can ask around and see that I can not only work well on my own, but I am more than capable to fill every role the team requires of me. Sir stayed silent, not giving any sort of response to Izuku. I still don't believe you would make for much of an addition, but I will give you a chance. He pulled out a stamp. Take this from me, pull it from my hands and stamp your paper. That is the deal. I will give you 2 minutes for it. Use everything and everyone to your advantage. Izuku just smiled as he started to nod his head and look around. He dropped his bag. Sir offered his hand. I understand how your quirk works, sir, but sure. Izuku still took the hand and made clear eye contact with Sir while smiling. Mirio stood right in the middle of the room and he was having the time of his life. This was awesome. Izuku just walked to the other side of the room before activating the Pika Pike no Mi, light like fruit. Being able to look into the future is cool and all, but it really means nothing if you... Izuku moved forward at light speed, trying to speed blitz Sir Night Eye. But Sir moved out of the way. If you can react in time, that was what you were going to say. Izuku began laughing. If speed doesn't do it, I know what will. Izuku crouched down and started rolling up the legs of his pants, freeing them to above the knee, when it showed there were now springs. Izuku activated the Bane no Mi, spring fruit, and his legs turned into springs, allowing him to easily bounce up. Izuku jumped a bit, easily reaching the ceiling. When speed won't work, I will just attack from every possible angle and make dodging completely useless. Izuku began jumping around. With each hop, he became faster and faster. Until he was just a blur, he jumped on the walls, the floor, and the ceiling. Nobody was able to see him. But he didn't make his move yet, or well, it would be better to say, his moves yet. But Sir Night Eye was not worried. There had been people that believed they could outspeed him before, and then again, he already knew the outcome of this. Wow, this is some ridiculous speed. Mirio spoke softly to himself. If not for the zooming that was heard as Izuku went past them all, as if he came from multiple angles at the same time. Izuku grabbed for the stamp. And he had it. His 7th pass of Sir Night Eye. He was able to grab it. So he tried stopping himself, but he was too fast. So he did the best he was able to do. He went past the door and opened it. He, however, was going too fast and pulled the door off its hinges. But as he jumped off the corner in the middle of the opposite wall, he finally passed through the door, where he stopped using power and used moonwalk as an air brake to stop himself from sliding further. Whoa, that was a workout and a half, Izuku said as he walked back in the room rubbing his upper legs. He hadn't done something like that for quite some time. That was awesome, Mirio screamed with his normal level of excitement. You did well. I expect incredible things from you, Midoriya. Now shall we get to work, Akuma? Wait, that's your hero's name. Ha 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 ha, oh man, that's gotta be so funny. Sir Night-Eye took the rest of the moment to explain what he wanted from Izuku when he was expected to work, and all that type, but wasn't the only one having their internship interview. At the moment, both Nami and Robin were at their own internship. It was an internship with a group instead of one. In front of Nami and Robin sat Yu, Kamui Woods, and Death Arms. Now I understand you allowed you to get this meeting, but she doesn't make the decisions alone, no matter how much she wants to believe. This is a group decision. So what do you have to offer us? This course was also going on for Kirishima, who was trying to get his work study by Fat Gum, the pro hero that had taken Tamaki under his wing as well. Achiko and Tsuyu were invited by Nijire to try and get in with Ryuko. Mirko didn't want any work studies as she just didn't want to look over someone like that. Tokoyami was the only one to be asked to take an internship. He was on a phone call with the number 3 hero Hawks, while Bakugo and Shoto were being looked over for a possible work study under Endeavor. For the rest of the class, it was one of 3 things. They could have either been not allowed to have one, because of bad grades, not wanting to do one as they saw the school and that together as a little bit much right now, or 3 they just weren't able to find one. So they were just in the dorm. Hey Fuyumi, can you help me make dinner tonight? It's just that, I am not that good a chef at the moment. Mina asked with Fuyumi nodding. I will in a bit. Eri just needs to finish this one little thing and then I am free to help. Mina looked and noticed she was working on math, a hard subject for many. But Eri was doing alright. Miss Fuyumi, I need to do it like this, right? Eri asked as she pointed toward an earlier problem she had already solved. Yes, just like that, I believe in you. Eri smiled and tried her best to solve the problem. Come on Tokoyami, you gotta at least keep up, Hawk said to his work-study students as he patrolled the street. I have not yet located the ability of flight within the darkness, thus being unable to keep up with you at your current speed. Tokoyami tried explaining to Hawks, but Hawks knew. It was his motto. Get stuff done fast. Hell, even this was going pretty slow for the high-ranking hero. By this time would have done his patrol twice. Yeah, just keep up. We are halfway done. Just the final part, and then we can have breakfast. Hawks had called up Tokoyami at 4, allowing him to meet up at 6 at the Hawks agency, where he had a very fast meeting with the staff, before going right into the first patrol. Because Hawk in his heart of hearts was lazy as fuck. He wanted to be done with stuff fast so he could spend more time doing nothing. It was why he lived off a little. He invested most of his money so he could have a fuck ton of it, and do life how he wanted it. And with this early schedule, Hawks was done with work at 2 or 3, right when his final patrol was and right when most other heroes started doing their hard patrols. It was the perfect schedule he had in his mind. And Tokoyami was forced to deal with it. Something the boy was very grateful for. By the way, why haven't you done the learning thing? What? Hawks flew down next to the bird boy. Okay, so like you know that thing some people say to float you just gotta lean and support yourself. This just confused the two of them more. Okay, so why not have Dark Shadow support you, as you support him? He can move freely because he is around you, right? So why not wrap him around you so he is leaning on Dark Shadow? While Dark Shadow uses you to move around, it would give you like flight. This rather weird idea, an idea someone would come up with drunk and tired, could be of use. It could work. Well, have you tried it? And no, we have not. Well, fucking try then. Having no real reason to say no, they went ahead and tried it. Dark Shadow went around Tokoyami and moved its entire body upward, much like how it would normally. But now Tokoyami was in the middle of it, laying on top of the back of its body-like part, and much like Hawks thought, they were able to stay afloat, at least for a couple of seconds before they lost balance and fell right back on their asses. Well, that's what you're gonna be working on with me. Flight is way too handy to not learn, Hawks said before flapping his wings and raising up again. And just as he started his first day, there were others in the hero course that started their first day as well. Such Robin and Nana, who started their day a little later, started their day, around 8. Arriving right at Kemi's agency, which was the one they would be using at the moment. And as they arrived, not having eaten as was requested by the heroes in charge. But as they stood in the main room, they could see multiple tables with food. Good, eat your fill. Each and every piece of food here is created healthy and will surely cause you much growth as a hero trainee. It was Death Arm's thing. He wanted to make sure everyone always had the right fuel in his body, that they were always as healthy as could be. It was ironic as many knew that he was a chain smoker. He smoked nearly daily. Now then, first up for you all will be training. Kemi said he heard from you about their training. He knew they were UA hero trainees, but he had to see their abilities with his own eyes. That way he knew how to use them to their fullest potential. Okay, how? Nami asked, having just finished their food. Well, Death Arms will take Durga and train, and I will take Yuadariya. Kamui told Nami as Death Arms walked away with Robin, and he and Nami walked toward a different part. Now then, Durga, I need you to punch my hand as hard as possible. Robin, taking the request at its face value, just punched normally. Nope, 2 weeks stronger. I am not a real fighter, I focus more on support. Robin tried explaining. Why, you're the only one able to punch as many times in one go. Just hit me as hard as you can. Robin had no idea what he meant and thought about it as best she could. I am not sure. Death Arms rubbed the bridge of his nose. To him it was simple. Fine, guess I will have to spell it out. But I am not here to hold your hand. This is not an internship. So next time figure it out yourself. Create more arms on your arm and punch me with all of them at the same time. Robin nodded. It did make sense. If one thing didn't hurt, create more of them till it did. And she did. Until it looked like a mini gun of sorts. Fist next to fist next to the fist. But unlike Robin, Nami didn't have a quirk or a hero that focused on fighting. He focused on speed and movement. To make sure you don't die, you're gonna move. I am gonna try and capture you, survive for 30 seconds and you will be allowed to patrol. Fail and today you get to work on paperwork, tomorrow you're not allowed in. He was strict, but in Nami's eyes fair. They were being paid like sidekicks, so she had to work like one, and sidekicks don't need to get saved. And thus it began, Nami being forced to run, jump, and crawl. All in the order to survive. It was exactly what Kirishima had hoped for, but nope, his hero's study was not that. Fat Gum didn't start his patrol until the evening. All the time before that, Kirishima was forced to work on paperwork. He had begged the eating hero to train him. Come on sir, don't you like to need to see me at work first to trust me? Fat Gum however had his feet on the table as he was chewing on his third Metro sandwich. Why would I want that? Aren't you a UA student? Haha, hell if you got Tamaki to vouch for you, you're not a complete fuck up at least, so I can see how you work during a patrol. You just work on that paperwork until then, because it has to be done by the time we start. In reality, Fat Gum knew what Kirishima was capable of, and that was the damn problem. Fat Gum loved his energy. It was what heroes needed, a pure manly drive to save everyone. But he also needed to know his sidekicks could stay back when given the order. Fat Gum's quirk allowed him to absorb damage taken. It was at the cost of body fat. That was the main reason he always ate something. But under his nice orange hoodie he had his scars, the ones he earned by being impatient and running into danger like it was a joke. And Fat didn't want that for his sidekicks. He wanted them to be healthy well into their 90s with a nice family and stuff. Dying young however fucked those plans up, big time. And it was a sign of knowing who to trust. If Fat Gum asked you to work on paperwork, and you didn't because you found it boring, then how could Fat Gum trust you to protect his back? What if that was boring as well? How could Fat Gum have someone in his agency he didn't 1000% trust? But Kirishima understood if he wanted to be the main hero, he had to be able to create manly paperwork. So with excitement and vigor, he roared loudly and ran to his desk, knowing that not even a mountain of paperwork could break him. He, much like his dream, would be unbreakable. Much to Fat Gum's amusement. Unlike his amusement, however, Kirishima's excitement was done by page 2 and his head was on his desk with only one real thought in his mind. Damn, paperwork is boring. Half of the questions he had to answer were dumb as hell and way too specific. First, of course, on the paper was written hero in charge. Fat Gum, easy. Next part, incident that happened. Thankfully Kirishima had folders on folders of that on the laptop he was given. So that was no problem, but then the weird questions came. Was it sunny? What was the temperature, wind force, wind direction, time, and all of that? What Kirishima didn't know, of course, was that what he was doing right now was bullshit. It was an initiation. Fat Gum created that folder, nearly 10 years ago, to mess with all his new sidekicks. It was all to keep them busy and Fat Gum entertained, and of course to make him see if they could take a joke. If they got angry, stormed off, and never came back, well then that was that. If they at lunch laughed about it, Fat knew they would be alright as a sidekick because strength was learned, character was not, you were born with that. Uravity, Froppy. Ryuko had called both of the new work studies in her office right off the bat with Nijire in the room. You must understand that I am not Izuku's girlfriend here. I am not the same lady that talked with you in those chats. Here I am your boss, here I am Ryukyu the Dragoon hero. As such will speak to me in such a manner. I, in turn, will not see you Ochako the girl that is dating Izuku, or Tsuyu his classmate, but instead I see you of Uravity the zero-gravity hero and Froppy the rain season hero. She was very serious about it. She knew she was already taking a risk as she took Ochako as her sidekick. Emotion could get in the way, emotion could cause problems and problems could lead to death. But this talk they already had with Namiri, she had explained the ins and outs already. We completely understand, ma'am. We are here as normal hero sidekicks, we don't expect any difference in treatment. Ryuko smiled. Good, now we can start. I, unlike others, want to be straight up with the deal. You're working as a sidekick, thus you will be paid like one. She shoved a paper in front of them. On it said a number that caused Ochako to do a spit take. She had not expected this amount for a mere sidekick. Ryuko smiled, amused, but she kept going. I will expect you from 10 o'clock and you will be allowed to leave at 1800 hours. Each Monday and Friday, and once every 2 weeks on a Wednesday. Is that acceptable? Both girls just nodded their heads. Good, now let's go on patrol. Perhaps if we see trouble you will be allowed to act. This brought excitement to both young hero trainees. And thus they went out. Moving out with Ryukyu and Nijire-chan. Going on patrol, the entire day had been quiet, nothing happened overall. On their way home, Ochako and Tsuyu were given their chance to shine, their chance to show Ryuko that it was the correct option to hire. A thief showed up. Tsuyu, that one. Ochako said as she touched her arm, removing her own gravity and floating upward, so much so that Tsuyu grabbed her waist and like a dart fired her off. She shot right for the thief, and in a showing of skill and beauty, removed her gravity and pinned him to the ground with her martial arts skill. Much to the pride of Ryuko. My rules are simple. I am in charge, you will follow my orders or you will go home. If I tell you to jump, your response should be how high, sir, not why. But I don't want to, or any of that. Am I understood? Endeavor's words rang loudly through the somewhat empty room. Shoto and Bakugo stood in their hero outfits, back straight and looking right ahead. They weren't alone. With them were a group of 4 other heroes. They were the newest sidekicks of Endeavor's group. Yes, sir. Each one said in unison. Good, now, while I don't expect you to fight on the same level, I will still expect some level of use from you all. You don't have to be able to lift mountains or reach light speeds, if you have used in a search and rescue mission because you can locate heartbeats that are more than acceptable. Endeavor walked around them as he spoke, explaining what he wanted from them, but then he came to the part most people enjoyed. What he would give them. Each of you has already seen the base salary. Do better work, get paid more. This does not mean get reckless because that won't do much except make you a liability. We here also do at least weekly mandatory training day, which means we go on 3 large patrols. Apart from that we are here training the other leading heroes and I will do our best to improve any skills you may already have. Endeavor was done, and released them back to their sidekick in charge. It was a very smart system Endeavor had. He had the top heroes, which were mostly him and his wife. Under them you had some lesser heroes and some well-respected sidekicks. This included those like Dabi and Brennan, including some others. They looked over some other sidekicks and were often in charge of the training of the other sidekicks because they knew the ropes. They knew how to do the grunt work efficiently. Shoto and Bakugo worked right under Dabi, who loved the fact his little brother was working under him. Good, you two are here. Well, it's about 8, so let's go for our first patrol of the day. Make sure you are stocked up on handcuffs, a beeper, bandages, and an emergency response beacon. It was everything they could need in case something happened. Handcuffs to capture any villain they might come across. A beeper to see where something might be happening and if a backup was required. Bandages in case anyone was injured and they had to admit first aid, but most importantly in Endeavor's eyes, emergency response beacon. In case a villain showed up that they were unable to defeat or stop, it would message Endeavor and their HQ. We got that, brother, Shoto said, but this earned him a soft punch on the top of the head. It's Dalby during work hours, Shoto. BTW, get a new hero name, that one is boring. Bakugo laughed at Shoto for his hero name, which was his own name. Yours is only slightly better, Ground Zero. The main problem with 2-part names is that it can get confusing. You can be called Ground and Zero in a pinch, so maybe look at one that is shorter. But enough chit-chat, let's move out," Dabi said as he pulled out his phone and turned around to walk away. To make it most efficient, each week all heroes were given a patrol route. This mainly just installed where they could be without doubling on others' routes. Ground Zero come up to keep a friendly face. "You're a hero, remember, not an edgy villain." Bakugo just scoffed as he looked at Dabi. The man for crying out loud wore a ripped raincoat. If anyone looked like that, it was him. But Dabi was still smiling at the people walking by, giving a hey to those that did so to him. But then disaster struck. Around 250 meters ahead, a storefront blew off. It caught the heroes by surprise, but they quickly sprang into action. "You two first make sure those around are back and no one is injured," Dabi yelled out as he began sprinting forward. Both Bakugo and Shoto, however, were able to move with their quirks. Bakugo used the explosion to propel himself forward at high speeds, showing that training with Izuku's teachers was more than worth it. The same was for Shoto, who used brittle ice to move forward, but it broke off right away, leaving very little cleanup, and while their first instinct was to beat the fuck out of the villain. Instead, Shoto encased the building in ice, blocking the villain from the people around him, even from the two students. But not from Dabi. Dabi had a straight shot inward, and he did so. With a small burst of flames from his arms and feet, he shot inside. The villain was shocked and wanted to act, but Dabi was already moving. His arms raised, he shot a fireball right into the man's chest, pushing him back aggressively right into the ice barrier Shoto made, who at the moment was helping those that fell from the blast. "Are you hurt, sir?" Shoto asked as he looked at the lamppost that fell on top of a middle-aged man. "My leg is stuck. I can't get out." Shoto nodded. He slipped his hand right next to the leg, first feeling if anything pierced the man, but that wasn't the case, so then he pressed softly on the leg. But the man didn't groan, so nothing was broken. This meant it could be moved. Moving his hand a little bit, Shoto started to encase his own hand in ice until a small tower of ice was forced that lifted the lamppost for Shoto. "Let me help you," Bakugo then said, softly dragging the man away from danger and giving his leg a look over once more. This was a direct contrast from Izuku, who during his entire patrols had not found a single bad guy. So to deal with that, he and Mirio, who he was patrolling with, were just talking like the good friends they had become. "So wait, you bought an entire store worth of female underwear for him?" Mirio asked with a large smile. Izuku just nodded with his own smirk. This caused Mirio to burst out in laughter, his head high up in the sky, causing him to bump in on someone walking out of the alleyway. The man wore a white coat with a hoodie over his head. It still allowed his pale hair to show. Most noticeable that Izuku noticed right away was the arrow-like hair points. One larger, easily reaching down to his chin, while his other stayed around his ear in height. "Oh, sorry, buddy." Mirio quickly apologized, but the man was shocked. His arms were slightly raised and he looked as if he had seen a ghost. That ghost was Izuku. He was frozen as he made eye contact with Izuku. "Are you okay?" Izuku asked. He wanted to reach out and check if the man was fine, but a large explosion 2 blocks away stopped him from doing so. "Sorry, we gotta leave," both Mirio and Izuku said before they sprinted toward the explosion, leaving the man alone, who, as Izuku turned the corner, was finally able to take a breath. His hands went to his side and they balled up into a fist, so tightly his knuckles turned white. "Akuma, go ahead, just be safe." Izuku nodded before he just vanished, as he used shave. He showed up at the site of the explosion, where he came face to face with the group of villains. Villains he was well aware of. This was a religious sect, under the name of the Mortem Regis, which was just death to royals translated in Latin. They had been a thing since well before Izuku's father was born. They were a sect that believed royals were the root of all evil, and they came to power using death and destruction, and only when they were removed from this earth, the human existence could flourish. So he had to deal with them plenty of times. Yes, the rumors were true. "Now Prince Izuku Midoriya, you shall feel our blades." The group of 8 men, each pulled out a dagger from their white robes tied with a normal rope. Izuku just sighed as he coved himself with the Kira Kira no Mi, Twinkle Twinkle fruit. His body became diamond and the men dashed forward at the same time. Mirio showed up just in time to see them rush him, and as the blade made contact, it all broke. Each dagger just splintered as it made contact with the diamond skin of Izuku. "Now surrender peacefully." "Never." Mortem Regis. The leader went for a punch. He, however, didn't learn from his blade as he punched Izuku's stomach, which was still diamond. The fist made contact and a crack was heard as the bone broke. But what did he expect? But Mirio went into action, phasing into the floor before popping up behind 3 of them. He punched 2 of them forward, quickly causing them to headbutt and knock themselves out on Izuku, before grabbing the 3rd by the collar and phasing back into the floor, slamming him into the floor. Mirio popped up again, this time on the opposite side of them, where 2 others were. Instead of using Izuku to knock them out, Mirio chose to use themselves. He slammed their heads together before letting go and having them drop to the floor in pain. Izuku had seen this and decided to move as well. He grabbed the leader and just landed a diamond elbow to the jaw. This kicked him back a bit and knocked him out. Before, with his elbow, he smacked it back towards someone else, knocking that person down as well. It wasn't hard, as these people were more crazed than skilled. But they still caused an explosion, but it was on one of their own cars, which meant no other people got close or even hurt. This is so boring, Mina whined as she ran laps. Because a big group of students had left for work studies and others were still trying to find their own locations for them, the class was rather empty. Mina didn't want to do work studies, she didn't have the best grades, and she still wanted to learn before being thrown into the deep water. I know, girl. P sucks without having Izuku to look at. Tori joked, causing Mina to laugh as well. Ashido, Hagakure, no slacking off. Aizawa yelled out, scaring the 2 girls and causing them to speed up. Go mommies go, you are the best. Eri cheered from beside Aizawa. She had already finished all her homework and her schoolwork, so she was allowed her free time. She wanted to spend it playing with everyone. But they still had P class to get through, so she decided to cheer them on so they could do everything better. It did help. Having your own personal pep squad that was super cute gave all the students the energy and conviction they needed to finish their class and relax with Eri. Such a world, such a world. How did our scared little lad test turn into that? A man with a black bird mask spoke as he looked at a screen that gave a view of Eri and Yue. He wore black clothing and a black hat. He wasn't alone, sitting in the same room were others. The only thing they had in common was that they all wore a mask covering part, or all of their face. Not long now, until we can use her to rewind our boss back into his former self, he said to himself as he ignored the large, deep beast-like breaths from behind him. Eri smiled as Fuyumi finished explaining the latest grammar lesson. She still didn't fully understand it, but she did try her best, and according to her papa, that was really all that mattered. But she had all the time in the world. Yue was having a calm day, and nearly all the 2nd and 3rd year students were out for work studies, same for all the 1A and 1B students that earned their own work study. And most of the students were in class, so the only ones at the dorm were Eri and Fuyumi, sitting peacefully at the dinner table with books and papers. So it was a clear shock to them, as they heard a loud explosion, louder than any had expected from even Bakugo. Fuyumi and Wori ran to the nearby windows to look. Much like the others that heard the explosion, teachers and students alike looked at the gate of UA. It seemed to be closed off, or at least it tried. But the entire gate was blown to bits. Chunks of wall, metal, and concrete were blown into UA, as a large force walked forward. There were 10 members that stood out. 2 that stood out even more. One smaller than your average adult, fully covered in a black bodysuit and a white bird mask, next to a man in all-white robes with a more steampunk mask. But none of them looked alike that thing. A beast with pure black skin, its muscles ripping it apart as if its body couldn't contain the contents. But its face was one many could remember. It was Overhaul turned into a Nomu. And they were at UA when UA was at its weakest. Low amount of pro heroes. Low amount of combat-capable students. Damn it. Aizawa growled as he saw the force moving toward them. Stay here. Aizawa jumped out the window, ready to meet the force halfway and going to kick ass. President Mike and Vlad King all jumped out with him. It would be 3 versus many, but they were pros and would not stand down easily. Mike, work on crowd control. Vlad, we are picking off the strays. Mike already smiled as he took a breath in. You got it, buddy. He screamed at his maximum volume. The sound waves visible as they traveled forward. But the Nomu Overhaul jumped forward, slamming its hands down, showing his original quirk was still in effect. A massive wall of deadly spikes was brought forward. It shot right for President Mike, who just screamed again to break the spikes, leaving a crater in front of where the materials came from. Vlad activated his quirk as well, injectors entering his wrist and pumping some blood out, which he quickly used as a shield and a mace. While Aizawa had already started using his quirk to stop others to the best of his abilities. But there were too many to safely fight. But they weren't stopping. We need to head toward the dorm, protect Eri, get our phones, and text Izuku. Momo said with the class giving a nod. Agreed, protecting the princess is our first priority, by that. I believe it's best if we move with 1B, and have those that date Izuku stay back. Ida said, going by what he believed to be the best course of action. It however didn't go over that well. What the fuck, Ida? I am just as capable of being a hero as you. I don't need protecting. Mina screamed angrily. This however was calmed down by Kaminari. Mina, it's not that you're not capable, but you are like on a level of a queen, you and the others are on a level above us in importance. That's the simple situation, and with that, it's kinda our job to make sure you are not in danger. Plus we are the last line of defense for Eri then. Toru added it was annoying because as it was said, the really strong students were gone. They sprinted to 1B who was hyping themselves up to fight the bad guys. What are you doing here? Setsuna asked. Our dorm, protect Eri. It was all that needed to be asked, and the now 26 students worked together. They ran through the school right for the dorm, and they believed they made it without a problem. But then they noticed a small group of 3 that looked like the leaders and around 10 lesser ones. Oh boss, can we play? Please can we play with our food? A man with shark teeth asked. He chomped down twice, allowing a large tap to be heard. It was loud as hell and scared the students a bit. Fine, just follow us, we don't know what they have installed for us, we just have to take Eri back. This shocked the students a bit. They had to inform Izuku. Eri, where is the phone? I need to phone. Fuyumi said, really worried and confusing Eri, who was still just happily working on her homework. I am not sure, I know Papa took his phone with him, but I don't know about the rest. Fuyumi bit her lip, she had her phone charging in the teacher's lounge, she never needed it. Let's get to your room, you earned a reward for studying so hard. Eri smiled as she rushed upstairs. Fuyumi followed quickly behind. Before locking Eri's door, she went through a couple of safety precautions, such as the homie in Eri's room made to protect her at all costs. Fuyumi whispered what was happening to it before locking it out of the room and going in with her to play and keep her busy. The homie however walked down into Izuku's room. It was his own soul who had parts of his own skill. So off the wall, he grabbed one of the blades. A simple straight katana, without a guard. The grass cutter katana. He then stepped out and went down into the dorm common room. He pulled out the sword and a stance. This was learned only to just kill. With a blade that strikes like a snake, unguardable, and a stance that focused on speed. It was there to stop the fight before it started. But outside they were still fighting. Vlad, watch your 6. Aizawa called out as he wrapped his scarf around one of the thugs. He pulled him toward him, allowing Aizawa to jump forward. At this point, there was still a group of villains that didn't attack. They just stood there talking to each other. The only one that moved was the large overhaul Noma, and only if a direct attack was made on the group of the leaders. But with a loud yell, the first order was given. Capture them, boss. The Noma moved. He first went for Present Mike. Not even Aizawa's quirk erasure stopped it. The Nomu grabbed Present Mike by the throat, and they believed he would have died right here. So giving it his all, he screamed, louder than he believed he could have ever screamed. The sound waves going right for the Noma head. But nothing happened. It didn't move, budge, flinch, or anything. And it then slammed Present Mike, head first into the floor. He quickly got covered by a rock, leaving him stuck, completely stuck. And Overhaul moved. Again so fast, he just showed up in front of Vlad. This time instead of grabbing, he punched. The crunch that was heard made it clear, a lot of bones broke. His body flew back limp to the floor. It was too much force, and his hardened blood fell back into a liquid, leaving only Aizawa standing against the sizable force all alone, with no help. He blinked once, and Overhaul stood in front of him. More so, his fist stood in front of his head, just like Vlad when that thing made contact. It broke. It broke a lot. Aizawa's entire vision, had he stayed awake, would have gone blurry if not dark. He shot back. Good, now, let's collect them, just in case he shows up and our boss won't is able to handle him this time. The man in the white robe said as he removed his mask, showing that he was the same man that Izuku had walked into on his patrol with Mirio. The 3 knocked out, near-dead heroes were captured and dragged with them. As a group walked toward the dorms, where the students were in a battle for their lives. Setsuna floated her stomach apart to avoid the shark-teeth man to bite her stomach open. We gotta beat these idiots. Setsuna screamed right as Tetsu fully hardened and punched the man in the teeth. But while normally these would break, because it was like a metal baseball bat, here it did not break, nor did it even crack his teeth. While they had numbers, they did not have the power to win. If only that training happened earlier. Shiosaki said with a sigh. If she could harden her quirk at the moment with Haki, she would be able to capture them and fight them better. But now, each time she tried anything, the sinner with chainsaw fingers would cut right through them. It happened each time, and no matter how close she got to capturing his wrist, he always slipped out of them and ripped apart her hair, no matter how much it was. We must stay focused, Ida called out, as he went for a high kick. This again was blocked by someone. A fat belly, that absorbed the damage, a villain that had the nickname of a second-class fat gum. He smiled sickly, showing rotten teeth. A stench that was visible. It was disgusting. But he was tanky. A stomach that blocks it, but doesn't protect your ugly face. Kaibara called out. Gyrating his fist at high speeds and slamming it onto the man's cheek did a lot of damage. His head snapped to the side, and his body crumbled to the floor. And it was the first to cause many of those around him to be shocked. "Wha?" the chainsaw-handed man asked worriedly. But that second of shock allowed Ibara to wrap her hair tightly around his wrist. "Let's go." Tetsu cheered, feeling they just won a turning point. He kicked the shark-teethed man right in the nuts. Steel toes pointed upward, doing the most possible damage that Tetsu could do the snappy man. "Zero launch me!" Kaminari yelled. It took some time to set up, but with a flung, Kaminari went right to the bad guys. Reaching the remaining 7 thugs as he got to his feet, he smirked. "Don't vote me for this," Kaminari said with a pun, as he released an absorbed amount of electricity into the area. It acted like 4 tasers just hit all of them at the same time, held back enough to not hurt any of the friends, but not enough to keep the villains awake for long. They quickly, after the lightning stopped, dropped to the floor, going right toward the dorm to hopefully catch up with the remaining 3 that had moved forward. But they still had the problem of a stuffed teddy bear with a sword made for killing, and a duty to protect the princess at any and all costs. Given to him by the owner of the soul, who was sitting inside the Night Eye Agency, eating his 12th sandwich. He tried texting some of the girls and Fuyumi, but they didn't respond, so Izuku just assumed they were still busy or something like that. He wasn't expecting anything bad to have happened. He didn't hear anything from Nemuri, so what was the worst that could happen? But Nemuri was trying to reach him. Nizu was trying to read a lot of pro-heroes, All Might, Endeavor, Sir Night Eye, everyone, but nothing went through, because while the overhaul group attacked from the front, All for One had sent a couple of lackeys to block any electronic messages. "Damn it, it seems we are in a big amount of trouble right now," Nizu spoke to himself. He didn't have the power to fight these enemies. Sure, he wanted to, but he wasn't a fighter, so he was going all he could do to stop this invasion and bring these villains down. But all electronics were having problems. Nizu was able to summon the robot army. Normally they were used for the exams, but they were more than capable to face normal villains and stop them. "Let's find Gran Torino, he might be able to seek help." So Nizu started jogging through the hallways. He mentally brought up the schedule to remember where Gran Torino had his lesson. "Princess, we have come to play with you," the group of 3 leading villains called out as they opened the dorm door. The villains that walked in were a trio. Leading them was Toya Setsuno, with his quirk of larceny, giving him the ability to steal anything and instantly bring it into his hands. He wore a beak mask that just covered the bottom of his face. He was looking confident and relaxed. Yu was far larger. He was very muscled. His bald head already gave him a very intimidating look. For his mask, he wore a plain white mask that covered his mouth and nose. His quirk Crystallize allowed him to grow a large number of crystals all over his body, making it great for defense and offense. Last of the 3, and the creepiest of them all, Sora Mitsutabe. He was slightly hunched over for a mask. He wore a big piece of cloth, tied around his neck with a normal rope. His eyes looked hungrily at the homie that stood in the middle. "You have forfeited your life by trespassing here." The homie raised its blade. Its stare pierced the 3 of them. It shocked them so much that Toya didn't use his quirk to steal the blade. He was just too shocked at the fact a teddy bear was talking with them. What the fuck, is the LSD working that well already? He felt like he was tripping balls. So he didn't even flinch when the homie sprinted right for him. Die. The sword pierced his shoulder. He was lucky you gave him a shoulder tackle. The blade, instead of piercing his heart, just went to the shoulder. "What the fuck, you're real? Kill that shitty fucking thing." Toya screamed, the pain from his shoulder causing him to scream. You covered his fist in crystals. It built just like a sword. He swiped it toward the homie that jumped back, sword in hand, and blocked it. "Fuck off thing, we need Eri." The homie just rang forward again. He swiped from bottom to top, only for the crystal to block it. "I will protect Princess Eri. To take her, you must defeat me. He wanted to attack again, but he wanted to swipe it and take Yu's head. Toya used his quirk and stole the blade. The homie, however, wasn't just trained in the sword. So he with a spin kick. Yu covered up still. He wasn't taking any chances with this thing. From his shoulder, a large crystal grew and it kicked him back a lot. But that was right into Sorimitsu. His mouth went open. And be a bit right into the homie. It tore his chest right open and it caused the soul to die, which meant it would go right back to Izuku. Back to Izuku with all the information. It just didn't happen fast. It allowed Yu and Sora to walk right up, and Toya stayed down. He stumbled into the kitchen, bleeding heavily from his shoulder. He tore open the drawers. Fuck. He knew his time was getting short. He quickly turned on the stove. He placed a butter knife on it, allowing it to get hot enough to close the wound, while he kept looking for bandages. Just as the two others reached the top floor. Eri, it's time you come with us. When Eri heard these voices, the memories came back. Her hands stopped moving and she slowly started shaking. No, Papa, no. Papa, please. She started screaming in fear. She fell on her back and started crawling as far as possible from the door. Fuyumi, however, steadied her gaze and decided to take her stance. No matter the outcome, she would give it her all. She readied her quirk, waiting for the movement at the door. The door handle turned. It was easy to figure out which room was Eri, all because of that cute sign that read her name. But as Fuyumi saw this, she placed her hands on the floor. Leave now. While she wasn't a hero, her father was still Endeavor, which meant she wasn't your average pushover. Out from the floor, from her hands shot out a wave of ice. It broke apart the heavily reinforced door and almost pierced and stabbed Yu, who opened the door. To save his life, he covered his chest in crystal. It saved his life, but still fire him backward into the wall. Sora, do your job. Hungry, oh so hungry. Sorimitsu growled as he jumped forward, jaws open and biting the ice. He bit through it like it wasn't even there, biting chomps of ice out of it. Get away. Fuyumi and Eri screamed as Fuyumi tried creating more ice. But that didn't matter a lot as Sorimitsu was just chewing through it. He wasn't stopping, all thanks to his quirk food, allowing him to bite, chew and digest anything that comes into direct contact. It quickly caused a small opening. Not enough to walk through, but enough for you. Fuck you, bitch. The crystal grew forth quickly, stabbing Fuyumi right in the throat. Knocking her back, stopped her from breathing. As she gasped for it, she stopped her quirk and fell on the floor. Eri, now come here, god damn it, no more games. You're going to heal master and be of use to us. Yu screamed as Sorimitsu bit through the ice. Yu walked in and grabbed Eri roughly by the hair and dragged her out, only to be shortly stopped by Fuyumi grabbing Yu's ankle. Fuck off, whore. He kicked her in the face, knocking her out. Should we take her? Yu asked. Sora just drooled a little bit as he growled like a hungry beast. No, fuck her, she is of no use, just leave her, and get out of here, Toya said as he leaned on the wall. His shirt was covered in blood and he was slumping. They walked down without much problem, but as they reached the dorm door once more, here stood the first year's students. Free her now and we will try and bargain for your life, Ida offered. The last thing he wanted to do was for Eri to be in danger. So it was best for everyone if they let her go, but it seemed that it wasn't the plan of the villains to let her go as Yu grabbed her hair tightly and raised her up. Fucking try and touch us. They heard this through the cries of Eri. It made the groups filled with rage and anger. They just didn't know to fight them now. Setsuna tried taking a step, but as she did that he aimed Eri right at her. Don't try shit, don't want the pretty princess to get hurt now, don't we? They all took a step back and, again and again, left an open space for the villains to walk through. They walked through the students with confidence. But right as he was in the middle of them, he attacked. From his chest, multiple crystal spikes fired out and hit most of the students. It was so unexpected that most of them just got knocked down. Nah. Yu said with a chuckle as he showed Eri again, just as they wanted to retaliate. Mina took a step forward, tears in her eyes. Don't you think you will get away with this? Izuku is going to fucking murder you all. Keep thinking that, toots. He tries anything and I pull the princess head for her shoulders. Now stay here or I will be forced to show you what I meant. They were forced to back down. But as they backed down, Nizu found who he needed. Sora, I need you to contact everyone, we are getting attacked. Gran Torino sat up from the couch in the teacher's louche. He took a nap there from time to time to deal with his hard schedule. On my way. Gran Torino almost instantly woke up and stood up. He jumped out the window and flew out of UA. He went right toward the nearby hero agency, which took about 1 minute, enough time for the villains to regroup. Gran Torino, what are you doing here? The hero glass mass asked. His quirk allowed him to change the density and hardness of glass, which he used in his weapons and armor. He was ranked about 72th. Villain attacks recall heroes quickly. More didn't really need to be said between the heroes. He quickly hit the button most heroes had. It was sent out an emergency signal with a 5-second voice message. UA attack, bring help. Gran Torino, however, didn't stop. He went to contact multiple heroes. The powerhouses like All Might, Endeavor, Best Jeanist. He tried them all because he would most likely need them all. He was worried about the attack, what it would do for Izuku, and how he would react. Would he kill them or not? He had more than enough reasons to do so. Do you know who all is injured? Glass asked, but Gran Torino just shook his head. He had no idea. I am gonna get back soon, see what I can do, at least try and stall them for a bit. Gran Torino sighed as he stepped out again. All Might got the message. He accidentally broke his desk. He buffed up and pushed the desk down. I must hurry. All Might jumped through the wall. It would take too much time to walk down and then run, so All Might just ran through the wall. It wasn't anything he hasn't done before. Breaking walls with pure speed and power. What, UA? Endeavor said, shocked. He was getting a rundown of this week's patrols. Mo, Dabi, Ray, Bakugo, and Shoto were all in the room. UA is being attacked. Who is there right now? Endeavor asked Bakugo and Shoto, who looked worried. Who is on a work study today? Just Uraraka, right? No, I think all of them. It took a second before they came to the same understanding. Eri. Everyone snapped their heads at the two of them. We must hurry. Endeavor told them with worry. They quickly moved down to the first floor where they rushed toward the bullet train. Because unlike All Might or Izuku, they didn't have the ability to use super speed. But Izuku now just got part of his soul back. He gave a shiver once before he took a breath in. Everything that had happened with the homie came clear to Izuku. The next moment happened so fast. Out of pure rage, Izuku released a wave of Konkurious Haki. Even if he was surrounded by pro heroes like Sir Naitai, who hung around All Might, Mirio, who was seen as one of the closest to the #1 spot. They collapsed, they fell to the floor, barely holding their on to their consciousness. They are fucking dead. They are so dead. A new wave was released, this time it cracked the floor. It knocked the table off its legs. What is going on? Sir Naitai asked, shaking on the floor trying to stay awake. But Izuku used the Pika Pika no Mi, and jumped up, breaking a hole in the ceiling as he reached the clouds. All for One was looking over the entire thing from a distance. While he wanted to use his robot bugs again, he believed that an intelligent rat that ran things might be able to piggyback off the frequency the robots used to send the feedback to him to get a message out to the heroes that he could not have. So here he Saturday on the top of a rented out floor, using a stolen quirk that allowed the user to multiply their sight by the number of carrots eaten, wondering how today's entertainment would play out. He noticed Gran Torino escaping. But then again, if today's plan would work out, they would be long gone and their group would be indebted to All for One. And while All for One could wipe them off the earth without so much as a thought, perhaps some more durable minions would come in quite handy for when he eventually took his rightful place as king of the world. He took a sip from his glass, enjoying the show he basically started. He smirked as behind him he heard a radio call for backup around UA. It seems the old bastard has some spunk in him after all. Izuku was in the clouds. His anger was at a new level. Villains showed up at his school, entered his dorm, and were looking for his daughter. He wasn't even sure what happened with the rest at UA. Were his girls safe? What about his friends or teachers? And how many did they bring? What was their end goal? But Izuku didn't care. He would find that out later after he rips the spine out off all the cowards and beats the group to death with it. But in the sky well above the rest of the city, Izuku rotated himself so he would be facing UA. He had to shortly swap powers, going from the Pika Pika no Mi into the Mado Mado no Mi. Mark fruit. He threw a paper from his pockets, but because it was marked on Eri, it moved toward the location of Eri, before he swapped back to the Pika Pika no Mi. He used Moonwalk to move faster right for UA. Unable to care what windows he broke as flew past them. Most around them weren't even sure what happened. A single light went by. A couple of seconds later, a powerful gust of wind shot by, breaking windows. Gran Torino arrived a little earlier, however. He had been underway earlier, thus as he arrived the villains had met up completely, and were now planning to leave UA with a message written in the blood of the 3 heroes they had captured before. Hold on there, buckaroos. I think it's best for you all to leave the princess and leave. Can't have her crying because of you now, can we? Gran Torino said as he intercepted them on their way out. The group just looked at the smaller elderly hero and they laughed. While these old bones don't move like they used to, believe me, I can kick all your asses. The only thing is, can I do so before one of your sick minds even tries to lay a hand on the princess? Please help. Eri screamed only for you to shake her by the hair, making her scream in pain. Shut your mouth. If I so much as hear a single peep out of you, I will cut out your vocal cords. This pissed Gran Torino off, but there wasn't a lot he could do. He looked over the area, hoping to find a way to help. His quick glance over moved to Aizawa, who was hurt but awake. He was laying in such a way it gave Gran Torino access to his knife. They both shared a look. Before Aizawa gave a nod, Gran Torino knew exactly what he meant. Speed blitz them before they see it, grab the knife, and free Eri, and flee. They knew that Eri's life was more important than theirs. Not only for their beliefs but also for the world as a whole. Gran Torino took a couple of deep breaths. He leaned back a bit, making the villains believe he would give up, only to then fall forward and explode forward so fast their eyes were unable to catch up. He was on Aizawa in a millisecond, where he grabbed the knife, before then moving sideways just as fast. He was on you and Eri. He had two options here and only one was guaranteed. He sliced through Eri's long hair. As quickly as he sliced her hair, he dropped the knife and grabbed her. Only for a third and final boost, he shot away with the princess save. He believed he was able to get away. But as he looked back once to see if they had reacted, the black beast that was the overhaul Nomu was on him. The concoction of different strength and speed quirks just made this beast a whole different level. One even All Might would have difficulties with. He grabbed Gran Torino by the leg. He ripped Eri from his arms, breaking his arm in the process, before violently throwing Gran Torino on the floor, it cracking where he landed. The Nomu in a sick, demonic voice spoke. Yet even through all the messed up sounds Eri just heard overhaul. Eri, never leave, Eri mine. He shuffled back almost like a tired bear, before dropping Eri on the floor where now Chronostasis, the assistant of overhaul, grabbed her. Now you're never leaving. But just as the words left his mouth, a beam of light landed on the floor, shaking Yue to its very core, almost as if an earthquake and a meteor had happened at the same exact time. Out from the creator and the dust walked one very pissed off man. Hand me back my daughter. He sounded pissed, but as they smirked, Izuku screamed and released a wave of pure killer lust. Now. This shook the group. While they were aware that Izuku was powerful, they had no way of knowing how. And that wave of pure killer lust didn't make them feel very confident. Because unlike before when they knew they would be facing pro-heroes and the likes, for them, it now felt as if they were fighting a god of war. A god of war they just really pissed off. Only one man, even in the face of so much fear, showed his smile and moved to advance on Izuku. He wanted a fight, and while Overhaul was the man he needed to beat in order to be happy again, facing new people was good enough. Rappa roared alive as he cocked his fist back. Fi. He wasn't able to finish his sentence as Izuku raised his hand and fired a laser right through his gut, stopping him in his way. But then Izuku didn't care about Rappa. He would be dealt with later as he fell to the floor holding the gap in his body. The laser, however, was aimed right at Chronostasis, who had his hands on Eri, only his hands. As the top part of him was gone, the light beam Izuku had fired had taken that part off. Eri comes to Papa. Izuku spoke for the first time in a soft and gentle voice. Eri quickly ran over with tears in her eyes. Izuku wrapped his arms around her and turned his back to the villains. They didn't matter, they were not even on his radar to worry about. Eri, I need you to go with your mama and head back to the dorm. Papa will follow along, he just has some trash to get rid of. Eri didn't want to go. But Setsuna had heard it, and quickly ran over to grab Eri. Be safe. She yelled back before lifting Eri up and taking a sprint out of the area. But as this was happening, the failsafe on the overhaul Nomu went into action. He grabbed the remains of Chronostasis and infused them within himself, making him slightly larger but more notability. The two arrows hung on the side of its head. Eri comes back with me. Overhaul growled as Izuku stood back to face him. You have cost me and my friends far too much trouble to die quickly. So I will make it as painful as possible. Izuku transformed back into an old favorite of his, the Yo-Yo no Mi model. Sarayu, fish fruit model Azure Dragon Dot. His skin turned blue with scales, large horns on top of his head. A large dragon-like tail grew from behind him. His legs bent slightly inward as his nails grew sharper. You will die today. You will die painfully. All because you hurt my daughter. Izuku cracked his neck before dashing forward, only to be stopped by a golden barrier. It covered the group of villains completely and left no way for Izuku to touch them. This barrier has my full attention, not you. Not all might could break through this. You have far too much faith in your powers. Only a fool would believe they are unbeatable. Izuku raised both his hands and interlocked them before forcing them down on the barrier. Like a hammer on steel, it rang loud. Only this time, steel cracked. The entire barrier cracked. It cracked as if it was glass. And Izuku looked disappointed. It really only took that. Izuku raised his hands again. Hekiji, who had the barrier quirk, tried to repair it quickly enough, but Izuku just slammed down with even more force. The barrier broke, but as that happened, Izuku started to feel drunk. Did you drink one too many on the way home? Soramitsu also moved in, aiming to bite Izuku's head off and kill him quickly, only for Izuku to give a quirk turn, using his tail to slam into Sora. The snap that was heard nearly caused those that heard it to gag. The only thing worse for the shy Hasaikai was to see their friend's now lifeless corpse ragdoll over the floor. Why you fucking killed our friend? You screamed, being one of the closest to Sora. He covered his entire being crystal and rushed at Izuku. But Izuku was not impressed. He just slammed his hand down on top of you. It broke his neck and pushed his head inward. I really wanted to kill you all slowly, but you are so fucking weak. Izuku threw the dead, crushed body of you back to them, mostly hitting Rappa, who rolled back. Fuck this, I am gonna be safe till the police arrive, Hekiji said, scared out of his mind. He didn't care anymore. While he owed overhaul his life, he wasn't going to offer it anymore. He covered himself in a stronger, smaller barrier. He made himself as small as could be so that the barrier would be as strong as he could safely make it. Now he believed he would be untouchable. And as most of the group walked back a bit, speaking with the Nomu with a plan, one Izuku allowed happening so their deaths would be as painful as possible. He allowed them to have a semblance of hope. So much so that as he walked to Hekiji's barrier, he chose to stop the fish fruit. And he just crouched down in front of him. You won't break it, don't even try. Izuku gave a chuckle. I don't have to break it to get to you. Izuku crossed his fingers. He activated the Bari no Mi. Barrier fruit, and a small dome showed up right in between Hekiji's legs. It then slowly started to grow. And before Hekiji could release his dome, Izuku made one that was just slightly bigger. All while the other one always kept growing. Slowly and surely it grew and grew, limiting the space that there was, and crushing Hekiji to death, ignoring his screams for mercy. Izuku stepped away from the now crushed body of Hekiji. He looked over the rest, wondering who would be first to move, who would have the guts to fight him now. And while Izuku believed their resolves would have been crushed, they stood fast, thinking their Nomu would help them survive. Oh, so you won't run? Good, because from me, there is no fleeing. Izuku pulled out a blade from behind him. The same sword that was given to him by Jordan. Well, one of them. It was the dark purple blade. Enma. Dipshit move, Setsuno said, believing he now would have the upper hand. He used his quirk to steal the blade right out of Izuku's hand. Thanks for the steal, Will Sua. He fell to his knees as his arms slowly became thinner and thinner. What the fuck is this blade? Setsuno screamed as he slowly started turning into the husk of his former self. That's the blade. Only those that have the ability to tame the blade will survive. Those that don't die. Izuku said just as the last of Setsuno's life energy was removed from him and the empty husk that was him dropped on the floor. That's the group of friends done, Izuku said as he walked up to the still on floor Rappa. You aren't that bad. But I will have to do this. Just like that. Izuku used the Toj no Mi, spike fruit, to turn his pointer finger into a long spike that quickly pierced Rappa's head and put him out of his misery. Normally I wouldn't go out of my way to kill you all. Half of you are brain-dead followers of the two half-men, Izuku said, making a height joke to mimic in a comment about chronostasis missing his top half. But you had to grab my daughter. Now I have to make an example out of all of you, that she is very much off limits. She is a no-go, Izuku said as he kept walking toward them. But each step he took, they took as well, to the other side. Boss, kill him now, Mimic screamed. The Noma was the strongest out of all of them. If anyone could fight this monster, it would be Overhaul. And he did. He moved so fast it could be seen as teleportation. He was at Izuku. Hand stretched out. planning to most likely use Overhaul's own quirk and combine himself with Izuku. Become the absolute power. But he stopped. Just before he reached Izuku, he stopped and turned around. What? What are you doing? Kill him, I order you to. More words weren't spoken, as Izuku flexed his ring finger and the Noma dashed once more. Now over to Mimic, and he crushed him. His small body turned into a thin pancake. Just like that. The group that nearly took over UA was now being picked off one by one. Only 3 remained alive. Now, like I said before, I need to kill you. But I can make it quick, if you tell me where the hideout of All for One is. He created the Noma. So tell me. The 3 remaining stood in fear, unable to move. Nothing they tried seemed to work. Their ace in the hole. Overhaul was now doing his enemy's bidding. Never. Katsukame screamed as he ran to the Noma. He was going to give himself a big boost. He bear hugged the Noma tightly, holding its arms stuck before taking a massive breath in, activating his quirk energy suck. This not only boosted his stamina but also allowed him to grow in size and power. And with the power of the Noma, this was a big boost. Now even All Might won't stop me. Izuku just gave a sigh. What's with you all thinking All Might is at the top of power? Yes, he is strong, but in the grand scheme of things, he is but a footstool to true power. Izuku said as his hand began to drip magma as he activated the Magu Magu no Mi, magma fruit. This is true power. Mago. Izuku's hand turned into magma as he lashed out at Rikiya. The claw form of the magma hand pieced Rikiya's stomach and shot out the other side, but by the grace of God. Rikiya was still breathing and standing. That's all you have, Rikiya said with the fleeting parts of the energy he had. The only reason he was still alive was that he had sucked the energy of the Noma. But Izuku smirked. Fine, Ryusei Kazan. Izuku raised both fists and they started firing off. Fist after fist of pure magma fired off like a machine gun, each piercing and exciting Rikiya and creating a new see-through hole. After Izuku stopped, Rikiya looked like Swiss cheese. His charred and dead body fell backward as it partially collapsed in on itself. Now All for One, where is he? Shin instantly answered. He didn't want to die that way. If he was gonna die, let it be fast. We don't know. We don't. Chronostasis had a phone to contact him with. That's all we know. We had to contact him right after we got Eri. That's all, I swear. Izuku believed him. The tears running down his face were enough to know he was done. Then again, he wasn't a real fighter. He was just a walking lie stopper. But Izuku would keep his word. They would die quickly, after one more thing. Get on your hands and knees, and apologize to me, Eri, and the gods above. Izuku's tone left no sign that this was arguable. So Shin did so. He was already on his knees in fear, so he just bowed his head, in as formal an apology could be. My king, Princess Eri, as the gods are my witness, I apologize. I was a fool, and if I had a second life, I would never do these things again, I swear. And just as his final words escaped his lips, Izuku used the Super no Mi, dice fruit, and sliced Shin's head clean off, leaving only one, who was sitting with tears in his eyes, trying to drink his sorrows away from an empty bottle. He was scared to die, and scared of what was in front of him. Now it's your turn. The tears flowed quicker and quicker as spit and slime found their way out of Didoro's mouth and nose. He tried to apologize, but nothing was coming out. But the message was clear, his spirit was broken, so with a downward strike, he killed him as well, leaving nobody standing. And it allowed Izuku to stop using his first powers. A power he had started the second he arrived. While he wanted to kill them all, he knew he couldn't. They had Anzus he needed. And their life in prison would be far worse than death. Plus, what kind of example would he set for Eri? Killing everyone that angered him. He wanted to be a fair ruler, not one that was feared like Sheik. So at the start, he used the Yuta no Mi, Sing fruit. It allowed him to teleport people's consciousnesses into a virtual space. He did this by singing. And while their spirits were inside that world, Izuku had full control over their bodies. So removing his grip on Eri, only for them to then all lay down on the floor with their hands on their back. Sure, in their minds they died. It broke their spirits. And now they were released. Well, they were still captured. All Might had shown up ready to fight to the death, only to see all villains captured. Same for Endeavor and his sidekicks. I died. Izuku crouched down next to Chronostasis. Yeah, I killed you and brought you back. Try anything like an escape. Struggle, or anything like that, and I will do it again, and again, and again, each time more painful than the time before. But now I need something from you. I am gonna need that phone All for One gave you. Izuku asked with a tone that left no room for discussion. Only Shin banged his head on the floor, knowing it was his fault that Izuku knew. "And my back pocket." Izuku grabbed it. "Now we can hunt that fucker down." All Might had a different mission. Right as he showed up, he was asked to find Namiri and see how she was holding up, which he did quickly. Right as he walked in, multiple brooms were pointed at him, each sharp, as well as multiple quirks, all from multiple students. All the while Nizu had his claws out as well. Each of them stood in front of Namiri, who had basically all the students around her protecting her. "Oh, thank Nika, you're safe. Titoshi, how is everyone outside?" "It's fine now because we are here." All Might laughed as he took a pose, putting the students to ease. Unlike the students in the 1A dorm, as they arrived with Eri, they saw Fuyumi stumbling toward the door, still holding her throat like some of the students. But as she noticed Eri, she felt safer. But now the mission was secure. And they did. Zero taped up the walls, layer after layer, right there with Bondo, who glued the edges shut with Fuyumi closing it all up with ice. Each window got the same requirements, only with an added steel sheet created by Momo. But they don't. Each also grabbed a weapon. They didn't care if Izuku was alive or not. They were gonna make sure no sneaking fucker could get Eri. Some relied purely on quirk. Others like Zero and Bondo grabbed a knife from the kitchen. While they could have grabbed a weapon from Izuku's room, none of them really knew how to work a sword, so a knife would just be better. And this they waited. But as they were finishing their setup, Endeavor and his sidekicks also showed up. Each was ready for a fight as they bursted through the broken gate. But it was over. So they were asked to check in with the dorm. And they did. Only Ray and some of the first aid heroes were staying back as they were healing the teachers. But Endeavor, Bakugo, Dalby, and Burnin all rushed over to the dorms. Each uses their quirks to increase their speed and arrive as fast as possible. "Oh, if I fucking see one villain here, I will fucking murder you," Bakugo screamed as he rushed for the dorm. His anger was boiling over. They had the gall to attack when he wasn't here, cowards the lot of them. But as they arrived, Endeavor with one arm flaming and the other normal tried to open the door, but nothing happened. Toya tried looking into one of the windows but saw just gray. "Anyone in there?" Endeavor asked. His tone was powerful but not intimidating, in case it was Eri in there. "We have weapons to try and get in, and we will use them. Like a lot." He heard screams from inside. A voice that was clearly Mina. So Bakugo acted. Raccoonized the heroes. "Open up, goddammit. Be Bakugo." They screamed back. "No, it's the fucking Easter Bunny, of course. It's me, dammit, now open up." "We can't, we locked ourselves in. Get out of the way," Endeavor told them. Which was what they did. Each went to the side so the door and the area behind the door were open, allowing Endeavor to use a single concentrated flame beam to cut through the ice, tape, wood, and glue. "Flame sword Escaner," he called out as his hand acted like a sword, allowing him to open the doors. "Well done. You all have done your job, but it's fine now that help has arrived." All was done as Izuku was able to get the phone. Now to figure out where All for One is so I can finally put a stop to the feud once and for all. Izuku had started to move to the dorm. He knew Eri was safe, but he still wanted to hold her, to calm her down. So with Shave he moved, dashing back to the dorm. On his way there, he met them going toward him. "Eri," Izuku called out as he threw his arms around his daughter and hugged her tightly. Eri of course was in tears, and as she hugged her father, more tears started to flow, together with her screams of being scared. She missed her father, but now it was fine. He held her tightly. "Let's go find Mom and M," Izuku told her as he lifted her up. "Everyone else, are you fine?" "Yeah, I just need to know how the fuck we are gonna get payback," Setsuna said, angry as hell. They just marched in, beat their ass and grabbed Eri. "You all will do nothing. I will deal with All for One myself." "Hey, fuck you, broccoli bitch. I ain't backing down." Izuku was in no mood for games, however. With a stern look at Bakugo, he made him silent. "You will. You are all too weak to fight someone like him. And I won't give him hostages to make me hold back." Izuku pulled out his phone, but before Ida could say, his phone would have no reach. Izuku had already started calling. What? Some of the students had grabbed their phones as they were hiding in the dorms. And of course, they had tried to reach out to someone. Namuri. All Might. Nizu. All calls were blocked, but here Izuku was able to just make a phone call. It's me. I will need you all to get to UA. There has been an attack on Eri. Izuku closed his phone and looked at the surprised students. What? How can you call? We have no bars. Izuku just showed them his phone. The royal lead creator often makes sure our gadgets work through mostly everything. Jammers. Water. Everything. That is amazing, why not share this with the world? Ida asked as they started making their way toward where Namuri could be. Because if everyone knew how this was made, it would have no more sure. People could create around it, making it useless. Izuku explained. Thankfully Namuri had been wanting to move to Izuku and Eri. She had been worried sick. But the students that noticed the attack were just like her. Forced her to stay, saying that she had to trust in the heroes and students to protect Eri, and she would be saved. As they reached the area where Izuku had stopped the bad guys, Eri had started weeping instead of her loud screams before. Still buried in Izuku's chest, afraid. In the middle right, as Izuku assumed, the red-haired platoon stood at the ready. Yasop found him. Sir? Where? A couple of miles south of here. He has a perfect viewpoint from up there and really nobody would be able to spot him. Apart from me, that is. Okay. Does he suspect anything? No, he is still sitting there with a smug look. Though he is slightly annoyed. You won again, sir. Want me to, you know? End it. Yasop asked, holding a high-powered sniper right to the wall. It was a specially created weapon only really Yasop could use. It was an extremely high-powered rifle. The blast alone would put a hole in the wall of UA. And the bullet. Well, let's just say All for One won't be seeing anything really. No, it would blow our cover. Don't worry, I have a plan. Izuku said just as Namuri rushed over. She jumped to Eri, hugging her tightly before rushing over and checking each one of the students. Quickly noting a red mark at the base of each of their neck. Oh, what happened? Are you all fine? I should have been here to help. But as quickly as Nem tried taking the blame, it was shot down. No, it was our own weakness that caused these injuries. We shall grow stronger. It was best for you to stay back and protect yourself and the baby. Izuku nodded. While he was pissed at what happened to Eri. If they also tried something with Nem, or his unborn child, he would have recreated what happened to all 8 bullets, but without the help of the Yuta no Mi. Nem, please hold Eri for me. Why no, Papa, please. Eri cried, but Izuku needed to stop this for good. You all protect them. Izuku ordered Shanks and the rest. And they did. While they looked like they were just hanging around now, it was to fool All for One. They would look extremely relaxed, almost to the point of weirdness. Just being there. But they were fully prepared. Izuku, however, now stepped out in the open, having a clear line of sight for All for One, but again he acted like he wasn't aware of All for One. This only added to his smugness. He had outplayed the royal family again, and they were fooling themselves to believe the threat was over. But no, this game was only about to start. In reality, Izuku was getting the exact tower located and was told if anyone was in it. Yasop, with his unmatched observation, was able to quickly say that the building was empty for the 7 floors around All for One, and the streets were clear. Izuku gave a smirk, as All for One's own protective nature would cost him his life. Closing off the streets so no heroes would walk by. Got multiple floors to himself so he would know if someone came for him. Great. Then I will deal with him. Izuku now looked right in All for One's direction with a stare All for One knew. He had seen it before in the man that caused one of his largest scars. The man that gave him one of his greatest treasures. This was going to be over by today. Before All for One could even move his hand, Izuku moved, denting the floor, cracking it and scorching it. Izuku used the Pika Pika no Mi and moved right for All for One. In the blink of an eye, Izuku went from a small dot to right in his face outside the window, his body turning, going right for a kick. You're dying now. Izuku screamed as he imbued his foot with light. All for One could barely raise his guard before Izuku fired off the kick. A large explosion was heard. Even back at the students, they could hear it. Toshi, let's move. Endeavor said with All Might nodding. The top of the tower was gone, turned into nothing but small pieces of rubble as the explosion rocked everything. But he was still aiming for someone. That someone was now floating on the other side of the building. The sleeves of his suit completely ripped to shreds. That isn't a nice way to greet someone, he said, still cocky as ever. Izuku just ignored his idiotic words and moved forward again. This time he was above him. His feet aimed right above his head. Perfect to spike him down. And he did so at light speed. All for One, however, smirked before it was wiped away. He was rocketed down as his guard broke but removed most of the force. Buried deep in the floor as Izuku slowly fell down after him. I didn't want to use this, All for One said as he pulled himself out of the dirt. But now he held a sword in his hands. A sword Izuku was all too familiar with. It was the sword of his grandfather, Roger Midoriya. A greater man Izuku had yet to meet. Give that back. His anger was boiling over for this man as everything started to become clear. No, I took it from that man, All for One said as he thought back. From an early age, All for One went into evil, being born with a quirk that allowed his villainous behavior to thrive. He stole quirk after quirk, all to strengthen himself. He was sick, thus he used a quirk to take life energy, killing his brother but prolonging his life. As he was raised to the rank of the supreme overlord of the underworld, his ego raised higher than before. So much so that he knew he was here for greatness. So he set a new goal for himself. Become king of the world. He would start in Asia. They had a lot of power, and were strong enough so others would rush in foolishness. He would be able to take part after part, and soon he would be the supreme ruler of the world. But there were those in the way. He tried playing it in the background. Hire some assassins here. Try and poison the water supply there. He even tried obtaining some military-grade weapons, but it all had no use. But then 40 years ago it came to a clash. The current king of Asia had found him. He had cornered him, stopped him and tricked him on a small island south of Japan. He stood there, smirking ear to ear. His upper lip was covered by a thick black mustache. Longer black hair waving free. His chest was out, as the light pink shirt he wore was open. Yellow pants with a yellow sash around his waist where the hilt of his sword was held. His sword was in his hand and resting on his shoulders, just like the bright red coat was. So you're the bastard that been trying to kill me, he said calmly. All for One, however, still believed in his power above all else. Yes. You have been a nice seat warmer, but it's over. Ha! It's over. I can't have you try and kill my newborn son now, can I? He lifted his sword from his shoulder. His hand raised, and with a twist of the shoulders, he shot out a blade of pure air. It covered in hockey. All for One, believing his power above all else, raised a barrier. It would be enough to stop a tank round from point-blank range. This attack would be nothing. But the blade shot through. It slashed him through the gut. Blood and guts spilling out. Using a quirk as a quick fix, he healed himself, which started a fight between the two men. A fight that lasted 2 full weeks of pure combat. All for One used whatever quirk he could to end it, while Roger used his hockey-covered blade. But then it happened. On the 14th day, All for One grabbed his arm and used air cannon, a quirk he stole in his younger years. It crushed the bones in Roger's arm and left him to drop his blade. But Roger was not one to give up. He was fighting for the freedom of all here. So he covered his fist in hockey and slugged All for One. He escaped that day with his life. But the damage was done to both of them. While All for One stole dozens of quirks to keep him breathing, he was but a shell of his older self. Roger, however, had suffered heavy damage himself. All for One had poisoned him during the fight. And while the main poison was quickly removed, the damage to him was there. His lungs didn't work correctly, and he would die because of it. It just took around 25 years for him to die of it. All for One saw it as a victory. He had killed Roger and stolen his weapon. He was the winner. It took longer than I wanted, but I am here to get my seat back. I killed Roger. Now I have earned the right of King Right. Isn't that how you did it with Sheik? All for One told Izuku as he stopped remembering his fight. But Izuku was mad. Everything All for One did raised his hatred for him for the first time in Izuku's life. He stopped caring. His head dropped as he started laughing. Shishishishi. I never thought I would say this to you. But thanks, Izuku said to All for One as his body started smoking. Both All Might and Endeavor had started moving toward the location Izuku had moved through at light speed. They weren't nearly as fast, and they sadly had to move around buildings. Both were also worried about overworking themselves as they got there and being a burden to Izuku. But that would not stop them from trying their best. We can't just fucking stay here, right? We got power to help, right? Bakugo said with an explosion from his palm. No, we don't, Bakugo. While I know you're a strong hero, you're capable of fighting a lot of different people without a lot of effort. Nemuri held Eri tightly, not planning to let her go anytime soon. But this is different. These are absolute monsters. Look! She pointed at the red-haired platoon. They are here to protect us. They are here to make sure nothing happens to us. Look at the rage Izuku gave off. He cracked the floor to get there. That shake was Izuku. This won't be your average fight, she explained. Then in a soft voice, we just have to hope Izuku comes back to us in one piece. She was 100% serious in this statement. She had heard the stories. How his grandfather, a man so powerful, he could make the sky split with his rage. Steps are so powerful. The earth shook. A man so powerful that if he wanted he could have taken over the world. One against all. But in the end, he was killed because of childish tactics and cheating. And now Izuku is going to face the man that murdered and stole from his grandfather if Nemuri could have wanted to help. But just like Bakugo or the others here, there would just be a burden that could cost Izuku his life. Don't worry, Bakugo. I have tracked that asshole for years. He ran away on each step as we got closer. There is a chance that he will do so again. But he loves playing dirty. So we might just get some extra guests here as well, Shanks explained. He had trained under Roger before. That man was the absolute power. Izuku was getting close to him. He lacked the raw power, of course. The haki, but he had an arsenal of quirks. Oh, they can fucking try showing up. But before that, let's get them to a safer place. Bakugo aimed at the weaker ones. That's it, guys. Thanks for watching and supporting us. See you in the next part.